Chapter 211. She screamed and unleashed a water bolt at the giant rat. The rat fell to the ground, instantly dead. Several other rats scurried out from behind it and devoured it. Yiqiani watched in horror. These rats were actually eating their own companions? She became even more nervous. After the rats finished devouring their companions, they all turned their gazes towards her. Yiqiani screamed again in fear, her figure moving so swiftly that she vanished from the scene at a speed too fast to be seen with the naked eye. Luo Qingtian was furiously slashing at the rats, her third skill constantly active, allowing her to see everything around her. Watching Yiqiani vanish instantly after being surrounded by rats, Luo Qingtian was speechless. This guy was also a speed-type psychic. Now Luo Qingtian understood more clearly why he had survived even when his teammates had perished. What bad luck. Luo Qingtian gathered his thoughts and focused on fighting the black rats that rushed towards him. The rats were increasing in number. They swarmed like a tide, forcing the villagers to flee in all directions. Houses lining the village road collapsed under the onslaught of these massive black rats, and soon the entire village was reduced to ruins. Thankfully, Luo Qingtian and his companions appeared. Many black rats abandoned their targets and turned to rush towards Luo Qingtian and his companions. Despite the long battle, the black rats continued to increase in number, swarming and surrounding Luo Qingtian and his companions. Soon, wounds appeared on Weiwei and Chu Ji's bodies. From the moment Luo Qingtian charged into the swarm, his long knife slashing through wave after wave of rats, like slicing vegetables and chopping melons. Perhaps it was because the murderous aura surrounding Luo Qingtian was too overwhelming. Many black rats tried to avoid Luo Qingtian. Chugu glanced at the people around her. Seeing the rats around Luo Qingtian dwindle, she gritted her teeth and pulled Weiwei towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian looked back at the two of them. Wounded? Chugu nodded. Yes, our abilities can't fight. We're out of bullets, so we had no choice but to come to you. Luo Qingtian unleashed a healing power on the two of them, and their wounds healed instantly, leaving no trace. Luo Qingtian then took out two ordinary tang swords and handed them to the two. Find a place to hide. Don't cause trouble. Luo Qingtian looked around, rushing towards any black rats she could find. While killing the giant rat, Luo Qingtian spotted Zhang Yuan, fighting with his icy spear. Zhang Yuan was covered in icy armor, wielding the spear with great vigor. The weapon in his hand was so long that the surrounding rats couldn't even get close to him. The way he fought resembled those ancient generals on horseback. Luo Qingtian coveted the icy spear in Zhang Yuan's hand, but she quickly regained her composure and continued to kill the rats. As Luo Qingtian slashed furiously, the long-awaited voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Kill 3,400 level 3 zombies. Kill 4,201 level 4 zombies. Kill 2,252 level 5 zombies. Kill 1,800 level 6 zombies. Kill 632 level 7 zombies. Kill 1 zombie king. Kill 1 level 8 doomsday anemone. Kill 3,300 mutant rats. Congratulations on successfully recovering earth fragments. Hunter skill upgrade. Triple arrow to level 31. Total range, 2,000 meters. Includes a Ruoshui divine bow. Trap level 6. Psychic perception level 8. Healing skill level 7. Poison skill level 5. Land domain level 10. Smelting times refreshed. Hearing this sound, Luo Qingtian practically leaped with excitement. Although only triple arrow had been upgraded, the upgrade chip had directly granted her a water bow. With this water bow, could she now wield a water bow? Thinking of this, she reached out and switched weapons. A blue water bow, shimmering with water, appeared in her hand. Luo Qingtian tried to draw the bow and shoot. Water arrows, as thick as an adult's wrist, whizzed out. Any large black rat caught in the water arrows was instantly pierced. As it passed through a swarm of rats, the water arrows would spray out numerous small splashes, the water droplets of which would enter the rats' bodies. Then, they would explode inside them. It was a truly invisible killing move. Luo Qingtian's water arrows were sharp, accurate, fast, and fierce. Each shot was a 3-shot volley. The large black rats were dwindling at a visible rate. The survivors, who had been hiding in the shadows, finally dared to emerge, seeing the rats dwindling. The leader of this small base also emerged from the side, and ran towards Zhang Yuan and the others. Are you from the second base? Great. You finally arrived. Everyone in our village is about to be eaten by these rats. The man who spoke was middle-aged, tears streaming down his face. He was clearly both excited and sad. Zhang Yuan soothed him. You're the village chief, right? Don't worry. There are still quite a few mutant rats here. Let's go kill them, and you quickly find a way to gather the other survivors." As soon as he finished speaking, several villagers appeared running out of the houses behind. One of them, a middle-aged man, was supporting a middle-aged woman, walking laboriously. The two were at the back, trailed by a dozen black rats. The man in the lead shouted in Zhang Yuan's direction, "Commanders of the second base, please save me." Luo Qingtian glanced over there and, upon seeing the middle-aged couple at the rear, her heart tightened. She raised her Ruoshui divine bow, drew her bow, and unleashed an arrow behind the couple. She was swift. After piercing the large rat behind the couple, she continued to shoot at the rats surrounding them. After killing all the rats chasing them, Luo Qingtian sprinted forward. She rushed to the middle-aged couple and carefully supported them. "Uncle Qi, how come you're here?" The man before her was Qi Jian, the man who had helped Luo Qingtian build a safe house before the apocalypse. Qi Jian hadn't expected to meet Luo Qingtian here. Before the apocalypse, he sensed the weather wasn't good, so he took his wife and children to live in a mountain villa on the outskirts of Lin City. After the heavy rain, they were trapped on the mountain for a long time. Fortunately, the villa had a permanent food supply, so they survived the winter. Until the zombies attacked, half the residents of the villa complex on the mountain became zombies. They hid in the basement, afraid to come out, until soldiers passed by and rescued them. They were originally going to take them to the second base. Alas, the helicopter ran out of fuel after arriving. The soldiers had no choice but to temporarily leave the family there. They then headed to the second base themselves. Chapter 212. Who would have thought they would never return? As outsiders, they weren't welcome in the village. But they were brought here by soldiers, and when they left, they said they come to pick up the entire village and take them to the second base. So they didn't dare kick them out, and ended up forcing their son to come out and fight zombies or work. However, while they were building the wall, zombies attacked, and Qi Jian's son was bitten. From then on, only the couple remained. The old couple lived in a daze. The village chief, seeing them helpless, though he disliked them, would occasionally bring them food. They lived on one meal a day, until the mutant rats attacked. Qi Jian thought they had given up, but he didn't expect a new turn of events. Luo Qingtian looked down at their wounds. Both had been bitten by the mutant rats. The wounds were turning blue and black. If not treated promptly, amputation would be necessary. She squatted down and placed her hands on the wounds of the two men, attempting to use her poisoning skill to draw out the poison. To her surprise, the poisoning skill actually worked. After confirming that their wounds would not recur, Luo Qingtian unleashed her healing power on them. Watching their wounds heal, the surrounding villagers cast envious glances at Qi Jian and his wife. "Uncle Qi, are you feeling better?" Luo Qingtian looked at Qi Jian, feeling a complex emotion. She had subtly reminded Qi Jian to prepare some food, but she didn't know if they had. Qi Jian stared at his healed wound in amazement. "Xiao Qingtian, you're amazing," Luo Qingtian smiled. "Not really, just an ordinary healing ability." "Luo Qingtian, you still have healing abilities, so help me heal. I see a lot of villagers here are injured, so please heal them all." Behind him, Yi Qianni had somehow run back, her finger scratched. She was waving her hand towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian frowned and glanced at Yi Qianni. "Didn't you run for your life? Why are you back again?" Yi Qianni hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to realize she escaped. She held her head high and said, "Who said I ran away? I was just avoiding the mutant rats. There were so many large rats, and my water-based abilities aren't very strong. I'm not suited to fighting, that's why I'm hiding," Luo Qingtian sneered at Yi Qianni. "Are you saying you ran so far just now to avoid the rats? Why didn't you use your speed ability to run back in one go?" Yi Qianni's face paled. Her speed ability was her life-saving trump card, and she hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to discover it. "What nonsense! I don't have it." Yi Qianni glanced at the wounded villagers around her and quickly changed the subject. "You don't have to treat me, but so many survivors around here are injured. Then you have to treat me, right?" Yi Qianni pointed at one of the villagers and said, "Look, their wounds are black and smelly. What if they have to be amputated if you don't treat them?" With these words, the villager with the blackened wound approached Luo Qing. "Beautiful girl, please save me. I don't want to have my limb amputated yet." Luo Qingtian smiled. She didn't look at the villager, but at Yi Qianni. "I think you might have misunderstood something. I was invited here by your Yuan team to carry out a mission, not to be your father. You just ran away, leaving us fighting here for so long. You're the only one here who can unleash superpowers. I'm afraid few can do so normally. I remember water can also remove toxins, right? Keep up the good work. I'm forcing myself to treat the villagers. Once I treated the first one, I have the second and the third. There are so many people left in the village now. If I try to treat them alone, I definitely collapse. I'm not that kind-hearted. She helped Qi Jian because she owed him money for the project before the apocalypse. To be frank, much of her food supply was purchased with his money. No matter the reason, she should help. Luo Qingtian is a man who distinguishes right from wrong and is never ambiguous, but she won't be morally blackmailed. As she spoke, Luo Qingtian helped the Qi couple to the side. Yi Qianni tried to force Luo Qingtian to treat her, but was tricked by him. She gritted her teeth as Luo Qingtian was about to cause trouble. Chugu stepped forward, blocking Yi Qianni's path. Qianni, since you're not very good in combat, use your water abilities to clean the wounds. Wei Wei, get some medicine. Everyone else, except the captain, go get gauze from Wei Wei to help with the bandaging. Chugu quickly assigned everyone their tasks. The village chief also intervened. I have some medicine in my house. It's just that those mutant rats destroyed it, so I'm not sure if I can get it out. Han Fei stood up. Where do you live? I get it for you. The village chief immediately pointed to the largest house, not far away, and Han Fei walked over. He punched the rubble, knocking the roof off the top. Han Fei entered the ruins and began searching the house. It wasn't long before he found quite a bit of stuff, food, packaged medicine, and some bedding. He gathered everything up and walked out of the ruins, then returned to the group. I see a lot of stuff under the rubble. Those with serious injuries, come get treated. Those who aren't seriously injured, go to your houses and pack up your belongings. Gather here, we're ready to leave. With that, many villagers stood up and headed for their houses. Qi Jian also wanted to stand up and go back to pack, but Luo Qingtian reached out and held him back. Uncle, if you don't have anything special you want to take with you, don't go. I have everything here. I arrange accommodations for you once we reach the second base. Upon hearing this, Qi Jian looked at Luo Qingtian with gratitude. Thank you, Qi Tian. I didn't expect you to be so generous to your uncle in this apocalyptic world. If your parents knew how accomplished you are now, they would surely be delighted. Luo Qingtian smiled but said nothing. She wasn't being kind. She simply owed the money for the project, so she offered her help. An hour later, everyone returned with their bags and arrived before Chu Gu, awaiting his instructions. Chu Gu had Wei Wei take out a pen and paper and write down everyone's name on their luggage, then had her load everything into the space. He then retrieved 9 cars from the space and distributed them among the people on the other side. Chapter 213. Chu Gu arranged for everyone to get into the car. Are you all here? You must follow us closely while driving. We don't know what dangers we encounter along the way. If you encounter zombies, don't stop. Just keep driving forward. We catch up with you as soon as we're done killing them. Chu Gu then asked everyone seriously, have you all remembered? Everyone agreed. Chu Gu then got into Zhang Yuan's car. Luo Qingtian, meanwhile, helped Qi Jian and his wife into the second car. Unfortunately, the second car was full. Yi Qianni pointed to the back seat with a smug look on her face and said, sorry, Luo Qingtian. This car is full. Do you want you and your 2 friends to wait here for a while? We send all the survivors back and then come pick you up. Yi Qianni gave Luo Qingtian a gloating smile as she spoke. Oh, I heard you can sit on the roof too. Want to try it? Luo Qingtian's face lit up with a bloodthirsty smile. Sitting on the roof? That's a really good idea. Luo Qingtian dragged Yi Qianni out of the car and, with a backhanded toss, threw her onto the roof. The vines in his hand shot out instantly, binding Yi Qianni securely to the roof. Afterward, he stroked his chin and nodded, saying, it does look good on you. Han Fei, drive. I won't share a car with that idiot on the roof. Luo Qing then took out his RV. He opened the door and motioned for Qi Jian and his wife to get in. The two looked at the luxurious RV in amazement, their faces brimming with smiles. After the 2 others got in, Luo Qingtian got in. He stepped on the accelerator and drove off. Han Fei had originally intended to let Yi Qianni down. But Zhang Yuan, seeing Luo Qingtian leave, immediately started the car and chased after him. Not wanting to waste time, Han Fei simply started the car and stepped on the accelerator, following Zhang Yuan's car. The villagers watched as the 2 cars ahead started up and drove off in a mighty procession behind them. Yi Qianni was left hanging from the car. She didn't know if Han Fei had done it on purpose, but she banged her head against the luggage racks on the roof several times. Yi Qianni saw stars. She cursed Luo Qingtian on the roof. After driving for a while, Luo Qingtian pulled Mao out. He left the driver's seat to Mao and went to the living room to talk to Qi Jian and his wife. Qi Jian seemed a little awkward. From the moment he got into the RV, his eyes hadn't left the water dispenser across the street. It had been a long time since he had seen such clean water. Ever since the apocalypse began, he and his wife had been drinking filtered, dirty water. Sometimes, it was so dirty it even gave them diarrhea. But even so, they were content. At least they were still alive. Luo Qingtian glanced at the water dispenser across from them, pulled 2 cartons of milk from the refrigerator, and placed them in front of the two of them. "Uncle, you haven't eaten yet, right? I make you something to eat." Luo Qingtian turned around and turned on the fire. While the two weren't paying attention, he tossed the cooked vegetables Shen Yunren had prepared for him into the pot and began to stir-fry. Soon, 2 dishes, a soup, and 2 large bowls of rice were placed on the table. Qi Jian stared at the meal in front of him in shock, almost unable to believe his eyes. He had lost count of how long it had been since he had a proper meal, not even oily food. But Luo Qingtian unexpectedly served him 2 dishes at once: vegetables, meat, and milk. His hand holding the chopsticks began to tremble. "Qingtian, isn't this too expensive?" Qi Jian was genuinely worried at this point, afraid he owed Luo Qingtian too much of a favor to repay. Luo Qingtian shook his head. "Uncle, you eat it. This is nothing. I'm a psychic, points come easily. Besides, I still owe you money for the project." In the apocalypse, Qi Jian was able to resist his craving for food, something Luo Qingtian admired greatly. Qi Jian laughed dryly. "It's the apocalypse now. Even if you offered to pay me the project fee, I wouldn't take it. Money can't be eaten these days." Qi Jian picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. While eating, he didn't forget to help his wife pick up some food. In just half an hour, the two of them had devoured all the food on the table. Luo Qingtian took the dishes and chopsticks to wash. Then she returned to sit across from the two of them. Just as she was about to ask something, a swarm of zombies appeared. These zombies, swarming like sentient beings, stood nearby, blocking all paths. "Mao, stop!" Mao quickly stopped the car. After Luo Qingtian parked, the others behind him followed suit. As soon as Zhang Yuan got out of the car, a frozen armor condensed around him, a silver, transparent icicle spear in hand. He quickly walked over to Luo Qingtian's side. So many zombies, it looks like a fierce battle. Their group had already been through a battle. With so many zombies appearing now, it would be a lie to say they weren't worried. The villagers, after getting out of the car, all ran behind Zhang Yuan. Yiqiani, who had been tied to the roof of the car by Luo Qingtian, also took advantage of the time it took to stop the car to free herself. She rushed towards Luo Qingtian as soon as she got out of the car. "Luo Qingtian, you bitch, are you sick? You actually tied me to the roof of the car? You have your own car, why don't you use it?" Shugu wanted to step forward to stop her, but the water element in Yiqiani's hand had already condensed into a strange water arrow, which shot towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian raised his hand to absorb the water arrow, frowning at Yiqiani. "Is this your water arrow?" With that, Luo Qingtian's water arrow shot out from his hand, directly towards Yiqiani's head. The water arrow passed close to Yiqiani's scalp, directly removing a tuft of her hair, exposing her flesh-colored scalp. Yiqiani covered her head in disbelief. You dare?" Luo Qingtian's patience was gone. She glared at Yiqiani with murderous intent. "Don't mess with me. If you mess with me again, I turn you into one of them." Luo Qingtian pointed at the zombies approaching, and Yiqiani immediately shut up. Everyone stood in a state of alert. They all watched nervously as the zombies inched closer. Yiqiani suddenly laughed. "Luo Qingtian, apologize to me, and maybe I save your life." Luo Qingtian ignored her. She closed the RV door and asked Xiaolu to stay inside to protect Qi Jian. She herself switched to her bone knife and prepared to fight. Yiqiani watched Luo Qingtian ignore her. She said triumphantly, "Luo Qingtian, since you won't apologize, don't blame me for abandoning you." As Yiqiani finished speaking, her feet began to glow, and she rushed over to Zhang Yuan, Chu Gu, and the others. The next moment, the members of Yuan's team disappeared from the spot. Chapter 214. Luo Qingtian had never expected this sudden change. No wonder Yiqiani's water arrows couldn't form. After all this commotion, Yiqiani had devoted all her energy to improving her escape skill. This skill allowed her to not only escape on her own, but also to carry others with her. Luo Qingtian found it both ridiculous and miraculous. The Yuan team was truly exceptional, having found such a clueless teammate. Now, at the center of this entire zombie swarm, Luo Qingtian was the only one with special abilities. The survivors rescued from the village were ordinary people. The survivors looked at each other in disbelief, unable to believe their fate. The village chief was so frightened that he ran behind Luo Qingtian. The village chief has a grudge against Luo Qingtian. If Luo Qingtian hadn't offended Yiqiani, they wouldn't have been left here. But now, thinking that Luo Qingtian was the only one left, they had to cling to him for a chance of survival. But seeing the dark mass of zombies closing in on them, the village chief instantly felt their chances of survival were slim. Miss Luo, what should we do? Are we going to die here today? Luo Qingtian glanced back at the village chief. At this moment, the villagers' faces were filled with despair. No one had expected that after all this time, something like this would happen. Are the officers of the second base so unreliable? They don't care about their lives. If they had known this would happen, they would have stayed in the village. Although they would be attacked by mutant rats and insects, at least they were still alive. Luo Qingtian glanced back at the village chief hiding behind him, and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you die." Then, Luo Qingtian pulled out all the tang swords he bought from his space, and distributed them. "I don't need you to fight zombies, but at least learn to protect yourself." The village chief looked at the scattered tang swords and weapons on the ground, and tremblingly called for someone to distribute the weapons. The zombies were now only 10 meters away, some even trotting towards them. Luo Qingtian released a bite to protect the villagers. He rushed into the zombie horde with Xiaolu to fight. This time, Xiaolu didn't transform into wings, but instead reverted to a giant ball of seaweed. It extended thousands of tentacles to chase the zombies, and Luo Qingtian leaped onto Xiaolu's head. He switched to the flying fire mysterious bow. Pillars of fire shot out continuously, rapidly obliterating large numbers of zombies beneath Luo Qingtian's blazing pillars. Ah! Help! Not far away, a middle-aged man, wielding a tang dao, repeatedly swung it at the charging zombies. But the tang dao was just an ordinary sword, after all. As the zombie charged, it snapped in half. Just as the zombie was about to bite the man's neck, Luo Qingtian shouted to Dabai, share. As he finished speaking, over 40 villagers collapsed to the ground. Long nails sprouted from their hands, and sharp fangs sprouted from their mouths. They began to roar and howl, imitating Dabai's movements. As the zombies charged, the villagers deftly dodged them. Then, like Dabai, they all lunged at the zombies. Biting, tearing, howling. It looked like a pack of humanoid tiger monsters. Then a group of villagers pounced on a zombie, pinning it down and biting it relentlessly. Help! This is so disgusting. What's wrong with me? Oh my god, I really don't want to bite zombies anymore. It's so disgusting. Ugh. 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 So disgusting. The wails of the villagers could be heard from a distance, their actions completely out of control. Dabai was also getting addicted to the game, controlling a group of villagers to chase and bite the zombies. The situation had completely reversed. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched as he watched the group of villagers biting the zombies. It seemed Dabai's abilities had advanced again. He could actually control so many villagers at once. Now that the villagers were no longer a safety risk, Luo Qingtian could focus fully on dealing with the zombies before him. Luo Qingtian switched from the Feihua Xian Bao to the Ruoshui Divine Bao. He fired more than 10 arrows at the surrounding zombies. The water arrows penetrated the zombies, causing violent explosions. In a matter of moments, most of the zombies had self-destructed. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to switch to the Amos Ice Bao and unleash his arrows, freezing all the approaching zombies in place. Originally, Luo Qingtian had intended to unleash a meteor shower, but Little Green suddenly rolled its body and charged towards the zombie horde. Its tentacles rapidly multiplied, and its speed in catching zombies increased as well. Looking at Little Green's anxious expression, Luo Qingtian felt a surge of anxiety. Little Green, what's wrong with you? Little Green transmitted its situation to Luo Qingtian telepathically. A look of joy instantly crossed Luo Qingtian's face. Are you going to advance? Are you going to devour the zombies here? Xiaolu responded to Luo Qingtian, her tentacles growing even more numerous. Luo Qingtian was overjoyed. She wondered how much more powerful Xiaolu would become after his advancement. She was filled with anticipation and curiosity. To help Xiaolu better absorb the zombies, Luo Qingtian jumped down from Xiaolu's head. She switched to a bone knife. She charged into the zombie swarm and began hacking away frantically. Zhang Yuan and the others were inexplicably led away from the battlefield by Yiqiani. By the time they realized what was happening, they were already several kilometers away from the zombie swarm. They stared blankly at their unfamiliar surroundings, unsure of where they were. Yi Qianni was brimming with pride at this moment. Captain, what do you think? I'm awesome, right? We definitely couldn't survive with so many zombies, so I rescued you all. Zhang Yuan's entire body trembled with anger after hearing Yi Qianni's words. You mean you brought us all out? What about the survivors? What about our mission? If this mission fails, how will he explain it to his superiors when he returns? Those people at Yuan Base won't be doing much better in Base 2. Yi Qianni paid no attention to Zhang Yuan's current attitude. She simply spoke to herself, yes, with so many zombies, my abilities are limited. I could only rescue you. And that Luo Qingtian, it's not that I didn't want to save her, but I simply didn't have the energy to take another person with me. Besides, we have too many women on our team. And I'm the only one with water abilities. Adding another would only waste our resources. Zhang Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. He wished he could strangle Yi Qianni right here and there. He was furious and said, shut up, are you sick? You brought us here. Do you know how much the failure of this mission will affect us? Chapter 215. Yi Qianni was startled by Zhang Yuan's yelling, her eyes reddening. I was thinking about you all too. It's fine if you didn't thank me, but you actually yelled at me? Xian Nantian, standing beside him, felt a headache. This wasn't the first time he's seen this scene, and he recalled his previous captain yelling hysterically. He instantly felt that Zhang Yuan's behavior was perfectly normal. Yi Qianni continued to feel wronged, but Zhang Yuan's gaze was filled with murderous intent. Chuka pursed her lips and looked at Yi Qianni. She had never expected her new teammate to be such an idiot. She gently patted Zhang Yuan's back, soothing him, and looked at Yi Qianni. Yi Qianni, hurry and get us back. Our resources and the convoy are all over there. If we just leave like this, how will we ever go out on missions again? Yi Qianni felt even more wronged. I just wanted to save you. Without me, you wouldn't survive a zombie swarm. Han Fei's face darkened. Don't worry about whether we survive or not. Send us back quickly. Perhaps we can rescue some survivors. If the mission fails, our captain will be punished by military order. Zhang Yuan suppressed his murderous intent and said gently, send us back first. If we really can't defeat them, take us away later. Wei Wei, give her a speed crystal core. Let her recover her powers. And Wei Wei immediately retrieved a speed crystal core from her space and handed it to Yi Qianni. Yi Qianni took the core and, as if to buy time, absorbed it in front of everyone. Then, with a smug look on her face, she said, since the captain has said so, I take you back. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Qianni's feet suddenly lit up, enveloping everyone present. The next moment, they vanished from sight. Luo Qingtian was engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies, when she suddenly spotted a familiar figure among them. Zombie King? That female Zombie King again. Luo Qingtian instantly understood that this swarm of zombies must have been summoned by the female Zombie King to hunt her down. Luo Qingtian sneered. If she could capture the female Zombie King and feed it to Xiaolu, Xiaolu's advancement would be even faster. With this thought, Luo Qingtian shot out like an arrow. The next moment, she rushed in front of the female Zombie King and delivered a powerful punch to her head. Luo Qingtian's speed was too great for the female Zombie King to dodge, and she was sent flying. The moment the female Zombie King flew away, Luo Qingtian kicked hard and rushed towards her again. The moment the Zombie King landed, another punch landed on its body. The Zombie King was sent flying again, and Luo Qingtian had intended to pursue it. But the Zombie King's body vanished the instant it flew away. And it vanished without a trace. Even with Luo Qingtian's third skill, she couldn't find the Zombie King on the minimap. Luo Qingtian turned to look at Dabai, hoping he could help her find a spot. But Dabai was busy controlling the villagers, mauling zombies, and couldn't get away. Luo Qingtian could only cautiously observe her surroundings, fearing the Zombie King would suddenly appear and attack her. Even after Xiaolu had devoured all the zombies around her, she didn't see the female Zombie King attack her again. The zombies were gone, and Dabai had deactivated his skill sharing. Luo Qingtian also returned to the crowd. Xiaolu burped sweetly, suddenly returning to the appearance he had when Luo Qingtian first met her. The tiny ball of seaweed was only the size of a child's palm. Only its eyes were visible. It looked at Luo Qingtian and activated its telepathy. It asked Luo Qingtian to send it back to the river in the dimension. Luo Qingtian quickly returned Dabai and Xiaolu to the dimension. Just as he was about to check on the villagers, Zhang Yuan and the others appeared nearby. As soon as they appeared, they hurried towards Luo Qingtian. Sister Qingtian, are you okay? Chugu ran to Luo Qingtian's side, nervously examining her. Luo Qingtian was now covered in black and red blood. It was obvious that she had just been through a fierce battle. But why was there not a single zombie around? Not even a corpse left? Luo Qingtian ignored her and looked at the villagers sprawled on the ground, retching. The members of Yuan's team were utterly shocked. They had originally prepared for the worst, even if only one survivor remained. Luo Qingtian had unexpectedly given them such a big surprise. All the villagers were still alive. And Wei Wei watched the people vomiting violently and retrieved a few bottles of mineral water from her space, ready to pass them around. What's wrong with you? The villagers sprawled on the ground, retching, were about to take in Wei Wei's water when, upon hearing her question, they instantly recalled the scene of themselves on all fours, chasing after zombies, gnawing and biting them furiously. Ugh, ugh! The villagers all collapsed back, vomiting uncontrollably onto the ground. Some even vomited yellow liquid. Zhang Yuan looked at the villagers nervously and asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you sick?" "Ugh! What's wrong with you? Ugh!" No matter how Zhang Yuan questioned, the villagers only responded by vomiting violently on the ground. Yi Qianni, now filled with righteous indignation, pointed at Luo Qingtian and shouted, "Luo Qingtian, did you do something to them? You're so vicious. You actually poisoned the villagers while we were away." Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at Yi Qianni. The next moment, Luo Qingtian was in front of Yi Qianni and slapped her in the face. "Paw! Luo Qingtian, you dared! Paw! You paw!" Luo Qingtian didn't give Yi Qianni a chance to speak. Whenever she tried to open her mouth, he would slap her in the face. After several consecutive slaps, Luo Qingtian then delivered a vicious kick to Yi Qianni's stomach, directly damaging her internal organs. Yi Qianni sputtered blood twice as she lay on the ground. She stared at Luo Qingtian in horror. She could clearly sense the chilling murderous intent emanating from him. Luo Qingtian approached Yi Qianni. "You want me dead, huh? What a pity. These zombies can't really do anything to me." Yi Qianni's body lit up, and the next moment, she was running forward at breakneck speed. The Amos ice bow instantly appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. She squinted her eyes, aiming, and fired an arrow at the running Yi Qianni. This arrow wasn't intended to kill Yi Qianni, but to freeze her feet in place. Following this, Luo Qingtian fired another water arrow at Yi Qianni. Because Yi Qianni was frozen, the water arrow didn't explode immediately upon entering her body. Luo Qingtian looked at the people behind him and said, "Get in the car. We're going back." Chapter 216. Everyone present could sense the low pressure emanating from Luo Qingtian. No one spoke, and each returned to their own car to prepare to leave. Mao was still driving on Luo Qingtian's side. Since the previous battle, Mao had remained in the car to protect Qi Jian and his wife. In this battle, Qi Jian and his wife were the only two people not controlled by Dabai. The convoy drove towards the base. As they passed Yi Qianni, Luo Qingtian opened the window and looked at her coldly. "Don't you love running away? The ice on your feet will melt quickly in this temperature. Why don't you wait until you can run and then run back on your own?" Luo Qingtian closed the window and slowly drove away with the convoy. Yi Qianni watched the convoy retreating further and further away, her eyes bloodshot, wishing she could devour Luo Qingtian. Until she felt herself able to move again, her feet began to glow. She exerted all her strength and chased after Luo Qingtian and his companions. Finally, Luo Qingtian's convoy arrived at the mutated forest again. Luo Qingtian didn't look for the pitch-black road, but simply poked his head toward the forest. When the mutated trees saw Luo Qingtian, they pulled themselves out of the ground and consciously moved to the sides. Soon, a wide road appeared in the center of the forest. Mao drove the car, leading the others forward. At this point, Chu Gu and the others were certain that the black road had allowed them to pass safely when they left. It was all because of seeing Luo Qingtian. Instantly, they felt relieved that they had brought Luo Qingtian with them this time. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. After exiting the forest, and Wei Wei turned to look behind the car. She wanted to see the road disappear with her own eyes. But when she saw Yi Qianni approaching quickly, she glanced nervously at Chu Gu, "Sister Chu." That Yi Qianni is catching up, Chu Gu looked behind her in shock. Knowing Luo Qingtian would never let Yi Qianni go so easily. And Luo Qingtian's water arrows would explode. Luo Qingtian spared Yi Qianni. How could Yi Qianni be safe? Zhang Yuan, who had been driving, also saw Yi Qianni chasing after him through the rearview mirror. How could this be? I thought Luo Qingtian would kill her outright, but just as he finished speaking, boom, an explosion sounded behind them. Yi Qianni's body had exploded. This scene happened to be witnessed by many people in the convoy. They clearly saw the terrified and shocked look in Yi Qianni's eyes before her death. Not far ahead of them was the gate to the second base. It was just this short distance. Yi Qian could go home. Shuge instantly understood Luo Qingtian's intention. She had deliberately given Yi Qian hope of survival, then abruptly shattered it. Letting Yi Qian die like this was the ultimate insult and mockery. Thinking this through, everyone in the car fell silent. And Wei Wei trembled violently. Sister Chu, I've been so unkind to Luo Qingtian. Will I end up like this someday? Shuge gently patted in Wei Wei's shoulder and said, don't be afraid. Luo Qingtian isn't a cruel person. She targeted Yi Qian this time because she'd gone too far. And Wei Wei thought about it and agreed. She calmed herself and followed the RV in front of her into the second base. When they reached the gate of the second base, Luo Qingtian got out and greeted Zhang Yuan. He then took Qi Jian and his wife straight to the base's first city. Luo Qingtian led them to the exchange hall. The receptionist inside, recognizing Luo Qingtian, immediately approached and invited him in. This time, Luo Qingtian exchanged food for 2 cards worth 100,000 points. He also issued ID cards for Qi Jian and his wife. He also bought a house over 100 square meters. He took the keys and left with the 2 of them. Qi Jian and his wife's house was not far from Luo Qingtian's. After leading them to their new home, Luo Qingtian quickly unpacked the furniture and daily necessities from his space and set up the house. Uncle Qi, you and Auntie will live here from now on. Take this card. The points inside should be enough for you to live on. Once you're well, I have a friend find you a job at the second base. Those who can live in the first city are hardly ordinary people. The prices alone are enough to scare many away. And the security here is much better than in the second city. The patrolling guards here are mostly psychics. Qi Jian looked at the key and points card before him, wiping his hand on himself before accepting them. Xiao Qingtian, thank you. I never thought your auntie and I would one day live in such a nice house. Luo Qingtian filled the kitchen. Uncle, you and Auntie rest now. I be in 101, the building next door. Come see me if you need anything. At least while she was still at the second base, she could always protect them. It was already night when she returned to her quarters, and Luo Qingtian couldn't wait to enter the space. Xiao Lu had entered the space after defeating zombies that day. She desperately wanted to see how Xiao Lu was doing. Besides, this upgrade had refreshed the smelting skill. Did that mean she could make a bone knife again? Thinking this way, she had already reached the river in the space. Xiao Lu had curled up completely in the water. Seeing Xiao Lu still asleep, Luo Qingtian reached out and stroked her forearm. She found the smelting skill, and saw that it had indeed lit up. She took out the smelting table. Standing in front of the smelting table, Luo Qingtian took out the bone wings and the gold refining stone she had found, and was about to put them in when she suddenly stopped. She had no plans to return to the first base yet, which meant she wasn't in a rush to make a weapon for Chen Hao. So what kind of weapon would she make this time? As for the bone knife, with the blessing of the gold refining stone, it shouldn't shatter as easily as before. So what kind of weapon should I make this time? Luo Qingtian unconsciously thought of the spear Zhang Yuan had condensed. The ice armor, coupled with that silver-white, transparent spear, looked truly impressive and impressive. Luo Qingtian immediately had an idea. This time, she took 2 9-tier bone wings and placed a few gold refining stones on the workbench. The next moment, the smelting table lit up, and the bone wings and gold refining stones disappeared. The smelting table began to clang and move. 10 minutes later, the smelting table icon lit up, and Luo Qingtian chose the spear without hesitation. Another 10 minutes passed, and the smelting table suddenly lit up, revealing a silver-white spear gleaming with gold. Luo Qingtian excitedly stepped forward and picked up the spear. The smelting table vanished the moment Luo Qingtian took the spear. Chapter 217. The spear held her hand, its blade slender and hard, a faint golden hue on the edge. This spear looked incredibly cool. Luo Qingtian was filled with excitement, recalling Zhang Yuan's spear movements from the day before. She held the spear, closed her eyes, and tried to imitate him in the space. But after practicing for a while, although Luo Qingtian's movements were fast, she still couldn't break the habit of using a tang sword. She tried to imitate Zhang Yuan again, but it became increasingly difficult. This disappointed Luo Qingtian. It seemed that this skill needed to be learned in a comprehensive way. Zhang Yuan's spear movements were fast and impressive. He must have learned them before the apocalypse. Luo Qingtian decided to go to the villa complex in person tomorrow to ask him about it. The next morning, Luo Qingtian ate a simple meal, took out his electric scooter, put on a hat, and leisurely began to search the neighborhood. Luo Qingtian didn't know where Chuge and the others lived, but she knew where they were on duty. So I decided to walk around the area, see if I could run into them. I rode my electric scooter all the way, and before I knew it, I was wandering around the first city. The layout of the first city was very similar to the city center before the apocalypse, with all kinds of shops, but the items they sold were very different. Luo Qingtian rode around for a long time, but didn't see any patrolling guards. Luo Qingtian had to give up for the time being and head back. The road back was not crowded. Not far ahead, he heard the sound of something breaking. 3 men were surrounding a couple and scolding them. "Old man, this is the first city. How dare people like you come here to buy things? Are you trying to kill yourself? Haha, it looks like you have quite a few points. Hurry and transfer them over to me, or I kill you today," the 3 men said as they rushed to snatch the couple's points. The man trapped in the middle shouted anxiously, "Let go. This is mine." Then a woman's voice followed, "Woo woo woo. Bad guys, bad guys." The man surrounding the couple burst into laughter. "So he's a fool, ha ha ha." Luo Qingtian now saw clearly that the people surrounded by the 3 men were none other than Qi Jian and Aunt Qi. Just as the 3 men's fists were about to land on Qi Jian and his wife, 3 icicles suddenly shot out. The fists that were about to strike were directly decapitated by the icicles. The 3 men stared at the vanishing fists in shock. Only then did they realize that their arms were rolling not far away. "Ah!" 3 screams rang out, and the 3 men fell heavily to the ground. "Who is it? Ah, help! Help!" Luo Qingtian walked over to Qi Jian and his wife and helped them up. "Uncle Qi, Aunt Qi, why are you out so early?" Luo Qingtian frowned as he looked at the things that had fallen to the ground. It was just some dishes and chopsticks. And some spare clothes. It occurred to Luo Qingtian that he hadn't left any of these things behind when he left yesterday. And their clothes were so shabby, they stood out in this first city. No wonder they were being targeted. Qi Jian stepped forward, picked up the newly bought clothes from the ground, and carefully dusted them off. "I'm sorry, little Qingtian, we caused you so much trouble. We came out so early because we wanted to finish our shopping so we could get back home quickly." Qi Jian finished his words, his face still tinged with embarrassment. 3 men, each missing an arm, lay wailing on the ground. One of them launched into a barrage of curses. "You bitch! How dare you attack us? Do you know who my father is? If my father finds out you attacked us, he never let you go." Luo Qingtian stepped forward and stomped hard on the man's body. "Is your father's namely Gang? To prevent any trouble, I had no choice but to get rid of you." Luo Qingtian was about to throw the 3 men into the space for Xiaolu to devour. Just as Luo Qingtian bent down, 3 ice arrows flew from behind her. Luo Qingtian dodged sideways, her hat falling to the ground. She steadied herself and fired an arrow behind her. Then the flying fire mysterious bow appeared in her hand, drawing it and preparing to attack. "Sister Qingtian? Yuan, don't attack." From a distance, Zhang Yuan finally saw clearly that the person he was attacking was none other than Luo Qingtian. "Miss Luo, why is it you? How could you?" Chuge quickly walked over to Luo Qingtian's side. Seeing the broken dishes on the floor, and the Qi Jian couple standing nearby, he instantly understood what was going on. Chuge lowered his head, and glared gloomily at the 3 people. These 3 were the children of senior leaders at the base, idle around the base all day. Although the first city had regulations prohibiting fighting, theft, and robbery, these people still frequently committed petty theft and robbery in private. The previous guards had raised this issue countless times, but they were always suppressed. When Zhang Yuan first arrived, he was specifically warned by some of the base's superiors. They had deliberately avoided these 3 people, but they hadn't expected to encounter them here today. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. These 3 troublemakers had finally met their end, but it wouldn't be good to leave this matter unaddressed. "What's wrong with you 3? Chu Ji's voice wasn't friendly. Anyone could tell she disliked them. But when they saw Zhang Yuan approach, they ignored their relationship with Luo Qingtian and began to complain. "Captain Zhang, this woman is a robber. She stole our points card. She's also trying to silence us." The man under Luo Qingtian's feet yelled at Zhang Yuan, "Zhang Yuan, my father is the base commander's secretary. Kill that couple immediately. Capture this woman and bring her to my villa. I'm going to deal with her myself. If anything happens to me today, none of you from Yuan base will survive." Zhang Yuan was practically infuriated by this. Couldn't these 3 idiots see the situation clearly? Arresting Luo Qingtian? If it weren't for the wrong situation, he'd really give him a thumbs up as a man. Before Zhang Yuan could say anything, Luo Qingqian's foot stomped down hard on the man's head. Crack! The man's head was crushed by Luo Qingqian's crushing. The man died instantly. Luo Qingqian, disgusted, poured mineral water over his feet, washing his boots. No one had expected this scene. Luo Qingqian's movements were so ruthless and swift that there was no chance of stopping him. Luo Qingqian glanced at the two men behind him. They were completely stunned. They were now certain that the woman before them would not hold back. They retreated, pleading, "We were wrong. We shouldn't have stolen anything. We were forced into it. He made us do this." Luo Qingqian ignored all that. He raised his foot to stomp on him. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. Then a cry for help came from not far away. Chapter 218. The tremors quickly affected them. Zhang Yuan almost lost his balance and took 2 steps back. Luo Qingqian quickly moved to the side of Qi Jian and his wife, ready to flee with them if anything seemed amiss. The ground shook for a moment before it stopped. Immediately, a swarm of mutant black rats emerged from the ground. These rats rushed towards the two men with broken arms. A scream rang out. Before long, the two men were gnawed to a pulp by the mutant black rats. The scene was so shocking that swarms of rats scurried out of their holes in the ground. After devouring the two men, they also devoured the bodies of the deceased men. With no one left to eat, the mutant rats set their sights on Qi Jian and his wife. Luo Qingqian stood in front of the couple. As the rats charged, Luo Qingqian's pillar of fire instantly incinerated the charging rats. At this moment, the ground collapsed again. A 1-meter-wide pit appeared, from which mutant rats emerged in a steady stream. What was going on? How could these mutant black rats appear here? Zhuge nervously tried to get closer to Luo Qingqian. Zhang Yuan, by then, had donned his frost armor and, wielding his ice-condensing spear, began to fight. Luo Qingqian drew his bone knife and hacked at the mutant rats, but they continued to pour in. There was no telling how far they would end. After slashing countless mutant rats, Luo Qingqian sheathed his bone knife and delivered a powerful punch to the rat hole. The surrounding ground instantly cracked. A 10-meter-wide pit appeared before everyone. The large black rats were also knocked out by Luo Qingqian's punch, shattering into the air. Luo Qingqian seized the opportunity to switch to his water bow. He sat down and drew his bow. The water arrows whizzed out. They pierced all the mutant rats in the same direction. The water droplets also entered the bodies of those that were not hit. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the mutant rats began to self-destruct. Luo Qingqian continued to fire, and wherever he looked, the mutant rats exploded rapidly. In about half an hour, Luo Qingqian had cleared out all the mutant rats in the area. Luo Qingqian turned to look at Qi Jian. "Uncle Qi, I take you back first. It's too dangerous here." Luo Qingqian pulled out a car and prepared to leave. Zhuge, who was behind her, immediately called out, "Qingqian, you're so capable. Come back and help us clean up these rats later." Luo Qingqian rolled down the window, looked at Zhuge, and said, "Okay, but it's not free." Zhuge frowned. "We didn't get any crystal cores this time. If possible, how about writing an IOU?" Zhuge spoke carefully, fearing Luo Qingqian would turn around and leave if he got upset. Luo Qingqian then glanced at Zhang Yuan, who was standing nearby. "No need. I don't want a crystal core. I want something else this time. I take my uncle and aunt home first, and we talk when I get back." Luo Qing finished. She started the car and headed back with Qi Jian. And Wei Wei looked at Zhang Yuan nervously. "Yuan, are you sure Luo Qingqian has taken a fancy to you?" Luo Qing had been staring at Zhang Yuan when she was paying him. And Wei Wei was very sensitive. She was Zhang Yuan's girlfriend before the apocalypse began, and she has been by his side ever since. Now, a powerful and irresistible psychic has taken a fancy to Zhang Yuan. And Wei Wei's claim of not being nervous was a lie. Ever since the apocalypse, she never felt secure. Firstly, because her spatial ability could only carry objects, not fight, and secondly, because she always felt she depended on Zhang Yuan to survive. Now that Luo Qingqian had taken a liking to Zhang Yuan, did that mean her position on the Yuan team would be replaced by Luo Qingqian? At the thought, her eyes welled up. Zhang Yuan, seeing in Wei Wei's nervous expression, knew she was thinking again. "What are you thinking? Even if she's interested in me, I won't be interested in her. I only have eyes for you." Luo Qingqian was handsome, but too strong. If he were to be chosen, even if they were together, he'd be the weaker party. He considered himself quite capable, and being a male chauvinist, he didn't want to be outshined by Luo Qingqian. But if he could get such a powerful psychic to stay on the Yuan team, he had an idea. He could exploit her interest and ask her to stay on. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan felt a little proud. And Wei Wei felt much better after hearing Zhang Yuan's words, but she still harbored some hostility towards Luo Qingtian. Each of them was preoccupied with their own thoughts. She completely ignored Chu Ge, who was looking at her like she was a fool. You too, stop imagining things. With Luo Qingtian's personality, instead of wondering if he liked the captain, you should think about whether there's something in the captain that Luo Qingtian desires. This successfully sobered Zhang Yuan up. During their interactions, Luo Qingtian had barely glanced at her. How could such a strong and assertive woman be interested in a man weaker than herself? Unless she had something she desired in him. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan felt an indescribable mixture of frustration and annoyance. At this moment, the ground began to tremble again, and numerous mutant black rats emerged from the ground, chasing and biting the still-running survivors. On her way back, Luo Qingtian encountered several waves of mutant black rats. Thankfully, her car was durable. She rushed back with Qi Jian and the others. Thankfully, the corridor where Qi Jian lived was protected by 3 layers of doors. Although many mutant black rats were scurrying around the entrance when they arrived, they ultimately didn't rush in. Luo Qingtian switched to a bone knife and charged into the swarm, slashing at the mutant black rats furiously. In a matter of moments, the mutant black rats near this building were completely decimated. After Qi Jian and his wife entered, Luo Qingtian wandered around the corridor for a while, thoroughly clearing out the mutant black rats in front and behind the building before leaving. Before leaving, she told Qi Jian and his wife not to go out, then took out her car and headed straight for Chu Ge. When the members of Yuan's team discovered the mutant rats attacking the second base, they quickly reunited. A group of them fought fiercely against the mutant black rats, back to back. But the black rats kept increasing in number, and they were soon surrounded. When Luo Qingtian returned, she also noticed that the black rats were increasing in number, almost drowning her car. Without a choice, Luo Qingtian had to enter the space with her car and herself. After parking the car, she reappeared at the same location with her Feihua Xianbao. This time, she brought Dabai with her. Luo Qingtian rode on Dabai's back and fired arrows at the charging black rats. The flaming arrows pierced the rat swarm, carrying off a large number of mutant rats. Chapter 219. Team Yuan. Zhang Yuan fought while protecting Chu Ge and Wei Wei. Despite his icy armor, he was still bitten by a mutant black rat while protecting Wei Wei. The pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air, driving the mutant rats even more frantic. They leaped up and rushed towards Zhang Yuan. Bearing the excruciating pain, Zhang Yuan swung his ice spear with all his might. He flung away all the mutant black rats that lunged at him. Small ice blades emanated from the ice spear, piercing the black rats' bodies. But at the same moment, his ice spear completely shattered. He stood beside Wei Wei, half kneeling helplessly on the ground. Not far away, Chu Ge watched nervously. Seeing Zhang Yuan's exhaustion, she nervously called to her teammates, "Hurry, the captain's dying." The teammates looked over and saw Zhang Yuan half kneeling on the ground, his frozen armor shattered by the mutated black rats. Han Fei fiercely swung his fists at the massive black rats before him, intending to rush to their rescue. But the swarm of black rats also began to go wild. They clung to them, preventing them from moving forward. And Wei Wei, who was firmly protected by Zhang Yuan, forgot her fear when she saw another wave of black rats charging forward. She quickly rushed in front of Zhang Yuan, extending her arms to block him. The massive black rats opened their mouths and tore at Wei Wei. And Wei Wei already anticipated how horrible her death would be. She closed her eyes, awaiting death, but the expected pain never came. She opened her eyes and saw giant black rats, frozen like ice sculptures, falling to the ground one after another. Not far away, Luo Qingtian, riding a giant white tiger, was galloping towards them. She held a silver bow in her hand, her movements unwavering, firing arrows at the surrounding swarms of mutant black rats. Her movements were clean and precise, and she, riding the white tiger, looked so heroic and majestic that from a distance, she looked like a female warrior in battle. And Wei Wei was completely mesmerized by this scene, and she even forgot her own situation. Zhang Yuan was also stunned by Luo Qingtian's movements. At this moment, he had only one thought: how handsome. In a short while, all the mutant rats in the surrounding area were frozen by Luo Qingtian's aimless ice bow. Luo Qingtian had already rushed to the front of Yuan's team. "What are you standing there for? Are you going to support us?" Luo Qingtian jumped off the giant white tiger and walked directly to Wei Wei and Zhang Yuan. He cast a healing spell on Zhang Yuan, then rode Dabai and followed them toward the center of the first city. Luo Qingtian led the way on Dabai, while Yuan's team followed behind to clean up the remaining mutant rats. They worked in perfect harmony. They soon reached the city center and reunited with the main force. Dubai's presence attracted the attention of many in the city center. Not wanting to be involved with more people, Luo Qingtian escorted the others to the city center and prepared to leave. But Luo Qingtian's desire to leave didn't mean others would let him go. A high-ranking member of the base, protected in the center by the others, took a quick look at Luo Qingtian's Dubai. "Hey, little girl, wait a minute." The man shouted at Luo Qingtian, but Luo Qingtian ignored him, knowing full well that someone shouting at her at this moment wasn't a good omen. She was about to leave on Dubai when two psychics suddenly jumped out and blocked Dubai's path. Dubai was quite tall. Looking at the two men blocking his way, he roared like a tiger, sending them retreating. Fear filled the two psychics' eyes as they looked at Dubai. Suddenly, Dubai opened his mouth and attempted to bite them. Luo Qingtian patted Dubai's head. "Dubai, you can't eat us now. If you want to, wait until you're out of the base." Luo Qingtian's words were clearly heard by everyone around them. They were a naked threat. Even the two psychics blocking the way couldn't help but swallow nervously. Miss, our Secretary Pei would like to invite you over. We'd like to talk to you about this white tiger." The base's Secretary General? Isn't that the man the prodigal son I just killed was talking about? I robbed him so brazenly. No wonder he raised such a piece of crap. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian looked at the two men coldly, his aura undiminished. The powerful aura made the two men standing in front of Luo Qingtian even more nervous. "No time," Luo Qingtian said, attempting to leave. The two psychics, their bodies radiating white and blue respectively, continued to block Luo Qingtian's path. "Miss Luo, since you're all part of the base's defense forces, you must obey your superior's orders." Zhang Yuan also noticed this. The so-called Secretary General was clearly interested in Luo Qingtian's white tiger. He stepped forward and said, "Secretary General Pei, this Miss Luo isn't part of the defense forces. We hired her to help. She's a free agent and can leave at any time." Zhang Yuan, remembering the favor Luo Qingtian had just saved him, immediately stood behind Luo Qingtian with his Yuan team. He gestured for Luo Qingtian to leave. At this point, the mutant rats were swarming around him. Luo Qingtian's escape proved difficult. The mutant rats surrounded her, and some black mutant rats even attacked Dubai. Luo Qingtian was completely enraged. She sprang a bone knife, leaped off Dubai's back, and began hacking away frantically. At this point, it was unclear whether the people present were doing it intentionally. When another wave of mutant rats arrived, Luo Qingtian was left with only the Yuan team. The others surrounded the other side, fighting the mutant rats. The Yuan team also noticed this. They fought the mutant rats head-on, but due to their small numbers and lack of support, they were isolated and helpless. Soon, they were once again on the defensive. The large number of mutant rats once again trapped Luo Qingtian and the Yuan team. But the guards behind them were moving further and further away, as if deliberately leaving them in the swarm of mutant rats. At this moment, a man in the crowd across from them shouted to Zhang Yuan, "Yuan, come here quickly." A burst of fire followed, sending the mutant black rat flying in front of Zhang Yuan flying. Zhang Yuan looked over and saw that it was Wen Liang, the captain of the base guards, who had recruited Yuan. Wen Liang was calling him to stay away from Luo Qingtian, whose actions had already offended the powerful figures at second base. But Zhang Yuan shook his head at Wen Liang. He had a clear conscience. Luo Qingtian was there solely because of their team. And Luo Qingtian had just saved him. If he abandoned Luo Qingtian, he would likely suffer the consequences of his conscience for the rest of his life. He shook his head at Wen Liang and resolutely stood behind Luo Qingtian. Chapter 220. Zhang Yuan's choice surprised Luo Qingtian. She had assumed he would choose the opposing team. She had even considered destroying the second base, and then taking Qi Jian and his wife to the third base. But now that Zhang Yuan had chosen her, she had no choice but to temporarily change her strategy. Luo Qingtian clenched her fist and punched the ground. Then weeds began to grow all around them, hiding the group within. Han Fei and the others were startled by this phenomenon. What was going on? Why was there so much grass? Could Luo Qingtian be using the grass to block these mutant black rats? That sounded too far-fetched. But before they could fully grasp the situation, they were surprised to discover that their superpowers were gradually recovering. In other words, as long as they fought in this thicket, their superpowers would remain inexhaustible. Zhang Yuan also realized this and looked at Luo Qingtian in shock. He chose silence. This ability is too extraordinary. If discovered, it might be coveted by the higher-ups of the second base. Not far away, Pei Junyuan's eyes flashed with sarcasm, as he saw the sudden appearance of bushes. Women are women, after all. Long hair, little knowledge. Releasing plant-based abilities at this time, do you really think you can resist the rat swarm? Ridiculous. After saying this, he looked away, ignoring Luo Qingtian. After the others' abilities were restored, they began to fight frantically. Zhang Yuan's abilities advanced directly during the battle. After the advancement, his frost armor shone even brighter than before, taking on the appearance of ice crystals, and when he swung his ice spear, the ice spear pierced the surrounding area with palm-sized ice blades. He spun his ice spear rapidly, sending its blades whizzing towards the surrounding mutant black rats. A large number of black rats were pierced by the ice blades. Soon, the corpses of mutant black rats piled up in front of him. Luo Qitian then began to set traps around him. She merged the traps, plunging all the mutant black rats that rushed towards her into them. As the traps filled with more and more black rats, Luo Qingtian took the opportunity to release flaming arrows into them. An explosion sounded. The surrounding black rats quickly vanished. Han Fei and the others, after experiencing the depletion and recovery of their powers, had surprisingly advanced their powers after so much time. The advanced powers could be used for group attacks. Finally, the mutant black rats around them were mostly eliminated. In contrast, the number of black rats near Pei Junyuan, not far away, increased. Standing in the crowd, Pei Junyuan's expression grew increasingly grave. Luo Qingtian switched from the Feihua Xian Bao to the Ruoshui Divine Bao. She drew her bow and fired arrows at the black rats. She cleared the rats, but the arrows from the Ruoshui Bao didn't completely destroy the black rats. They merely soaked their bodies. The Yuan team retreated upon seeing this, consciously keeping their distance from the opposing forces. The opposing forces were still engrossed in the battle, completely unaware of Luo Qingtian's actions. Suddenly, a black rat in front of them exploded. Bang! Blood splattered all over the people around them, even their faces. Followed by, other black rats followed suit. More and more black rats exploded. Soon, everyone around them was covered in blood and mucus from the exploding black rats. Seeing this, Chuge couldn't help but laugh. The others felt a deep sense of relief, perhaps because of the bloody smell. More and more black rats attacked them. Zhang Yuan saw this. The ice spear in his hand suddenly collapsed, transforming into hundreds of sharp ice crystals. He whizzed towards the black rats. Hundreds of black rats died instantly. This scene once again caught Pei Junyuan's attention. He stared at Zhang Yuan from head to toe. He lowered his head and said a few words to the psychic beside him. Then Zhang Yuan saw Pei Junyuan's team slowly approaching them. Chuge, seeing this, felt they were truly shameless. She lowered her head and said to Zhang Yuan, "Captain, this Secretary General is clearly trying to drag us down with him. We just had a fight. If we keep fighting, our teammates' morale will collapse. Why don't we retreat?" Zhang Yuan also began to think about retreating. They had already fought enough mutant black rats today. Retreating was the best option. Watching the men moving toward them, Zhang Yuan whispered, "Let's retreat." With that, the rat swarm attacked again. Zhang Yuan and his men pretended to be attacked by the swarm, and quickly moved back, quickly putting some distance between them and the opposing forces. Pei Junyuan's face darkened when he saw Zhang Yuan and his men being so disrespectful and fleeing. How ungrateful! He didn't send anyone to pursue them. The swarm was too intense. If they wanted to settle the score, they had to wait until it subsided. Luo Qingtian and his men fought their way back and fled. Unknowingly, they had escaped the swarm. Because their group was relatively small, the majority of the rats rushed toward Pei Junyuan. This greatly lightened the burden on the group. They pressed forward, quickly reaching their residential complex. There weren't many mutant rats near the complex, and after a few battles, they quickly cleared them all. Finally, Luo Qingtian and the others arrived at a villa. After clearing out the surrounding mutant rats, they opened the door and walked inside. Luo Qingtian pretended to let Dabai go out and play by himself, then took Dabai into his space as everyone entered. Team Yuan's villa was the farthest back in the complex. After entering, everyone slumped onto the sofa. And Weiwei quickly retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her space and handed it to everyone. As she shared it with Luo Qingtian, she said, somewhat sheepishly, "Thank you." Luo Qingtian nodded slightly. "Yes. That's not necessary." On the sofa, Han Fei gulped down an entire bottle of water, then looked at Zhang Yuan. "Captain, have we completely offended that Pei guy today? Will he try to make things difficult for us in the future?" Zhang Yuan pursed his lips and said nothing. Pei Junyuan was known for his pettiness within the base, and when Liang had warned him before. But by making this choice today, he had essentially put himself on Page Yuanyuan's wrong side. It looked like their team was going to have a rough time. It's okay, let's take it one step at a time. At worst, we can go back to Yuan base. If we can't go back, we can go to the third base. After saying this, Zhang Yuan looked at Luo Qingtian. Miss Luo, are you looking for a reward today? You saved me today. What do you want from us? Luo Qingtian looked Zhang Yuan up and down and said, I want to learn spearmanship from you. The bone spear appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. Chapter 221. Looking at the bone spear in Luo Qingtian's hand, Zhang Yuan was envious. Before the apocalypse, his family ran a martial arts school. His foremost skill was the spear, but unfortunately, after the apocalypse, his spear was completely ineffective against zombies. He had no choice but to temporarily abandon his spear and use his supernatural powers to condense it. While supernatural spears are useful, they consume supernatural powers. If he could have a spear like Luo Qingtian's, he felt he would be even more powerful. What a fine spear, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Luo Qingtian looked at his bone spear and smiled. So, Captain Zhang, can you teach me how to use the spear? Zhang Yuan nodded involuntarily. No problem. When do we start? This was a villa with a yard, and he couldn't wait to try out the spear. Luo Qingtian tossed it to Zhang Yuan. Right now. We don't have a serious rat infestation here anyway. Just as he finished speaking, a gnawing sound came from outside. Zhang Yuan excitedly took the bone spear and said, just in time for the mutant rats to come over, I show you around. Zhang Yuan, holding the bone spear, walked towards the gate. As the door opened, several black rats tried to rush in. Zhang Yuan kicked them away, and his silver-white armor instantly appeared. Bone spear in hand, he began to attack the rats. Luo Qingtian followed Zhang Yuan's movements, imitating them. In a matter of moments, Zhang Yuan had cleared out all the black rats that had rushed into the yard. The mutant black rats were gone. Zhang Yuan turned around beautifully, holding the bone spear behind him. He looked like a general returning victorious from the battlefield. Zhang Yuan couldn't let go of the bone spear. He looked at Luo Qing and said, this is a spear technique passed down in our family. Come over here one of these days, and I teach you step by step. I teach you the first half first. Zhang Yuan tossed the bone spear to Luo Qingtian and formed an ice spear in his hand. He began to dance around the yard, while Luo Qingtian stood by, learning step by step. Chu Gu, watching their captain interact with Luo Qingtian, was overjoyed. She spent every day thinking about how to build a closer relationship with Luo Qingtian. Especially today, when Wen Liang asked Zhang Yuan to make a choice, even she hesitated. But Zhang Yuan had chosen Luo Qingtian back then, driven by his own personality. Now, Luo Qingtian had taken the initiative to approach them to learn spearmanship. As long as their captain was willing to teach them, then Luo Qingtian would owe them a favor. And this time, they had also offended the base's Secretary-General. As long as Luo Qingtian owed them a favor, they could safely leave the second base with Luo Qingtian's help. Thinking of this, Chu Ji's worries eased a bit. Off to the side, and Wei Wei watched Luo Qingtian and Zhang Yuan's movements with an indescribable worry. Luo Qingtian was truly exceptional, especially now, the two of them practicing their marksmanship in the courtyard, oblivious to the world around them. They seemed so well matched and in tune with each other. She didn't like their closeness. But she also knew she couldn't compare to Luo Qingtian. If Luo Qingtian stayed in the team, it would be better for everyone. But Zhang Yuan was her boyfriend. Why should she give him up? Thinking of this, and Wei Wei's expression began to contort. Chu Gu, perceptive enough to notice and Wei Wei's expression, stood up and pulled her into her bedroom. As soon as they entered, Chu Gu whispered, and Wei Wei, this is the perfect time for us to win over Luo Qingtian. Don't act rashly. And Wei Wei looked up at Chu Gu and nodded aggrievedly. I know. But Sister Chu, the captain is my boyfriend. I'm so jealous of how well they match. Chu Gu stared at Wei Wei speechlessly. Do you think Luo Qingtian will compete with you for the captaincy? And Wei Wei's eyes flushed, and she pursed her lips. She looked at Chu Gu with hurt expression. I think Brother Yuan will like Qingtian. If that's the case, I can be humble and be his subordinate. Because Luo Qingtian is just too good. And Wei Wei couldn't admit this, even if she didn't want to. Chu Gu laughed at Wei Wei's words. You're overthinking it, little sister. I can clearly sense that the way Luo Qingtian looks at the captain is exactly the same as the way she looks at you and me. With Luo Qingtian's abilities, there's no way she looked down on our captain. Chu Gu patted Wei Wei's shoulder. Okay, stop imagining things. This is the end of the world. No one will spoil you forever. Survival is the most important thing. And to survive, you have to be strong. You better put away those little girlish thoughts, Chugu said as she walked out. It was getting late, so she prepared some food for Luo Qingtian. It wasn't until evening that Luo Qingtian and Zhang Yuan finally stopped. Chugu had cooked a whole table full of food, something she wouldn't normally do. Today, it was only because Luo Qingtian was here. Sister Qingtian, Captain, come and eat. Luo Qingtian glanced at the food and was about to refuse, but then, remembering that he would have to learn marksmanship here in the future, he nodded. She pulled out a few dishes Shen Yuan had made from her space and said, I have a few here too, so let's add some. On the table were Shen Yuan's beef meatballs and pork ribs with radish, plus a plate of stir-fried vegetables. These 3 dishes were rare in the apocalypse. When Luo Qingtian placed the dishes on the table, everyone couldn't help but gulp. The meal was a joyful one, and even Wei Wei temporarily put aside her dissatisfaction with Luo Qingtian. Just as everyone was almost done eating, there was a knock at the door. Chugu stood up and said, looks like the rat infestation outside is almost over, otherwise someone wouldn't come at this hour. You guys eat, I go check. Chugu walked out, and a moment later, she was seen walking in with Wen Liang and several men in guard uniforms. Captain Wen is here. Zhang Yuan stood up and walked over to Wen Liang. Why is Captain Wen here? Is Secretary Pei busy? Zhang Yuan's tone wasn't very pleasant, and Wen Liang could tell from his attitude that he was already dissatisfied with his second base. Wen Liang looked at Zhang Yuan awkwardly. The secretary is fine. Captain Zhang, the truth is, the rat swarm in City 1 has been driven to City 3. Now all psychics and guards must head to City 3 to clear out the rat swarm. You've been assigned to Squad 1. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Fei, who was sitting at the table, stood up. What does that damn Secretary General mean? Assigning us to Squad 1 is like sending us to our deaths, isn't it? Wen Liang frowned. Then, with a smile, he said, Brother Han, you're overthinking it. The Secretary General has received orders, and he's personally directing the battle in Squad 1's first battle. Everyone present was incredulous. How could someone so fearful of death as Pei Junyuan actually go to the battlefield? Chapter 222. Wen Liang continued, Captain Zhang, I know you're upset about what happened today. We all know the Secretary General's personality. Just be careful in the future. Now that you're a member of the Yuan base, you better get there soon, otherwise all the survivors in the 3rd city will be in danger. Zhang Yuan glanced at Chugu behind him, who nodded. Okay. We pack up and go. Wen Liang breathed a sigh of relief at Zhang Yuan's reassurance. Alright then, I head to the 3rd city. Wen Liang prepared to leave, but as he did so, he glanced in Luo Qingtian's direction, a look that held an ambiguous meaning. After Wen Liang left, everyone in the Yuan team put down their chopsticks. They quickly returned to their rooms to prepare. And Wei Wei quickly cleared the table. Chugu looked at Luo Qingtian. Sister Qingtian, we have to go to the 3rd city for our mission. Can you come back tomorrow morning to learn spearmanship? Luo Qingtian stood up and looked at Chugu calmly. I go too. Let's finish the fight soon and come back soon. She had finally mastered the use of the bone spear, and she didn't want Zhang Yuan to get into trouble right now, delaying her own learning. It was easy to imagine what tricks the Secretary General was planning to use against them. Luo Qingtian was already considering whether to use the poison to dissolve the Secretary General during the battle. This would prevent him from constantly popping up. When the others heard Luo Qingtian's words, they were stunned for a moment, then delighted. That's great. With your fire bow, this rat tide won't be a big deal. Since there were so many people going this time, Luo Qingtian brought out his RV. The group excitedly boarded the RV and headed straight for the 3rd city. Inside the RV, the members of Yuan's team looked around and touched everything. The luxury of the RV completely blew everyone's mind. Neither the materials nor the features were anything they had ever seen, even before the apocalypse. Sitting in the RV felt incredibly stable. About an hour later, the RV stopped inside the 3rd city. A dark mass not far in front of it was the black rat swarm. A colorful psychic aura shone above the rat swarm, revealing that most of the base's psychics were there to combat the rat influx. Several people exited the RV and stood not far from the swarm. As Luo Qingtian was about to pack up the RV, he heard Pei Junyuan's voice. Haha, Captain Zhang, you're here. Pei Junyuan appeared from nowhere, walked over to Zhang Yuan, and shook his hand. Thank you for your hard work. I didn't expect this mutant rat swarm to be so powerful. The survivors of the 3rd city are all ordinary people. We urgently need rescue. You are the protectors of the base. The rest of the battle will be up to you. Be careful, Pei Junyuan spoke with genuine emotion. To those who didn't know, They might have thought he was genuinely concerned for the survivor's safety. Zhang Yuan was suspicious. Although he didn't know what Pei Junyuan was up to, he felt unaccustomed to someone holding his hand so tightly, so he tried to pull it back. But Pei Junyuan held on tightly, his expression worried and a little apologetic. Only when a frown crossed Zhang Yuan's brow did Pei Junyuan withdraw his hand angrily. Secretary General, rest assured. Our Yuan team will do our utmost to protect the safety of the second base. As Zhang Yuan spoke, the ice spear in his hand froze. He gestured to his teammates behind him. They drew their weapons and charged toward the rats. Luo Qitian didn't rush forward. Pei Junyuan smiled at her. Miss Luo, right? There have been so many misunderstandings today. Let's get to know each other. Pei Junyuan extended his hand. Just as Pei Junyuan was about to approach her, Luo Qingqian's bone knife appeared, aiming directly at him. Just try. Pei Junyuan's expression changed, but he forced a smile. Miss Luo, don't be afraid. I mean no harm. I just happened to see your tiger and was curious, so I wanted to ask if your white tiger was for sale. Luo Qingqian sneered. What do you think? I think I could have a good talk with Miss Luo. Pei Junyuan smiled frivolously. He took a step forward, trying to grab Luo Qingqian's hand, but Luo Qingqian swung the bone knife. Pei Junyuan's fingers fell off. Pei Junyuan stared at Luo Qingqian in shock. A finger was missing, blood gushing out. He covered his own finger, looking at Luo Qingqian with horror. I told you, stay away from me. Are you deaf? But now it seems you are. Just now, when Pei Junyuan and Zhang Yuan shook hands, Luo Qingqian clearly felt the fluctuations of Pei Junyuan's supernatural power. She didn't know what he had done to Zhang Yuan, but it was definitely not good. Now Pei Junyuan wanted to get close to her. He must be unwilling to give up on what he had in his hands, and she would not let Pei Junyuan get close to her. Pei Junyuan was furious at this moment, but he kept a smile on his face. I didn't expect my action to offend Miss Luo. It's my fault. Just then, Chuga hurried over and said to Luo Qingqian, go check on the captain. He seems to be a little off. Luo Qingqian kept her third ability active, and soon found Zhang Yuan among the rats. Zhang Yuan's face flushed. His entire body looked limp. The ice spear in his hand had long since disintegrated. As the rats charged, he unleashed his frost ability on them, until a large black rat bit off his finger. His frost ability remained unused. In pain, he flung away the large black rat that was biting his palm, and fell heavily to the ground. His teammates behind him tried to rush over, but the rats were too numerous to reach. The moment Zhang Yuan fell, the surrounding rats surged toward him like a tide. He raised his hands to shield his face. At that moment, he had only one thought. This is it, I'm going to die today. Suddenly, an ice arrow flew in, freezing the entire incoming rat swarm. More and more ice arrows followed, freezing all the mutant black rats around him. The next moment, the surrounding black rats exploded, turning into icy shards. Chuga and Luo Qingqian ran to Zhang Yuan's side. Captain, what's wrong with you? Chuga nervously grabbed Zhang Yuan's hand. Zhang Yuan exhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and said, my powers suddenly stopped working. He glanced at his 4 bitten-off fingers, a flicker of despair in his eyes. Without them, how could he ever hold a gun again? Luo Qingqian extended his hand and unleashed his healing power. A flash of white light appeared, and Zhang Yuan's fingers healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Yuan stared at his unbroken hand in shock. The healing power he had used could heal wounds, but it couldn't regenerate broken bones. Luo Qingqian's power could actually do that. Hope and joy arrived so suddenly that he didn't even have time to react before Luo Qingqian whispered, how did your power disappear? Chapter 223. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding rats rushed forward again. Luo Qingqian took out his bone spear and threw it to Zhang Yuan, while he continued fighting with his bone knife. Outside the rat swarm, Pei Junyuan looked at Zhang Yuan, who had been rescued by Luo Qingqian. A flicker of anger crossed his face. He said to the 2 psychics, who had come running up beside him, go and warn the psychics around them. Deal with them as you must. Especially that Luo Qingqian, he must die. With these words, the 2 psychics quickly ran away. Amid the rat swarm, Zhang Yuan was fighting entirely on his own strength, but for some unknown reason, the psychics around him suddenly rushed towards them. Chu Ji's body trembled slightly, as she leaned against Luo Qing. Qingqian, these people want to kill us. Luo Qingqian's third ability had long since detected the psychics trying to get close to her. Hearing Chu Ji's words, Luo Qingqian licked her dry lips. Want to kill us? Great. Because of her concerns for the other psychics, Luo Qingtian had been holding back her ultimate move. Now, there was really no need to worry anymore. Luo Qingtian switched to the Ruoshui Divine Bow and unleashed her poison. The originally azure, rippled Ruoshui Divine Bow transformed into a completely green, blistered poison bow. Luo Qingtian drew her bow and fired an arrow. She unleashed a shower of meteors and fire all around her. Because it was the water bow, the fire rain turned into a green rain of water. She unleashed 3 showers of water in quick succession, then immediately pulled out the Amos ice bow and unleashed an arrow, trapping all the mutant black rats and psychics charging forward in the shower of meteors and fire. The mutated black rats around were quickly dissolved, and even the mutants who rushed forward were dissolved. Suddenly, the entire battlefield was filled with the wailing cries of mutated black rats and psychics. When Liang, who had been fighting the entire time, saw this scene and quickly fled from the rat swarm in fear. He glanced at Pei Junyuan, who stood outside the rat swarm, a murderous look in his eyes. Ever since the rat swarm began, Pei Junyuan had set his sights on Luo Qingtian's white tiger, and now he wanted to deal with Zhang Yuan. In the past, if anyone in the second base disobeyed him, he would do whatever he could to kill them. Now that he had finally hit a wall, when Liang was certain. This time, Pei Junyuan couldn't solve the problem. The rat swarm was being disintegrated. When Liang fled the battlefield, his body suddenly accelerating, running towards the base commander's house. Watching from a distance, Pei Junyuan watched in shock. He regretted sending someone to deal with Zhang Yuan. He stared at Luo Qingtian with a piercing gaze, showing no fear at all. In his eyes, Luo Qingtian was like a delicious delicacy. The black rats on the battlefield were completely corroded. Even the psychics quickly fled the battlefield upon noticing something was amiss. Now, only Pei Junyuan and a few psychics around him remained. Pei Junyuan applauded the approaching Luo Qingtian and the others. Ha ha, as expected of a former base commander, you're quite capable. Zhang Yuan remained silent, staring intently at Pei Junyuan. He felt a lingering suspicion that the disappearance of his psychic powers was related to the person before him. Pei Junyuan didn't care that Zhang Yuan ignored him. He smiled at Luo Qingtian, extended a hand, and said, Miss Luo, you're very strong. How about joining me as my assistant? I give you the best treatment in this base. Luo Qingtian looked at the hand in front of her. She could clearly feel the fluctuations of supernatural power within it. She suddenly smiled and said, and then, let me shake your hand. Which of my supernatural powers do you want to steal? Just now, Luo Qingtian thought of a past life when Han Shuo had told her about the deputy commander of the second base. It was said that this man was very powerful and could wield multiple supernatural powers. However, those who followed him never met a good end. It was later discovered that this man didn't have any powerful supernatural powers himself, but his own supernatural power was stealing. He could steal the supernatural powers of those around him. He possessed so many supernatural powers, mostly by stealing from those around him. Then he would find ways to kill the people he had stolen, allowing him to possess a wide variety of supernatural powers. Sadly, his crime was later exposed, and he was executed by the base commander. When Han Shuo spoke of this incident, his face was filled with regret. Now, thinking about it, the so-called deputy commander must have been the secretary general before him. Pei Junyuan hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to discover his supernatural power, and his face darkened. Now that you discovered me, I won't hide anymore. I'm optimistic about your poison abilities. You have so many abilities, I advise you to. Before Pei Junyuan could finish his words, Luo Qingtian chopped his hand off. At first, only a finger was missing, but now his entire palm was severed. He screamed in pain, kill her, kill her! The psychics behind Pei Junyuan rushed forward. They surrounded Yuan's team. The psychics then unleashed their powers on Luo Qingtian. Han Fei immediately erected a fortress, forming a metal box to protect the group. After the power was over, everyone jumped out of the iron box. They quickly rushed towards the surrounding psychics. Luo Qingtian rushed to the nearest psychic and smashed its head with a punch. Then she leaped away and rushed towards another psychic. Bang, boom, boom. 3 consecutive punches instantly killed another psychic. The other psychics retreated, seeing Luo Qingtian's swiftness. Pei Junyuan also realized Luo Qingtian's extraordinary power. As he retreated, he arranged for someone to call for help. He had his own psychic team at the second base. He didn't believe that even if he called his own team, he wouldn't be able to kill her. More and more psychics arrived. But none of them could last more than 3 moves against Luo Qingtian. The Yuan team, still engaged in combat, paused upon witnessing Luo Qingtian's formidable strength. Han Fei explained in shock, "Captain, is Luo Qingtian so formidable? No wonder Monkey and Jiang Tao died so tragically." Zhang Yuan swallowed. "I didn't expect that either. This was the first time he's seen Luo Qingtian fight a psychic. He previously thought Luo Qingtian was strong, but only slightly better than them. Now, seeing Luo Qingtian's formidable strength, he realized how naive he had been. After killing 4 or 5 people in a row, Luo Qingtian finally closed in on Pei Junyuan. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to punch him in the head, an ice wall appeared before him, followed by a cloud of tiny frost crystals flying towards Luo Qingtian. The surrounding ice crystals didn't cause any damage to Luo Qingtian. This move had been used on Zhang Yuan yesterday. No wonder you were so anxious to get rid of Zhang Yuan. His supernatural power really is in you. It's a pity that stolen things are not yours after all." Chapter 224. Luo Qingtian charged at Pei Junyuan again. Pei Junyuan continuously unleashed various superpowers, but he rarely fought, and even if he had them, he didn't have much combat experience. The unleashed powers had no effect on Luo Qingtian. "Stop!" A team of superpower users rushed over from a distance, surrounding Pei Junyuan. When Pei Junyuan saw his team of superpower users, a smug look immediately spread across his face. "Luo Qingtian, no matter how powerful you are, my superpower users are all level 5 or above. You bunch of losers can't possibly defeat them." Ha ha ha. Luo Qingtian looked at Pei Junyuan with a look of astonishment. "Are you so sure I can't defeat you?" After saying that, Luo Qingtian activated his own domain. A moment later, all the superpower users, including Pei Junyuan, vanished from the spot. In the empty, dark space, all the superpower users lay helplessly on the ground. The immense pressure on them left them powerless to even stand. Pei Junyuan fell to the ground, utterly terrified. Where was this? Luo Qingtian waved his tang sword back and forth. "It doesn't matter where you are. What matters is that you will all die here today." Luo Qingtian scurried through the field, dropping heads wherever he went. In just a few minutes, every psychic in the psychic team had been beheaded by Luo Qingtian. Pei Junyuan, sprawled on the ground, truly regretted his decision. He hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to be so powerful, so insanely powerful. The gravity within the field crushed him, leaving him unable to even lift his head. He cried, his face covered in snot and tears. "Miss Luo, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I was wrong. I won't bother you again." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his back, and then Luo Qingtian's bone knife pierced his body. At this moment, Luo Qingtian withdrew from the domain. Outside the domain, Zhang Yuan and the others were still wondering where Luo Qingtian had gone, when they suddenly saw her reappear. Around her lay headless corpses. A closer look revealed that they were the bodies of the psychic team members, who had just rushed in. And Luo Qingtian's bone knife was now lodged in Pei Junyuan's back. Luo Qingtian pulled it out with disgust. Not far away, when Liang and the commander of the second base arrived, they happened to witness Luo Qingtian's domineering actions. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, and Luo Qingtian standing in the center of them, the commander felt his heart tremble. Has this little girl killed all these psychics? Luo Qingtian was now covered in blood, and her face was also covered in bloodstains. It was difficult to see her face clearly. But those eyes were exceptionally bright, cold yet, with a hint of indifference, making the base commander feel immensely pressured. The base commander watched Luo Qingtian approach him. When Liang nervously stepped in front of the base commander, this is too dangerous." The base commander pushed Wen Liang aside, and walked directly to Luo Qingtian. "Hello, Miss Luo." The base commander extended his hand toward Luo Qingtian, who looked at him coldly without moving. The base commander awkwardly withdrew his hand, continuing to smile. "Hello, Miss Luo, I'm the base commander of the second base. My name is Baizhua." Luo Qingtian looked at Baizhua coldly. "Pei Junyuan has the ability to steal, and you have a psychic ability? What do you want to do to me?" Luo Qingtian exuded a chill. The gaze he gave Baizhua was unfriendly. Wen Liang swallowed nervously. Sweat broke out on his palms. He stared intently at Luo Qingtian, ready to attack if Luo Qingtian showed any sign of attacking. While he wasn't necessarily Luo Qingtian's match, the base commander held sway over the entire base, and as a soldier, he couldn't retreat. Baizhua hadn't expected the young woman before him to be so perceptive of his special ability. To demonstrate his honesty, he didn't hide it from Luo Qingtian. He smiled and withdrew his hand. "Haha, my special ability is to speak the truth. Anyone caught in my gaze will inevitably speak the truth I desire. However, out of respect for Miss Luo, I won't use it on you. Luo Qingtian's expression was indifferent, and she met Baijue's gaze with unconcern. She could keenly sense the fluctuations of Baijue's mental energy. But this wave certainly wasn't directed at him. Seeing Luo Qingtian dare to confront him so fearlessly, Baizhua knew Luo Qingtian trusted him. He gathered his thoughts and continued, Miss Luo, there's no need to be so wary of me. As the base commander, I'm deeply grateful to you for helping second base eliminate so many mutant black rats. Baizhua spoke passionately of his gratitude to Luo Qingtian. But Luo Qingtian didn't seem to believe him at all and remained silent. Not far behind him, Zhang Yuan stepped forward and saluted the base commander. Base commander. I wonder if our Yuan team can still live normally in second base. If the killing of the Secretary General today causes significant damage to the base, and second base can't accommodate us, I can take the survivors from Yuan base and leave. Baizhua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, someone was willing to bring up the topic. He smiled at Zhang Yuan, his eyes full of admiration. Captain Zhang, don't worry about it. Rather than saying you killed Pei Junyuan and caused a loss, it's better to say you eliminated a cancer for the second base. Baizhua sighed deeply. Pei Junyuan wasn't from an orthodox background. He donated a lot of food to the second base in exchange for this position of Secretary General. I blamed him at first. I bent over backward for a few dollars. But I didn't expect him to become so domineering after becoming Secretary General. He recruited many psychics for his own use. And his own psychic abilities have killed many of them. I wanted to eliminate him for a long time. I just never found the opportunity. Your team did a great job. You really helped the second base solve a huge problem. Ha ha ha. Baizhua laughed as he spoke. He looked very happy. But he was telling the truth. Pei Junyuan was acting tyrannically in the second base, leveraging his abundant food supply to recruit numerous talented individuals as his own private army. He even harbored murderous intentions against his own secondary base. He was just pondering how to handle this matter when Luo Qingtian took action. Not only did he help him deal with Pei Junyuan, he also eliminated the team of psychics under his command. If such a powerful and formidable psychic could be retained and used by the second base, then the second base's security problems would be largely resolved. Thinking of this, Baizhua immediately extended an olive branch to Luo Qingtian. Chapter 225. Miss Luo, I wonder if you're interested in staying at the second base. I'm just short of a powerful psychic captain. I can offer you the best treatment at the base. Or you can offer any terms. Baizhua was already trying to make promises to Luo Qingtian, but before he could finish, Luo Qingtian interrupted him. Not interested. However, while I'm at the second base, I'd be able to help if there's anything going on there. In exchange, I'd like to learn about the other bases surrounding the second base. Also, I'd like to know which bases are currently registered with the government. Baizhua raised an eyebrow. Luo Qingtian's words implied that she wouldn't stay at the second base long term. So Luo Qingtian seemed to be looking for someone. In the apocalypse, the only people who lost contact were family members. If he could help Luo Qingtian find the person she was looking for, wouldn't that mean Luo Qingtian would owe the second base a favor? To make such a psychic owe him a favor. Baizhua immediately considered it. No problem. If Miss Luo has any other requests, feel free to ask. Baizhua glanced at Wen Liang, who was standing nearby. Wen Liang immediately understood what Baizhua meant. Yes, yes. From now on, Miss Luo, if you need anything for the second base, please feel free to come to me. The matter was inexplicably resolved. Baizhua and Luo Qingwan left under Wen Liang's escort. Only the members of Team Yuan and Luo Qingtian remained on the battlefield outside the third city. Luo Qingtian looked Zhang Yuan up and down. Your powers are back? Zhang Yuan smiled and nodded, reaching out to condense his ice spear. I'm back. Thank you for what I did today. Zhang Yuan's gaze towards Luo Qingtian was now filled with deep gratitude. Luo Qingtian, however, didn't mind. All she had done was, frankly, for herself. She waved her hand. No need to thank me. It's too late. Let's go back. We have things tomorrow. It was almost dawn, and Luo Qingtian just wanted to get back home and rest. Then she got up to go see Wen Liang and investigate the situation at the nearby base. Exhausted from the battle, Luo Qingtian didn't wake up until the afternoon of the next day. She first visited Qi Jian and his wife. She gave them some new clothes and daily necessities, supplementing the old couple's needs, and even leaving them a nice electric scooter. Then she went to find Wen Liang. Due to the rat influx, the second base's personnel had been significantly reduced. Cities 1 through 3 had all suffered significant damage. Wen Liang was already overwhelmed with work. Seeing Luo Qingtian approach, his irritated expression immediately shifted to a smile. Miss Luo, you're here. Are you here to investigate the surrounding bases? Luo Qingtian nodded. Yes, Captain Wen seems very busy. Am I bothering you? Wen Liang immediately shook his head. Miss Luo, you're too polite. I retrieved the data for the bases surrounding second base this morning. Miss Luo, please come this way. Wen Liang extended his hand, inviting her in. The two of them entered Wen Liang's office. Files filled the room, and there was a computer on his desk, though it wasn't connected to the internet, so it was only used for record keeping. Wen Liang clicked twice on the desktop and brought up a topographic map of the area surrounding second base. Miss Luo, this is the official map we obtained. The red dots on it indicate areas with human habitation. After this rat infestation, some areas have already requested assistance from our second base. There are several other locations. It's difficult to receive the signal there, especially these bases. We only know they exist, but we don't know their names. Luo Qingtian looked at the names of the bases. Suddenly, among them, she saw a place called Future Elementary School. Is this elementary school also a base? When Luo Qingtian saw the word future, her heart trembled. Could the future base Mom and Dad were talking about actually be Future Elementary School? When Luo Qingtian thought of this place, although she didn't show it on her face, her heart leaped with joy, and she could barely contain her excitement. Wen Liang, not noticing Luo Qingtian's annoyance, pointed to Future Elementary School and said, We investigated this elementary school, and there are indeed people living there. However, so far, our people haven't been able to reach it. Luo Qingtian suddenly looked up. Why? Are we abandoning the people there? Wen Liang shook his head. No, we won't abandon any of the survivors, but the situation at Future Elementary School is unique. It's located in the heart of West City D City. It's huge, the largest elementary school in all of Lost D City. The day the virus broke out. It was also the school's anniversary. The children's parents, the actors, even some department heads at the time, were all inside, along with quite a few onlookers. So when the zombie outbreak occurred, this location became the largest concentration of zombies around the second base. Luo Qingtian turned to look at Wen Liang. Are you sure there are still people alive inside? Wen Liang nodded. Yes, our base radio has been receiving distress signals from Future Elementary School from time to time. We just experienced a rat swarm and are powerless to go, so we have to stay put for now. Besides, the elementary school kids are now zombies. We can still fight the older zombies, but once they become zombies, they become incredibly agile. They also progress quickly. Going there with our current strength would only lead to our own deaths. Luo Qingtian was already starting to panic. Could the distress message from the Future Elementary School be from his parents? But his parents, knowing the zombie outbreak would come, wouldn't put him in such danger. Despite Luo Qingtian's reassurances, he still held on to hope for the Future Elementary School. Oh my! In the end, Luo Qingtian made up his mind to go and take a look. Wen Liang was hunched over printing out base blueprints. Upon hearing Luo Qingtian's words, he suddenly stood up, banging his head against the table above him. Ah? Miss Luo, what did you say? Wen Liang grimaced in pain. He covered his head with his hands, staring at Luo Qingtian in disbelief. Luo Qingtian pointed to the location of the Future Elementary School and said, Here, I'm going. Wen Liang looked at Luo Qingtian in disbelief. Miss Luo, why? You have to understand that young zombies are much more lethal than adult zombies, and the zombies here are several times more powerful than those elsewhere. If you want to go rescue them, I think you better choose somewhere else. But Luo Qingtian shook her head firmly. No, right here. There's only a 0.01 chance. She also wanted to go and see for herself if her parents were at the Future Elementary School. Chapter 226. Wen Liang looked at Luo Qingtian's persistence and said nothing. He opened the floor plan of Future Elementary School and printed out a copy for Luo Qingtian. Miss Luo, this is the topographic map, and this is the map to Future Elementary School. When do you plan to go? What do you need me to do? Or which team do you plan to go with? I can arrange for you in advance. The rescue team couldn't let Luo Qingtian go alone. The base commander also said that Luo Qingtian was probably the most powerful psychic in the entire second base. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, they could only try their best to cultivate a good relationship with Luo Qingtian. So, as long as the request wasn't too unreasonable, he would try his best to cooperate. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and said, No need. I plan to go and see for myself. I leave tomorrow. Wen Liang looked at Luo Qingtian speechlessly. Miss Luo, I might have to explain to you again. There are at least tens of thousands of zombies in Future Elementary School right now. Our second base has also sent many psychics to rescue them, but they have never been successful. Furthermore, since the last severe acid rain, the number of zombies and mutated plants and animals has increased significantly. If you go there alone, I'm afraid it would be very dangerous. Luo Qingtian nodded gently. Yes, I know. Actually, I'm not going there for rescue. I just want to take a look and confirm some things. Wen Liang saw that his persuasion was futile and had to compromise. Well, as long as I don't go to see it, it's fine. At least when the elementary school celebration began, they sealed the entire school gates to prevent outside interference. Luo Qingtian put the map away. Well, now that we're done, I go back and prepare. Luo Qingtian turned to leave when Wen Liang hurried forward. Miss Luo, wait a moment. This is our ID from the second base government building. If you need anything in the future, you can come directly here with it. Luo Qingtian looked at the ID and noticed it was her own photo. It even had her name written on it. She raised an eyebrow and looked at Wen Liang. Wen Liang chuckled dryly. Don't get me wrong, this photo is the personal information Miss Luo submitted when she entered the base. I printed it out from there. I made it overnight when I got back yesterday. I was just wondering when to give it to you, but I didn't expect to have this opportunity today. Luo Qingtian's lips curled slightly. She nodded to Wen Liang. Thank you. Luo Qingtian left the office. After Luo Qingtian left, Wen Liang breathed a sigh of relief. He turned on his computer and carefully examined the floor plan of the future elementary school. Why did Luo Qingtian want to go there? Could her family be there? After some thought, he decided it didn't really matter to him, so he opened another page and began assigning new rescue missions to the various teams. Now that Pei Junyuan was dead, and his team of psychics had perished with him, many things had fallen on him. The base commander had also said he planned to promote him to the position of Secretary General. However, right now, the base was in dire need of manpower, and he had no desire to become Secretary General. Right now, he just wanted to quickly arrange the missions and maximize the abilities of the psychics. After leaving, Luo Qingtian went straight back to her own quarters. As soon as she entered her room, she entered the space. In the space, Xiaolu had woken up at some point. Seeing Luo Qingtian enter, she leaped into his arms. Little Green, did you succeed in advancing? Little Green nuzzled Luo Qingtian's chest and spun around in front of him with a proud expression. She looked incredibly proud. Luo Qingtian stretched out his hand and conjured several small green balls. Little Green immediately pounced on Luo Qingtian's arm, greedily absorbing them. After consuming their fill, it floated in front of Luo Qingtian again. It extended its tentacle and pointed at Dabai. Luo Qingtian instantly understood what Little Green meant. Dabai, come here. Dabai heard Luo Qingtian's call and ran over. Little Green's body instantly glowed green, and Dabai looked at Little Green and Dabai in bewilderment. Little Green extended its tentacle and slapped Dabai on the head. Dabai covered his head with his claws, and a white glow ensued. Luo Qingtian watched for a moment, finally determining what the two creatures were doing. Is this skill sharing and skill duplication? Little Green, what are you doing? As he finished speaking, he saw Little Green tremble in front of him, and then Big White transformed into a pair of large white wings. Luo Qingtian's eyes widened at this. You first copied Big White's skill sharing, and then used your transformation ability to make Big White share yours? Luo Qingtian's head was buzzing, and his face was filled with disbelief. Luo Qingtian felt as if his IQ was being outsmarted by Little Green. What should he do? Little Green transformed into a small ball and leaped onto Luo Qingtian's shoulder, while Big White also flew onto Luo Qingtian's back, clinging firmly to it. Little Green nuzzled Luo Qingtian's face affectionately, and Luo Qingtian instantly sensed Big White's current emotions. At this moment, Dabai was eager to soar into the sky. Luo Qingtian then said, "Fly." The large white wings behind him began to flutter, and the next moment, Luo Qingtian soared into the sky. While transforming into wings, Xiaolu could do nothing but connect with Luo Qingtian's thoughts and fly according to his wishes. Now, its skills have been upgraded, expanding not only its transformation types, but also its transformation units. It allowed Dabai to transform into wings, while it remained by Luo Qingtian's side. This way, it could continue to stay by Luo Qingtian's side in the form of a hairpin, helping him fight alongside him. Luo Qingtian had clearly considered this, thinking of the future elementary school he was heading to. Xiaolu's advancement at this point simply added a layer of security to tomorrow's itinerary. That day, Luo Qingtian did not leave the space, but instead practiced flying with Dubai. Xiaolu remained by Luo Qingtian's side, acting as a link between the man and the tiger. The man, the ball, and the tiger grew increasingly acquainted in the air. In the space, the verdant waters and green mountains were a breathtaking sight. Not far away, a small fur ball, wearing a small straw hat, was hard at work. Luo Qingtian flew swiftly through the sky, until Luo Qingtian's happy, contented laughter reached the space. Over on Zhang Yuan's side, the entire Yuan team hadn't left the villa all day. Han Fei had approached Zhang Yuan several times to ask him to go out. Zhang Yuan had always refused. Captain, if Luo Qingtian hasn't come yet, then he won't come. Maybe he's too tired from fighting yesterday. Maybe he's resting. We haven't been out on patrol all day. Isn't that a bad idea? Zhang Yuan frowned. Maybe. I just don't feel like going out today. Go on patrol yourselves. Chapter 227. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but glance outside as he spoke. Chugu walked in, holding a document. Mission has arrived. Tomorrow we're heading to Daluo village for a rescue. Hearing the words Daluo village, Han Fei immediately cried out, no way. A round trip to such a distant place would take at least 2 or 3 days. Daluo village is near Shan City. It's densely populated and full of zombies, but it's still certain there are still people alive. Because Daluo village itself has a village within a village. Some survivors have gathered in this village within a village. Chugu placed the document in Zhang Yuan's hands. Look, this mission is a bit difficult. Secretary Wen has arranged for another special ability team to go with us. And Wei Wei just walked out at this time and heard. Hearing the two's conversation, he was surprised. Captain Wen got promoted? When did that happen? Chugu nodded, pointing to the file in Zhang Yuan's hand, and said, just now, when I was called to get this data. Zhang Yuan frowned after reading the information and said, have you ever learned what abilities that team possesses? If that doesn't work out, let's ask Luo Qingtian to go with us. At least fighting with her, by our side, will give us some peace of mind. Chugu sighed. I'm afraid that won't work. Luo Qingtian accepted the mission for Future Elementary School. When they heard about Future Elementary School, everyone looked at Chugu in shock. They all knew how many zombies there were. Wouldn't Luo Qingtian be sending herself to die by accepting this mission? Which team is she going with? Zhang Yuan asked nervously. Chugu held up a finger. She said she's going alone. Now everyone present was unsettled. And Wei Wei whispered, isn't Luo Qingtian a little too arrogant? There are tens of thousands of zombies in Future Elementary School, and they're all little ones. Even if she's powerful, she can't handle so many zombies, right? Zhang Yuan stood up and said, shall we go and talk her down? As he was about to leave, Chugu stopped him and said, it's useless. You know her temper. Once she's made up her mind, she won't change it. Besides, I just looked for her, and she's not there. After hearing Chu Ji's words, Zhang Yuan sat back down. The next morning, Luo Qingtian left early. She left the base first and released Xiaolu and Maoqiu from the space. Maoqiu conscientiously went to the driver's seat and put the navigation system on. Following the navigation system, they started the car and drove forward. As they passed the base forest, Luo Qingtian deliberately stuck her head out of the car. Seeing Luo Qingtian approach, the mutant trees quickly pulled themselves out of the ground and ran to the sides on their short legs. Soon, a road appeared in front of Luo Qingtian's car, which smoothly drove through the forest. Not long after Luo Qingtian left, at the end of the forest, a convoy stopped at the entrance. Han Fei stopped the car and frowned. Why do I remember there being a road here? Didn't Luo Qingtian take us through here last time? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of mutant trees extended their vines and attacked the convoy. The space-based psychics quickly packed up their cars and fled to a distance under the protection of their teammates. The remaining psychics began to unleash their powers to fight the mutant trees. Some of the mutant trees, frightened by the attack, pulled themselves out of the ground and quickly ran to the side, while others fought to the death. The two teams battled in the forest for over 2 hours before finally entering. However, once inside, the mutated trees rapidly shifted directions, leaving the psychics before them disoriented. Even their compasses were useless. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan's team had walked back and forth several times, and were fairly familiar with the forest. It took them another 2 hours to finally make it out. Leaving the forest, the Yuan team members couldn't help but reminisce about their missions with Luo Qingtian. With Luo Qingtian by their side, the mutated trees dared not stand in their way. Luo Qingtian sat in the RV with Xiaolu in the living room, enjoying snacks. Machio diligently drove the car. They encountered numerous zombies along the way. Xiaolu would simply ram into any zombie group. When they encountered a large group, Xiaolu would simply devour them. The RV drove into the evening. The temperature dropped. Luo Qitian got out of the car and dumped the fur ball and the RV into the space. She took out her tent and found a flat spot to rest. It wasn't that Luo Qitian didn't want to enter the space, but staying inside for too long would make her uncomfortable with the outside temperature. It would also make her too dependent on the space, making it difficult for her to move around outside. After packing up, Luo Qitian took out a lot of delicious food from the space. She placed the food on the table and found a tablet. She ate while leisurely watching a TV show. Little Green sat on Luo Qitian's shoulder. She held a little green ball that Luo Qitian had conjured up and chewed it relentlessly. From time to time, her eyes would glance at the tablet on the table. Luo Qitian was leisurely enjoying her meal with her ball, when suddenly, several small red dots appeared on her minimap. Luo Qitian quickly gathered her things and walked out of the tent. A short while later, she saw 3 men and 3 women walking towards her. "Hello. Are you alone?" Luo Qitian stared at the 3 men and 3 women in front of her in shock. They looked perfectly normal. Their clothes, while not particularly fancy, appeared neat and clean. They looked completely different from the survivors in the base. But why were these 6 people showing up as small red dots on her mini-map? Shouldn't normal people be small blue dots? The 6 people on the opposite side, noticing Luo Qingqian's lack of response, all walked towards him. Luo Qingqian's heart rang with alarm. A bone knife suddenly appeared in her hand, blocking her way. "Don't come over here. What are you trying to do?" The 6 people, seeing Luo Qingqian's vigilance towards them, slowly retreated. The men stepped back a few steps, and one of the men bowed to Luo Qingqian. "Hello, we're not bad people. Please don't be nervous." The man spoke softly. He looked at Luo Qingqian with a faint smile. If this were before the apocalypse, Luo Qingqian would have given the man a thumbs up, praising him as a gentleman. But now it was the apocalypse, a time of slaughter. No one would be kind to others for no reason. If Luo Qingqian trusted others blindly, he would have died countless times. If you have something to say, just say it. If you take another step forward, I won't be polite. Luo Qingqian unleashed the poison skill on his bone knife. The knife instantly turned a dark green. The blade still shone with a dim green light, especially conspicuous in the pitch-black night. Chapter 228. Luo Qingqian's action clearly frightened the people in front of him. The 6 people slowly took 2 steps back, putting some distance between them and Luo Qingqian again. "Miss, don't be angry. If you don't like us, we just leave." The 6 people said this as they retreated cautiously. Luo Qingqian held the bone knife in her hand, narrowing her eyes as she watched their movements. If the 6 people made even the slightest unnecessary movement, Luo Qingqian would swing his knife at them. As they distanced themselves from Luo Qingqian, the 6 people turned and prepared to leave. A bright moon hung high in the sky, its light illuminating Luo Qingqian's face. Luo Qingqian instantly felt his body stiffen. The 6 people opposite him didn't retreat anymore, but stood quietly in the distance, watching Luo Qingqian's movements. Luo Qingqian held the bone knife in her hand, her face expressionless. She stared at them silently. The murderous intent in her eyes was almost tangible. As the 2 sides confronted each other, Luo Qingqian noticed numerous small red dots surrounding her, silently moving toward her. Luo Qingqian exerted a little force, and found her body even stiffer than before. Especially her hand holding the bone knife, which now felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. She almost couldn't hold it. Luo Qingqian was horrified. What kind of supernatural power could this be? She began to observe her surroundings. Hoping to escape the predicament quickly, a rustling sound began to spread around her. Luo Qingqian could clearly see on the minimap that the small red dots were getting closer and closer to her, and the 6 people on the opposite side were also slowly approaching her. What was unclear now? These 6 people were clearly coming for her. Luo Qingqian gripped the bone knife tightly, gritting her teeth to hold it steady despite the weight. Soon, Luo Qingqian realized that even the slightest exertion would cause the man in the center of the 6 men to stumble forward. Luo Qingqian instantly understood what was happening. She gritted her teeth, staring at the pressure and taking a step back. One of the 6 men stumbled forward again. A gust of wind blew, and Luo Qingqian instantly felt her body become more flexible. Luo Qingqian was surprised. She looked down at her shadow and saw a long, black object extending from it on the ground. A flash of light flashed through Luo Qingqian's mind. Shadow power? It could extend one's shadow infinitely, but only if there was light. Having confirmed the opponent's power, Luo Qingtian immediately released Dabai from the space. Dabai, charge. With that, Dabai's enormous form appeared, charging forward. Dabai's presence blocked Luo Qingtian's path. Luo Qingtian was now free to move. She raised her bone knife high, leaped, and slashed at the man who could control himself. At that moment, a metal rod appeared above the man's head, blocking Luo Qingtian's blow. The metal rod was deformed by Luo Qingtian's blow. She quickly took 2 steps back. The metal rod had been transformed from the arm of the woman next to her, and her wrist had also deformed. The 6 men on the opposite side now charged at Luo Qingtian. Dabai's tail lashed out fiercely at the man in front. The man was sent flying. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to raise her bone knife again and charged forward with a swing. The man who had been whipped into flight by Dabai was then slashed in half by Luo Qingtian's slashing waist while still airborne. Luo Qingtian then turned his bone knife towards the remaining men. The others quickly distanced themselves from Luo Qingtian. Dabai is back. Luo Qingtian now leaped onto a nearby rubbled wall, looking down at the remaining 5 men. The small red dots gathered around him, and Luo Qingtian could now clearly see that these so-called small red dots were zombies. Among these zombies were hidden a number of zombified cats and dogs. After gathering, the zombies rushed towards Luo Qingtian. The person on the other side, who could control Luo Qingtian's shadow, disappeared into the zombie swarm and silently approached Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's third ability was still active, and she could clearly see that the person was heading for her own shadow on the ground. Luo Qingtian swung her bone knife vigorously around. She chopped off every incoming wave of zombies. She quickly moved to the other side, avoiding being caught by her own shadow. She vanished into the complex of buildings, completely obscured from view. Dabai then caught up. Xiaolu leaped onto Luo Qingtian's shoulder and unleashed his supernatural power on Dabai. Dabai instantly transformed into large white wings and leaped onto Luo Qingtian's back. Xiaolu also climbed onto Luo Qingtian's shoulder. Fly, Luo Qingtian shouted. Dabai immediately flapped its wings and soared high into the sky. The moment it took off, 4 or 5 zombie cats and dogs attacked Luo Qingtian, biting at him. Xiaolu extended its tentacles, sending the cats and dogs flying. 1 ball, 1 tiger, and 1 person quickly soared into the sky. Luo Qingtian finally distanced herself from the zombie horde. High in the sky, she switched her bone knife to a flying fire bow. She drew her bow and aimed an arrow at the man controlling her. She drew her bow and shot. She fired 12 arrows at the man in quick succession. Fuse, the 12 arrows merged into 4. 4 massive pillars of fire rushed towards the man with the shadow power. Boom! A massive explosion ripped the surrounding rubble into dust. The Shadow Man was also blasted to dust by Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian looked down at the remaining 4 people. Now only 3 women and 1 man remained. You are zombies? No, you should be the zombie king. If you were zombies, that would explain why they appeared as small red dots on their minimaps. The 4 of them remained silent, staring cautiously at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian tightened the Feiwa Xianbao in her hand again. You're not going to say anything? I didn't expect the zombies to have evolved so much. With that, Luo Qingtian fired another arrow at the 4 zombies on the ground. But this time, after firing, a female zombie on the ground suddenly began to roar at Luo Qingtian. Ah! The zombie's roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and then the ground shook. Luo Qingtian could clearly feel something running towards her. Soon, a large number of zombies rushed towards her on the minimap. Seeing that the female zombie could actually control so many zombies, Luo Qingtian became even more certain of her earlier suspicion. These were all zombie kings. I had never expected so many zombie kings to appear in such a ruin. She couldn't let them go. With that, Luo Qingtian drew her bow again and fired an arrow, aiming at the zombie kings below her. It's useless. Even if there are more zombies, they can't do any harm to me if they can't fly. As soon as he finished speaking, a flaming arrow shot out, smashing into the ground. The 4 zombie kings quickly dodged it, and the arrow exploded upon landing, sending all the surrounding debris flying. Chapter 229. The explosion affected several zombies, and debris pierced their flesh like bullets. At this moment, other zombies followed. They blocked the way for the zombie kings. As Luo Qingtian fired, the zombies were blasted to dust. The zombie kings began to flee, and Luo Qingtian followed them midair, keeping them within sight. After rushing into the building complex, the zombies quickly took cover. Luo Qingtian soared above the complex, carefully observing her surroundings. The minimap showed that 4 zombie kings were hiding in corners of the complex. Luo Qingtian soared above the zombie swarm. After locating one of the zombie kings, she drew her bow and fired an arrow through the building wall. Fusion. 3 arrows fused into one. The flaming arrow pierced the wall, piercing the zombie king hiding behind it. The zombie king looked down at his pierced chest. Then a fist struck her head fiercely. Its head was shattered. A blue, crystal-clear zombie core rolled to the ground. The zombie's body slowly slid to the ground. Xiaolu jumped off Luo Qingqian's shoulders and quickly devoured the zombie king. Water-based abilities? Too bad we haven't seen this zombie's abilities yet. There are still 3 more. Luo Qingtian stomped his foot hard on the ground and leaped into the air with Dabai and Xiaolu. Dabai flapped his wings, carrying Luo Qingtian swiftly through the buildings. The zombies behind him swarmed after Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian ignored them and headed straight for the zombie king, who was tucked into the corner of a tall building across the street. The zombie king quickly noticed Luo Qingtian's movements and sprinted toward the building. Luo Qingtian rushed inside. He landed a powerful punch on the zombie's head. The female zombie raised her arm to block the blow, her body sliding backwards. 8 black spider legs sprouted from behind the female zombie. Her body was supported in midair by the spider legs. 2 fangs bared from her mouth, and as she looked at Luo Qingtian, she bared her teeth repeatedly. Luo Qingtian was stunned when she saw the female zombie's transformation. Then her eyes widened, not out of fear, but out of sheer joy. These were spider legs, top-notch ones. Her own spider legs had all been destroyed fighting the undead, and now they were back. So excited, what should I do? Luo Qingtian grew more and more excited as she thought about it, rubbing her hands together as she stepped toward the female zombie. The zombie woman watched Luo Qingtian's movements and initially thought he was afraid, but it wasn't until it saw his eyes, filled with joy and excitement, that it began to retreat. It didn't know if it was an illusion, but it felt the person across from it was imitating her more like a zombie. But before it could figure it out, Luo Qingtian had already moved, the flying fire mysterious bow in her hand having been replaced by a bone knife. The next moment, Luo Qingtian rushed in front of the zombie, raised the bone knife, and slashed at the zombie woman. The spider woman retreated. She spun silk into the sky. Her body glided through the air, using her own silk to avoid the blow. Then, she rapidly spun silk across the entire floor, attempting to surround Luo Qingtian. Downstairs in the building, the sound of zombies running echoed throughout the corridor. Luo Qingtian stopped chasing the zombie woman and instead switched to his flying fire mysterious bow and began firing arrows in all directions. The arrows, ignited with flames, set the surrounding spider silk ablaze. Luo Qingtian moved quickly, aiming at the zombie woman's body and firing. The zombie's body was struck, and the female zombie let out a painful wail. Then the female zombie began to spit spider silk at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian quickly switched to his bone knife and slashed at the silk. But the silk was covered in slime, and after just a few swings, the knife became entangled in it. Luo Qingtian looked at the sticky knife with a hint of irritation. Just as he was thinking about what to do, a pool of black liquid sprayed towards him. Xiaolu quickly wove a protective shield, blocking the venom. Seeing the venom, Luo Qingqian's eyes suddenly lit up. Poison. The bone knife instantly turned green, under the influence of the poison. The slime on the knife quickly vanished. Luo Qingtian, braving the spider's venom, ran towards the zombie woman. Blocking the venom and the spider silk, Luo Qingtian quickly rushed in front of the zombie woman, leaping high. He swung his knife fiercely at the zombie woman. A spider leg slashed across, blocking Luo Qingqian's blow. Seeing that the spider leg was unaffected by her bone knife, Luo Qingtian felt even better. She began to slash at the zombie woman recklessly. Every time the zombie woman's spider leg tried to cut Luo Qingtian, it was blocked by the little green one. Little green, entangle it. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Qingtian sheathed her bone knife and suddenly leaped to her feet. She flipped over and landed on the zombie woman's back, punching her head twice. The zombie woman fell heavily to the ground. Xiaolu's tentacles extended, wrapping around all of the zombie's legs. Waiting until the zombie spider woman was completely immobilized, Luo Qingqian's bone knife reappeared. Luo Qingtian slashed with the knife, severing the zombie woman's head. This time, the zombie woman was completely immobilized, allowing Luo Qingtian to sever all of the spider's legs. 8 legs, not a single one damaged. Luo Qingtian happily tossed all of the legs into the space. This trip had truly been worthwhile. Luo Qingtian kicked the corpse back to Xiaolu. Xiaolu retracted its tentacles and stuffed the zombie woman's body into its mouth. After a moment, Xiaolu's body transformed into a green spider. It also spat out a great crystal core with white patterns at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian observed the crystal core. It was surprisingly the same color as the spider's legs. What kind of crystal core is this? Luo Qingtian, confused, tossed it back into space and turned to look at Xiaolu. Stop transforming. It's so disgusting. Change back quickly. There are still 2 zombie kings left. Xiaolu quickly transformed back into a seaweed ball and jumped onto Luo Qingtian's shoulder. The zombies downstairs finally rushed up. 1 ball, 1 man, and 1 tiger leaped out of the window and flew straight to the corner where another zombie was hiding. The remaining 2 zombie kings were gone. Luo Qingtian searched the building complex for a while, but couldn't find them. Giving up for the moment, Luo Qingtian found the rooftop of a tall building, making sure there were no zombies there. Luo Qingtian took out her tent again to rest. It was already around 3 or 4 in the morning, and she needed to rest well before heading to future elementary school. Just as Luo Qingtian fell asleep, the 2 zombies, who had escaped earlier, groped towards her in the dark. The 2 zombie kings jumped onto the roof and approached Luo Qingtian's tent quietly. Chapter 230. Suddenly, numerous metal rods appeared. These rods pierced the tent. Soon, the entire tent was pricked up like a hedgehog. The 2 zombies saw no one struggling or trying to escape. They looked at each other with wide mouths. They rushed over, intending to pull Luo Qingtian out and devour her. But as they rushed towards the tent, Luo Qingtian appeared behind the 2 zombie kings. You destroyed 2 of my tents in one night. Do you think it's easy to find a tent now? With that, Luo Qingtian drew her bow and fired arrows at the backs of the 2 zombie kings. The 6 arrows merged into 2 and flew towards the backs of the 2 zombie kings. After noticing Luo Qingtian, the 2 zombie kings quickly jumped to the sides, and the 2 arrows missed. Luo Qingtian drew her bow and fired again, this time even faster. Arrows pelted the 2 zombie kings. One quickly dodged from a distance, while the other charged at Luo Qingtian at breakneck speed. Soon, the zombie king reached Luo Qingtian and swung his fist at him. The flying fire mysterious bow in Luo Qingtian's hand vanished quickly, and she crossed her arms to block the blow. Then she followed suit, grabbing the zombie king's arm with her free hand. The punch landed hard on the zombie king's head. The zombie king was sent flying by Luo Qingtian, slamming heavily into the distant wall. The other female zombie king in the distance reached out and fired a blue beam at the male zombie king, who quickly stood up. The male zombie king looked at Luo Qingtian. He dusted himself off and said, "Human, you're amazing. I'm curious how you found us." Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. "Zombie king? I'm curious too. How did you manage to speak? Have zombies evolved to your level of intelligence?" The zombie king grinned, but his smile resembled a demon from hell, terrifying and eerie. "It seems you don't want to answer. I can sense immense power within you. You're a temptation to me." As soon as he finished speaking, silver-white armor engulfed the male zombie king, and even a helmet appeared on his head, nearly obscuring his entire face. He also wielded a silver-white longsword. Luo Qingtian's eyes widened at the sight. "Good fellow, brother, it seems you believed in light in your lifetime." The zombie king paused in his charge, but soon began to accelerate again. Luo Qingtian, this time serious, a bone knife materialized in his hand. When the zombie king charged, he followed suit. The man and the zombie king began to battle on the rooftop. But soon, Luo Qingtian noticed that the zombies across from her were gaining strength as they fought. Their speed also increased. Several times, she was nearly stabbed by the zombies' long swords. Luo Qingtian quickly retreated to create distance between herself and the zombie king. Just as the armored zombie king charged forward again, Luo Qingtian suddenly extended her hand. "I'm telling you, you better not come over here." But the zombie showed no sign of stopping. A small green tentacle, which had somehow moved behind the zombie king, suddenly shot out, piercing the armored zombie's armor and piercing his body. The zombie king, charging towards Luo Qingtian, suddenly stopped and looked down at his chest. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed the tentacle that had pierced his chest, then lowered his head and bit it. Xiao Lu's tentacle was severed. The male zombie also fell to the ground. Xiao Lu, in pain, quickly rushed back to Luo Qingtian's side. With a look of grievance on his face, he showed Luo Qingtian the bitten area. Luo Qingtian quickly released a healing energy on Xiao Lu. The female zombie king not far away began to howl. Then, a dozen high-level zombies leaped up and charged towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian dodged, then switched to a bone knife and engaged the dozen zombies. These zombies weren't as high level as the Zombie King, but they were incredibly strong. Luo Qingtian could clearly sense that the zombies he was fighting were far more powerful and faster than the high-level zombies he had encountered before. And each of these 10 or so zombies possessed this same strength. A faint blue halo shone from their bodies, enveloping them like a blue rim. This wasn't normal. Just as Luo Qingtian was pondering this, a spear suddenly stabbed at his back. Little Green immediately formed a shield to block Luo Qingtian's back. At the same time, its tentacles penetrated the zombies' bodies, piercing through them. But the impact still sent Luo Qingtian flying. Luo Qingtian rolled on the ground. He happened to be near the female Zombie King. The female Zombie King's hands had been moving constantly since a moment ago. Luo Qingtian could see clearly. The blue light emanating from the female Zombie King's hands was identical to that of the other zombies. A flash of light flashed through Luo Qingtian's mind, and she instantly understood what was happening. This Zombie King possessed the ability to strengthen and heal. In her previous life, she seemed to have heard of a power that could enhance a person's strength, and this Zombie King was strengthening the zombies around them. Not far away, the armored Zombie King had recovered. The area on its body pierced by the green monster had also healed. It turned and rushed towards Luo Qingtian, its speed astonishing. High-level zombies surrounded them. Not far away, the Zombie Kings were attacking. Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes, as the zombies rushed towards her simultaneously. Luo Qingtian whispered softly, "Domain." The next moment, all the zombies vanished from their original position, leaving a dark square, empty square. A dozen zombies suddenly appeared. Then they fell heavily to the ground. Puffing heavily, Luo Qingtian rushed to the female Zombie King. He raised the bone knife, ready to chop off the female Zombie King's head. At this moment, another male Zombie King, resisting the pressure, tried to stand. Seeing Luo Qingtian's movements, he widened his eyes and roared, "No, human, I give you everything you want, as long as you let her go." With that, he staggered to his feet and walked towards Luo Qingtian. The female zombie beneath him saw the male zombie approaching, and a blue glow once again emanated from her hand. "You want to strengthen it?" Haha, Luo Qingtian didn't give the female zombie a chance to strengthen. With a sharp movement, he severed her head. With the female Zombie King's death, the blue glow from the high-level zombies behind her instantly vanished, and even the male Zombie King was pinned to the ground once more. Luo Qingtian walked up to the male Zombie King and said, "Goodbye, middle school brother." With that, he raised the bone knife. Luo Qingtian quickly decapitated the male Zombie King. He then sprinted past the remaining high-level zombies, dropping heads wherever he passed. Luo Qingtian withdrew his domain and sat down heavily on the ground. Xiaolu happily jumped off Luo Qingtian's shoulders, observing the corpses scattered across the ground. His tentacles extended, gathering up all the zombies' bodies and stuffing them into his mouth. Chapter 231. After clearing out all the zombies, Luo Qingtian was exhausted and wanted to sleep. During the battle, her entire body was tense, so she hadn't felt sleepy. But after the battle, sleepiness overwhelmed her, causing her eyelids to droop. She didn't have the energy to set up a tent, so she took Xiaolu and Dabai into the space. Once inside, Luo Qingtian didn't even go into her room. She lay on the ground and began to sleep soundly. Just as Luo Qingtian was falling asleep, Xiaolu reached out her tentacles, picked Luo Qingtian up, and carried him to her room in the villa. Luo Qingtian slept until the next afternoon, when she finally opened her eyes. After getting up and washing up, the aroma of food wafted from the villa. For a moment, Luo Qingtian was startled. She thought she was back at the first base. Only when she saw that it was Mao busy in the kitchen did she realize she was in a space. Sitting down at the table to eat, Luo Qingtian took out the phone He Xiao had given her and checked it. Because she'd been fighting all those days, there hadn't been any calls from the first base in a while. I wonder what's going on over there. Luo Qingtian originally wanted to call and ask, but then he remembered he was in a dimension with no signal. Besides, he had to go to future elementary school soon. To avoid distraction and focus on the battle, Luo Qingtian decided to put his phone aside for now and call again when he was completely relaxed. After eating and drinking, Luo Qingtian left the dimension. D City, Xiqing District. Luo Qingtian stood on a tall building, gazing far away in the direction of future elementary school. In the entire city, the only building that was the most intact and hadn't been completely destroyed was future elementary school. On the school grounds, zombies would scurry by in groups of 3 or 4, followed by a group of smaller zombies sprinting out of the teaching building. They would catch up to the zombies in front and begin to bite them. Soon, the zombies running ahead were devoured. These smaller zombies would then sprint back toward the school building. As the smaller zombies ran back, 5 or 6 larger zombies would emerge from the other side, and another group of smaller zombies would emerge from the teaching building and chase the larger zombies. Then, Luo Qingtian watched as the larger zombies were surrounded and devoured by the newly emerged smaller zombies. Luo Qingtian stood in the distance, watching the scene unfold in the school. This scene repeated several times. Each time, a group of smaller zombies would chase and bite a group of larger zombies. It looked as if someone was directing these smaller zombies to hunt. Their prey was these larger zombies running. Moreover, these smaller zombies were much faster than the larger zombies. No wonder the people from the second base didn't dare to come. Even she couldn't help but gasp at the speed of these little zombies hunting. Luo Qingtian released Dabai and Xiaolu. Xiaolu landed on Luo Qingtian's shoulder, while Dabai transformed into wings and clung to his back. Man, tiger, and ball flew towards the future elementary school. High above the teaching building, Luo Qingtian landed silently on the rooftop. Several desiccated corpses lay scattered across the rooftop. Some of the bodies had rotted, revealing their white bones. A foul odor permeated the rooftop. Luo Qingtian walked silently across the rooftop, avoiding the bones on the ground as much as possible. Crack! Unable to find a foothold, Luo Qingtian stepped on a bone. The bone cracked with a resounding sound. Luo Qingtian immediately stood still and listened. His third skill was activated at full range, and the little zombies on campus were still playing their hunting game. No zombies noticed Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. He walked towards the entrance again. Entering the hallway, Luo Qingtian tried to walk lightly downstairs. This teaching building had 6 floors. When he reached the 6th floor, Luo Qingtian was surprised to find that almost every classroom on the 6th floor was filled with little zombies. They sat quietly, staring at the blackboard. It was as if they were still in class before the apocalypse. If it weren't for the bloodstains in the hallway and the human bones scattered haphazardly on the ground, Luo Qingtian might have actually thought this was before the apocalypse. He was sure that what he was looking for was not here. Luo Qingtian turned around and prepared to go downstairs. At this moment, the bell in the teaching building rang. The little zombies in the 6th floor classroom quickly rushed out. As they emerged, they saw Luo Qingtian preparing to descend the stairs. Then, like mad, the little zombies rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Oh my god! Watching the little zombies sprinting towards her, Luo Qingtian quickly ran downstairs. But many little zombies were also rushing towards her from the 5th floor. Seeing so many little zombies, Luo Qingtian felt like her scalp was about to explode. She flipped over and jumped over the fence. She continued running downstairs. Downstairs, the little zombies noticed Luo Qingtian and rushed out as well. As Luo Qingtian jumped down, she realized that it was the 6th floor. A large number of small zombies rushed out from each floor. On the ground, a group of them were already standing with their heads tilted back and their mouths open, as if waiting for her to land. Fly! Luo Qingtian shouted to Dabai. Before landing, Dabai soared directly from the center of the corridor. But some of the small zombies, eager to bite Luo Qingtian, directly climbed onto the guardrail and leaped towards her. The flying area was already narrow. Even if Luo Qingtian wanted to dodge, there was nowhere to hide. Thankfully, Xiaolu extended its tentacles and swung them as the small zombies flew towards it, sending them flying. Luo Qingtian also drew her bone knife. As Xiaolu fiercely struck a small zombie towards the zombie swarm, finally, a breakthrough was made in the front. Swinging his knife, Luo Qingtian controlled Dabai and rushed towards the window. Finally, Luo Qingtian escaped the teaching building. As he flew out, a small zombie stepped onto the windowsill and leaped up. It landed on Dabai's wing. It bit Dabai's wing hard. Ouch! Dabai, in pain, forgot to flap his wings, and Luo Qingtian fell to the ground again. On the school playground, the young zombies learning to hunt also noticed Luo Qingtian's presence. They forgot about their prey and ran towards him in unison. Luo Qingtian fell to the ground as soon as he took off. Xiaolu extended its tentacles and knocked the small zombie off Dabai's body. Luo Qingtian shot out a vine from his hand. It caught the window of the opposite building. Luo Qingtian retracted the vine and hit the wall of the teaching building. Using the momentum, he kicked off and leaped upward. After a few jumps, Luo Qingtian once again reached the rooftop. This move set all the zombies in the teaching building into a frenzy. Luo Qingtian examined Dabai's wounds. He cast a healing spell on Dabai. After Dabai healed, Luo Qingtian took flight again. On the playground of Future Elementary School, at the entrance to the manhole, several pairs of eyes stared intently at Luo Qingtian's figure. Teacher, was that Superman flying away? Chapter 232. A woman's voice whispered, "Hush. Don't talk. That might be a flying zombie. We mustn't get discovered. Let's go back." The woman then pulled the children around her inside. In their hands were food they had just taken from the cafeteria. When the apocalypse began, she happened to be helping out in the school cafeteria with her classmates. Then she saw some of the cooks and the waitresses serving food in the cafeteria begin to inexplicably attack people. She thought there had been a fight in the cafeteria, so she immediately took her students and hid in the storage room behind the cafeteria. Just as she was about to call the police, the screams outside intensified. Only when she peered through the window did she realize that everyone in the elementary school had become zombies. Perhaps because City D is adjacent to Shan City, surrounded by mountains and abundant greenery, the flood had little impact on City D. During this time, the teacher awakened her earth-based powers, using them to repeatedly evade the zombies. Until she used her powers to dig the drain beneath the cafeteria to a height of more than a person, she led the children out of the cafeteria and hid in the underground passage. After walking through the passage, the teacher led a few people to a corner where more than 20 children sat motionless on the ground. When they saw the teacher return, they all stood up. The teacher gestured to the children to sit down. Then she distributed the food she had brought to them one by one, some dry, hard steamed buns. This was their only edible food. The cafeteria's food was almost gone. The female teacher always risked sending distress signals to the second base. Several psychics had arrived, but each time they died on campus. She had almost given up hope. Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief after flying out of Future Elementary School. She knew there were many zombies in this school, many little zombies, but she had no idea there were so many. Just now, when she was running around the teaching building, she felt like a piece of pork belly, and these little zombies were wolf cubs waiting to be eaten. From midair, Luo Qingtian looked out at the distant campus. The little zombies were still running on the ground. They seemed to be trying to catch up with her. It seemed the normal route was out of the question. But in a campus like this, could there really be any survivors? Regardless, they had to clean up the place before they looked. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian didn't leave, but instead directed Dabai to fly over the campus again. He flew to the roof of the teaching building again. The zombies below went completely crazy. Some rushed into the building and headed straight for the upper floors. Some simply began to climb the walls, and some even started to form a ring. Luo Qingtian's flying fire mysterious bow reappeared in his hand, and he began to fire arrows at the zombies below. Flame arrows continuously flew towards the zombies on the ground, and explosions echoed one after another. Luo Qingtian eliminated many of the zombies on the ground. After the explosion, Luo Qingtian frowned at the zombies, who were still running. She could see that they were too agile. After the arrows exploded, many zombies fled the blast zone, causing her arrows to not have the desired damage effect on the zombies. Luo Qingtian switched to the Ruoxue Divine Bow and began to shoot water arrows at the ground. After piercing the leading zombie, he then pierced the row of zombies behind him. Every time the water arrow pierced a zombie, a large amount of water splashed, soaking all the zombies rushing forward. Luo Qingtian took the opportunity to switch to the Amos Ice Bow and fired again at the zombies. With the water in front as a backup, the zombies behind him couldn't run anymore. The ice arrows exploded, freezing all the running zombies. Luo Qingtian took the opportunity to unleash 2 meteor showers of poisonous skills on the ground. Soon, screams of the zombies could be heard from the ground. At this time, the zombies that had climbed the wall rushed to the roof and charged directly at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian switched to the bone knife and, as several zombies rushed towards him, swung it at their heads. The little zombies were incredibly fast, deftly dodging the bone knife's impact the moment it fell. After the knife fell, the little zombies rushed forward again. Luo Qingtian's knife struck several times in vain. Downstairs, the little zombies that hadn't been killed by the flying fire meteor also rushed into the teaching building, some imitating the other little zombies' movements, climbing directly up from the corners. On the rooftop, Luo Qingtian was still fighting these little zombies. She had to carve a path through them. But these little zombies were too agile. Out of every 10 strikes Luo Qingtian made, at least 6 missed. The little zombies seized the opportunity to attack Luo Qingtian. If they missed, they would quickly move away. This left both sides in a stalemate. Even with the protection of the little green area, Luo Qingtian still struggled, his temper growing increasingly agitated. At this moment, the rooftop door was violently flung open. Another swarm of small zombies rushed in. Luo Qingtian, bearing the pressure, gritted his teeth and muttered, "Domain." With that, all the surrounding small zombies were trapped within Luo Qingtian's domain. Within the square, the small zombies lay helplessly on the ground. After entering the domain, Dabai reverted to his form as a large white tiger. Crawling to the ground with little green, Luo Qingtian quickly bestowed the protection of the domain upon the ball and the tiger. Then, brandishing his bone knife, he charged forward. The small zombies in the domain still tried to run and bite Luo Qingtian, but before they could even take a few steps, they fell heavily to the ground. The man, the tiger, and the ball were already holding their breath. The moment the small zombies fell, they quickly rushed towards them. Wherever they went, all the little zombies fell to their heads. Xiaolu followed Luo Qingtian, whipping them. Every time a little zombie died, Xiaolu would devour it. Dabai did the same, devouring every little zombie he bit to death. Luo Qingtian had previously tried to stop Dabai from eating humans, but he wouldn't stop him from eating zombies or mutated plants and animals. Half an hour later, all the zombies in the area had been wiped out. Luo Qingtian didn't immediately remove the area. The rooftop was undoubtedly swarming with zombies, and if they removed the area, they would be attacked by a horde of zombies. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment, then let Dabai return to his body, and had Xiaolu weave a shield to protect him. The moment the area was removed, Dabai soared high into the sky. Outside the area, the little zombies frantically searched for their lives. Suddenly, Luo Qingtian appeared, and they rushed towards him like crazy. But before they could reach Luo Qingtian, they were all whipped away by Xiaolu. Chapter 233. Flying off the rooftop again. The rooftop was now swarming with small zombies. This greatly limited the zombies' speed. Luo Qingtian stood in midair, creating some distance between them and the rooftop. He began to draw his bow and shoot arrows at the rooftop. The meteor shower and poisonous fire attacked simultaneously. The small zombies on the rooftop were quickly dissolved. However, many small zombies, trying to avoid the rain of fire, jumped directly from the rooftop like dumplings. After landing on the ground, their bodies were shattered. Some small zombies barely survived, only with broken legs and feet. They crawled forward bit by bit like wriggling maggots. After 2 or 3 waves of small zombies rushed up from the rooftop, no more zombies came. It was as if someone had pressed the stop button. But Luo Qingtian didn't dare to relax. Because the small map in his mind showed that it was in this teaching building. It was filled with tiny red dots. Luo Qingtian breathed lightly, as she unleashed her mental power to the utmost. Perhaps because there were so many red dots, Luo Qingtian didn't spot the blue dot she'd been waiting for. She quickly scanned the entire elementary school from the sky. Suddenly, near the back door of the playground, a small yellow backpack had appeared there. Luo Qingtian pondered for a moment. She didn't seem to see any backpacks there when she arrived. Could this backpack appearing here be a survivor? With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtian directed Dabai to fly rapidly forward. Flying near the backpack, Luo Qingtian finally spotted the small blue dot on her map. Luo Qingtian suppressed her excitement and landed in front of her school bag. She picked up the backpack, which contained a dry, hard steamed bun and a crumpled piece of paper. Luo Qingtian unfolded the paper. Written on the crumpled paper was a message: "No food left. Be careful of the teaching building and the lobby." Looking at this nonsensical statement, Luo Qingtian frowned. Wouldn't a normal person write down their current situation if they saw someone coming to rescue them? But why didn't this person write anything? Luo Qingtian carefully studied the note. Be careful of the teaching building and the lobby? Luo Qingtian suddenly remembered that when she first arrived, she had seen a group of little zombies practicing hunting. And the little zombies in the teaching building were sitting quietly in the classroom. Were these little zombies acting on their own? Or were they being controlled by some entity? Or rather, was there a more powerful being controlling them? As Luo Qingtian thought of this, she felt a chill run down her back, and her hair stood on end. Luo Qingtian immediately leaped to her feet. She leaped away from where she had been. She turned around and saw a huge hole had appeared where she had jumped. Suddenly, sand and rocks began to fly around her. Stones from the playground flew towards her. Luo Qingtian swung her fist, sending them flying and shattering. She quickly glanced around. The mini-map showed a large red dot above her head. Startled, Luo Qingtian rolled on the ground and quickly fled from beneath the red dot. As she fled, a utility pole was heavily embedded in the ground. Down below, The female teacher saw a utility pole thrust forward and nervously dodged backward. She quickly rushed back to the children and led them toward the cafeteria. Luo Qingtian's minimap showed a small blue dot evading them. She leaped, then flew in the opposite direction. The large red dot behind her also caught up, hovering in midair. Only then did Luo Qingtian get a clearer look at its form. It was a man in a suit. His face was an unhealthy paleness, his eyes a crimson. There was almost no white in his eyes. Though his clothes were tattered and even pale, he wore them meticulously, without a single wrinkle. A bunch of keys hung from his waist. He stood there in midair, his hands behind his back. It gave Luo Qingtian the illusion of being reprimanded by the dean. "Are you the new teacher at this school?" "No, you hurt my students and are unworthy of being a teacher." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Qingtian rushed forward. The next moment, Luo Qingtian delivered a powerful punch to the man's head. She used all her strength in this punch. God knows how long she had been waiting for it. The fear of being dominated by the headmaster made Luo Qingtian's body tremble. Luo Qingtian's punch knocked the man into the ground, and Luo Qingtian dove down with him. Just as the man was about to rise, Luo Qingtian kicked him directly into the ground. The man howled at Luo Qingtian, reaching out his hands to grab at him. Luo Qingtian leaped back the instant the man reached out, quickly putting some distance between them. But Luo Qingtian had barely leaped back a short distance when she felt her body uncontrollably flying towards the man. A zombie king with psychic powers. Alarm bells rang in Luo Qingtian's heart. This zombie king's psychic power was clearly far greater than her own. She didn't dare to be complacent. As she flew towards the zombie king, Luo Qingtian decided to activate her domain. What Luo Qingtian didn't expect was that before she could activate her domain, the zombie king vanished. She fell heavily to the ground. The zombie king vanished without warning, as if he had noticed her releasing a skill and vanished into thin air. This power was too bizarre. It was as if the zombie had predicted her movements, a feeling that made her uneasy. Luo Qingtian stood there, carefully observing her surroundings. Suddenly, a large red dot appeared on the minimap again. And it instantly moved behind Luo Qingtian. It clawed at her back. Luo Qingtian spun quickly. He landed another punch on the zombie king's head. The zombie king's hands were firmly bound by Shilu's tentacles. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity and began to hammer away at the zombie king. Bang, bang, bang. 3 or 5 consecutive punches landed on the zombie king's head, and a look of fear finally appeared in the zombie king's red eyes. When he raised his other hand to block Luo Qingtian's attack, Xiaolu's tentacles once again entangled his other hand. Luo Qingtian seized this opening and rained down punches on the zombie king. Unable to resist, the zombie king bared his fangs in maw, biting Luo Qingtian's neck. Luo Qingtian raised his foot and slammed it into the zombie king's chest. The zombie king was kicked back by Luo Qingtian, and his body landed heavily on the teaching building. Luo Qingtian fought the zombie king with all his might. On the surface, the zombie king was being pinned down and beaten, but Luo Qingtian knew that the damage he was inflicting on the zombie king was minimal. Chapter 234. Luo Qingtian's breath was slightly panting. Seeing the zombie king being driven into the teaching building, she hurried towards the building. Just as she reached the entrance, Luo Qingtian remembered the words on the note. She quickly stopped. Then she moved straight back. The small map was now filled with tiny red dots, so densely packed that it was impossible to discern the exact locations of the zombies. She zoomed in on the small map in her mind. The next moment, she had a clear view of the situation inside the teaching building. Inside, right where she entered, several large zombies were standing against the wall. Each zombie looked like the zombie king of the dean. If she had gone in earlier, she would likely have been eaten by the large zombies rushing out from all directions. Although she had little green on her, she still had some space. If she hadn't reacted quickly enough, she would have been seriously injured. Luo Qingtian slowly moved back. There were simply too many zombies. And perhaps it was a legacy from their previous lives, but all these zombies, big and small, were inside this teaching building. Oh right, they were all inside this teaching building? What if it was destroyed? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian began to search through her space. She remembered that she had deliberately left a few bombs and grenades in her space last time. But how could these things possibly destroy the entire building? Luo Qingtian stood outside the teaching building, thinking quietly. Inside, the zombies waited quietly, waiting for Luo Qingtian to enter. At this moment, Luo Qingtian had a question. My own domain could accommodate zombies. So what would happen if I released my domain directly at the entrance to the teaching building? With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtian once again headed towards the main entrance of the teaching building. As he reached the entrance, Luo Qingtian quickly opened his domain. The next moment, Luo Qingtian saw 6 large zombie kings lying on the ground within his pitch-black domain. Judging from their attire, they must be teachers at this school. Bone knife in hand, Luo Qingtian swiftly rushed to the zombie kings and, with a single blow, decapitated the first 3. The remaining zombie kings were now running through the domain, albeit at a very slow pace. Luo Qingtian could even see expressions of surprise on their frozen faces. Luo Qingtian swiftly ran over and, with a single blow, dispatched 3 more zombie kings. After dispatching these zombie kings, Luo Qingtian used the same method to quickly clear the zombies on the first floor. He encountered several smaller zombies, which he then moved into his domain to eliminate. Luo Qingtian's mental power had reached its limit. If she continued fighting, she knew she would no longer be able to release her domain. So far, she hadn't found the psychic zombie. The zombie king seemed certain that Luo Qingtian wouldn't be able to find him in the teaching building. But Luo Qingtian hadn't planned to search any further. It was already approaching night. She had been fighting all day. Physical exhaustion nearly made her faint. She found a corner and entered the space. Xiaolu and Dabai followed them into the space and ran towards the river. Even Luo Qingtian took off her coat and jumped in. To rest in the water, Luo Qingtian climbed onto Dabai's back and fell into a deep sleep. In the cafeteria, the female teacher had been observing Luo Qingtian's movements. After seeing him enter the teaching building, she leaned weakly against the wall. The expression on her face shifted from hope to despair. Could it be that the psychic didn't understand what she had written? She also wanted to clearly describe the current situation. But the zombie's intelligence was evolving too rapidly these days. If she wrote too clearly, she was afraid that Luo Qingtian wouldn't find the note, but that the zombies would take it. If that happened, they might not even have a place to hide. The female teacher was caught in a deep internal conflict. Looking at the remaining children before her, she couldn't help but cry. Can they still survive? She stretched out her arms and hugged herself, burying her head between her legs. Teacher Qin, the dean is coming this way. A little girl stepped forward, took the teacher's hand, and whispered. Teacher Qin looked out the window. The dean was now walking step by step towards the cafeteria. Teacher Qin immediately perked up. She stretched out her hand toward the ground. A flash of yellow light flashed, and a hole suddenly appeared in the ground. Come on, let's get down quickly. Don't make any noise. Be careful. With that, the children quietly and orderly jumped into the hole. After all the children had jumped in, Teacher Qin jumped in. The hole in the house returned to its original state as Teacher Qin jumped in. At this moment, the psychic zombie king also approached, poking his head through the window to peer inside. The house was empty, not a soul in sight. But the bent debris indicated someone had been there. It seemed some students still disobeyed and escaped. The dean finished speaking. He punched open the cafeteria door and began searching the place, looking for any survivors who had been there earlier. Under the cafeteria, the female teacher led the children forward, step by step. Then, they heard the sounds of smashing and looting from above. The female teacher stopped, covered her mouth with one hand, and motioned for all the children to follow her lead. The children followed the teacher's movements and covered their mouths, refusing to breathe, as they waited silently for the dean to smash and loot. When the dean finished smashing and looting, still unable to find any survivors, he gave up and turned to leave. Sensing the zombie king in the cafeteria had left, the female teacher breathed a sigh of relief. In the space, Luo Qingtian slept until nearly noon the next day before waking. After waking, Luo Qingtian felt refreshed. She climbed off Dabai's back, stretched, and rushed straight into the villa. At the villa's dining table, Mao, wearing a green chef's hat, was busy. Seeing Luo Qingtian enter, he placed all the prepared dishes on the table. Luo Qingtian looked at Mao in shock. Mao, you're my life assistant. Mao flashed Luo Qingtian a broad smile, and the green chef's hat on his head transformed into a small straw hat. Then, under Luo Qingtian's gaze, he left the room and headed straight for the farmland. Luo Qingtian sat down at the table and began to eat. After eating and drinking, she found a jacket and called Dabai and Xiaolu to prepare to go back to Future Elementary School. There wasn't a single zombie on the Future Elementary School playground. When Luo Qingtian appeared, no zombies even chased him. Luo Qingtian activated his third skill. She could clearly see that all the zombies were in the school building. Chapter 235. Luo Qingtian was standing outside the teaching building. The minimap showed that all the small and large zombies were stationed on the first floor of the teaching building. They seemed to be waiting for Luo Qingtian to enter. Of course, Luo Qingtian wouldn't enter. She retrieved all the remaining bombs and grenades from her space. She dumped them all into the teaching building and quickly fled. Then a huge explosion erupted from the building. The windows on the first floor and the walls of the classrooms were blown away. Even the supporting stone pillars in the hall cracked. Luo Qingtian's third skill was still active. After noticing the cracks, she quickly rushed back to the front of the teaching building and punched it with all her might. Bang, boom, boom. The sound of fists hitting the wall was deafening. The entire building began to shake, and soon the Zombie King, unable to bear it any longer, rushed out and headed straight for Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was still swinging his fist at the school building. The building began to shake. The Zombie King charged at Luo Qingtian, shouting, "Stop! You bastard!" With that, the Zombie King's fist struck Luo Qingtian's head. Luo Qingtian had been keeping a close eye on the scene behind him. As the punch approached, Luo Qingtian suddenly jumped out of the way, and the blow struck the crumbling wall of the school building hard. The Zombie King had delivered this punch with all his might. And then, Luo Qingtian suddenly appeared behind the Zombie King and delivered a vicious kick to his back. The entire school building finally began to crumble, and the Zombie King watched his beloved building crumble piece by piece. The Zombie King was furious, its eyes bloodshot, howling continuously in Luo Qingtian's direction. The loud crash caught Teacher Qin's attention. She quickly ran to the wellhead and cautiously looked in the direction of the sound. Then she saw the girl with the giant wings again, now facing off against the zombie-like Dean. So, she's fine. The teacher's eyes were red with excitement. The hope she had given up was rekindled. She looked at the children before her, her eyes filled with excitement. At that moment, the entire school building completely collapsed, and several small zombies emerged from the rubble, heading straight for Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stood opposite the Zombie King. Seeing the small zombies rushing towards him, Luo Qingtian commanded Dabai to fly into the air. The flying fire mysterious bow appeared in his hand, and he began to shoot arrows at the small zombies on the ground. At this moment, the Zombie King took flight and quickly rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian sheathed her flying fire bow and engaged the Zombie King before her. "You destroyed my school. You deserve to die. You deserve to die." The Zombie King, enraged by the destruction of the school building, lashed out at Luo Qingtian like an enraged beast, swinging his fists repeatedly with speed and ferocity. His fists were imbued with supernatural powers, and each strike struck Luo Qingtian's bones. Luo Qingtian felt only the crackling of bones in her arms and body, and the excruciating pain that coursed through her body. It had been a long time since she had fought this fiercely. Despite the pain, she felt a surge of excitement and thrill within her, a wave of trembling. She longed for such a fight. The little green on her shoulder began unleashing its enhanced supernatural powers upon Luo Qingtian, enveloping her in a green halo. Luo Qingtian could clearly feel her own strength growing. She excitedly watched the Zombie King across from her. Fighting in midair, Luo Qingtian's movements were nimble, her punches swift and accurate. She seized the opportunity to grab the Zombie King's outstretched hand and hammered it head-on. Bang, boom, boom. The Zombie King's body was slammed heavily into the rubble on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. From midair, Luo Qingtian gazed down at the fallen Zombie King. She began to debate whether to unleash her domain or a meteor shower. After the Zombie King fell to the ground, it extended its hand toward Luo Qingtian, and the surrounding debris flew toward her. Little Green's tentacles rapidly extended, sending all the flying debris flying towards the small zombies on the ground. Many of the small zombies were pierced through the head by the debris. The Zombie King howled again, seeing the loss of yet another large number of his students. The next moment, a slew of small and large zombies crawled out of the ruins. These small and large zombies all stood on the ground, looking up in Luo Qingtian's direction. The Zombie King stood up, stretched out his hands, and howled at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian frowned. "You're a director, and you're howling all the time. Is this how you teach your students?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingtian's eyes widened. Under the Zombie King's control, all the small and large zombies around the ruins rose into the air. They blocked out the sky, densely surrounding Luo Qingtian. Then they rushed towards him. Luo Qingtian cursed inwardly and quickly activated his domain. As the domain opened, the small zombies fell to the ground like dumplings. Lying motionless on the ground, Luo Qingtian gazed at the dense swarm of small zombies within his domain and cast a shield over Xiao Lu. Each man, one ball, quickly charged into the zombie swarm to harvest them. After clearing out this wave, Luo Qingtian quickly withdrew from his domain. The small zombies in the sky, like headless flies, searched for Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian suddenly appeared, then disappeared. A dense swarm of small zombies appeared within the domain again. Luo Qingtian and Xiao Lu repeated the same trick. They quickly cleared out the small zombies within the domain. When he reappeared in midair, the zombie king was furious again. He howled angrily at Luo Qingtian and commanded the small zombies to rise into the sky and attack him. Luo Qingtian didn't dodge, but instead charged into the zombie swarm, disappearing the next moment with a group of zombies. This cycle continued for more than a dozen times. By the time Luo Qingtian was no longer able to activate his domain, only a few small zombies remained in the air. The zombie king still refused to give up, controlling the smaller zombies to attack Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian then pulled out his bone spear. As the smaller zombies charged, Luo Qingtian swung her spear, sending them flying. Luo Qingtian was already panting, but her gaze at the zombie king grew even colder. She stroked her spear with one hand. Poison! Instantly, the bone spear turned pure green. When the smaller zombies charged again, Luo Qingtian began to spin frantically, her spear wielding impenetrably. Green venom emanated from her spear, spreading in all directions. The smaller zombies that charged were either lashed out by Luo Qingtian's spear or by the smaller green ones, but none escaped unscathed by the venom. The venom spread rapidly through the zombies. The zombies' bodies were gradually corroded and dissolved. By the time the zombie king discovered him, he was the only remaining zombie on the entire campus. Chapter 236. The zombie king couldn't figure out what was going on. He still wanted to control the rubble on the ground to attack Luo Qingtian. But when he reached out, he realized that his supernatural power had reached its limit, and it was difficult for him to release it again. Luo Qingtian slowly landed on a stone pillar in the ruins. She held the bone spear behind her, and looked at the zombie king standing opposite her with a cold gaze. A gust of wind blew, and the zombie king on the ground turned and ran away. Luo Qingtian watched the zombie king running in the distance, raising the bone spear high in her hand. She fired with all her might at the zombie king's head. Puff! The spear pierced the zombie king's head directly. The zombie king fell heavily to the ground. Luo Qingtian first looked around. The small red dot on the minimap was indeed gone. Luo Qingtian then jumped off the stone pillar and walked towards the zombie king in front. Approaching the zombie king, Luo Qingtian drew his spear and dagger, then personally retrieved the zombie king's crystal core. Looking at the fist-sized crystal core in his hand, Luo Qingtian was about to store it in his space, when a small figure suddenly leaped out of the ruins and rushed towards him. The creature was incredibly fast, reaching Luo Qingtian in the blink of an eye and biting into his neck. Luo Qingtian reached out and was about to crush the little zombie's head when a blast of ice crystal struck the little zombie, followed by an ice spear, sending it flying. Luo Qingtian turned his head and saw the members of Team Yuan standing not far away. Luo Qingtian blinked. "Why are you here?" Zhang Yuan looked at Luo Qingtian with a complicated expression. They were also here to rescue, but their destination was closer to Luo Qingyan's. However, when they arrived, the residents had all been transformed into zombies, and they had to struggle to escape here. Originally, they wanted to leave, but since this place was not far from Future Elementary School, where Luo Qingtian was going, he suggested stopping by to take a look. However, the members of Thunder Squad didn't want to come. They all knew the dangers of Future Elementary School. Just as they were discussing heatedly, they heard a loud explosion. They stopped arguing and followed the sound to their destination. After clearing out many zombies along the way, they arrived at the gate of Future Elementary School. As they entered, they happened to see Luo Qingtian standing in midair, his spear spinning continuously. Everyone present watched as the small zombies that had been sent flying were gradually dissolved. The scene shocked everyone present. Zhang Yuan's emotions were even more complicated. He realized how little he knew about Luo Qingtian. It turned out that what they had seen so often was just the tip of the iceberg. "Qingtian, are you coming to Future Elementary School for a rescue? Are there any survivors here?" Chu Gu was the first to react. She smiled and walked towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian nodded. "Yes, there are quite a few." Speaking of survivors, Luo Qingtian's heart began to stir again. She had checked the minimap last time and saw that there were over 20 survivors on campus. She wondered if her parents were among them. As Luo Qingtian thought of this, she walked forward. When she found the small blue dots, She was standing some distance away. He slammed his fist into the ground. A large hole appeared in the ground, and Luo Qingtian leaped down. He saw a woman coming straight ahead. Ah! Startled by Luo Qingtian's action, the woman instinctively tried to run, but then she realized the person in front of her was the same girl who had fought the headmaster zombie. She stopped, turned back, and excitedly said, "Are you here for the rescue? Great. We finally found you." Luo Qingtian nodded. "Yes, what's your name? Are all the other survivors here?" The woman nodded excitedly. "My name is Qingyu. I'm here. Please wait a moment. I go get them." Qingyu turned and ran forward for a moment, then shouted, "Children, our heroic soldiers are here to rescue us. Now that the zombies have been driven away, we can leave." With that, over 20 children appeared, running towards them in unison. Luo Qingtian hadn't used her third ability since then. She wanted to use her own eyes to search for her parents. It wasn't until she saw the identities of the remaining survivors that she felt a wave of disappointment. Yes, I was naive. Mom and Dad clearly said it was the future base, not the future elementary school. Luo Qingtian sighed deeply as she watched the children running toward her. "Hello, Sister Hero." The children ran up to Luo Qingtian and bowed deeply. Luo Qingtian forced a smile. "Okay, you're welcome. Let's go up. It's dangerous here at night." Luo Qingtian then jumped directly to the ground. On the ground, Zhang Yuan watched Luo Qingtian emerge with a sullen expression, thinking something had happened. Then he watched the elementary school students begin to crawl out of the pit. One by one, the students crawled out until over 20 emerged, followed by teacher Qingyu. Are these the survivors of future elementary school? The fact that so many students were still alive surprised Zhang Yuan and the members of the Thunder Squad. Thunder Squad leader Lei Bao laughed out loud. "We're so lucky. So many survived." Zhang Yuan glanced at Lei Bao grimly and said, "Qingtian saved all these people himself." Lei Bao smiled awkwardly. If they hadn't saved anyone this time, their trip would have been in vain, and they wouldn't have any points to earn back. Seeing so many children, he had an idea. Luo Qingtian didn't care. "My car can't hold so many people. If you want points, see how many you can fit." Upon hearing this, Lei Bao immediately asked the psychics and his team to bring out other cars. And Wei Wei also brought out a jeep. Luo Qingtian simply took out his RV and climbed in. Qingyu could see that Luo Qingtian was a bit cold, but remembering that they were all saved by Luo Qingtian, and that saving them would earn him points, she gathered a few sensible children and followed him into the RV. Soon, the group drove away from future elementary school. Qingyu and the children sat nervously in the RV, taking in its decor. Even before the apocalypse, they had never ridden in such a fine RV. Just then, a little girl took Qingyu's hand and whispered, "Teacher, I'm so hungry." As soon as she said this, her stomach rumbled. The other children's stomachs also rumbled. Qingyu glanced nervously at Luo Qingtian, about to whisper some words of comfort. But her stomach also started to sing the empty city stratagem. Chapter 237. Luo Qingtian sighed and pulled the fur ball out of the space. She placed it in the driver's seat, then stood up and walked to the kitchen to start cooking. Luo Qingtian cooked a large bowl of egg drop noodle soup for the children, filled it with plenty of ham sausage, and then found a bunch of bowls from the space. After finishing all this, he said, "You be responsible for their meals." Qingyu looked at the cooked noodle soup excitedly, swallowing her saliva. It had been so long since she had eaten something hot. Even though it was just noodles, she was thrilled. She stood up and bowed deeply to Luo Qingtian. "Thank you, Miss Soldier." Luo Qingtian glanced at Qingyu and said, "I'm not a soldier, I'm just a psychic from the rescue team. Just call me Luo Qingtian." Qingyu nodded excitedly. "Yes, yes, yes. Miss Luo, thank you for the meal," Qingyu said, directing the children to start serving the noodles. Luo Qingtian was idly staring out the car window, when suddenly a small green ball jumped in, landed on his shoulder, and burped. Luo Qingtian smiled and asked, "Are you full?" The little green ball jumped into Luo Qingtian's arms, rolled around, and burped again. Luo Qingtian knew it was about to spit out its crystal core, so he tossed it into the space. The sound of footsteps came from the kitchen. Luo Qingtian turned and saw Qingyu directing the children to line up and wash the dishes. Luo Qingtian stood up and walked into the kitchen. He said to Qingyu, "Once you arrive at the base, you have to find a lot of things on your own. Bring these bowls with you. You need them when you get there." Hearing Luo Qingtian, Qingyu became even more excited. She bowed deeply to Luo Qingtian and said, "Thank you, Miss Luo, for meeting someone as kind as you at this time." We're so lucky. The children behind him also bowed to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian waved her hand. It wasn't that she was being kind, but she generally wouldn't touch anything someone else had used. That's why she let them take it. The children packed up their things. Luo Qingtian sat in the living room and looked at Qinyu. Teacher Qin, I just wanted to ask if there's a teacher named Luo at Future Elementary School. Qinyu thought for a moment and shook her head. Well, sorry. I don't know any teachers named Luo. And I can say with certainty that we're the only ones left at Future Elementary School. After hearing Qinyu's reassurance, Luo Qingtian still felt a little disappointed. I saw so many names of bases on that trip to the second base, but the future base wasn't one of them. Presumably, the future base wasn't within the second base. If that was the case, she should prepare for her departure when she returned. The RV drove steadily on its way back. As they passed the ruins of the past, the car in front stopped for a moment. After confirming that there were no humans or zombies around, they resumed their journey. 2 hours later, the convoy stopped near a forest. Zhang Yuan frowned at the sudden appearance of the forest before him. Why are there trees here? There weren't any when we came here. Chugu looked around and nodded. It must be a sudden, mutated forest. How about we take a detour? Everyone agreed, and then looked into the distance. Confirming that there was indeed a treeless road in the distance, everyone re-entered the car and continued on their way. Shortly after the convoy passed through the woods, the car in front suddenly stalled. The rest of the convoy followed suit. Even Luo Qingtian's car stalled. As Luo Qingtian prepared to exit the car, Qinyu stood up and said, Miss Luo, I'm an Earth-type psychic. I might be able to help you. Luo Qingtian looked back at the children in the car, whose faces were filled with confusion and fear. Luo Qingtian shook his head. You stay. These children will feel at ease with you here. Luo Qingtian then exited the car. At this moment, Zhang Yuan approached Qingtian. Something's wrong. Our cars are all stalled, and the exhaust pipes are full of leaves. As he finished speaking, he saw a vine, as thick as a wrist, extending towards them. Luo Qingtian's pupils shrank. The flying fire mysterious bow instantly appeared in his hand. He drew his bow and released his arrow. Fusion. The next moment, 3 flaming arrows merged into one, blasting directly towards the vine. The vine instantly ignited, then exploded all around, incinerating it to dust. It all happened in a flash. The vine appeared abruptly and vanished just as quickly. No one reacted. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled. Everyone present panicked, and Zhang Yuan shouted behind him, Everyone get out of the car. The space user folded up the car. The rest of you, protect the survivors. Zhang Yuan then looked toward Luo Qingtian, watching him throw a small green ball directly onto the ground. The small green ball instantly grew larger, extending many tentacles, lifting Luo Qingtian's RV and running off into the distance. The series of events unfolded so suddenly that Zhang Yuan forgot how to speak, his mouth hanging open, as he watched the large green ball retreat. After the large green ball had retreated, Zhang Yuan finally thought of asking something. But before he could ask, vines as thick as an adult's wrist sprouted from the ground between them, clawing at them. Everyone quickly released their supernatural powers to resist. The children Luo Qingtian had removed were only some of them, others were left behind. They screamed in fear at the vines coming their way. Perhaps the sound had stimulated the vines, and many of them shot towards the children. Zhang Yuan didn't have time to speak. A silver-white ice crystal armor condensed around his body, and an ice spear appeared in his hand. He began to unleash his supernatural power on the surrounding vines. The vines that shot towards the children were frozen. The earth and metal psychics rushed to the children's side, building a high wall around them to keep the vines out. More and more vines sprouted from the ground. Initially, everyone could manage them cautiously, but as the vines grew, they struggled to protect the survivors while fighting. Suddenly, 2 children were snatched up by the vines and dragged toward the nearby woods. No one had anticipated this. Oh no! Help! The Thunder Squad leader shouted, shooting lightning bolts from his hand. He shot them toward the vines. But the vines, as if they had eyes, effortlessly dodged the 2 bolts. Just as everyone thought the 2 children were about to be dragged into the woods, 3 flaming arrows shot out. The vines instantly ignited. The 2 captured children fell to the ground. If they had fallen to the ground, they would have died. Chapter 238. Zhang Yuan rushed out, intending to catch the 2 children before they hit the ground, but everyone knew it would be difficult. Suddenly, a giant white tiger leaped out, passing Zhang Yuan. It caught the 2 children, who were about to fall, and safely caught them on its back. After catching the children, The white tiger turned and rushed towards the group again. The members of Team Thunder were about to unleash their supernatural powers on the white tiger when Chugu, standing beside them, stopped them. Don't move. That white tiger is one of us. This successfully relieved everyone. Dubai brought the children back to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian gently patted Dubai on the head. Take the children to the RV. Come back after the fight is over. Dubai, understanding Luo Qingtian's intention, turned and leaped over to the remaining surviving children. He opened his mouth and scooped up a primary school student, then ran towards the RV. The others saw Dubai take away 3 more children, lightening their burden, and continued to fight the vines. Only now, even more vines were emerging. Luo Qingtian effortlessly dodged all of them, then slammed his fist into the ground. A crater instantly appeared in the ground. The vines, startled by Luo Qingtian's maneuver, retreated. Luo Qingtian observed the vine's trajectory, and instantly glanced toward the distant forest. As soon as the flying fire mysterious bow appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand, she called out to Xiaolu, who was flying toward her from a distance. Xiaolu, go! With that, Luo Qingtian charged toward the forest. After hearing Luo Qingtian's voice, Xiaolu sped up to catch up. The next moment, Xiaolu transformed into a pair of large green wings and clung to Luo Qingtian's back. Each man, one ball, flew towards the woods. Lei Bao, the captain of the Thunder team, swallowed hard as he watched Luo Qingtian fly away. He asked Chugu, who was beside him, Sister Chu, who is this Luo Qingtian? What are those wings on her back? Why is she going to that woods when she's not here fighting vines? Is she trying to kill herself? Chugu herself didn't even know what Luo Qingtian's wings were. Leave her alone. She's very strong. She must have her own ideas. Let's protect the children first. Lei Bao nodded, his gaze blazing. He also thought this woman was very strong. It would be great if such a powerful psychic could join their team. No wonder Zhang Yuan insisted on going to that future elementary school. So he's trying to win her over. At this moment, Lei Bao's mind was preoccupied with how to win over Luo Qingtian, and Chugu guessed his intentions. She wasn't worried at all about Luo Qingtian being pulled away. The Yuan team had put in so much effort, and it just so happened that they were seeing some progress with Luo Qingtian. If someone like Lei Bao tried to win her over, Luo Qingtian would definitely ignore him. A smile immediately broke out on Luo Qingtian's face after he flew into the woods. The entire forest was green, with occasional yellow clods of earth visible beneath certain trees. This clearly indicated to him that this was a rich source of golden refiner stone. Confirming this, Luo Qingtian unleashed a shower of meteor fire upon the entire forest. The next moment, a shower of fire, like small meteorites, fell, smacking the mutant trees. All of the mutant trees pulled their roots from the ground and began to scatter in all directions. Pits appeared in many of the yellow clods of earth. Luo Qingtian activated his third skill, took out a small shovel, and began diligently digging up the golden refiner stone. In less than a moment, Luo Qingtian had dug up over 10 pieces of golden refining stone. The mutant trees, fearing Luo Qingtian's rain of fire, huddled together and moved in unison toward the right front. The psychics still battling the vines not far away also noticed that the vines that had attacked them had vanished. Looking at the forest ahead, they were surprised to see that the entire area was moving in unison toward the right front. At the base of each tree were short legs woven from their roots. It was like a whirlwind of fire. They wished they could send sparks flying from their roots. The psychic stared at the scene in astonishment. Boss, this is the first time I've seen an entire forest move. The members of Yuan's team now understood why the mutant trees had moved to create a path when Luo Qingtian walked through the forest. Luo Qingtian was truly enraged by the sight of the trees. Luo Qingtian defeated the mutant tree, obtained over 10 gold refining stones, and returned to the team in high spirits. Zhang Yuan looked at Luo Qing with a complicated expression. Now I finally understand why those mutant trees are afraid of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Bao came over with a laugh. Ha ha ha, Miss Luo, your reputation is well deserved. I didn't expect your abilities to be so powerful. I wonder if you're interested in joining our Thunderstorm team. Don't worry, if you do, all our Thunderstorm team points and crystal cores will be yours. Luo Qingtian looked at Lei Bao expressionlessly, and shook his head. Not interested. I'm not from the second base. Luo Qing looked off into the distance. By then, Mao Qiu had cleared the car of leaves and the exhaust duct. After packing up the entire car, he drove towards them. Luo Qingtian watched his car approach and whispered, "It's getting late. This area isn't a good place to stay. Let's get going." With that, Luo Qingtian got in the car. Mao Qiu drove forward. Lei Bao, frustrated, rubbed his nose awkwardly. Zhang Yuan glanced at Lei Bao with displeasure and gestured for An Weiwei to get a new car. An Weiwei then produced 2 jeeps. Directing the children into the cars, Yuan's team sped up to catch up with Luo Qingtian. Lei Bao watched both groups leave and then glanced at his teammates. Was this a bit unkind of me? The other team members were speechless. Their captain was always so aggressive. Poaching someone right in front of them was definitely unkind, but no one said anything. Waiting for the space-powered user to get a car. They quickly caught up. The car finally arrived near the second base in the afternoon of the next day. Luo Qingtian was with them this time. As they passed through the woods, the mutant trees pulled themselves out to make way for Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian led them back to the base smoothly. After returning to the base, they headed straight for the first city to hand in their mission. Luo Qingtian instructed Qin Yu to follow Zhang Yuan and the others. She herself did not go to see Wen Liang. Instead, she went straight back to her own residence. She no longer cared about what happened next. Luo Qingtian stored the car Mao and Dubai into her space. She went back to her residence to pack up. She changed her clothes and went to Qi Jian's house. Chapter 239. Since arriving at the second base, Qi Jian had been incredibly comfortable, save for a brief moment of bullying on his first day. Not all people in the first city possessed psychics, but they were certainly related to them. So, living there, almost everyone was very friendly to them. Even Qi Jian's wife had gradually regained her composure during her recuperation. She was no longer as mad as before. She was also gradually coming out of the haze of losing her son. She took Qi Jian's hand every day for a stroll. When Luo Qingtian went to meet them with some gifts, they happened to see the old couple returning from their stroll. "Little Qingtian, you're back?" Qi Jian smiled and stepped forward, quickly opening the door and welcoming Luo Qingtian in. "Yes. Uncle Qi, I brought back some canned food and some clothes from my mission. I thought they suit Auntie, so I brought them here." Qi Jian accepted the items with some embarrassment. "Thank you so much, Xiao Qingtian. If it weren't for you, my wife, and I might not even have the chance to reach the second base. I'm truly sorry you gave us so many things, Uncle. You don't have to feel bad. I should be the one feeling bad. I owed you a lot of money for the project before the apocalypse." Qi Jian smiled and shook his head. After hearing about the events before the apocalypse, Qi Jian felt Luo Qingtian was looking for an excuse to send him something. He felt even more grateful to Luo Qingtian. "Uncle Qi, Aunt Qi, are you all doing well here? If you need anything, please contact Secretary Wen Liang or Captain Zhang and Chuku of the Yuan squad. I greet them when the time comes." Qi Jian immediately understood what Luo Qing said. "Little Qingtian, what do you mean by that? Are you leaving the second base?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "Yes. I came to the second base to find my parents. I searched everywhere around the second base and asked around, but there's no sign of them anywhere. So I'm planning to go to the third base." Speaking of Luo Qingtian's parents, Qi Jian couldn't help but sigh. When Dr. Luo and his wife suddenly disappeared, our entire lab was deeply saddened. "But Qingtian, what made you start looking for your parents? What message did they leave behind?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "Yes, I found a letter they left for me while I was packing. They said they'd be waiting for me in the future. I don't know what they meant by the future, so I'm planning to look everywhere." Luo Qingtian didn't mention the story of the future base. Qi Jian nodded in understanding. "I see. That's good. When you find them, bring them back to the second base. I haven't seen them in ages, and I miss them." Luo Qingtian nodded. "Okay, I certainly will." Qi Jian looked at Luo Qingtian with some reluctance. "When are you planning on leaving?" Luo Qingtian thought for a moment. "In the next 2 days, maybe. If there was nothing else to do at the base, she would leave. But before she left, she wanted Wen Liang and Zhang Yuan to take care of Qi Jian and his wife. She planned to do something more for the second base." Zhang Yuan and Lei Bao took Qin Yu to meet Wen Liang. Wen Liang was overjoyed to learn that over 20 children had been rescued. He immediately allocated land for the construction of a primary school. They also set aside an area for the elementary school students' dormitories. After settling everything, Wen Liang asked, "Were these children rescued from future elementary school? Did you and Luo Qingtian go there together?" Zhang Yuan and Lei Bao were a little embarrassed. "Secretary Wen, when we arrived at the place we were rescuing, everyone there had turned into zombies, and some had already been eaten by black rats. At future elementary school, Luo Qingtian rescued all the children herself. We were just helping her bring them back." When Liang's heart surged with shock when he heard Zhang Yuan's words. Are you saying that Luo Qingtian rescued the children from Future Elementary School herself? He knew how formidable the zombies in Future Elementary School were. A psychic once risked his life to record the little zombies there. Those little zombies were like a swarm of rats. When they saw their prey, they rushed forward quickly, seizing it and attacking them en masse. In a matter of moments, only skeletons remained of the captured prey. Even a speed-type psychic would have had difficulty escaping at that speed. He couldn't imagine the circumstances under which Luo Qingtian had managed to eliminate those little zombies. Did you see it with your own eyes? He looked at Lei Bao and Zhang Yuan with curiosity. Zhang Yuan shook his head. No, we saw a wave of zombies attacking when we got there. Lei Bao then chimed in. Yeah, the Future Elementary School building had just collapsed when we got there, trapping many zombies inside. Maybe Luo Qingtian got a piece of that. Wen Liang nodded slightly. Whatever the case, Luo Qingtian had at least gone to Future Elementary School alone. This was enough to prove Luo Qingtian's strength. Wen Liang was already pondering how to make Luo Qingtian a permanent member of their second base. Lei Bao began to inquire about Luo Qingtian from Zhang Yuan in a roundabout way. Zhang Yuan, unwilling to pay attention to Lei Bao, made an excuse to leave. Lei Bao, always a reckless young man, grabbed Zhang Yuan's arm and urged him to go to the first city restaurant for dinner. The two of them dragged each other to the entrance of the government building. Ah! A scream instantly halted the two people's movements, and then they saw a figure falling from the sky. They quickly dodged, and when they got a closer look, they realized that the falling figure was the body of a young girl. A white bird? Lei Bao's pupils narrowed when he saw the body. He quickly stepped forward and picked it up. The body's abdomen had been hollowed out, and even the heart had been removed. It looked horrific. Zhang Yuan looked around and whispered, Do you know him? Lei Bao's eyes were red. Yes. This child is a water-based psychic. He approached our Thunder team a few days ago, saying he wanted to join us. I didn't expect to see his body here today. Who is he? Lei Bao looked up at the sky, hoping to find the child's killer, but the sky was empty. It was as if the child had fallen from thin air. How could this happen? Lei Bao pursed his lips, his face grim. As they spoke, they heard another scream from not far away. At the sound, Zhang Yuan's icy armor instantly appeared. He leaped 2 steps at a time, landing on the nearest rooftop and running towards the sound of the scream. At this moment, several people were running towards Lei Bao. Lei Bao handed the body to the approaching guard and jumped up himself, chasing Zhang Yuan. Chapter 240. The two men chased each other across the rooftops, soon seeing a cloaked figure running desperately ahead. But after a while, the figure jumped off the roof. Zhang Yuan followed closely behind, and after the figure jumped off the roof, he jumped down as well. But after jumping down, he was faced with a crisscross of alleys. Unable to find the cloaked figure, Zhang Yuan frowned and searched everywhere. Not far away, a woman's screams rang out. Zhang Yuan immediately ran over. After running through several alleys, he heard a woman crying. Then, at the far end of the alley, he saw a woman sitting on the ground, curled up and shivering. Zhang Yuan quickly ran over, and saw the body of a man lying in front of the woman. Zhang Yuan walked over with his ice spear in hand. What happened? The woman looked at Zhang Yuan with red eyes, as he ran towards her. Like a frightened deer, she lowered her head and sobbed softly. Just now, a man in a black robe rushed over and ripped out my boyfriend's heart. Zhang Yuan sheathed his ice spear, walked over to the body, and turned it over. Sure enough, the man's heart had been ripped out, and there was a large hole in his lower abdomen, as if it had been gouged. The body looked exactly like the one he had encountered in front of the government building. Zhang Yuan frowned at the body before him, then looked at the woman sitting on the ground, weeping. Where did that man go? Did you see his face clearly? The woman sobbed and shook her head. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I was so scared at the time. I only saw a hand pierce my boyfriend's chest, and then his heart was ripped out by that man. I was so scared I sat on the ground, covering my head, not daring to read the rest. The woman stumbled over her words, clearly genuinely terrified. Zhang Yuan looked at the woman before him suspiciously. In this apocalyptic world, were there still women so afraid of killing? He was about to step forward to say something when Lei Bao rushed over from behind. Seeing the body before him, Lei Bao frowned. Is this the same as Bai Niao's? Did you see the murderer? Zhang Yuan shook his head. There's only one survivor. It can only be said that it was a man who did it. As for the others, she was too frightened to see anything. Lei Bao raised an eyebrow at the woman squatting on the ground, weeping. The woman's skin was an unhealthy paleness, her figure was thin, and her facial complexion wasn't in good condition. Many women in this apocalyptic world were like this, but Lei Bao felt as if this woman wasn't telling the truth. What's your name? Where are you from? The woman sobbed softly. I was just brought back by the Iron Squad a few days ago. My name isn't Xiao Xiao. The person on the ground is the deputy captain of the Iron Team, Lu Tao. I promised to be his woman, so he came with me here today to handle the rental paperwork. I didn't expect to encounter something like this. After hearing Qiuqiu's self-introduction, Lei Bao no longer had any doubts. The captain of the Iron Team was his friend. He also knew Lu Tao, a water-based psychic, but he looked so miserable right now that he hadn't recognized him earlier. Are you from the Iron Team? It just so happens that I know their captain. So let me take you to him. And Xiao Xiao lowered her eyes and nodded after hearing Lei Bao's words. Zhang Yuan looked Xiao Xiao up and down. Where did you rescue the survivors from? He remembered that the Iron Team seemed to be rescuing people from the vicinity of City D. But the survivors there had almost all turned into zombies. Could this Xiao Xiao be from City D? I'm from the suburbs of City D. There are very few survivors in City D. I went out looking for something to eat the other day and ran into the Iron Team, and they brought me back. Zhang Yuan nodded. Yeah, I see. Then follow Captain Lei Bao. Zhang Yuan said, looking at Lei Bao. He lowered his voice and said, Lei Bao, I want to take this body away. I'm going to take him to see Wen Liang. This murderer has only been killing water-type psychics so far. I think there's definitely something fishy going on, and I suspect this killer is also a water-type. Zhang Yuan's face paled as he spoke. If a psychic could increase their own abilities by consuming the heart of a psychic with the same attributes, he didn't dare to think about the consequences. If this were true, and those inhumane psychics learned of it, they might secretly hunt them down to strengthen themselves. This could be a disaster for human psychics. So, they must find a way to eliminate this murderer. Lei Bao had clearly considered this, and he nodded gravely. I understand. I take this woman back first, and see how the Iron Squad handles her. The two agreed, and then they went their separate ways. As soon as Zhang Yuan left the government building, he returned to Wen Liang's office and told him everything they had experienced outside. Wen Liang tensed up after hearing this. Zhang Yuan, it's best to keep this a secret. Zhang Yuan frowned. If we keep it a secret, what if other psychics get hurt? Wen Liang was also thinking about this. If word got out, some psychics might actually try to assassinate other psychics and take out their hearts. That would definitely cause chaos at the second base. Wen Liang pondered this and suddenly came up with an idea. Well, I issue a notice later saying that the second base needs a water psychic to purify the water supply. We keep all the water psychics under surveillance. Maybe we can find the murderer. Zhang Yuan thought about it, and since there seemed to be no other solution, he nodded. After separating from Qi Jian and the others, Luo Qingtian went to Zhang Yuan's villa. When she arrived, only Chuge and Wei Wei were there. The others were out on patrol. Zhang Yuan never returned. The three girls sat in the hall, chatting idly. Just as Luo Qingtian was debating whether to tell him he was leaving, Zhang Yuan arrived. And Wei Wei scurried out like a cheerful little bird to greet him. Zhang Yuan smiled, took in Wei Wei's hand, and they walked into the villa together. But when Zhang Yuan saw Luo Qingtian sitting in the living room, he reflexively let go of Wei Wei's hand. Qingtian, why are you here? Oh, I came to see you about something. Luo Qingtian was about to tell him he was leaving when Zhang Yuan smiled and said, Is it about learning to shoot? That's easy. Why don't you stay for dinner tonight? I can teach you some other shooting techniques while I'm here. I have something to tell you too. Chapter 241. Zhang Yuan sat down across from Luo Qingtian. He then recounted what had happened today. Qingtian, I remember you're also a water type, right? You need to be careful these days. I don't know how this person found a water type, but maybe he find you. Luo Qingtian frowned as he listened to Zhang Yuan's words. You mean, you plan to gather all the water types? Zhang Yuan nodded. Indeed, that's the only way so far. Because all the dead so far have been water types. Luo Qingtian pursed her lips in thought. For some reason, she felt something was amiss. Let me help with the arrest this time. One person was able to quickly remove a person's heart and lower abdomen. I just don't think a normal human could do that. Zhang Yuan nodded. I think so too, but I can't think of anyone or any animal who could do that. However, the only witness said it was a man. Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. As long as it's confirmed to be human. I help you find the murderer quickly. I was leaving anyway, so I could find an excuse to ask Wen Liang and Zhang Yuan to look after Qi Jian and his wife before I left. Hearing Luo Qingtian's offer of help, Zhang Yuan suppressed his excitement and nodded with a smile. Okay, I trouble you then. As they spoke, they went to the courtyard, and Zhang Yuan began to diligently teach Luo Qingtian the rest of his marksmanship. And Wei Wei and Chuge went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for the evening. It was already evening when Luo Qingtian left. She walked out of the villa and towards her residential complex. First City was very quiet at night. Perhaps because of the heart-wrenching incident, the night patrols had disappeared. Luo Qingtian walked slowly home, occasionally imitating the gunmanship Zhang Yuan had taught her. She kept her third skill active, making sure no one was following her. Luo Qingtian walked confidently, but not far from her, a pool of liquid was silently following her. Suddenly, the pool of liquid sped up, transforming into a transparent humanoid figure. Its hand grew incredibly sharp, reaching for Luo Qingtian's back. But before it could reach Luo Qingtian, its hand was grasped by Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's hand glowed white, and the transparent liquid figure froze instantly, transforming into a transparent humanoid ice sculpture. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to the ice sculpture. Boom! The entire ice sculpture was shattered, shattering into a pile of ice shards. A ball of flame then condensed in Luo Qingtian's hand, ready to burn the ice sculpture dry. After turning into ice shards, the ice sculpture instantly returned to liquid. Then it flowed into a nearby sewer. Luo Qingtian frowned. He simply opened the manhole and jumped in. But there was only a stinking ditch below. He could still see the foul-smelling water flowing into the distance. Luo Qingtian frowned. He crawled out of the manhole. After climbing out of the well, Luo Qingtian amplified his third ability, but there was no sign of the humanoid water monster anywhere, either underground or above ground. In a villa complex, a woman stumbled out of the manhole. She emanated a foul odor, and she was drenched, as if she had just crawled out of a cesspool. Damn Luo Qingtian, the woman cursed under her breath. I'm so strong, how could I still be no match for her? The woman cursed as she headed inside. But before she could even enter the villa, the door opened. The woman quickly turned into a puddle, inching to the side. A man opened the door. He frowned and looked around. What's so smelly? Did someone poop out there? He said, then slammed the door shut. The woman, who had been reduced to a puddle, quickly returned to her normal state. She looked up at the second floor, where she saw a room belonging to her. After a moment's thought, she began to crawl barehanded until she reached the room. Luo Qingtian didn't rush back. She returned to the villa complex and flew over it for a while. The underground well pipe that the humanoid water monster had entered was the drainage pipe for the villa complex. If the monster wanted to leave, it would definitely leave through the next wellhead. So, she was certain it was still in the villa complex. She activated her third skill to its maximum. He quickly scanned the villa complex. A woman bathing in her room seemed to sense something, and as Luo Qingtian flew past, she instantly transformed into a puddle of water. She then lay on the bathroom floor, waiting for Luo Qingtian to pass. After a brief scan, Luo Qingtian found no trace of the humanoid water monster. He had no choice but to temporarily leave the villa complex and fly towards his own residential complex. The woman, sensing Luo Qingtian's departure, was about to transform back into human form, but she strayed too close to the drain and, without realizing it, drifted back into the sewer. By the time she could get out, it had already completely flown into the pipe. The next day, the base indeed issued a notice. All water-type aspirants were required to proceed to the government building to accept assigned missions. Those who completed higher-level missions would receive 10 kilograms of refined rice. As soon as the message went out, water-type aspirants from the entire base arrived. When Luo Qingtian arrived, the entire building was practically packed with people. Chu Gu and Zhang Yuan were at the front, recording the people who had registered. Zhang Yuan quickly spotted Luo Qingtian standing in the distance in the crowd. He handed everything off to Wei Wei and Chu Gu and walked into the crowd. You're here, Gu Yu nodded. When you report to me later, just report a single type Esper. Zhang Yuan nodded. Okay. I take care of the rest. Soon, the water-type aspirants were led into the government building. Luo Qingtian stood at the back of the group, activating her third ability to survey her surroundings. Finding small blue dots everywhere, nothing unusual, she followed inside. Just as everyone entered the government building, a pool of water behind it slowly transformed into a transparent humanoid figure. Then the figure gradually took on a human face. It was none other than Xiao Xiao, the one who had been brought back. And Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth as she stared at Luo Qingtian's back. Why is Luo Qingtian here too? Aren't we looking for water-based targets? It seems there's no way to infiltrate. How awful. With that, and Xiao Xiao could only turn and leave. As they entered the alley, a female psychic passed by. Upon smelling Qiuqiu's scent, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and nose. Sister, did you fall into a toilet? It stinks so bad, and you're still walking around. Who are you trying to stink to death? After saying this, and Xiao Xiao raised her head and glared grimly at the woman who had spoken. The woman's skin crawled at Qiuqiu's gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? Why don't you even smell yourself? You really smell like you just swam in a pit of shit and piss. Chapter 242. And Xiao Xiao wasn't angry. Looking at the woman who was speaking, she suddenly laughed. They think I only capture water-type mutants now, but what if I kill anyone with a superpower? After saying this, and Qiuqiu's hand suddenly reached out and plunged into the woman's body. The woman stared in shock at the hand thrust into her, about to scream. And Xiao Xiao suddenly withdrew his hand. He then grasped the woman's neck again and gently twisted it, snapping it. The woman didn't make a sound until her death. And Xiao Xiao sneered, thrusting his hand into the woman's body again and ripped out her heart. He licked it with his tongue. Even if it's not a water-type mutant, I should be able to eat it, right? Since you're so sure I'm after a water-type, then I cause chaos in this base. And Xiao Xiao said, devouring the heart in his hand bite by bite. He then ripped open the woman's abdomen. Just as he was about to leave, he heard screams from not far away. And Xiao Xiao turned and saw a woman's figure flash by at the end of the alley. And Xiao Xiao secretly cried out inwardly, "Oh no!" She immediately turned into a puddle and chased after the woman. The woman's screams attracted patrolmen from the first ring of the city. Before Xiao Xiao could even appear, she saw that the woman had been protected by a group of guards. The woman pointed panically at the dead female psychic in front of her. Dead. Ah! The woman screamed incoherently, looking clearly uneasy. Someone from the guards immediately rushed into the alley. Zhang Yuan, who had just emerged, heard the screams as well. He quickly rushed into the alley, and saw the dead female psychic lying on the ground. Zhang Yuan frowned and asked, "What's going on?" The guard's face turned grim. "Captain Zhang, we don't know either. We just heard someone screaming and rushed over. Are there any survivors?" The guard pointed at the woman in the center, who was now in a panic. She looked at everyone cautiously, not even daring to look up. "Captain Zhang, there's something wrong with that woman." Zhang Yuan looked at the woman and felt she looked familiar. But when she saw him, she screamed, "Little Qingtian, little Qingtian." Zhang Yuan instantly realized who she was. Wasn't this Qi Jian's wife? He knew Luo Qingtian cared deeply for Qi Jian and his wife. "Are you Aunt Qi? Where's Uncle Qi?" Aunt Qi looked at Zhang Yuan and opened her mouth. "You? Woman." Little Qingtian. Aunt Qi took 2 steps back, looking terrified. Zhang Yuan knew Aunt Qi was mentally unstable, and tried to remain calm. "Aunt Qi, where's Uncle Qi? Why are you here alone?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Jian's voice called out from a distance. "Xiuji! Xiuji!" Qi Jian continued to search. Until he saw Aunt Qi standing nearby, he excitedly ran over. "Xiuji, why are you here?" Qi Jian said, pulling Aunt Qi close to him for a closer look. Seeing no injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. Aunt Qi saw Qi Jian approaching, stepped forward, took Qi Jian's hand, and looked at him tearfully. "Woman Yuan, little sunny day." Qi Jian didn't know what his wife was talking about. He looked at Zhang Yuan apologetically. "Captain Zhang, I'm sorry. My wife wanted to try those fried meatballs over there, and when I went to get them, she disappeared. I'm so sorry to have caused you so much trouble." Zhang Yuan shook his head. "It's okay. Uncle Qi, if you need anything in the future, come find me if Qingtian isn't here. I definitely help you if I can. Aunt Qi just witnessed a murder, and I'm wondering if you could ask around for me." Zhang Yuan recounted what happened in the alley to Qi Jian. Qi Jian panicked, looking around, then whispered, "Xiuji, did you see who killed that girl?" Aunt Qi nervously hugged Qi Jian. "Woman, let's find little Qingtian." Aunt Qi began to cry as she spoke, trembling all over, appearing terrified and nervous. Qi Jian shook his head helplessly, and pulled Aunt Qi into his arms. "I'm sorry, Captain Zhang, my wife is terrified. She's been wanting to find little Qingtian. If you know where Qingtian is, please have her come visit when she has time." Zhang Yuan nodded in disappointment. "Okay, it's my fault for being so anxious. I know where Qingtian is. I have someone take you back." Zhang Yuan nodded to the guards beside him. "Please take them back to the neighborhood over there." The guards immediately agreed and left with the 2 men. At the same time, They were secretly surprised that these two elderly men actually had such a powerful figure as Zhang Yuan as their backer. They couldn't help but exchange glances. It seemed they would have to be nicer to these two from now on. After the others left, Zhang Yuan looked around, but didn't see the murderer he was looking for. He turned and headed towards the government building. Just as Zhang Yuan left, and Xiao Xiao in the corner transformed from a puddle into a human again. You know Luo Qingtian? Haha. And Xiao Xiao sneered and walked in the direction Qi Jian and his wife had left. When Liang arranged these water-based psychics into 4 rooms. He also prepared several large buckets for each of them, and instructed them to pour water into them. Though the psychics didn't understand what was going on, they had no choice but to do as they were told. Luo Qingtian watched them pour water in silence. Suddenly, someone called out from the door. Luo Qingtian stopped what she was doing and walked out. Seeing it was Zhang Yuan, Luo Qingtian asked in confusion, "What happened?" "Someone just died, and it wasn't a water-based psychic. I wonder if the murderer did this on purpose." Gu Yuyu nodded. "It seems like he's deliberately provoking us." Zhang Yuan thought so too. The murderer just ran into Aunt Qi while he was killing someone. Aunt Qi was terrified and kept calling your name. Go check it out when you have time. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Luo Qingtian's face paled instantly. When did this happen? Zhang Yuan soothed, "Just now. Don't worry, I arranged for someone to take Aunt Qi home." Luo Qingtian didn't bother to talk to Zhang Yuan, turning and running outside. Qi Jian, after several guards escorted the two back to the residential complex, left. Qi Jian led Aunt Qi toward the door, completely unaware of the puddle of water slowly flowing behind them. As they reached the front door, the puddle of water followed. Qi Jian was about to open the door when he turned and saw the puddle. "Why is there water here?" Qi Jian wondered, opening the door and leading Aunt Qi inside. After settling Aunt Qi down, Qi Jian came out with a bucket and mop. He began mopping the puddle of water. And Xiao Xiao was furious, ready to transform into a human and kill someone, when Luo Qingtian suddenly ran over. "Uncle Qi, why are you mopping the floor here?" Chapter 243. Qi Jian smiled upon seeing Luo Qingtian approach, saying, "It's a shame to have water stains on the floor at this hour. I want to use this mop to soak it up and take it back to mop my own floor." Qi Jian looked at the puddle of water with a hint of regret as he spoke. "Oh, I wonder who would be so wasteful. Luo Qing, Uncle Qi, I'm craving fried meatballs today. Go back and make me some, and I mop this up." Qi Jian smiled upon hearing this and said, "Great, you arrived just in time. I actually bought quite a few fried meatballs today. I go back and prepare the ingredients, and make you some more delicious food tonight." Qi Jian handed the bucket and mop to Luo Qingtian and happily went back inside. Luo Qingtian watched Qi Jian enter the house, and pulled Machio out of his space. "You go guard Uncle Qi's front door. Don't let him out, and don't let anything in." Machio nodded naively and trudged towards Qi Jian's front door. At this moment, Luo Qingtian's expression was utterly grim. She stared at the puddle of water, and suddenly slammed her fist into the ground. Bang! This fist, imbued with icy powers, froze all the water on the ground, but Luo Qingtian's fist was powerful. The water froze, and shattered into slag. It quickly condensed back into water. Luo Qingtian slammed her fist into the puddle again, this time condensing into a blazing flame. A scream echoed, and Luo Qingtian saw a woman appear before her. "Haha, you're the murderer who's been killing people in the city these days, right? It's a pity you got the wrong person." With that, Luo Qingtian landed another fierce punch on Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Xiao felt as if her bones were crumbling. She tumbled and scrambled forward, screaming, "Help! Someone's killing someone! Help! Ah!" Luo Qingtian quickly caught up with Xiao Xiao, and kicked her in the back, sending her plummeting to the ground. Ignoring her injuries, she continued running toward the villa area. Patrols soon descended upon her. And Xiao Xiao shouted to the patrolman, "Help! This woman is the killer these past few days. Help!" Soon, they surrounded Luo Qingtian. Desperate to catch her, Luo Qingtian didn't bother explaining himself. With a series of leaps, he leaped past the guards and landed directly behind Xiao Xiao. He punched Xiao Xiao in the back. Xiao Xiao was slammed to the ground. Luo Qingtian stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Xiao's hair. "Tell me, who are you?" Looking at Xiao Xiao, Luo Qingtian realized she looked strangely familiar. Xiao Xiao stared at Luo Qingtian. "Luo Qingtian, you devil, I won't let you go." As soon as she finished speaking, a fiery snake swooped down from behind. Luo Qingtian dodged backwards to avoid the snake. Xiao Xiao seized the opportunity, transforming into a puddle of water and freeing herself from Luo Qingtian's grip. She then dove into a nearby flower bed and disappeared from sight. Luo Qingtian quickly activated his third skill, but there was no trace of Xiaoxiao. Luo Qingtian looked at the pursuing guards, wishing she could kill these idiots. The guard attacking her from behind was still preparing to unleash his supernatural power. "Don't move. You're under arrest." The guard, staring at Luo Qingtian's sullen face, shouted nervously. "Idiot!" Luo Qingtian turned and walked away. She last encountered this woman in this villa complex, so she must be from this area. As long as she thoroughly searched the area, she doubted she wouldn't find her. And that woman knew her. She had a grudge against her, so she came to Uncle Qi because of her. Luo Qingtian was filled with murderous intent. She absolutely couldn't let anything happen to Qi Jian and his wife. She had to kill this water-type woman. Just after Luo Qingtian took a few steps, several guards behind her caught up with her. Just as they tried to attack Luo Qingtian finally lost her temper. She quickly turned around and punched the guards several times, sending them flying. "Are you idiots? Can't you see that the one who just escaped is the murderer these past few days?" Luo Qingtian turned and walked away. Zhang Yuan hurried over at that moment. Seeing the guard lying on the ground, his face was filled with confusion. What happened? The guard pointed at Luo Qing, who had almost disappeared in front of him. "Captain Zhang, the murderer just ran past here. She beat us all." Zhang Yuan turned his head, but didn't see Luo Qingtian. Knowing only that the murderer was up ahead, he hurried over. Luo Qingtian was becoming increasingly frustrated. He had finally caught that woman, only to have her escape again. Luo Qingtian's thoughts grew increasingly angry. At this moment, Zhang Yuan rushed over. "Qingtian, why are you here?" Luo Qingtian looked at Zhang Yuan and said, "Just now, that woman tried to kill Uncle Qi, but I stopped her, and then she ran in here. I was about to catch her, but if it weren't for that guard's interference, I'd probably have seen her by now." Luo Qing's arrival intensified her anxiety. With such a dangerous presence, she was truly worried. Zhang Yuan was speechless when he thought of the guards at the gate. So the murderer they were talking about was Luo Qingtian. He followed Luo Qingtian, and the two of them searched the villa complex. In the Steel Squad's villa, and Xiaoxiao nervously hid in her room. Luo Qingtian's punches had shaken every bone in her body. She couldn't even straighten her head. Just as she was trying to straighten herself, a woman's voice called out from the doorway. "Xiaoxiao, are you in there?" "I'm Zhanya." And Xiaoxiao heard the woman's voice and asked, "I'm here. What's wrong?" Zhanya smiled and said, "Someone's selling Tangyuan at the market today. I haven't had them in a while. The captain asked me to come up and call you." And Xiaoxiao looked a little unwell at this moment, and even her hands were cracked to varying degrees. Just as she was about to find an excuse to refuse, a flash of red flashed in her eyes, and she smiled at the door, saying, "Wait a minute, I open the door now." And Xiaoxiao flicked the switch on the door, and she collapsed onto the ground in a puddle. Zhanya heard the door lock unlock, but didn't notice the strange way it opened. She reached out, twisted the lock, and pushed the door open. "Xiaoxiao," Zhanya said as she walked through the door, but there was no one inside. There was a puddle of water at her feet. Frowning at it, she called out in Xiaoxiao's name as she headed towards the bathroom. As she reached the bathroom door, she felt something moving beneath her feet. She looked down, her eyes widening instantly. Chapter 244. The puddle of water on the ground was creeping up on her body. Zhanya was about to scream in fear when suddenly the puddle transformed into a humanoid form. A hand with sharp nails emerged from the water and pierced Zhanya's heart. Zhanya's mouth opened in pain, but a hand gripped her neck tightly, preventing her from even uttering a sound. She watched Xiaoxiao emerge from the water, her eyes filled with confusion and shock. And Xiaoxiao's face was now cracked. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her skin was a creepy paleness. Her smile was bloodthirsty. She reached out, plucked out Zhanya's heart, and began devouring it in big mouthfuls. Zhanya realized only at death that the Xiaoxiao before her was no ordinary girl. She was clearly a zombie king disguised as a human. But she had no chance to report the news. She could only watch as her body slid slowly toward the ground, blood flowing outward along the ground. The teammates downstairs had been waiting for the two women upstairs to come downstairs for food. But after waiting for a long time, no one came down. Deputy Captain He Liang looked up and said, "I go see what they're doing. It's been almost an hour, and the glutinous rice balls are completely cold. An opportunity like this, to eat sweet glutinous rice balls in the apocalypse, is rare. Isn't it said that women have a sweet tooth?" He Liang said this and headed upstairs. As he reached the second floor, he smelled blood in the hallway. He frowned and looked up at the end. And Xiaoxiao's door was open. Zhang Ye's body lay on the ground at the door, her body dripping with bright red blood. He Liang watched in shock as he quickly ran over. Zhang Ye, he rushed to Zhang Ye and lifted her up. A bloody hole lay on Zhang Ye's chest. It had been hollowed out. He Liang's heart immediately rang with alarm bells, and he quickly scanned the room. Not far in front of Zhang Ye, and Xiaoxiao lay on the ground, her back to him. But there was no blood beneath her. She looked unconscious. He Liang carefully set Zhang Ye down and walked towards Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, are you okay? He Liang reached over and reached out to pick Xiaoxiao up. As soon as he lifted her, he saw her face and screamed. And Xiaoxiao quickly opened her eyes and thrust out her sharp hand, stabbing He Liang's chest. Ding dong! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and He Liang, noticing Xiaoxiao's movements, instinctively hardened his body. Are you the zombie king? Captain, come quickly! He Liang looked at Xiaoxiao warily, then began shouting from the room. Soon, the sound of running feet could be heard from downstairs. And Xiaoxiao suddenly transformed into a puddle of water and wrapped herself around He Liang. She seeped directly into his clothes. It was summer, and He Liang was wearing very little. And Xiaoxiao quickly wrapped herself around him, burrowing into him through his belly button. He Liang's entire body could be metallized, except for his belly button, which was unprotected. After entering He Liang's body, and Xiaoxiao burst his abdomen. When she emerged, He Liang was already near death. She swiftly penetrated He Liang's chest, ripped out his heart, and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing it vigorously. When Tong Yuxing, captain of the Iron Squad, rushed over, he saw Xiaoxiao devouring a red heart. You're actually the zombie king. Damn it, you beast! Tong Yuxing's hands transformed into two steel knives and slashed at Xiaoxiao. And Xiaoxiao shoved the half-heart in her hand into her mouth. She licked the remaining blood from her lips and rushed towards Tong Yuxing. In the villa area, Luo Qingtian was still searching for Xiaoxiao. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Killed 9,866 level 5 zombies, 31,221 level 7 zombies, and 182 level 9 zombies. Killed 16 A-level zombie kings, and 1 S-level zombie king. Congratulations on your hunter skill upgrade. 3 arrows fired simultaneously, level 32, total range 2,000 meters. Added attribute enchantment capabilities, trap level 7, adding 2 trap units, allowing for flexible trap range changes within 500 meters. Perception level 9, extending the range by 200 meters and increasing perceptual discrimination. Healing skill level 7, poisoning skill level 5. Land domain level 10. Smelting times refreshed. Hearing the skill upgrade announcement, Luo Qingtian's annoyance immediately vanished. Perception upgraded? That headmaster zombie he killed last time turned out to be an S-rank zombie king? No wonder it was so difficult to defeat. This upgrade came at the perfect time. Luo Qingtian immediately activated his perception ability to its maximum, and everything around him instantly appeared before his eyes. Suddenly, Luo Qingtian spotted a small red dot on his minimap. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes and whispered, I found it. Follow me. Luo Qingtian ran towards the small red dot. Zhang Yuan didn't know how Luo Qingtian had found it, but he still chose to trust him. The two of them quickly ran towards a nearby villa. The entire villa floor was now stained red with blood. Tong Yuxing's abdomen had been ripped open, and Xiaoxiao had ripped his heart out of his chest. Now the entire Iron Squad had been killed by Xiaoxiao. After devouring the heart, Xiaoxiao felt a sense of relief. The cracks on her face and the hidden wounds on her body had vanished. Bang! Suddenly, the villa's door was broken open, and Luo Qingtian and Zhang Yuan rushed in. Seeing the body lying on the ground and Xiaoxiao standing on the stairs. Haha, Luo Qingtian, you finally found me, but this time I'm not afraid of you anymore. As Xiaoxiao spoke, her body began to transforming into a humanoid monster made of water. It then charged at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian sneered. Zombie King? I finally figured out who you are? With that, Luo Qingtian rushed forward. And Xiaoxiao rushed in front of Luo Qingtian, attempting to burrow into him, but Luo Qingtian immediately sensed her intention. Ice rapidly condensed around her body. A cold white aura enveloped her entire hand. I wondered if it was due to her upgraded skills. Luo Qingtian found she was now more adept at controlling the elemental powers of water, fire, and ice. She froze Xiaoxiao to herself, then forcibly shattered her into pieces with her bare hands. As she was being shattered, and Xiao transformed herself into water again, slipping through Luo Qingqian's fingers and running towards Zhang Yuan behind her. Zhang Yuan, frost armor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan's entire body was instantly protected by frost armor. Xiao, realizing she couldn't get close to Zhang Yuan, scrambled towards the door, and Luo Qingqian quickly gave chase. Chapter 245. But Xiao transformed into a puddle of water, preparing to dive into the sewer ahead. In Luo Qingqian's left hand, the Amos ice bow appeared, and in his right, the Ruoshui water bow. The two bows merged, and Luo Qingqian drew his bows and unleashed an arrow at Xiao. Xiao had just entered the sewer. Bang! The icy water arrow struck. It blew her out, and Xiao was once again frozen by Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian seized the opportunity and rushed forward, landing a fierce punch on her. Xiao was knocked out of her original form by Luo Qingqian, and her body fell forward like a rag. As Luo Qingqian prepared to advance, the patrolman, who had been trying to stop him, ran over and helped Xiao up. "Miss, are you okay?" The two patrolmen began to gather power in their hands, one water, the other fire, apparently intending to engage Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian was practically furious at the two idiots before him. He wielded his flying fire mystic bow and prepared to attack. Xiao, on the other side, noticed that one of the guards beside her was a water-type psychic. She thrust her hand into his chest and forcibly ripped out his heart. Then, in front of everyone, she devoured it. This scene completely stunned the other fire-type psychic, who chased after them. It turned out that the woman they had helped was the real murderer. He stared at Xiao stiffly, forgetting his next move. Bang! Luo Qingqian's flaming arrow had already launched itself. It struck Xiao. After consuming the heart, Xiao's wounds healed rapidly. Even her movements and speed were much faster than before. She dodged Luo Qingqian while casting a provocative glare at him. "Luo Qingqian, you destroyed my home. You killed my husband, and everything I hold dear has been destroyed by you. So, I will destroy everything you have." After she finished speaking, Xiao suddenly roared at the sky. The zombie king's voice echoed throughout the sky. The entire base could hear it, and it was a familiar sound to Luo Qingqian. It was the zombie king summoning zombies. It wouldn't be long before a zombie wave would swarm here. Luo Qingqian quickly rushed towards Xiao. But Xiao transformed into water and burrowed directly into the nearby ground. Luo Qingqian's third skill remained activated. Now, no matter how Xiao transformed, she would appear as a small red dot on Luo Qingqian's minimap. When she spotted Xiao, she quickly leaped over and slammed her fist into the ground. After being hit, Xiao would transform into water again and burrow into another place. Luo Qingqian kept an eye on the minimap. Then, following its instructions, he pounded the ground with punch after punch. Soon, an entire row of streets was punctured with gaping holes. Zhang Yuan, standing not far away, watched Luo Qingqian's movements and felt a chill run down his spine. Although he knew Luo Qingqian was attacking zombies, the sheer force of his punches, with their massive dents, gave him the feeling that Luo Qingqian was even more dangerous than the zombies themselves. As Luo Qingqian continued his attacks, he shouted to Zhang Yuan behind him, "Zhang Yuan, the second base is about to be hit by a wave of unusual zombies. Hurry, contact the other psychics. I take care of this zombie king in front of you." Luo Qingqian slammed his fist into the ground again, this one even harder than the previous one, knocking Xiao right out of the ground. After being hit so hard by Luo Qingqian, Xiao was completely enraged. She howled at him the moment she emerged. After hearing Luo Qingqian's words, Zhang Yuan quickly headed to the government building to find Wen Liang. At this moment, the man and the corpse stood in the heart of First City. There were numerous water pipes in the city center, and under Xiao's power, all of them began to burst, spewing water onto the ground. The water quickly merged, seemingly in a rhythmic pattern, and transformed into water snakes, attacking Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian leaped to avoid the snakes' attacks. The Amos ice bow instantly appeared in his hand. As the snakes attacked again, Luo Qingqian drew her bow and fired, freezing all of them. She then fired again at Xiao, who dodged awkwardly. Luo Qingqian's speed continued unabated, continuously firing arrows at Xiao. When Xiao realized her attacks were ineffective against Luo Qingqian, she began to flee in panic, heading directly for the government building. Remembering the numerous water-based psychics within the building, Luo Qingqian immediately sped up and pursued Xiao. She stumbled along the way, knocking over countless psychics and ordinary people alike. Because of the injuries inflicted by Luo Qingtian, her body became increasingly cracked. Now, wherever she went, she was easily recognized. Thus, along the way, almost no one tried to stop Luo Qingtian. The man and the corpse continued their pursuit, and when they reached the government building, Luo Qingtian used all his speed to reach Xiaoqiao. Just as Xiaoqiao was about to transform into water and slip into the sewer, her vision suddenly went dark. She felt her body grow incredibly heavy. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't. She looked around in horror, only to find herself in a vast, dark place. There was no one around, no government buildings, and not even a sound. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from a distance. She tried to stand, but her body felt incredibly heavy. She couldn't even lift her head, let alone stand. A moment later, a pair of feet appeared before her, and Luo Qingtian's voice echoed overhead. "Catching you is so hard." Luo Qingtian tried to release her domain whenever she saw Xiaoqiao, but she was too slippery. She wouldn't fight, let alone let him get close. Every time she tried to use her domain to catch Xiaoqiao, she would slip into the groundwater, unable to reach her domain, preventing her from releasing it properly. Fortunately, this time she finally managed to capture Xiaoqiao and bring her into her domain. Still running, Luo Qingtian looked down at Xiaoqiao. After hearing Luo Qingtian's voice, Xiaoqiao struggled desperately on the ground. She desperately wanted to get up, but Luo Qingtian didn't give her a chance. A bone knife appeared in his hand, and Luo Qingtian unleashed his poison skill on it. Luo Qingtian raised the knife high and plunged it into Xiaoqiao's body again and again. Xiaoqiao screamed madly. After becoming the zombie queen, she hadn't felt pain in a long time, but every time she felt pain, it was Luo Qingtian who was causing it. To avenge her husband, she desperately studied everything human. The hatred in her heart caused her to completely recall her memories before becoming a zombie. That was how she was able to successfully infiltrate the human world. Chapter 246. She hadn't expected to ultimately fail. The green venom corroded her body, and she could feel herself disappearing bit by bit. Luo Qingtian coldly watched Xiaoqiao disappear until only her head remained, dissolved in the green venom. Then she withdrew her venom. She threw Xiaoqiao's head into the interstellar space. Then she withdrew her domain. In front of the government building, Wen Liang was urgently gathering his psychics. This time, even the base commander and deputy commander appeared. The base commander was discussing the impending zombie wave. Luo Qingtian suddenly appeared at the back of the crowd, unnoticed, but the base commander noticed. He calmly assigned tasks for the confrontation. To ensure victory in this battle, he also equipped ordinary people without psychics with guns and ammunition. Being called a zombie wave meant everyone knew there would be no shortage of zombies. After each team determined their mission, the psychics rushed towards the third city. Luo Qingtian was about to leave when Zhang Yuan spotted him. "Qingtian, is that Xiaoqiao dead?" Zhang Yuan looked Luo Qingtian up and down as he spoke. He was surprised to find that Luo Qingtian didn't appear to be injured. "Yes, dead." Luo Qingtian's tone was flat, neither emotion nor emotion could be detected. Zhang Yuan suppressed his surprise and excitement and continued, "Are you heading to the third city? Join our team. After all, we worked together before, and we have a tacit understanding." Zhang Yuan actually wanted Luo Qingtian to join the Yuan team, but he knew that was unlikely. Good, as long as they could defeat the zombies, Luo Qingtian didn't mind forming a team or not. The nearby Thunder Squad also wanted to invite Luo Qingtian. But seeing Luo Qingtian agree to Zhang Yuan, he had no choice but to give up. He glanced at Zhang Yuan with a hint of envy, then quickly got into the car with his team and left. And Weiwei produced 2 cars. As they were about to get in, the base commander behind them said with a smile, "Captain Zhang, Miss Luo, we be troubling you with this zombie wave. Be careful." Zhang Yuan turned and saluted the base commander. "Don't worry, base commander. We will protect the survivors of base 2 and keep the zombies out." With that, they got into the car. After Zhang Yuan and the others left, Wen Liang also found a car to join them. From then on, only Base Commander Bai Zhuo and Deputy Base Commander Chen Fang were left in front of the government building. Chen Fang raised an eyebrow as he watched Luo Qingtian and the others leave, smiling. "That's Luo Qingtian." Bai Zhuo smiled and nodded. "Yes. You never guess. Such ability at such a young age. If only she could stay at the second base for a long time." Chen Fang nodded. "Yes. She's young and not arrogant, truly a talent. But that girl's eyes are so pure, giving me the impression of being selfless. It's going to be hard to keep her. Baichua nodded. I know. I hear she's a spatial psychic, so I guess she's not short of resources. It's certainly going to be hard to keep her, but regardless of whether we can keep her or not, we just don't make enemies of such a talent. Third city. The base gate was now filled with zombies. Many zombies were pounding on the gate with all their might. The base gate was teetering on the verge of collapse. Many psychics were now stationed behind the gate. Once all the psychics were ready, the gate finally collapsed, and tens of thousands of zombies rushed in. Instantly, a dazzling array of supernatural powers appeared on the battlefield, and the psychics began to clash fiercely. When the members of Yuan's team arrived, they saw this very scene and dismounted from their vehicles. Then, they, too, charged into the zombie horde. Luo Qingtian then pulled out her bone spear, remembering that she hadn't yet tested the newly acquired enchantment skills after upgrading. She condensed a ball of flame in her hand and attempted to enchant the bone spear. Instantly, the entire bone spear was engulfed in flames. Seeing this, Luo Qingtian's eyes lit up with a smile. She charged into the zombie horde with a bone spear and joined in the fight. The flaming bone spear, like a fiery snake, set all the approaching zombies flying. Many zombies were quickly reduced to ash by the flames. Zhang Yuan, standing beside him, observed Luo Qingtian's movements. His perception of Luo Qingtian's power was once again renewed, and he couldn't help but scramble closer to him. The zombies swarmed in increasing numbers, some of them high-level and fast, scurrying frantically across the battlefield. This put the psychics under immense pressure. Just as the zombies charged toward Luo Qingtian waved his hand and set a large trap in front of him. The zombies instantly fell into the trap. As the zombies fell, the members of Yuan's team launched a frenzied attack. Luo Qingtian, Amos Icebow in hand, joined them in attacking the trap. Once the zombies were dead, Luo Qingtian retracted the trap and began releasing them elsewhere. The surrounding psychics also noticed the situation and began to gather around Luo Qingtian, waiting for him to release his trap. The zombies began to dwindle at a noticeable rate. Just when everyone thought this wave of zombies would soon be over, a new wave of zombies began to burst out from the woods. And the mutated trees showed no sign of stopping them. Luo Qingtian grew frustrated with the fight. If the zombies continued to charge, they would soon suffer heavy casualties. Luo Qingtian looked at the mutated tree and pulled Little Green out of the space. Little Green, fly. Little Green instantly transformed into wings, and Luo Qingtian, gun in hand, flew towards the mutated forest. Zhang Yuan had no idea what Luo Qingtian was planning. As Luo Qingtian flew away, he quickly thickened his frost armor. Then he and the others continued their battle against the zombies. Luo Qingtian entered the mutant forest and began to curse. Who told you to let the zombies in? Do you want another blast of fire? The mutant trees remained silent, unresponsive, but their trembling branches told Luo Qingtian they were afraid of him. He smiled and said, "Follow me, help me take care of those zombies, and I won't punish you." After Luo Qingtian finished, the mutant trees pulled themselves out of the ground. Luo Qingtian turned and led the mutant trees in a mighty procession towards the second base. The psychics were still battling the zombies when someone suddenly shouted, "Look, what's that?" Looking up, they saw a large forest ahead moving towards them. At the forefront stood a girl with large green wings. The girl, spear in hand, stood in midair, her silhouette against the vast green forest behind her like a forest god of war. Chapter 247. The scene was so shocking that many psychics were momentarily stunned. Zhang Yuan was much more relaxed than the others at this point. After all, Luo Qingtian gave him the impression that even the most shocking things were natural. Stop being stunned. The mutant trees are here to help. Hurry up and fight. Zhang Yuan's voice successfully brought everyone present back to their senses, and they quickly engaged in battle again. Fighting the zombie tide once again, Luo Qingtian, with a large group of mutant trees behind him, quickly arrived at the gate of the second base. The zombies blocking the gate were now more numerous than those in the battlefield of the third city. But the arrival of these mutant trees instantly resolved the psychic's predicament. The mutant trees extended their vines, entangling the charging zombies. Then they all hung on their branches. Before Xiao died, his last order to the zombie army was to break through the second base. As long as there were still people alive in the second base, the zombie army would not retreat. Therefore, after clearing out the zombies that had rushed into the base, the zombies behind the mutant trees became increasingly frenzied. As if controlled, they rushed frantically towards the base. Seeing the zombies' frantic charge towards the second base, the mutant trees began to sprout more and more vines. Even Little Green jumped off Luo Qingtian's shoulders, dashed into the trees, and transformed into a giant ball of seaweed to capture the zombies. The addition of the mutant trees and Little Green greatly reduced the pressure on the psychics. The battlefield situation finally leveled. The psychics fought steadily, and the number of zombies decreased at a noticeable rate. But the good times didn't last. Soon, the psychics on the battlefield ran out of power. Many collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Thankfully, their teammates were watching over them, preventing them from being harmed by the zombies. Some were unleashing their powers, but realized they could no longer release them. With no other options, they could only cautiously engage in hand-to-hand combat with the zombies. Zhang Yuan fought for an unknown amount of time before he noticed his icy armor slowly disappearing. He knew he had reached his limit. He frantically glanced at Luo Qingtian, who was still shooting arrows not far away. "Qingtian, I'm out of power." As soon as he said this, 2 high-level zombies charged towards him. He hurriedly raised his hand, using his ice spear to counterattack. The zombies' attacks collided with his ice spear, shattering it. The 2 high-level zombies reached out and continued to claw at Zhang Yuan's face. A sharp arrow flew past. The arrow shot 2 zombies flying, piercing the entire row of zombies along with it. Luo Qingtian then leaped down and slammed his fist into the ground. "Grow!" With his words, green grass sprouted across the battlefield. The grass grew wildly, soon covering the entire battlefield. All the psychics on the battlefield were surprised by the appearance of this grass. "Who is it? Can this method stop the zombies?" After this, someone shouted, "My powers are actually recovering, mine too. This grass can restore powers." The psychics, having previously sat languidly on the ground, stood up again and joined the battle. The sun set, the sky darkened, and all the zombies were finally cleared by the psychics. Thanks to the mutant trees and the rejuvenating grass, the casualties at the second base were minimal. Atop the high walls, Wen Liang and the base commander watched the entire battle. They were all stunned by the scene. To be able to control the mutant trees and restore the powers of depleted psychics, such incredible abilities were possessed by a single girl. Until the battle ended, their gazes remained fixed on Luo Qingtian below. Wen Liang tried to calm himself and said, "If we can keep her, there's no need to worry about the safety of our second base." Bai Zhuo and Chen Fang both nodded. "So, Wen Liang, go back and discuss with Zhang Yuan how to recruit her to our base." Wen Liang nodded. Even without Bai Zhuo and Chen Fang saying anything, he had this idea. Keeping a psychic who could control a mutated forest and possess such power was naturally the best option. If not, even if she owed him a favor, that would be fine. Thinking of this, Wen Liang called the psychic in charge of supplies, and took a few people down to deliver the supplies. And Wei Wei jumped down from the city wall, and headed straight for Zhang Yuan and the others. She took out water and bread from her space, and handed them to everyone. When it was Luo Qingtian's turn, she even found an extra drink from her space, and handed it to him. "Qingtian, thank you. No need." Luo Qingtian accepted the drink and drank it without hesitation. Wen Liang then came down and smiled at the psychic sitting on the ground. He distributed the pre-prepared lunch boxes from the cafeteria. He expressed his gratitude and promised that all psychics participating in this battle would receive 50,000 base points. He also assigned a specialist to record the information. Everyone cheered and rejoiced. He quickly handed his personal information to the specialist. Wen Liang, hoping to build a closer relationship with Luo Qingtian, personally went to Luo Qingtian to take notes. Luo Qingtian directly reported Qi Jian and his wife's information. Wen Liang looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. "Qi Jian? Who is this? Doesn't Miss Luo have her own ID card?" Luo Qingtian shook her head. "I'll be leaving soon. Leave these points for my uncle." Hearing that Luo Qingtian was leaving, Wen Liang instantly lost his composure. He had just been discussing with the base commander how to retain Luo Qingtian, and now she was leaving today. Zhang Yuan, who was standing nearby, also heard Luo Qingtian's words. He turned and asked, "Qingtian, are you leaving?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "Yes, I'm going to the third base." Wen Liang was truly anxious now. He quickly asked, "Third base? Miss Luo, what's wrong with our second base that makes you dislike it?" Luo Qingtian shook her head. "No, Secretary General, don't misunderstand me. I went to the third base to find my parents." Hearing this, Wen Liang realized he had even less excuse to let Luo Qingtian stay. He chuckled dryly. "Miss Luo's parents are at the third base." Luo Qingtian shook her head. "I don't know. I find out when I go see them." Zhang Yuan's expression was a little complicated. He hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to leave so soon. "Qingtian, will you come back?" "Luo Qing, of course. My uncle and aunt are here. I'd like to ask you all to take good care of them while I'm away. She wants to come back and take Uncle Chi and Aunt Chi away after she finds her parents. Hearing Luo Qing, Wen Liang and Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 248. Hearing that Luo Qingqian's uncle and aunt were also present, Wen Liang instantly realized that he could start with these two people. As long as he could build a closer relationship with Luo Qingtian, he could always ask Luo Qingtian for help if the second base encountered any enemies they couldn't defeat. Thinking of this, Wen Liang briefly exchanged a few words with the others and hurriedly left. After Wen Liang left, the psychics from the second base came to greet Luo Qingtian, expressing their gratitude for helping them recover their powers. If Luo Qingtian hadn't replenished their energy in time, their victory would never have been so easy. After saying goodbye to everyone, Luo Qingtian took Zhang Yuan's car back to his neighborhood. After a brief farewell, Luo Qingtian prepared to pack some things and hand them over to Qi Jian tomorrow before leaving. After returning to the space, he found only Dabai and Xiaolu. Luo Qingtian then remembered that Mao Qiu was still with Qi Jian. Luo Qingtian stretched, ready to get some sleep before picking up the fur ball. But just as she lay down, there was a knock on the door outside. Luo Qingtian frowned, unwilling to get up, but the knocks continued. She gritted her teeth and scrambled out of bed. The person outside was none other than Wen Liang, who had hurriedly left moments earlier. A light sweat still covered Wen Liang's forehead. As he watched Luo Qingtian open the door, a look of apology crossed his face. "Sorry, Miss Luo, for disturbing your rest." Luo Qingtian looked at Wen Liang with a calm expression. "Secretary Wen, what's up with you so late?" The implication was that if nothing was wrong, she should leave immediately. She just wanted to sleep. Wen Liang, understanding the underlying meaning, said sheepishly, "Miss Luo, our base commander wants to see you." Luo Qingtian was surprised to hear the base commander wanted to see her. At this time? To see me? Can you tell me something in advance? Wen Liang nodded sheepishly. "Well, I just went back and told the base commander about your departure. And it just so happens that a convoy from our second base is heading to the third base. So, the base commander wanted to invite you along." Luo Qingtian frowned. On the surface, he was asking me to go with him, but in reality, he wanted me to protect him, right? Luo Qingqian's expression wasn't very good, but remembering that Uncle Qi and Aunt Qi were still at the second base, she followed Wen Liang out. In the government building, in the VIP reception room, Bai Jue had arranged for milk to be delivered. Drinking milk at this hour was a luxury in itself, but Luo Qingtian remained unmoved. "Base commander, you asked me to come here so I could protect your convoy, right?" Luo Qingtian was straightforward, not giving Bai Jue any chance to beat around the bush. The words Bai Jue had been thinking of froze in his mouth under Luo Qingqian's gaze. Since Luo Qingtian was so blunt, he stopped trying to be evasive. "Yes. Miss Luo, I know you just helped the second base eliminate the zombie king and the zombie horde. It's a bit unkind of us to ask you to protect the convoy again, but what we're escorting this time is related to the future of humanity." Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, his attitude completely unaffected. Bai Jue actually wanted Luo Qingtian to ask something. If she did, he could continue her conversation, explaining the importance of this mission to humanity's future and how, as a psychic, he had the responsibility and obligation to contribute to humanity's future. However, Luo Qingtian didn't play by the rules at all. He couldn't say it, nor could he say it. The two of them were silent for a long moment, and Bai Jue sighed inwardly. "Miss Luo, this time we're escorting 2 vaccines against the zombie virus. However, our equipment here isn't precise enough, so we need to send them to the laboratory at the third base. We also developed some potions to restore superpowers, and we're at the final stage. But we're missing the most crucial item, which only the third base has. So we hope you can join our convoy to the third base. Help us get these 2 potions safely to the third base." Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. "Okay. But what benefits would I get? These 2 potions are useless to her. The zombie virus won't harm her. Besides, she can restore her superpowers herself. She didn't consider herself a kind person, and she wouldn't agree to any attempt to morally blackmail her into doing work for nothing. She was traveling to various bases solely to find her parents." When Bai Jue heard Luo Qingtian ask this, he knew it was useless to pressure Luo Qingtian with grand principles about the future of humanity. He smiled at Luo Qingtian and said, "I know these 2 items are of little use to Miss Luo. Miss Luo, is there anything you want?" Luo Qingtian held up 3 fingers. 3 things, indeed. Bai Jue smiled and nodded. "Go ahead. First, I need the second base to take care of my loved ones, Qi Jian and his wife, at all times. Okay. Bai Zhuo nodded. This would be a piece of cake for the second base. Second, I like to wait for your zombie virus vaccine to be developed. I like to order 10 doses first. Bai Zhuo raised an eyebrow. That's fine. What about the third thing? Luo Qingtian held out his hand. I need crystal cores for the battle. Give me any you have. It be my reward. Hearing these 3 requests, Bai Zhuo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, none of them were excessive. He could fulfill them. He immediately arranged for 2 sacks of crystal cores to arrive. They were of varying levels. They were all from the government's psychic army. There was no time to sort them out. Luo Qingtian didn't even bother to look at them. She simply waved her hand and stored the 2 bags of crystal cores into her space. She stood up, looked at the base commander, and asked, "When does the convoy leave?" "Meet at the base gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow. This is your work permit. You won't be able to board the bus without it." Luo Qingtian took the permit and looked at Bai Zhuo in confusion. Why does the base commander sound as if the teams traveling together don't know each other very well? The base commander sighed and said, "Indeed, we don't know each other very well. There are 3 different teams traveling this time. One is the military team from our military district, one is the Phoenix team, which has been assigned this mission, and the other is the Baiha team, which has arrived from the 3rd base. The members of the Baiha team arrived half an hour ago. Members of all 3 teams must present this ID to board the vehicle. You will accompany the vehicle as a companion psychic. There are quite a few psychics accompanying this trip, and some ordinary people will also be traveling together. Of course, Miss Luo, just need to protect these 2 potions. As for the others, do your best. The implication is that the others' fate depends on your mood." Luo Qingtian nodded. "Okay. I promise. The potion is with the military team, right?" Bai Zhuo nodded. "Yes. I understand. I meet them at the base gate tomorrow morning." Chapter 249. After leaving the base commander's office, Luo Qingtian headed straight for the home of Qi Jian and his wife. Although it was late, Qi Jian and his wife were still awake, unable to leave the house or even see the sun. The entire room was tightly wrapped in fur. This made them feel uneasy. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Qi Jian didn't rush to open the door, but instead stared nervously, fearing it wasn't someone. Luo Qingtian arrived at Qi Jian's door and saw the fur had spread itself out, protecting the entire house. She gently stroked the fur. "Fur, you're so great. Take it back. I'm taking you home." With these words, the fur transformed into a small ball. Luo Qingtian stored it in her space and then knocked on the door. After knocking for a while, she realized Qi Jian didn't say anything, but the minimap showed him standing at the door. She whispered, "Uncle Qi, it's me." Hearing it was Luo Qingtian's voice, Qi Jian immediately opened the door. Seeing Luo Qingtian standing at the door, Qi Jian breathed a sigh of relief. "Little Qingtian, why are you here at this hour?" Qi Jian asked, quickly ushering Luo Qingtian in. "Luo Qing, come over and say goodbye to uncle and aunt." Qi Jian sighed and forced a smile at Luo Qingtian. "Are you leaving now?" "Well, I was originally planning to leave in 2 days, but I promised the base commander I escort some things for him." "Uncle Qi, I already contacted the base commander. If you need anything, just go to them. This is my ID card from the 2nd base. Keep it." Wen Liang helped her get this card. With this card, Qi Jian can go to the government building for help without hindrance. Qi Jian held up the ID card and nodded. "Okay. Come back soon, little Qingtian. Your aunt and I will make you lots of delicious food." Qi Jian suddenly thought of something and ran into the kitchen, pulling out 2 pieces of bacon. "You gave me so much meat last time, so I made some specially for you to take with you on your journey." Luo Qingtian nodded, took the bacon, and then placed a piece of pork on the ground. "Uncle, I take the bacon. Remember to cut the pork into small pieces and put them in the refrigerator." Luo Qingtian smiled at Qi Jian and turned to walk out the door. Qi Jian reluctantly saw Luo Qingtian off to the door and watched her leave. It was already early morning. Luo Qingtian returned and put all her belongings into her space. Looking at the empty house, Luo Qingtian smiled and left. Luo Qingtian drove out of the base before daybreak, this time heading straight for the mutant forest outside the base. After the zombie horde, all the mutant trees returned to their original habitats. Luo Qingtian drove slowly into the woods, stopped in the center, and got out. Xiaolu carried Luo Qingtian to the sky above the mutant trees. Luo Qingtian said to the surrounding mutant trees, "I'm leaving. I want to ask you, would you like to come with me?" The mutant trees didn't react. A gust of wind blew, and the rustling of leaves could be heard. Luo Qingtian gathered a flame in his hand and continued with a smile. I think I have a good relationship with you, so I want to take you with me. Are you willing? This time, all the mutant trees in the forest pulled themselves out of the ground and moved toward Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian watched the mutant trees gather around him, his lips curled slightly. Looking at how anxious you are, you must have volunteered. I didn't force you. If you regret it now, it's not too late. After Luo Qingtian finished speaking, the flame in his hand suddenly burned even more vigorously, and the flame shot up high. This action caused the mutant trees behind him to immediately take off their short legs and run towards him. Luo Qingtian retracted the flame in his hand and said with a smile, Since you're all so enthusiastic, I take you somewhere first. Luo Qingtian released his mental power, enveloping all the mutant trees. The next moment, the entire area of mutant trees disappeared. After collecting the trees into the space, Luo Qingtian also entered the space. In the space, the little fur ball was preparing to plant seeds. Suddenly, a row of trees appeared before him. The little fur ball blinked, a look of confusion on his face. Luo Qingtian then entered the space. Furry ball, I found quite a few companions for you. Please find a place for them, and remember to stay away from my fruit trees. She didn't want her fruit to be ruined by these mutant trees. The little furry ball immediately understood Luo Qingtian's meaning and, having somehow managed to find a whistle, a small hat woven from vines instantly formed on its round head. Whistling, it directed the mutant trees toward the nearby hilltop. Then, Luo Qingtian watched as a group of lush, leafy trees formed a line and, under the little furry ball's command, moved away. The scene was quite comical and amusing. After watching the mutant trees leave, Luo Qingtian returned to her small villa. She sat in the living room, turned on the TV, and projected a video of empresses in the palace onto her screen. She picked up some potato chips and quietly watched. After 2 or 3 episodes, she saw that it was almost time, so she left the dimension. After leaving the dimension, it was already bright outside. 3 buses were parked at the base gate. Even Luo Qingtian was surprised to see such new buses in the apocalypse. She approached. She found one of the buses already full. The driver, standing below, noticed Luo Qingtian and raised an eyebrow. Girl, are you a psychic or just an ordinary survivor? As the driver spoke, he looked Luo Qingtian up and down. Looking at her fair face, he couldn't help but touch his chin and gave her a lewd smile. Luo Qingtian disliked the way these eyes looked at her. She narrowed her eyes and looked back at the man. Does it make any difference? The man smiled and said, It doesn't make any difference. Everyone else has to get on my car anyway, unless you have superpowers. You could have told me in advance, and I might have taken care of you while I was driving. The man then reached out his hand towards Luo Qingtian's face, and Luo Qingtian was so angry she laughed. It had been so long since someone had dared to make such a blatant expression towards her. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to kill the man, a group of men in second base uniforms approached the door. The driver, upon seeing the second base military personnel arrive, immediately suppressed his expression and withdrew his hand. He looked at Luo Qingtian with a completely businesslike demeanor. Girl, show me your ID. Chapter 250. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes. He took out his ID. The driver swallowed hard when he saw the words water and fire written on it. He still felt a little scared. The little girl before him was actually a dual-element water and fire user. If he had really touched her face, would she have burned him to charcoal? Thinking this, he awkwardly handed his ID to Luo Qingtian with both hands. Here, please get in. Luo Qingtian gave the man a cold look and said nothing. He got on the bus and found a single seat by the window, not looking at anyone else. After waiting for about half an hour, all 3 buses were full. The 3 drivers took the driver's seat. Someone shouted, Drive. Drive. The 3 buses started at the same time and headed forward. After the convoy had traveled for a while, someone suddenly shouted in surprise, Where are those mutant trees here? Why are they gone? I heard those mutant trees were helping us fight the zombie horde yesterday. How come they're gone today? What nonsense! I was there. I heard it was a woman controlling those mutant trees to help us fight the zombie horde. After the zombie horde was over, the woman left. Presumably, the trees were taken with her too. Impossible. That woman is said to be from the second base military. How could she have left? No way. I was there. That woman said she would leave the second base today. She might even be in our car. How could she have time to look for those mutant trees? After saying this, everyone looked at each other. There were women in the car, but there were only a few. They all looked different from the woman they were talking about. At this point, someone else said, "How dare you claim you were there? I saw that woman too. She had a pair of large green wings on her back. Look at the people in our car. None of them have wings. It's obvious she's not here. Even if such a powerful psychic really wanted to leave, she wouldn't be in the same car with us." The others looked at each other and nodded. That's right. Such a powerful psychic must be very wealthy. Why would she be willing to squeeze into the same car with us? I heard from a military friend that woman's last name is Luo. They call her sister Luo behind her back. Luo Qingtian sat by the window, listening to the conversation, feeling the rumors were getting more and more outrageous. Military people? She wasn't familiar with the second base military. Her real interactions were due to the rat and zombie swarms. She didn't expect these people to call her sister Luo. In the military bus, many of the base soldiers were also shocked. Usually, when they got here, they had to fight these mutant trees for a long time before they could leave. They had prepared for the battle today, but upon reaching this point, they discovered that the entire mutant forest had vanished. The captain in charge was Bai Nianan, Baiju's nephew. He had participated in the entirety of yesterday's battle, and even witnessed Luo Qingtian return with the mutant trees. His first reaction was that the mutant trees had been driven away by Luo Qingtian, and he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. To his surprise, Miss Luo had resolved the mutant tree problem before leaving. This way, the people from the second base wouldn't have to waste time fighting these mutant trees on future missions. Thinking of this, Bai Nianan couldn't help but glance in the direction of the other car. There, a young woman sat, her expression serene, gazing off into the distance. The car continued in its lane. The people inside were still chattering about the disappearance of the mutant forest, and Luo Qingtian felt a headache from the noise. He found a pair of earplugs, put them on, closed his eyes, and began to take a nap. Sitting behind Luo Qingtian was another man, who had been keeping an eye on him from the beginning. Because Luo Qingtian was so pure, there was only one kind of person who could maintain such cleanliness and freshness in the apocalypse, and with such fair skin, those with resources. So, after Luo Qingtian got in the car, the man sat behind him. Seeing Luo Qingtian resting with his eyes closed, his hand suddenly transformed into a tentacle that could grow thicker, thinner, and even longer. He stealthily reached out from under the seat toward Luo Qingtian's position, then headed straight for the backpack behind him. He quietly unzipped Luo Qingtian's backpack. Just as he was about to insert his tentacle, he found it immobilized. Then, a sharp pain shot through his tentacle. He quickly retracted his tentacle. When his hand returned to normal, he was horrified to discover he was missing a finger. Blood gurgled from the severed finger. He screamed in pain. Ah! The man's screams quickly attracted the attention of those around him. Seeing the blood gushing from the man's hand, a healing psychic quickly stepped forward to heal the man. The man's wound healed quickly. Healers with special abilities can only heal wounds, not regenerate severed fingers. The man's hand healed, but a finger was missing. He convulsed with rage, pointing at Luo Qingtian and cursing, "You bitch! How dare you plot against me?" Luo Qingtian slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the man thrashing in front of him. "Are you talking about me?" Luo Qingtian looked at the tentacle man with a cold gaze. The man held out his hand for Luo Qingtian to see. "I was just sitting behind you. Why did you cut off my finger?" Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes. "I cut off your finger? How could I have done that to you when your finger was on you?" The man was speechless, unsure what to say. He couldn't say he'd been stealing and had his finger chopped off. "Anyway, I know you cut off my finger. You have to compensate me for the food." Luo Qingtian sneered. "Really? If that's the case, I might as well just chop off one of your hands." Luo Qingtian pretended to pull a knife from his backpack, looking at the man with a half smile, and made a move to step forward. The man took 2 steps back in shock. "What are you trying to do? This isn't the place for you to act wild." As soon as he finished speaking, the bus suddenly stopped, and everyone on board stumbled forward. "Driver, what's wrong with you? Do you even know how to drive?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the car's eyes widened. They had been so caught up in the quarrel that they hadn't noticed their car was now surrounded by a swarm of green bugs. These bugs were crawling on the car windows. They seemed to be trying to get in. Where they crawled, they left a long green trail. At that moment, someone shouted, "What are these? They look so disgusting." Chapter 251. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the insects before him, frowning. Is there something this disgusting in the apocalypse? This slime on the glass looks even more disgusting than a zombie's brain. Just as he finished his thought, he heard the sound of the car window shattering. Then, he saw the green insects crawling in. The moment they crawled through the car window, the first one leaped directly onto a man. Then the green insect began to stretch and grow longer. Under everyone's horrified gaze, it completely enveloped the man like a transforming slime. Everyone watched in shock as the man was trapped in a large, transparent green bubble. Unable to breathe, unable to leave. He struggled desperately, even clutching his neck, his expression grim. The next moment, he exploded within the green bubble, dissolving into a pool of blood and completely dissolved by the green slime. After the man disappeared, the green slime transformed back into a bug and began spinning silk, wrapping itself in a cocoon. This happened so quickly that before anyone could react, screams were heard again. The green bug shattered the windows of the bus and scurried madly inside. Someone who had witnessed this stood up and began running out. The driver, meanwhile, had transformed into a giant green cocoon. "Hurry! These bugs are going to eat us all!" At this moment, someone shouted, and everyone in the car began running for the door. However, the driver refused to open it until his death. The psychics inside then attacked the crawling bugs. Luo Qingtian punched the car window open and, with one blow, sent the green bugs trying to crawl and flying away. Then she jumped out through the window. The others, seeing this, followed Luo Qingtian's example, but when their hands touched the bugs, they were instantly eaten away by the insects, and screams echoed through the car. The others, seeing this, covered their hands with their backpacks or clothes, then sent the incoming green bugs flying away and continued jumping out through the car window. After jumping out of the car, Luo Qingtian kicked the green bugs away one by one. She first glanced at the bus carrying the military personnel at the base, and saw that everyone inside had already left. Of the 3 buses, only theirs had its door closed. She then walked over to the door and slammed it down with a powerful punch. The car door only held shut with the first punch, not flying away. Luo Qingtian finally understood why the person hadn't been able to force the door open. It turned out it was custom-made, just like his own RV. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian threw another punch, and finally the door swung open. Everyone inside rushed out. However, most of those who emerged were injured. After rushing out, they headed straight for the military vehicle. Luo Qingtian joined the crowd, moving toward the soldiers. But the insects around them increased, and numerous green cocoons appeared along the way. Someone, in their haste, accidentally kicked one of the cocoons as they passed by, and the area they touched dissolved instantly. The person fell to the ground. Then a tentacle emerged from the cocoon and dragged the person directly into it. The scene was so shocking that everyone at the scene screamed again. Luo Qingtian didn't react much, her attention fixed on the trapped soldiers ahead. At this moment, a man behind her desperately approached Luo Qingtian. Taking advantage of Luo Qingtian's inattention, his hands simultaneously transformed into tentacles and stretched out, one reaching for the backpack behind Luo Qingtian, the other for Luo Qingtian's waist. But before he could reach Luo Qingtian, 2 similar green tentacles extended. They grabbed his 2 tentacles and yanked them hard. The man stumbled. He charged towards Luo Qingtian's back. At this moment, Luo Qingtian suddenly turned and grabbed the man's neck. What a stubborn man! After saying that, Luo Qingtian gave a fierce squeeze. The man's neck was snapped. Disgusted, Luo Qingtian threw him to the ground and continued walking towards the soldier's vehicle. The slain man's body collapsed to the ground. A small green hand immediately emerged from the green cocoon on the ground and pulled the man's body into its own cocoon. 10 minutes later, Luo Qingtian followed the crowd and finally arrived near the military convoy. At this time, the Phoenix Squad and the Baiha Squad were standing in 2 directions, while the military team stood in the center of the entire swarm of green insects, facing the greatest pressure. As the survivors ran over, they also ran directly behind the soldiers. Luo Qingtian looked around as he approached and quickly spotted a man in the crowd, also wearing the base's military uniform. The man's eyes were sharp, and he held a gun in his hand, looking around cautiously. Afraid of insects breaking through the defenses and swarming over, Luo Qingtian understood. This man must be a space-based psychic among the soldiers. The potion must be in this man's space. There were about 20 or 30 soldiers ahead, engaged in a fierce battle, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Luo Qingtian calmly stood behind the man. The man knew Luo Qingtian. When he felt someone standing behind him, he instinctively panicked and turned to look. After clearly seeing that it was Luo Qingtian, his heart finally settled. "Sister Luo, you're here. My name is Tangamo. I'm from the 1st Patrol Team at the base," Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. This man actually knew her? And actually called her sister Luo? She nodded slightly, saying nothing, her gaze fixed on the front. At this moment, the insects were swarming around them. They were completely surrounding them. Many people had already been devoured. When they arrived, the 3 vehicles had nearly 70 people on board. Now, it looked like there were only 40 or 50 at most. A third of them had already been devoured, and the insects were only growing in number. They had already broken through the first line of defense set up by the Earth-type psychics, and were about to charge towards them. Suddenly, a crackling sound came from the front. Luo Qingtian looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a man in military uniform blasting lightning at the surrounding area. The lightning blazed in all directions, singeing many of the surrounding insects. Tang Emo, standing behind her, whispered, "Sister Luo, that's our captain, Bai Nianen. He's a lightning-type psychic." Luo Qingtian turned to look. I hadn't expected the captain of the base army to be a lightning-type psychic. Luo Qingtian couldn't help but think of Di Jiang, who was still at the first base. I wondered what had happened to Shen Yuran and Yi Xiao at this moment. I contacted them once I got to the third base. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw a man in white clothes and pure white hair approaching Bai Nianen. Chapter 252. The 2 men talked while dealing with the green bugs before them. As they spoke, their expressions became increasingly hostile. The white-haired man even led his squad to distance themselves from the soldiers. Tang Emo frowned at this and said, "The captain of the Baihe team must have said something to upset our captain again." Luo Qingtian glanced at Tang Emo without saying anything. Others might not have heard, but after activating her third ability, she overheard their entire conversation. She had only just discovered today that, after upgrading her third ability, she could selectively listen to others. The conversation was simple. The captain of the Baihe team wanted the military team and the Phoenix team to cover their retreat, allowing them to fight their way out. The Baihe team's members took the 2 potions and left first, thus preserving their supplies. Bai Nianen flatly refused. "We're all fighting hard here. The chances of defeating these bugs are very high. There's no need for such meaningless separation." Baihe was furious. "Cousin, how can it be meaningless? Look at how many mutant bugs there are here. If we keep fighting, our powers will be depleted. Do you really want us to come all this way in vain?" Bai Nianen looked at Baihe coldly. "Why don't you just let our team take this opportunity to escape, and you guys cover the rear?" "Baihe, put away those thoughts, or we won't even be relatives anymore." "Cousin, you're being unreasonable. I just thought our team had a better chance of escape. Look at your team, their powers are basically depleted. Do you really want us to fail this mission?" As Baihe spoke, he glanced at the bus not far away, where a number of green cocoons still lay. The larvae were already so difficult to deal with, and if these cocoons were allowed to hatch, who knew what kind of freakish creatures would emerge? Bai Nianen glanced at Baihe, and continued to unleash his supernatural powers around him. Seeing Bai Nianen refuse to give in, Baihe began to retreat. He led his men to gradually distance themselves from the military squad, hoping for a chance to escape. The potion, while important, was not as important as his life. Even though Bai Nianen was his cousin, when faced with life, he chose to protect himself. Bai Nianen naturally sensed Baihe's subtle motives. If he hadn't done so before, he might have actually handed over the potion, sacrificing himself to save it. But Luo Qingtian was accompanying him this time, and he was bringing that person with him, so he had to reach the third base alive. Although Luo Qingtian's temperament might not make a move easily, but he had a trump card, and Luo Qingtian would definitely be forced to act. At this moment, the surrounding insects suddenly stopped attacking them and began circling them. Soon, everyone noticed a strange scene. A swarm of insects were crawling around them in circles, leaving a thick, sticky green liquid in their wake. Their circling speed was increasing, and the circles were getting smaller and smaller. Soon, everyone realized that they were surrounded by a thick layer of green slime. If they took a step forward, they would be dissolved and corroded by it. "These insects are trying to trap us to death." At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted. Bai Nianen also began to panic. Baihe, standing nearby, gritted his teeth and said, "I wish I had told you to do what I told you to do sooner. Look, now none of us can escape." Bai Nianen remained silent, pursing his lips as he stared at the insects before him. They were no longer attacking them, but were instead biting each other. The winner would instantly transform into a green cocoon, while the loser would be devoured by the winner. At this moment, everyone finally understood the insects' reason for doing this. They were afraid they would escape while they were cocooning, so they surrounded them. Bai Nianen, sweating profusely, calmly glanced behind him, searching for Luo Qingtian. Noticing Luo Qingtian standing not far behind him, he immediately steeled himself. Don't stop attacking. Hit those cocoons. Don't let them escape. With these words, everyone aimed at the newly formed cocoons. But then a surprising scene unfolded. After the insects formed cocoons, they were surrounded by other green insects. Any attack they launched was blocked by these insects. Despite facing certain death, these green insects continued to defend the cocoons. Soon, everyone's superpowers were exhausted. When Bai Nianen tried to release his superpowers, he found that only a brief electric spark appeared from his hand. Bai He, standing beside him, sneered, "So you regret it now?" As he spoke, Bai He's eyes were filled with mockery. Bai Nianen looked at Bai He and said, "Instead of telling me these useless things, why don't you kill a few more insects? That way you can save your life." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw insects, driven by their constant attacks on the green cocoon, begin crawling toward them. They were so fast that they soon reached their vicinity. All the psychics were focused on attacking from the front, completely oblivious to the insects charging from behind. Luo Qingtian was also under attack. He raised his hand and released traps and poison. All the insects approaching them, trapped by the traps, were quickly consumed by the poison. This effectively blocked any chance of the insects attacking from behind. The survivors nearby were also protected by Luo Qingtian's attack. Tang Mo was thus well protected, suffering no harm at all. Bai Nianen, who was in front, was not so lucky. After defeating another wave of insects, he reached out to release his psychic power, but it was running low, and he couldn't release any more. Just as the insects were about to pounce, a firebird flew towards the insects, carrying the insects in front of Bai Nianen away, and also carrying away the large swarm of green insects in front. "Captain, awesome!" The members of the Phoenix Squad cheered. Phoenix Squad Captain Zhong Yan panted heavily. The power he had just used was the last he could summon. He slumped to the ground helplessly. "I can't fight anymore." At this moment, the surrounding insects continued to inching closer. Tang Mo, who was beside Luo Qingtian, also realized that Luo Qingtian had intended to protect only his own side from the start. Instantly understanding Luo Qingtian's intention, he quickly grabbed Luo Qingtian's arm and said, "Sister Luo, go help the captain. I don't have the supplies this time. I'm just a large backpack. I'm just looking after the supplies." "What?" Luo Qingtian gritted her teeth. Just then, Bai Nianen's voice came from the front. "Sister Luo, if you don't act now, the supplies will be gone." Bai Nianen was already swarming with insects. Just as the insects were spitting venom at Bai Nianen, a green barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the venom. Followed by 3 flaming arrows, the swarm of insects in front of him was instantly incinerated. Immediately afterwards, an explosion sounded, turning all the surrounding insects into ashes. Chapter 253. This scene occurred unexpectedly. Everyone present was stunned. Especially the members of the Baihe team, whose expressions of surprise lingered on their faces. Around Luo Qingtian, except for Tang Mo, everyone else quickly made way. Luo Qingtian approached Bai Nianen and asked grimly, "What's going on?" Bai Nianen glanced at Luo Qingtian guiltily. "Sister Luo, how about we fight the monsters first?" As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding insects rushed over again. Bai Nianen looked at Luo Qingtian with sparkling eyes. Luo Qingtian was so angry that she laughed. Bai Zhua, the old fox, had clearly guessed that he might only be protecting the space-based psychic from the military team. That's why he didn't even have that psychic to collect that damn potion. This meant that any member of the military team could be the one holding the potion. This meant that he had to protect the entire military team. Luo Qingtian was truly irritated this time. This military squad had nearly 30 men, and he was supposed to protect so many? Old fox. Luo Qingtian thought this through, gritted his teeth, and whispered, then slammed his fist into the ground. "Grow!" Then the surrounding grass began to grow rapidly. Everyone in the military squad knew the power of Luo Qingtian's grass, and even the Phoenix Squad members knew it. After seeing Luo Qingtian unleash his supernatural grass, they quickly rushed into it to recover. Luo Qingtian himself stood at the front of the grass, drawing his bow and shooting arrows, killing all the large insects that rushed towards him. The Baihe squad looked at the Phoenix Squad and the military squad with a strange expression. Their team was the only one of the 3 still possessing psychic abilities. Seeing the 2 teams before them retreat into the brush, disdain instantly crossed their faces. "You think hiding in the brush means you won't attack? You fools!" After saying this, he cast a scrutinizing gaze at Luo Qingtian, who was shooting arrows in front of him. No wonder Bai Nianen felt so confident in confronting him. He had such a trump card. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, then turned into inquiry and intense passion. He adjusted his attitude and slowly approached Luo Qingtian, trying to close the distance. But before he could get close, Bai Nianen stood behind Luo Qingtian. Sister Luo, let me help you. The growth ability he had just experienced had rapidly restored his psychic abilities, and now he felt a surge of strength. Noticing by his movements, he immediately positioned himself behind Luo Qingtian. His hands flashed with lightning, once again incinerating the advancing green insects into charcoal. This scene once again shocked Bai He, who was standing beside him. He had just witnessed Bai Nianen's depleted powers, unable to release lightning. A normal psychic's depleted powers would take at least 24 hours to recover, often longer. But Bai Nianen recovered after just a short rest. This was unnatural, wasn't it? Could it be that they had used those potions without his knowledge? Just as he was thinking about this, he saw the other psychics in the military squad and members of the Phoenix squad stand up and begin attacking the surrounding green insects. It seemed their powers had also been restored. Bai Yi finally took it seriously, thinking back to the bushes Luo Qingtian had just released. Bai Yi finally had an idea. He quickly walked over to the brush, and was about to squat down to feel it when it instantly vanished. Tang Imo, standing at the back, said with a smile, Captain Bai He, you're a step too late. This brush has arrived. Bai He's veins were throbbing with anger. Even a fool knew what the brush was for. He glared at the Phoenix squad, and the soldier squad with displeasure. He cursed Bai Nianen for not reminding him. With Luo Qingtian's presence, the surrounding insects were quickly cleared out. However, the green cocoons had become incredibly hard, impervious to attack. Furthermore, a green liquid oozed from them. This liquid flowed towards them, then, as if controlled, surrounded the psychics. No one dared to move forward, fearing contamination from the liquid. Sister Luo, what should we do? These green cocoons seem indestructible. Luo Qingtian stared at them, drawing his bow and firing an arrow. Almost every attribute was applied once, yet these green cocoons were impervious to water and fire. Still, there was no sign of a breach. The surrounding liquid increased, and even cracks appeared on the cocoons. These cracks grew larger and larger, until the top of the cocoon was broken, and a small green head, resembling a baby, emerged. Then the creature crawled out of the cocoon, and everyone could see clearly what had emerged. It was a mutant creature resembling a baby, with 2 tentacles on its head and a green body. Its upper body resembled a human, while its lower body was still that of a green insect. After crawling out of the green cocoon, it used its lower body to support itself on the ground and began to shake. Then everyone saw a pair of wings appear behind the mutant creature. Those wings were identical to those of a moth. Tang Mo leaned over and whispered, "What are these things? Why do they look so human?" In reality, Luo Qingtian herself had no idea what they were. It was her first time seeing such creatures. But Bai He's expression had already changed. These are the secondary forms of the mutant insects. This is bad. We might not be able to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, a crackling sound echoed around him, and many green cocoons shattered. Then, one by one, mutant insect children, resembling fluttering moths, poked their heads out of the green cocoons. Frightened, Bai He unleashed his wind power at the insect child in front. Wind blades flew out from Bai He's hands, struck the first insect child. Seeing the wind blades approaching, the insect child fluttered its wings and immediately enveloped itself with them. Then, a clanging sound like metal clashing could be heard. After all the wind blades had finished striking, the insect child spread its wings and laughed, revealing its pitch-black teeth, toward Bai He. The sound was so eerie that Bai He took 2 steps back in fear. The next moment, the insect child suddenly took flight and charged towards Bai He. Bai He screamed in fear and quickly hid behind Luo Qingtian. The insect child was targeting Bai He, who was hiding behind Luo Qingtian. It opened its mouth and bit Luo Qingtian's neck. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched, and as the insect child charged, he thrust out a punch. The insect child was instantly sent flying. After being sent flying, the insect child immediately stopped in midair. It stared in Luo Qingtian's direction, a glint of light flashing in its dark pupils. The next moment, the insect child, chuckling, charged towards Luo Qingtian again. Chapter 254. At this time, more and more insect children were around, some crawling out of cars, others from the bushes. These insect children followed the first one to hatch, and together they rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Around Luo Qingtian, the psychics immediately dispersed. Luo Qingtian reappeared, the flying fire mysterious bow in his hand, drawing his arrows and shooting at the oncoming insect children. The moment the 3 flaming arrows were released, Luo Qingtian whispered, "Merge." The next moment, the 3 arrows merged into one. It shot towards the flying insect child. The insect child wrapped itself in midair with its wings, But this move was ineffective against Luo Qingtian. The arrow pierced the insect child's body, and the flames burned inside it, causing it to explode in midair. The insect child was killed. A round bead fell out of the insect child's body. However, the bead was too far away from Luo Qingtian. For a moment, Luo Qingtian was unable to retrieve it. Luo Qingtian was filled with excitement. What was that bead? A crystal core? Could his space absorb it? No one noticed that Luo Qingtian's eyes sparkled as he looked at the insect children. It was as if he had found something truly valuable. The death of the first insect child caused the others behind him to riot. They quickly gathered together and rushed towards Luo Qingtian. The psychics began to attack the insect children flying in the sky. But the insect children's wings were incredibly strong. They always blocked their attacks, and occasionally those that didn't block were hit. They didn't cause much damage. At this moment, the insect child at the forefront suddenly spitted green venom at a man in the squad. The soldiers beside the man, upon seeing this, rushed in front of him to block the venom. The venom reached the man's face, but was blocked by a green barrier. Little Green quickly absorbed the venom after blocking it. After absorbing the venom, Little Green's eyes lit up. It telepathically informed Luo Qingtian that it was eager to devour the little insect children. The venom of these little creatures was simply delicious. After receiving this information, Luo Qingtian's gaze towards the little insect children brightened even more. As expected of her, Little Green. She actually shared the same idea, but with so many people around her, it would be difficult for her to deal with the little insect children. She thought as she attacked the little insect children. At this moment, she looked behind her. The survivors had been shielded from attack by the trap, but now these insect children could fly. They would surely be attacked soon from behind. Being attacked from both sides would be truly dangerous. She had Little Green condense a long green bridge behind her, covering the venom. After repelling the first wave of insect children, Luo Qing said, "Bai Nianen, you guys go ahead. Leave these insects to me." Bai Nianen glanced at the surrounding insects and whispered, "Sister Luo, can you really do this alone?" "Luo Qing, if it weren't for you, I would have run away long ago. Hurry, I can only hold them off for a while." Hearing Luo Qing, Bai Nianen immediately commanded the entire military squad to run to the rear. With the military squad leading the way, the other psychics and survivors quickly made their way to the long bridge and followed behind them. As the man being protected passed by Luo Qingtian clearly sensed a surge of supernatural power. Luo Qingtian frowned and couldn't help but stare a few more times. The man nodded and quickly retreated. Some insect children noticed the men and attempted to escape. They flew over to attack. Little Green's tentacles extended, entangling the insect children. The survivors and the superpowered users ran even faster upon seeing this. When the men were finally far away, Little Green transformed back into a seaweed ball, absorbing all the surrounding venom. Luo Qingtian rubbed his fist and laughed maliciously. The insect children, enraged by the superpowered and the survivors' escape, all rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stood still, motionless. Just as the insect children were about to reach him, he whispered, "Domain." The next moment, the insect children, Luo Qingtian, and Little Green vanished from the spot. In the area, the flying insect children fell to the ground with a thud like dumplings. But they quickly rose again. Using their lower bodies, they crawled towards Luo Qingtian. This scene surprised Luo Qingtian. He hadn't expected these insect children to be so strong. No wonder he had to use fusion skills to kill them from outside. Luo Qingtian switched to her bone knife, enchanted with fire and poison. She approached the insect child in front step by step. With a single blow, she severed its head. Green juice flowed out. Little Green quickly moved forward and swallowed the insect child in one gulp. A moment later, she spat out a round green bead. Luo Qingtian took the bead in her hand and examined it, discovering that it actually had ripples of water within it. The insect children in front began to screech and screech, initially attempting to crawl towards Luo Qingtian and bite her. But after seeing Luo Qingtian easily kill the leading insect child, they all began to crawl back. Luo Qingtian slowly walked behind the insect children, holding the bone knife high in her hand, and dispatched them one by one, like a murderous demon, finishing them off completely. Little Green excitedly devoured all the dead insect children. After dealing with everything, Luo Qingtian withdrew his domain. Looking at the 3 buses ahead, Luo Qingtian walked over and collected them all. Preparing to chase Bai Nianen and the others, as they passed the green cocoons, Luo Qingtian, for some unknown reason, threw this one into the space as well. After running a distance, Bai Nianen began to regret it. He felt that even if Luo Qingtian was powerful, he couldn't handle so many mutant insects. He tried to go back so many times, but Bai He stopped him. Cousin, forget it. These are second-stage mutant bugs. We can't defeat them. Bai Nianan narrowed his eyes at Bai He. How much do you know? What exactly are these bugs? Bai He looked around and said, do you know why there are no zombies outside the third base? Because the area surrounding our third base is completely infested with these bugs and plants. The zombies have all been eaten by the mutant bugs and plants. Bai Nianan gritted his teeth and said, since there are so many powerful creatures outside your third base, how did you get out? I don't think you're any stronger than Sister Luo. Bai He sighed and said, because I have a helicopter. We got out by helicopter. Chapter 255. Actually, Bai He brought 3 helicopters with him this time. He had intended to take the potion and leave by helicopter. But he hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to show up mid-flight. Now that so many people had escaped, he was already thinking about how to get through that vast mutant forest. Zhong Yan from the Phoenix Squad frowned at Bai He. If you had helicopters, why didn't you tell me earlier? Bai He looked at Zhong Yan with a look of idiocy. I only have 2 helicopters. They can only accommodate the few people in our team. And we didn't bring much fuel this time. Do you think I want to go with you? After saying this, Zhong Yan fell silent. The helicopters were so small that they couldn't carry too many people, but according to Bai He, they really couldn't easily reach the third base. Bai Nianan then looked at Bai He. So, from the beginning, you were planning to take the potion and abandon us and go back on your own, right? After saying this, everyone present fell silent. The members of the military squad and the Phoenix Squad glared angrily at the Bai He team. Bai He felt a little guilty, but he felt he had done nothing wrong. In this apocalyptic world, facing life and death, his only concern was survival. And what he had initially told the base commander was that the second base would hand over the potion to them. They would carry the potion safely, but Bai Zhuo didn't trust them. He had forced 2 teams to go together. Thinking about it, he felt that these 2 teams had brought him to this place. I had done nothing wrong either. If you had just handed me the potion as I had asked, all this trouble wouldn't have happened. Bai Nianan was now utterly disappointed with his cousin. He had assumed they were all relatives, and they had their own team, so his eldest uncle had called his third uncle's younger brother along, hoping for some support along the way. But he hadn't expected his cousin to only want to stab him in the back. Bai Nianan simply stopped looking at Bai He. Seeing no one paying attention, Bai He continued, shall we just keep waiting here? A vast mutant forest lies just a little further ahead. If we stay here any longer, we definitely die here by nightfall. Bai Nianan glared at Bai He and said, we wait here for Luo Qingtian. If you're scared, go on your own. Bai He pursed his lips and looked at Bai Nianan. That Luo Qingtian just now had to deal with so many mutant bugs on her own. Do you think she could survive? Cousin, don't be silly. As Bai He spoke, his gaze darkened. He had come out with orders. No matter what, he had to bring back the potion. Zhong Yan stood up and walked over to Bai Nianan, looking at Bai He warily. Put aside your chaotic thoughts. I don't know why you insist on leaving with the medicine yourself, but we're here on orders from the second base commander. We from the second base must personally deliver the medicine to the third base. If you don't want to go with us, just take that helicopter of yours, and we can go on our own. With these words, all the members of the Phoenix Squad stood behind Zhong Yan, and the military squad followed behind Bai Nianan. Even the accompanying psychics and survivors stood behind Bai Nianan. There were over 70 of them when they arrived, but now only about 50 remain. All 3 teams suffered losses, but ultimately the heaviest losses came from the second base. The psychics and accompanying personnel lost the majority. Of the over 50 people now, only 10 were from Bai He's team. Even as they stood together, Bai He still panicked. He calmed down and humbly said, Cousin, don't be angry. I just want to tell you that the forest at night is terrifying. All kinds of mutated plants and animals come out to forage, which is really dangerous for us. Since it's dangerous, then go on your own. A woman's voice echoed from a distance behind them. Luo Qingtian strode towards them. Seeing her, Bai Nianan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Luo, you're back. I knew Sister Luo would be fine. Sister Luo, what about those bug people? How are they? Everyone asked Luo Qingtian, and Luo Qingtian nodded slightly. It's okay. Those bugs shouldn't chase us anymore. Let's keep going. No one doubted Luo Qingtian's words. Now that Luo Qingtian had returned, they quickly packed up their belongings and prepared to leave. A few of them boarded the bus. Bai He frowned and said, now that there are no buses, how are we all going to get there? Luo Qingtian waved and took out the bus he had put away. It just so happened that I put all 3 buses away when I left. They look like they're not damaged now. Everyone looked at the damaged bus and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Someone immediately boarded the bus and began checking if it could still start. The military and psychic teams were still able to move. The car carrying the accompanying psychic and survivors had all its windows broken and its doors missing. Most importantly, the engine was corroded and the clutch was missing. It looked like it was no longer usable. The accompanying psychic and survivors could only squeeze into the 2 buses in front for now, for fear of being left behind. These psychics and survivors practically scrambled to get onto the 2 buses, resulting in 6 people still missing. Bai Nianen and Zhong Yan stared at the 2 fully packed buses in silence. Even if they tried to squeeze in, they probably wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Just as Bai Nianen was considering whether to ask Tang Emo for a military jeep, he saw Luo Qitian pull out an RV. The RV was almost as large as the bus. Luo Qitian opened the car door and glanced at Bai Nianen and Zhong Yan. "You guys drive. Call me if you need anything." So they could ride in this luxury RV? Zhong Yan and Bai Nianen were thrilled. Back at the base, they had seen members of Yuan's team entering and leaving the base in this RV many times. They had been envious then, but they also knew how powerful Luo Qitian was, so no one dared to even think about the car. Now they could ride in it. It would be a lie to say they weren't excited. After Luo Qitian got in, the remaining 6 people excitedly boarded the car. The car's luxurious interior dazzled everyone present. Bai Nianen looked at Tang Emo and said, "Tang Emo, you drive." Tang Emo nodded excitedly and stepped into the cockpit with great ease. The 2 cars behind him widened their eyes when they saw Luo Qitian pull out the RV. Chapter 256. Some even felt a little regretful. If they hadn't rushed to get in the car, could they have ridden in the RV? Bai He was now even more shocked. Before the apocalypse, their 3rd branch had been the wealthiest in the Bai family. He could certainly tell by the cost of this car. Who was this Luo Qitian? Was she a space-based person? How many valuable things did she possess in her space? He was now certain that Luo Qitian possessed a wealth of supplies. Her fair skin, clean face, long black hair, and clean clothes all betrayed her wealth. But he looked toward the RV with a burning passion. He had originally planned to drug everyone at the forest entrance, then seize the potion himself and fly away in a helicopter. But now he had changed his mind. He had to get Luo Qitian. He didn't believe any woman could escape his pursuit. The 3 cars began to drive smoothly onto the highway. Leaving the gravel road, the car moved quickly and steadily. In the RV, laughter and chatter filled the air. Zhong Yan sat on the sofa, bouncing back and forth from time to time. Even before the apocalypse, he had never ridden in such a nice RV. At this moment, a man from the Phoenix Squad said with a smile, "Sister Luo must have been a lady from a wealthy family before the apocalypse, otherwise how could she have such a nice RV?" Zhong Yan nodded in agreement. "Yes, Sister Luo's aura is different from others. You can tell she comes from a wealthy family." Tang Emo, driving ahead, overheard the discussion and couldn't help but interject, "I took a look at Bai He before I got in the car. I saw Bai He's eyes turn green when he saw the RV being brought out." Bai Nianen sighed, "I'm afraid Bai He might be tempted by this car." Zhong Yan, "I agree. If it doesn't work out, we shouldn't let Miss Luo stay for long once we reach the 3rd base." Chen Huiyang, dressed in military uniform, shook his head. He might have some bad intentions towards this car, but he probably wouldn't have the guts to stand up to Miss Luo. Bai Nianen's brow furrowed even deeper upon hearing Chen Huiyang's words, a murderous glint in his eyes. He immediately made a decision. If Bai He truly dared to harbor any ill intentions towards Luo Qitian, he would find a way to eliminate him. After all, the 3rd house didn't take them seriously. The RV was unusually quiet, with occasional rumbling stomachs. It was then that everyone realized they hadn't eaten for nearly a day. Chen Huiyang approached Tang Emo and said, "Let me drive. You go get everyone some food." Tang Emo slowed down, parked the car, and left the driver's seat to enter the living room. "Boss, let's have bread today." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the kitchen behind him, and bread suddenly lost its appeal. "If I could use this kitchen right now to cook a bowl of noodles with a sausage, how delicious would it be?" Thinking this, he glanced towards the bedroom, where Luo Qitian was resting. He wondered if he should go over and ask. Bai Nianen, of course, understood Tang Mo's intention, and was about to shake his head at him. The bedroom door opened, revealing Luo Qitian. Tang Mo didn't look at Bai Nianen, but smiled at Luo Qitian. "Sister Luo, noodles? Let's do it together. I cook." After saying this, Luo Qitian paused, looking at the people sitting in the living room, and nodded, "There's some noodles in the cupboard. Cook some more. Hearing Luo Qingqian's words, Tang Mo immediately shook his head. We have some too. Thank you, Sister Luo. Wait a moment. I call you when it's done. Luo Qingqian nodded, grabbed a bag of potato chips from the cupboard, and went inside. Tang Mo happily began to cook noodles. At this moment, Zhong Yin took out a handful of noodles and placed them in front of Tang Mo. Cook ours too, so we can all eat together. Tang Mo smiled and nodded, then took out a pot and began to cook. Soon, a large pot of noodles was ready. Tang Mo first added 2 sausages to Luo Qingqian's bowl. He had also spotted an egg in the cupboard, and he immediately placed it on Luo Qingqian's noodles. He added some seasonings, and then carefully knocked on Luo Qingqian's bedroom door. Luo Qingqian and the others were eating in the living room. During the meal, Bai Nian recounted Bai He's story. Sister Luo, we know you're capable, but a powerful dragon can't overpower a local snake. Be careful. Luo Qingqian nodded. I understand what you mean, but I have to go to the 3rd base. How long do you plan to stay there? Bai Nian shook his head. It's not certain yet. We have to wait. At this point, Bai Nian suddenly realized something and stopped talking. Luo Qingqian didn't ask further. It's true that soldiers couldn't talk about their private missions. However, because of this private mission, she was now forced to protect everyone. This made Luo Qingqian very unhappy. After finishing her meal, Luo Qingqian stood up to wash the dishes. Tang Mo immediately stood up, grabbed the bowl, and went to wash. Luo Qingqian entered the bedroom with a gloomy face. Bai Nian breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Luo Qingqian enter. I knew it wasn't good when my uncle gave me this mission. I really offended Sister Luo this time. Zhong Yin chuckled, saying, It's okay, at least we're all alive. The sky gradually darkened. Tang Mo had already taken over driving. Before reaching the forest entrance, Tang Mo suddenly braked, turned around, and sped away. Scared by this sudden movement, several people were startled. After turning around, they realized that the first and second cars had been driving side by side, but Bai He's convoy of superpowered people had long since disappeared. Bai Nian and Zhong Yin were both furious. This Bai He actually took advantage of the darkness to drive away. Just as he was thinking, the military vehicle behind him caught up. Tang Mo opened the car window and saw the military team shouting at them. Tang Mo, tell the captain to turn back. The Bai He team is waiting for us up ahead. As soon as he said this, he felt something attack the RV, shattering the taillights. Luo Qingqian, sensing something attacking her RV, immediately emerged from the bedroom. Sister Luo. Just as someone was about to speak, Luo Qingqian opened the car window, climbed out, and leaped onto the roof. On the roof, Luo Qingqian's eyes were red as she stared at the hammering object from behind. It was a series of whip-like objects. If you looked closely, you could see a large, hill-like body behind them. This thing was covered in vines, and was now charging towards Luo Qingqian's RV. You were the one who damaged my car, weren't you? Chapter 257. At this moment, the 2 cars were still running desperately. Thick branches and vines from behind kept coming at the 2 cars. Luo Qingqian drew her bow and fired arrows, burning all the attacking vines. This attack caused the trees on both sides of the road to go crazy. All the mutant trees followed the mountain-like monster and attacked Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian's eyes were now blazing. She drew her bow faster and faster, unleashing her poison at full force, unleashing a shower of meteors and fire at the pursuing mountain. The first time, the meteor shower stopped the pursuing mutant trees, and Luo Qingqian unleashed it again. This time, the giant mountain monster began to slow down under the meteor shower's incineration, and even the branches and vines that extended out became fewer and fewer. But Luo Qingqian's shooting speed did not slow down. She drew her bow and shot arrows with all her might. She did not forget to continue releasing the flaming meteors. The fire caused the monster on the other side to hammer the ground repeatedly. Boom, 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 the earth began to shake. Even the vehicles on their side were shaken, unable to move normally. Tang Mo and the military bus ahead were both military veterans, and their mental fortitude was exceptionally strong. They managed to stabilize the vehicle and sped forward. Thankfully, the farther they ran, the less impact the ground shaking had. Gradually, the 2 vehicles finally escaped the earthquake's range. On the other hand, Luo Qingqian, perched on the roof, kept her hands moving. Luo Qingqian's current range was 2,000 meters. They had escaped the monster's attack range, but that didn't mean they were out of Luo Qingqian's reach. Luo Qingqian's attacks continued. By this time, the sky had completely darkened, and Luo Qingqian's arrows were released. Only a distant green flame could be seen. Especially, Luo Qingtian had combined all his attacks into a single arrow. The power was tripled, which infuriated the opposing monster. It dragged its massive body after the car. Even the mutant trees behind them pulled themselves out of the ground and chased them. After an unknown amount of time, the two cars finally ran out of Luo Qingtian's attack range, and Luo Qingtian sheathed his bow. Ahead, a bus was parked. The survivors and psychics had already gotten out and were setting up their tents. Seeing Luo Qingtian and his companions return, they waved and greeted the two vehicles. After Tang Mo stopped the car, Bai Nianan rushed out and punched Bai He directly in the face. Bai He, what do you mean? You knew there was danger ahead, so why didn't you warn us? Bai He was caught off guard by the punch and fell to the ground. He rubbed his aching jaw and rubbed it with his tongue. Cousin, why are you so angry? It's not that I didn't warn you, it's that our car was behind us, and we couldn't warn you. Didn't I catch up with the second car and have him tell you? Bai Nianan glared at Bai He coldly. He was about to rage further when Tang Mo rushed over and stopped him. Captain, there's no need. Since this person treated us this way, we don't need to team up with him. Tang Mo dragged Bai Nianan back. Zhong Yin and Shi Ran got out of the car and went to find their own team members. After reuniting with the others, the Phoenix team members immediately took out their own mobility scooters. The group boarded the scooters and headed forward. After the military team reunited, they didn't stop to meet up with Bai He. After taking a head count, they also drove forward. The military team's bus was originally occupied by some accompanying psychics and survivors. They had originally planned to get off to eat and rest, but when they saw the military team was leaving, they didn't dare to get off and just stayed on and left with them. Some of the survivors, who had been with Bai He's team, were so frightened by the second base's departure that they desperately rushed to the military team's bus. In the end, only Bai He's team and the few psychics and survivors who hadn't boarded were left on Bai He's side. In Luo Qingtian's RV, the original 6 people suddenly expanded to 4 more. Zhong Yin and Bai Nianan crowded everyone into the living room. Since the sofa wasn't full, they sat on the floor. No one dared to go to Luo Qingtian's bedroom. The group got in the car and headed straight ahead. They soon distanced themselves from the members of Bai He's team. Bai He watched them leave, his whole body trembling with anger. The members of Bai He's team looked at their captain cautiously. Captain, they all left. Should we follow them? With just a few of them in this woods, they really wouldn't dare camp in the wild. Unless there were more people. Bai He gritted his teeth and said, pack your things, we catch up. In fact, even he himself didn't dare camp here. He had originally intended to see Bai Nianan and the Phoenix team suffer, even intentionally weakening them. He hadn't expected Bai Nianan's reaction to be so strong. I had thought Bai Nianan would be bullied at will as before, but now it seemed I had to change my strategy. Just as they were thinking this, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook. In the distance, a massive creature was moving rapidly towards them. Because it was dark, although it was hard to see clearly, Bai He instantly knew what was ahead when he saw its outline. Quick, quick, it's a mutant mountain ghost. Bai He didn't bother to pack up their tent and quickly rushed into the bus. Some survivors, reluctant to leave their belongings behind, hurriedly packed their belongings. By the time they tried to return to the bus, the doors had already been closed. Then they watched helplessly as the bus left them behind and drove forward. Frightened, the survivors chased after the bus, but it sped away, quickly pulling away. The accompanying psychics and survivors on the bus could only watch helplessly as their companions retreated further and further away. The ground shook more and more violently. Suddenly, a long whip struck, piercing the survivors like candied haws. Then, the vines dragged them backward. In the RV, everyone quickly felt the ground tremble. Someone asked, "Is that monster chasing us?" After this, several people opened the windows and looked behind them. Not far away, a dark behemoth obscured the sky. They couldn't see clearly what it was. They only knew it was enormous. Old Swan, in all my life, this is the first time I've seen a monster this big. No wonder Sister Luo wouldn't let us get out of the car and told us to run. Zhong Yin patted his chest and said, yes, I didn't expect the road to the third base to be so dangerous. How are we going to get back? After this, everyone present fell silent. Chapter 258. Yes, they're still alive because of Luo Qingtian when they left. But when they returned to the second base, there was no way Luo Qingtian would have gone with them. Under those circumstances, let alone leaving, they might have died on the road before even leaving the third base. At that moment, everyone felt as if a huge stone weighed down their chests, weighing them down. Qin Huiyang then spoke up, "How do you think the Baihe team came to pick us up?" With these words, everyone present instantly felt hopeful. Baihe did say they arrived by helicopter, so if they really needed to leave, they could just find a way to get one. Bai Nianan nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then we could all go to the mission hall together to take the missions and earn some points. We always find a way. With these words, everyone present laughed. Qin Huiyang then continued, one more question. Have you ever considered that the Baihe team has been trying every possible way to take the potion since arriving at the second base? They even want to take our lives. Don't you find it strange? Bai Nianan had considered this, which is why he insisted that the military team take the potion and personally deliver it to the base commander. Qin Huiyang then continued, Captain Bai, I think there might be a conflict going on within the third base, and the faction we're heading to might be the political enemy of the Baihe team. To prevent us from meeting the base commander, they're trying every possible means to eliminate us. Everyone nodded in agreement. Bai Nianan sighed deeply. That seems to be the only explanation at this point. It also explains why Baihe is targeting us so. After driving for an unknown amount of time, Luo Qingtian's bedroom door suddenly opened. Several people watched Luo Qingtian emerge. The psychic sitting on the ground froze for a moment before standing up. Sister Luo, is there anything wrong? Bai Nianan asked cautiously. Luo Qingtian pointed to the open space in front of the car and said, We're out of the range of that monster's pursuit. Let's rest here for the night. The group then realized the ground had stopped shaking, suggesting the mountain had truly stopped pursuing them. Tang Mo also stopped the car ahead. Seeing everyone sigh with relief, Luo Qingtian returned to the bedroom. Most of the military team hadn't eaten yet, so after stopping the car, they quickly lit a bonfire and prepared to eat. Just as everyone had finished eating and drinking, the Baihe team's bus hurriedly caught up. Seeing that Bai Nianan's group had already begun resting, he had them stop the car and went to find Bai Nianan. Bai Nianan and the others were now sitting in the RV. When Baihe arrived, Bai Nianan didn't even glance at him. It wasn't until Baihe's voice grew louder that Bai Nianan, fearing to disturb Luo Qingtian, finally left the RV. Baihe first inspected the interior of the RV, then walked out with Bai Nianan. The two stopped in the distance, and Baihe bluntly said, Cousin, I was wrong up front. I protect you on the way back, and get the potion to the third base. Bai Nianan raised an eyebrow at Baihe, not believing his words at all. However, to ensure their safe arrival at the third base, he feigned a calm smile and said, Since you thought it through, cousin, let's get along well from tomorrow on. There's less backstabbing involved. Only then can we reach the third base safely. Baihe rested that night, holding his breath. The next morning, everyone woke up early and boarded the bus. The convoy headed forward again. This time, it was Baihe's team's car that was at the forefront. No matter how Baihe tried to play tricks, it was useless. When they reached the forest entrance again, Baihe stopped the bus. Then he rolled up the bus and waved to the people behind him. Everyone got out of the bus. Baihe came to the group and said, This is the entrance to the mutant forest. If we can make it through this forest, we'd be at the third base once we exit it. As you saw last night, there's a huge monster in this forest that will hinder us. And this forest is also filled with poisonous insects and mutant animals. Getting through is truly more difficult than we imagined. Zhong Yan looked at Baihe with a half smile and asked, Captain Bai, what do you mean? Baihe glanced at Zhong Yan and said, We'd be marching on foot. No matter what conflicts we had a few days ago, once we enter this forest, all conflicts will be put aside. We must do everything in our power to repel these mutants. Plainly speaking, Baihe was telling them not to hold back. As he spoke, Baihe deliberately glanced at Luo Qingtian, who was standing at the back. Then he turned and led his men toward the forest. The others followed closely behind Baihe. Luo Qingtian's first reaction upon entering the forest was that her perception had widened. Even her hearing and vision had become much sharper than before. Looking at the vines that kept falling from the trees, she almost felt the urge to grab hold of them and swing. Baihe, the leader of the group, was whispering, From now on, don't make any noise, to avoid being spotted by yesterday's mountain ghosts. As long as we avoid them, we still have a good chance of getting through this forest. Baihe's voice was low, and thankfully, everyone followed quietly. Luo Qingtian didn't notice what Baihe was saying, because a voice suddenly entered her mind. Hunter's passive skill activated. Hunter's overall attack bonus increased by 40%. Luo Qingtian blinked. Passive skill? She glanced at her hands, feeling incredibly powerful. She clenched her fists and looked towards the nearest mountain wall. Bang! Luo Qingtian punched the wall directly. Then everyone saw a massive crater appear in the massive wall. Everyone stared at the scene in stunned amazement. Baihe's face twisted with rage. Is Luo Qingtian provoking me? He just told me not to make any noise, and this guy punches the wall. How disgruntled was she with herself? If Luo Qingtian knew by his thoughts right now, she'd definitely cry out in injustice. She truly didn't hear them. At this moment, everyone stared at the hole in the mountain wall in shock, their scalps and backs shivering. My goodness, this Luo Qingtian must have transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even the most powerful power user in their base couldn't create a hole this big with just one punch. Before anyone could react, the entire forest floor suddenly shook. The hill behind them, like a sleeping giant, slowly rose to its feet. Chapter 259. This scene shocked everyone, and they watched in horror. Bai He was so angry that he wanted to strangle Luo Qingtian to death. Oh no! This mutant mountain ghost has awakened. Run out of the forest. With these words, Bai He was the first to rush out. But before he could take a few steps, he was blocked by the vast forest in front of him. All the trees had been uprooted from the ground. The forest exit was completely blocked. Bai He and the others couldn't find the way back. At this moment, the earth trembled even more violently. The crowd could only sense a giant behind them slowly rising. When they turned to look, they saw a massive mountain behind them, towering into the clouds. It was blocking them with sharp thorns. Earth and metal powers quickly advanced, building a high wall in front, blocking all the thorns. However, the thorns quickly pierced through the high walls, and pierced the people behind them. Bai He was completely panicked at this point. It's all your fault, Luo Qingtian. Why did you throw that punch? Even if you hate me, you can't do something like this to hurt everyone. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched twice. I said I didn't hear it, do you believe me? Bai He was furious and ignored Luo Qingtian. Bai Nianan then released an electric net towards the wall and said, You said it was a mountain ghost. What is a mountain ghost? Bai He gritted his teeth and said, We don't know what it is. We only know that it was originally a mountain. Suddenly one day, the mountain began to grow on its own, absorbing all the living trees around it into its body. By the time we discovered it, it had grown so large we couldn't hurt it. Our people once used a drone to take panoramic photos of its appearance. When it stood up, it resembled a human, and it ate everything it could catch. That's why we called it a mountain ghost. As he finished speaking, more thorns appeared on the surrounding walls, and one thorn directly pierced a nearby psychic, killing them instantly. This scene immediately broke Bai He's defenses. He had already forgotten his original intention of seducing Luo Qingtian. He said to the space psychic and Bai He's team, Get the plane? Let's go! We can't wait here to die. Bai Nianan looked at Bai He speechlessly. You want to leave? Aren't you afraid of failing the mission? Bai He gritted his teeth and said to Bai Nianan, Failure is better than being eaten by a mountain ghost. With that, Bai He released a wind escape technique around him. He sucked all incoming thorns into his wind escape technique, pulverizing them, and instantly making the surrounding area safer. Bai He looked again at the space-based Esper, who quickly produced 3 helicopters. Bai He turned and rushed over. Bai Nianan and Zhong Yin watched with wide eyes, as Bai He's team rushed to the helicopters, marveling, They really are just going to go. This is a forest, a helicopter can't take off. As soon as he finished speaking, the helicopter's propellers began to spin. Bai He and his team continuously released their Esper powers around the helicopter, blocking all incoming thorns. Finally, the helicopter began to move, and they watched as it ascended into the sky. Bai He watched Luo Qingtian and the others stare at him, and a surge of relief washed over him. Even the pent-up anger he felt these past few days, brought on by Luo Qingtian and Bai Nianan, dissipated. He waved to the people on the ground, then focused his attention on controlling the helicopter. Luo Qingtian looked up, stroking his chin, and said, Why do I feel like his helicopter's a little unstable? Zhong Yin nodded, I really want to give them a Firebird. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive wooden spike hurtled toward Bai He's team's helicopter. Clang! Ding dong! Boom! 3 distinct sounds echoed, and the 3 helicopters plummeted to the ground. Bai Nianan gave a thumbs up. Sister Luo, you're awesome. Just as the 3 helicopters ascended, the mountain ghost's wooden spike stopped attacking Luo Qingtian and the others, and instead charged toward the 3 helicopters. Even the surrounding trees extended their vines, whipping the helicopters relentlessly, soon damaging one of their propellers. There were also wooden thorns shot by the mountain ghost. These helicopters were completely destroyed, with Bai He's being the worst hit. A massive wooden thorn pierced the entire helicopter fuselage. Then it plunged heavily into the ground. Bai He used his wind-attributed ability to escape the helicopter, but only a second later, he was pierced by the thorn. He fell behind the wall where Luo Qingtian and the others were standing. He returned to the spot he had left. Looking up, he saw Luo Qingtian, Zhong Yin, and Bai Nianan staring at him with amusement. Cousin, you're back. Pretty quick. Bai He pursed his lips in anger and remained silent. The remaining surviving members of Bai's team also ran back. Back behind the cramped wall, everyone's faces were grim. After all, the scene of them abandoning their companions was still fresh in their minds. And this time, they had lost 3 Esper users in a row. The mountain ghost's wooden spikes were now growing more and more frantic. Even the ground beneath their feet was sprouting green branches, some of which were even growing into vines, trying to grab them. Luo Qingtian then stood up from behind the wall. You guys deal with the others around here. I go take care of this damn mountain ghost. Luo Qingtian wasn't afraid of this so-called mountain ghost at all. She felt her whole body brimming with strength. She longed for a fight, a rival. She was eager to see how powerful she would become with a 40% increase in her overall stats. Luo Qingtian leaped to her feet, and the wooden spike stabbed at her. Little Green quickly formed a protective shield, blocking all the wooden spikes attacking Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stood still, Amos Ice Bow and Ruoshui Divine Bow appearing in her hands. She combined the 2 bows, drew them together, and released 6 arrows instantly. Luo Qingtian murmured softly, "Merge." The 6 arrows merged together, forming a half-blue, half-white dual-attribute arrow, which flew towards the mountain ghost in front. Soon, large patches of white appeared on the mountain ghost's body. The mountain ghost had just stood up. After being struck by the arrow, the massive body retreated backwards. The ground shook again. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. It seemed that his arrows with 6 times the attack power were still quite powerful, and he had also increased his attribute attack by 40%. It seemed that he still had a chance of defeating this behemoth. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian drew his bow and shot at the mountain ghost again. Chapter 260. He fired countless arrows in a row. Luo Qingtian combined his attacks into 6 times the force of his arrows. The mountain ghost in front of him took several steps back. But even so, Luo Qingtian couldn't fully see the creature before him. The more Luo Qingtian attacked, the angrier the mountain ghost grew. Originally, it had only released wooden spikes at them, but now vines continued to appear from the ground, and even a flock of unknown birds flew towards them. These birds had sharp claws and beaks. After targeting the humans on the ground, they flew towards them. With each strike, they heard the painful wails of the survivors. After knocking one bird away, Bai Yinan looked down at the survivors nearby and saw that the person scratched by the bird had large chunks of flesh missing from his chest and shoulder. Blood flowed down his body to the ground. Immediately, many dark vines emerged from the ground and attacked. Bai Yinan, not caring about the injured, once again unleashed his net, isolating all the incoming vines. Bai He was truly unafraid to hold back at this point. No matter who unleashed their powers, he would unleash his own wind power to assist. Luo Qingtian continuously unleashed 6 times the amount of arrows at the mountain ghost. Little Green blasted away all the birds and vines that attacked her. The battle lasted for over 3 hours. Everyone was exhausted. Their powers were also depleted. The massive creature on the opposite side, seemingly unable to withstand the onslaught, fell heavily to the ground. Boom! Another massive tremor. Everyone staggered from the shock. Some fell to the ground. Even Luo Qingtian nearly fell. At that moment, Luo Qingtian saw a massive arm, resembling both stone and vines, hurtling towards him. Luo Qingtian was startled. He shouted, "Get out of the way!" Everyone rushed forward. The survivors and psychics injured by the birds couldn't get up. They could only watch helplessly as the fists came crashing down on them. As Luo Qingtian passed them, the vines in his hand shot out, grabbing 2 of them and running forward together. He had originally intended for Xiaolu to grab the 3rd. But he was too late. The survivor was crushed to a pulp by the fist. Baihe, watching from the side, cursed at Luo Qingtian, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't made that noise, we might have made it." As soon as he finished shouting, a vine suddenly grabbed Chen Huiyang's ankle, rapidly dragging him deeper into the forest. Bai Yinan was horrified, unconcerned about his own danger, and rushed towards Chen Huiyang. Just as he was about to unleash his supernatural powers, he realized he had exhausted them. Chen Huiyang's status was special, and he couldn't let him get hurt. He drew his dagger and rushed towards him. He quickly grabbed Chen Huiyang's arm. The military squad behind him also rushed over. They grabbed Bai Yinan's ankle. But even so, the vine continued to drag Chen Huiyang deeper into the forest. The members of the military squad rushed over, grabbing Bai Yinan's thighs and ankles, and the group of soldiers were dragged forward. Phoenix Squad's Zhong Yin repeatedly tried to unleash his fire powers to burn the vines, but his shots were repeatedly deflected, and his power was at its limit. They had no choice but to use their bodies to dodge the attacks of the vines and thorns. Luo Qingtian was still desperately battling the mountain ghost. Bai Nianen's voice came from behind. Sister Luo, help! Luo Qingtian turned to see a group of people being dragged along by the vines in front of them, like candied haws. Luo Qingtian didn't have time to think, and quickly redirected her bow and arrow, shooting at the vine that was dragging Chen Huiyang forward. The vine was severed. Chen Huiyang finally stopped. Luo Qingtian quickly leaped over and slammed his fist into the ground. Growth! A vast expanse of jungle quickly rose from the ground. This time, due to their passive abilities, the grass was even more lush than usual. Bai Nianen and the others quickly hid themselves in the grass to recover their powers. This time, the recovery was so fast. Much faster than last time in the bushes. My superpowers have already recovered halfway. Yes, I noticed it too. As everyone rejoiced, vines on both sides began to attack them. Luo Qingtian was also recovering at this time. Seeing the vines attacking, Luo Qingtian suddenly remembered her life-absorbing superpower. She immediately grabbed a few vines reaching out to her, and began to release life-absorbing energy on them. As she absorbed energy, Luo Qingtian was surprised to find that several mutant trees on both sides were rapidly withering. With this discovery, Luo Qingtian quickly ran away. She slammed her fist into the ground. Absorb. Soon, a surge of vitality surged toward Luo Qingtian's body, causing the surrounding trees to rapidly wither. This caused the entire forest to tremble. After absorbing this vitality, Luo Qingtian felt refreshed, even more refreshed than when she last fought the undead. She changed her position and punched the ground again. Continuing to absorb, the once lush forest soon withered again. She couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but Luo Qingtian could even sense the anger of the behemoth behind her, a rage tinged with panic. At this moment, the fist, resembling a vine, a pile of stone, and earth, struck Luo Qingtian again. This time, Luo Qingtian didn't dodge, but faced the challenge head-on. Boom! Luo Qingtian felt her forearm go numb. But the giant arm opposite her began to peel and shed debris. It seemed that her previous punch had worked. Luo Qingtian was delighted. She finally knew how to fight this behemoth. Luo Qingtian quickly pulled Dabai out of the space. She transformed Dabai into wings, and Xiaolu stood on her shoulders. Luo Qingtian soared into the sky, flying towards the behemoth. The mountain ghost discovered Luo Qingtian's intention. He once again gathered a new arm, and struck Luo Qingtian. Xiaolu, strengthen me. After saying that, Luo, a green halo appeared around Qingtian. Luo Qingtian could clearly feel his strength intensifying once again. This time, with this punch, Luo Qingtian thrust forward with all his might. Bang! With this punch, Luo Qingtian shattered the mountain ghost's arm, revealing the vines controlling its movement. This punch caught the attention of everyone fighting below. Seeing Luo Qingtian shatter the mountain ghost's arm, their scalps tingled. I was wrong. I didn't think Tyrannosaurus Rex was worthy of describing Sister Luo. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Sister Luo, how terrifying! Chapter 261. Luo Qingtian smiled instantly upon seeing the vines. I finally know what you are? Luo Qingtian flew towards the mountain ghost's body. The mountain ghost's body retreated slightly, but its massive form shook the entire earth with every movement. As Luo Qingtian prepared to strike his next punch, the mountain ghost attacked Luo Qingtian again. This time, after meeting the mountain ghost's punch, Luo Qingtian didn't rush to push it away, but instead grasped the mountain ghost's vines. Absorb. The mountain ghost's vine shrank rapidly, and even its entire body began to peel off, even dropping debris onto the ground. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Sister Luo, what have you done? The entire forest is withering. I don't think it's just the forest withering. Look, even this mountain ghost is withering. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain ghost's body began to shed many stones onto the ground. Even the mutated trees fell off one by one. These mutated trees withered at a visible rate. The mountain ghost's body began to tremble, and it even began to roar. Luo Qingtian could sense its fear. It struggled desperately, trying to knock Luo Qingtian away. But Luo Qingtian held on to the mountain ghost's vines with a firm grip, until the entire arm withered and fell off, becoming a lifeless shard of rubble that fell to the ground. Hide! Bai Nianen shouted to the crowd. Everyone quickly fled. Then, they saw a huge rock fall from the sky, crashing right into the spot where they had been. A massive crater, over 2 meters deep, instantly appeared on the ground. Everyone swallowed their saliva in unison. If they hadn't dodged in time, they would have been crushed beneath the rock. At that moment, A rumbling sound of blows echoed from the sky. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Luo Qingtian repeatedly punching the enormous mountain ghost. The ghost's body was shrinking at a visible speed, dropping rocks and withered mutant trees below. Now, most of the mutant trees below were dead, no longer able to attack by Nianen and the others. They pulled their bodies out of the ground and fled deeper into the forest. Boom boom boom, the earth was still shaking. The green aura surrounding Luo Qingtian's body grew even more emerald. Xiaolu had almost maximized his enhanced ability. Luo Qingtian felt as if she had endless strength, and she punched the mountain ghost even faster. What she didn't notice was that with each punch, the mountain ghost's body grew smaller. It even began to collapse. To avoid being caught, Bai Nianen and the others began running deeper into the forest. But the mountain ghost's range was too large, and even after they ran a distance, debris continued to fall from above. Bai He was about to curse, but when he saw the huge rocks hurtling towards him, he immediately shut up and continued to run forward, desperately following Bai Nianen. Over the entire forest, only Luo Qingtian and the mountain ghost remained. It was then that Luo Qingtian finally got a clear view of the mountain ghost. The entire mountain wasn't a massive monster at all, but rather a rapidly multiplying, condensed forest of mutant trees. Their roots and vines burrowed deep into the mountain, allowing the soil and rocks within to envelop their bodies. They continued to multiply and grow, eventually becoming this enormous entity. Seeing the mountain ghost's appearance clearly, Luo Qingtian found it amusement. Nature's partiality had endowed these plants and animals with the ability to reproduce rapidly, but fortunately, their intelligence was inferior to that of humans, which allowed humans to survive. Luo Qingtian commanded Bai to soar high, landing at the very top of the mountain ghost. This was the canopy of a vast forest. After landing, Luo Qingtian unleashed a shower of meteors and fire into the sky. The rain of fire exploded in the sky, and the flames began to burn from the top of the mountain ghost. Continuously spreading downward, the enormous body finally began to fall apart. Numerous vines, thorns, and even some birds that depended on the mountain ghost for survival attacked Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian switched to a bone spear. Enchanted with flames, the spear began to spin wildly as the creatures attacked. Flames blazed everywhere. A circle of fire quickly formed around Luo Qingtian, incinerating all that attacked. Finally, under Luo Qingtian's rain of fire, the mountain ghost toppled to the ground at a visible speed. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity, charged toward the tilted mountainside, and delivered a powerful kick aimed at the point of its fall. Bang! Luo Qingtian's kick was like the straw that broke the camel's back. A large swath of mutant trees, mixed with rocks and dirt, slid down continuously, surging into the distance. The forest seemed to be swept by a mudslide, sweeping away vast swaths of trees. The people running on the ground heard a surge behind them, and looked back. After seeing clearly what was behind them, they ran even faster in fear. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen a mudslide in the forest. Look, those are trees. They kept looking back as they ran. After an unknown amount of time, the mudslide finally stopped. They sat down on the ground, exhausted. Tang Mo nudged Bai Nianen. Captain, look. That mountain ghost is gone. Everyone looked in the direction of the mountain ghost. They saw that the huge creature that had been there had simply vanished. Now, only a solitary, mound-like object remained. Atop that mound stood a massive, mutated tree. At this moment, the mutant tree stretched out its vines, nearly every vine clutching a smaller mutant tree. It was clear the tree was attempting to gather these smaller trees around itself. Is this the true form of a mountain ghost? Luo Qingtian slowly flew to the side of the large tree. This time, the mutant tree did not attack Luo Qingtian. Every vine, even its roots, desperately pulled at its companion. The vines were covered in scars from the meteor shower, some even lingering flames. Crack! The vines snapped. The mutant tree watched helplessly as its companion drifted downward. Luo Qingtian could clearly see that many of the trees sliding down were unmutated. An indescribable sadness washed over Luo Qingtian, and he looked at the mutant tree in astonishment. This great tree was actually grieving. Luo Qingtian flew to the front of the big tree, and only then did she realize that there were sparks on many parts of the tree. Chapter 262. Luo Qingtian looked around. Not only this mutant tree, but even the ones that had just fallen were covered in sparks. If left alone, the entire forest would be consumed by her own rain of fire. While the contents of this mutant forest were dangerous, the danger also carried with it many valuable resources. And before the apocalypse, there have been reports of normal forests being destroyed by human fire. Perhaps the beginning of the apocalypse itself was nature's revenge? Or perhaps the appearance of this so-called mountain ghost was a means for this mutant tree to protect itself and its descendants. Luo Qingtian was no saint, but she wasn't a ruthless person either. She had her limits. She knew what to do and what not to do. She sighed, the Ruoshui divine bow reappearing in her hand. She selected an area and aimed upward, unleashing another water attack. A heavy downpour of rain fell, extinguishing all the surrounding sparks. Fearing it wouldn't be enough, Luo Qingtian called out to Xiaolu to help him release the water. And just like that, rain began to fall over the forest, completely nipping the impending forest fire in the bud. The people on the ground watching this scene were once again shocked. Wow, this is the legendary power of summoning wind and rain. Luo Qingtian ignored the gazes of the people below and continued to stare at the massive mutant tree before her. No matter how mutated it was, she was certain of one thing. The new sapling spawned from this tree had mutated later. If this tree were temporarily placed in the space, perhaps after the apocalypse was over, it would bring unimaginable benefits to humanity. I take you away, are you willing? Luo Qingtian asked softly, standing beside the mutant tree. The mutant tree didn't react, but Luo Qingtian could feel its grip on its companions tightening. Luo Qingtian smiled. I hate reasoning or bargaining. I take you to a better place, where you won't need to transform into a mountain ghost to protect yourself and your companions. However, you must live peacefully with the surrounding trees. If you dare harm the trees I planted, I don't mind burning you and your companions. This finally made the mutant tree react. It pulled all the mutant trees around it toward it. The giant treetop trembled twice. Luo Qingtian could sense the mutant tree was giving in. Luo Qingtian smiled, then took the giant mutant tree and its companions into the space. After doing all this, the small mound that had been standing there instantly collapsed. It turned into a pile of yellow earth. Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Dabai, commanding, flew toward the group. Seeing Luo Qingtian return, everyone rushed toward him. Sister Luo, you worked so hard. Sister Luo is amazing. Luo Qingtian wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at everyone present. Seeing the damage wasn't too severe, he said, the mountain ghost is gone. Can we continue on? Everyone nodded excitedly. All right. I'm afraid the road ahead will be much safer. Luo Qingtian nodded and plopped down on the ground. Immediately, someone handed Luo Qingtian a bottle of mineral water. Luo Qingtian didn't even bother to see who was handing it to him. He just took the water and started drinking. Everyone stood quietly beside Luo Qingtian, waiting for him to drink. Only after Luo Qingtian finished did he turn to look at them. Everyone's eyes were full of stars as they looked at Luo Qingtian, their faces filled with admiration. Luo Qingtian felt a chill run down his spine. Why are you looking at me like that? Are my clothes torn? Luo Qingtian glanced at his own clothes. They were indeed a bit dirty and torn. Luo Qingtian looked up at the others and said, your clothes are even more torn and dirty than mine. Stop looking at me like that. The crowd was speechless after this. Well, Sister Luo knows how to chat. The group continued forward. Because of the battle, the road ahead was indeed much safer than they had imagined. The large expanse of grass behind them had turned a grayish-white color. This was because Luo Qingtian had absorbed the vitality of the land, causing the moisture and vitality to be lost along with it. Luo Qingtian touched his nose. His eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart. He didn't even notice the glances from the surrounding psychics. The group walked in silence for a long time. Finally, they emerged from the withered land. At this moment, Bai pointed ahead and said, there are many swamps ahead. Everyone, be careful when you step. There are many poisonous insects and leeches here. If you are not careful, you will attract poisonous insects. After Bai finished speaking, he immediately looked at Luo Qingtian. Did you hear that? Luo Qingtian nodded immediately. Yes, I heard that. Bai then turned back. The group continued walking forward. Finally, they saw the swamp Bai had mentioned. Are we going to step into this swamp? It was Chen Huiyang who spoke. It wasn't that he was a misophobe, but that he was certain. If we just stepped on it, we'd likely be targeted by the bugs and leeches in the mire. Bai spread his hands. There's no other way. If we don't go this way, we never reach the third base. Bai possessed wind abilities. After saying this, he used them to sweep several of his teammates forward. Although they flew low, they certainly didn't step into the water. Watching them quickly reach the other side, Bai Nian gritted his teeth and said, I think he did it on purpose. The others nodded, and then they looked at Luo Qingtian. They remembered Luo Qingtian's ability to weave bridges. Sister Luo, do you want to build another bridge across? This mire is full of all sorts of things. Stepping in could be really dangerous. Luo Qingtian nodded. I think so too. With that, Luo Qingtian's vine suddenly shot out, wrapping around the scattered mutant trees. Then everyone saw these mutant trees scurrying towards them on their short legs. They lined up in the swamps ahead, lowering vines and placing them in front of them. Luo Qingtian was the first to step forward, grabbing a vine and swinging forward like a monkey. The others followed Luo Qingtian's lead, and over an hour later, everyone had swung across the vines. Bai He was speechless with shock. What was wrong with Luo Qingtian? One moment she was beating up those mutant trees, and the next, they were so obedient? Is it possible? Luo Qingtian naturally wouldn't tell Bai He. These were her passive abilities. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they heard Bai He pointing ahead and saying, "We're almost there. Once we get out, we can take the bus directly to the third base." Bai He was filled with excitement as he spoke. But before he could let out his excitement, someone among the survivors suddenly fell to the ground and wailed. Chapter 263. No one was prepared for this sudden change. Even Bai He took 2 steps back in shock. What's going on? Is he infected? The still wailing survivor twisted and crawled on the ground, rubbing his back from time to time. Qin Huiyang immediately stepped forward. There must be something on his back. Quick, someone, hold him down. With these words, 2 soldiers trotted out and pinned the psychic to the ground. The psychic lay face down, groaning in pain. Back, back. Through the agony, he gritted his teeth and uttered these 2 words. Qin Huiyang immediately stepped forward and pulled his clothes away. Sure enough, a palm-sized leech was crawling on the survivor's back, burrowing into the man's body. A bloody hole the size of a baby's fist had appeared on the man's back. The most terrifying thing was that near the hole, the flesh on the man's back had begun to rot and turn black. This is a mutant leech. It has a virus that can paralyze the nerves. As Qin Huiyang spoke, a square medicine box suddenly appeared in his hand. He quickly found a potion from the box and injected it into the man's back. He then pulled out a glove and reached out to grab the leech that was burrowing into the man's body. Then the leech suddenly stopped moving, and everyone watched as Qin Huiyang slowly pulled it out of the man's body. Then, Qin Huiyang immediately took out a large piece of gauze and pressed it against the man's wound. He looked at Luo Qingtian for help. "Miss Luo, I remember you seem to have healing abilities." Luo Qingtian nodded, walked over to the man, and cast a healing spell on him. The wound vanished at a visible speed. The man's twitching stopped. Qin Huiyang helped the man up and said, "How are you feeling? Are you okay?" The man jumped, moved his arms, and finally bowed to Luo Qingtian and Qin Huiyang with gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Luo, thank you, Commander Qin. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made it out of here today." Qin Huiyang smiled and nodded. "You're welcome. I'm glad you're okay." After saying this, Qin Huiyang looked at Luo Qingtian. "Thank you, Sister Luo." Luo Qingtian nodded slightly, then turned to Bai Nianen. "Let's keep going." Bai Nianen glanced at Luo Qingtian guiltily, nodded, and continued walking with the others. As they walked, Bai Nianen approached Luo Qingtian. "Sister Luo, haha, are you angry?" Luo Qingtian glanced at Bai Nianen with a half-smile and said, "At first, I was just curious why your military team would risk the lives of all the members to save Qin Huiyang. Now that I think about it, the potion was on Qin Huiyang. I really underestimated Base Commander Bai. Since they're willing to send a dual-ability psychic with both spatial and control abilities to escort the potion. Ultimately, this base commander still doesn't trust me." Bai Nianen looked at Luo Qingtian nervously. "Sister Luo, don't be angry. My uncle definitely didn't mean that. When we left, he said, given your temper, if a fight breaks out, you definitely focus on protecting Qin Huiyang. The implication was that he didn't care about their lives. Oh, so, I can actually ignore your lives now." He grabbed Qin Huiyang and left. When Luo Qing arrived, her entire aura took on a menacing quality. Bai Nianen took 2 steps back in fear, then forced a smile. "Sister Luo, we've been together for so long, you certainly wouldn't care about our lives, would you? And we're almost out of the forest. You can even use our identities to enter the third base directly." Luo Qing said this, but she simply followed Bai Nianen in silence. Even if Bai Nianen didn't ask her, she wouldn't abandon her team again. After all, they come this far, and Uncle Qi and Aunt Qi were still at the second base. It would be best if everything remained peaceful. The road ahead was very muddy. The exit seemed so close, but as they started walking, they realized how difficult it was. Before they knew it, it was nightfall, and they still hadn't made it out. Even the most clueless of them noticed the problem. "Bai He, have we been standing still since just now?" but he was panicking. In truth, he had never been to this mutant forest before, and the information he had was obtained from the psychics, who had emerged from it. Now, faced with this situation, he himself was completely bewildered. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know? Bai He looked at Bai Nianen with a troubled expression. Several people immediately laughed after he said this. After all, Luo Qing had just said this. At this point, everyone stood there and looked around. They happened to be in a circular clearing, surrounded by trees that didn't look like mutant trees. Bai Nianen smiled and said, "This spot is perfect for camping. Let's rest here tonight. Each team will have 2 members go find a way out." Bai Nianen then looked toward the forest exit again. This time, it seemed further away. It was as if something was deliberately luring them in to investigate. A slight unease welled up in Bai Nianen's heart. He glanced in Luo Qingqian's direction and saw that his tent had already been set up, and he was sitting inside, making his bed. But before he could say anything, Luo Qingqian looked up, locked eyes with him, and then closed the tent curtain right in front of him. Okay, this was a clear message to him. She wouldn't interfere. Bai Nianen scratched the back of his head awkwardly, and went to make preparations with his men. Luo Qingqian placed Xiaolu on the bed, closed the tent, and went straight into the space. She wanted to see if the large trees had been properly arranged after being brought in. After entering the space, Luo Qingqian saw neither the large trees nor Mao. Only Dabai was lazily resting on the ground. "Dabai, where are Mao and the mutant trees I brought in?" Dabai stood up and walked over to Luo Qingqian, motioning for him to sit on his back. Then, Dabai and Luo Qingqian ran off into the distance. Not long after they ran, Luo Qingqian heard the sound of a whistle. On a hilltop, Mao, wearing a small hat, blew a whistle rhythmically at the trees before him with a serious expression. With each gust of wind, the mutant trees behind it took a step forward, with the largest mutant tree at the rear. However, many of its roots had been burned, making it move much slower than the others. Each movement was a struggle. When Mao saw this, he would run over, stand in front of the mutant tree, and spin and cheer. Luo Qingqian found this scene both amusing and heartwarming. Just as she was about to move forward to take a closer look, she saw the giant mutant tree move. Encouraged by Mao, a group of mutant trees moved to the location of the mutant forest Mao had arranged. Chapter 264. Little Mao placed the mutant tree in the most conspicuous spot in the forest and watched it plant itself. Satisfied with the mutant tree's obedience, Mao emanated a green light, which he released onto the tree. The next moment, the charred and damaged areas on the tree gradually healed. Mao extended his vines, weaving them into a large hand, and gently stroked the branches of the mutant tree, as if soothing it. The mutant tree also slightly bent its crown in response, as if enjoying the comfort from the little Mao. Luo Qingqian watched this scene with a smile until Mao noticed her. After seeing Luo Qingqian, Mao bounded towards Luo Qingqian. When he reached Dabai, Dabai lowered his head, and let Mao climb onto his head. The fur ball extended its vines, leaped up along Dabai's head, and landed directly in Luo Qingqian's arms. Then it chattered a bunch of nonsense at Luo Qingqian. Though Luo Qingqian didn't know what the fur ball was trying to say, he could sense it was trying to take credit for its excellent care of the mutant trees. Luo Qingqian gently stroked the fur ball's head and said, "Fur ball, you done a great job." With that, Luo Qingqian stretched out his hand and conjured a large green ball. The fur ball extended 2 vines, embraced the small green ball, and then placed it in front of him and began to chew on it. Man, ball, and tiger returned to the villa. Luo Qingqian was about to go upstairs to rest when Chen Huiyang's voice came from outside the space. Luo Qingqian sighed and emerged from the space, opened the tent, and walked out. "What's wrong?" Chen Huiyang said grimly. "Sister Luo, Captain Yinan, Captain Baihe, and Captain Zhong Yan went out to find a way and haven't returned yet. It's getting dark, and I'm worried something's happened to them." Luo Qingqian was speechless. These people were truly worrying. She sighed, looked around, and said, "I can go find him, but you have to come with me." Chen Huiyang immediately understood Luo Qingqian's meaning. Luo Qingqian was worried about him getting hurt, but she finally shook her head. "Sister Luo, I can't leave. I'm a doctor. If anything happens to anyone here, I can still treat them." "I'm so sorry." Luo Qingqian pursed her lips and looked at Chen Huiyang, seeing Chen Huiyang's determination. Luo Qingqian had no choice but to release Dabai and have him stay close to Chen Huiyang. Looking at Dabai, who had suddenly appeared, Chen Huiyang nodded and followed Luo Qingqian's instructions, taking Dabai with him. Luo Qingqian transformed Xiaolu into wings activated her third skill to its maximum, and soared into the air, searching for Bai Nianen and Zhong Yin. As for Baihe, the minimap showed that he was nearby, not far off at all. After a short flight, Luo Qingtian quickly located Bai Nianen, trapped among a group of rocks. After Luo Qingtian descended from the sky, Bai Nianen was picking at the rocks on the ground. "What are you doing?" Luo Qingtian approached Bai Nianen. Bai Nianen ignored her and continued picking at the rocks. Only then did Luo Qingtian notice something was wrong with Bai Nianen. Bai Nianen's eyes were closed. His hands were covered in wounds from picking at the rocks, and even the bones of his fingers were visible. But Bai Nianen felt no pain at all. Still bent over, digging at the rocks, Luo Qingtian stepped forward and knocked Bai Nianen unconscious with a slap, causing Xiaolu to transform into a large ball. She then dropped Bai Nianen directly onto Xiaolu's head. She then continued to fly overhead with Xiaolu, and soon found another soldier. Like Bai Nianen, he was digging a hole with his eyes closed. Luo Qingtian jumped off Xiaolu's body. Approaching the soldier, she saw him get down on all fours, lift one foot, and begin urinating into the hole he had dug. He then covered it with his foot. He then climbed back up and continued digging. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. She absolutely could not let this guy get on Xiaolu's head, or she would have nightmares for days. Finally, she wove a vine, wrapped it around the man, and then attached it to Xiaolu's tentacles. Xiaolu led Luo Qingtian on their search. After an unknown amount of time, they found Zhong Yin, unconscious, in a cave. They also discovered a large bird's nest in a tree, where Zhong Yin's teammates were. After finding the four, Luo Qingtian led everyone back. As expected, Baihe had arrived at the camp early. Seeing the four people being found by Luo Qingtian, Baihe's face was filled with regret. Qin Huiyang saw the four unconscious people and quickly ran over. "Sister Luo, what happened to them?" Luo Qingtian, reflecting on what she had just witnessed, whispered, "They must have been hallucinating." Luo Qingtian briefly described the scene of their discovery, and Qin Huiyang immediately pulled out his medicine box to search for potions. He soon found 2 more potions in the box and administered them to the 2 people. He then checked on Zhong Yin and another member. After confirming they were both alright, he pulled 2 more potions from the box and administered them to them. Luo Qingtian watched the box the entire time. He was certain that he had seen the potions completely empty, but now that Qin Huiyang had taken it out, it was surprisingly full. Could it be that Qin Huiyang had many boxes, and therefore many potions in this space as well? Luo Qingtian examined the box carefully. It was the same box he had seen before, and the potions were clearly new. A thought flashed through Luo Qingtian's mind. Was this Qin Huiyang really just a simple space-based esper? Were the soldiers so protective of him just because of the potions? Or was it something else? Perhaps Qin Huiyang's ability wasn't space-based at all, or perhaps his true ability was potion-making? With this thought, Luo Qingtian looked at Qin Huiyang with a fiery gaze. Now everything made sense. If Qin Huiyang's ability allowed him to create potions, perhaps even antidotes and ability-boosting potions, then this person would be incredibly valuable. No wonder the military team kept their mouths shut. Baiju's willingness to send such a person to the third base, rather than keep him with him, clearly showed how much he truly wanted to end this apocalypse. Luo Qingtian's anger at Baiju's deception faded. After injecting the potion, Qin Huiyang caught Luo Qingtian's eye. The moment their eyes met, he knew his ability was about to be revealed. Thinking of how Luo Qingtian had protected him all along the way, Qin Huiyang considered confessing his abilities to Luo Qingtian. But before he could say anything, he heard Baihe's terrified voice. "Oh no! It's snakes! We're surrounded by them!" Chapter 265. As soon as he finished speaking, a rustling sound was heard everywhere. Soon, numerous 3-flowered snakes emerged from their surroundings, though these snakes looked different. The snakes' heads were large, disproportionate to their bodies. Strangely, their eyes were gray. Even their entire eye sockets looked like grayish-white stone. They didn't look alive at all. The snakes were charging towards them. Bai Nianen and Zhong Yin were both unconscious, unable to stand up and fight. The 3-flowered snakes seemed to have spotted this and charged directly at the 2 men lying on the ground, spitting their tongues. Qin Huiyang quickly rushed over to the group, extended his hands, and unleashed his supernatural powers on the foremost snakes. A white halo struck the snakes, and the 3-flowered snakes, which had been about to attack, seemed to be compelled to turn around. The others then drew their weapons, and began attacking the snakes. Luo Qingtian immediately switched to a bone knife, and began hacking at the snakes. After a while, someone in the crowd suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha! These are all treasures, ha ha! never going hungry again, someone else climbed directly up a tree, tightly hugging the tree in front of them. Like a snake. These snakes can cause hallucinations. Don't look into their eyes. Chen Huiyang finally realized the problem. He stretched out his hand and released his supernatural power, then controlled all the snakes that approached him and sent them flying. However, his control power wasn't very smooth, and after a while, he was exhausted and panting. Luo Qingtian had been keeping an eye on Chen Huiyang since the battle began. Seeing that he was about to collapse, she quickly rushed to his side. Chen Huiyang pointed at Zhong Yan and the others still lying on the ground and said, "Don't worry about me. I can handle it. Go protect Captain Bai." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Bai Nian and Zhong Yan surrounded by snakes. Luo Qingtian's Ruoshui Divine Bao instantly appeared in her hand. As soon as she launched her attack, she saw Bai He unleashing wine magic at the surrounding snakes. Then, a small whirlwind swept through, sweeping up leaves and sucking the surrounding snakes into the whirlwind. Luo Qingtian drew her Ruoshui Divine Bao and fired an arrow at the whirlwind. Then, she switched from the water bow to the ice bow and fired again. The arrow pierced the whirlwind. Soon, a crashing sound could be heard from the whirlwind. Finally, Bai He couldn't hold on any longer and gave up on the whirlwind magic. The moment the whirlwind vanished, 3 flowered snakes, transformed into ice, fell to the ground. After killing these snakes, the group didn't relax, as more 3 flowered snakes appeared around them, crawling towards them. Already at the scene, more than a dozen survivors and psychics were hallucinating. Luo Qingtian's healing abilities had no effect on their injuries, especially since among them were the captains of the military squad and the Phoenix squad. They couldn't abandon their captains. The group then surrounded the unconscious and maddened individuals and began to deal with the surrounding snakes. Luo Qingtian, watching the increasing number of small snakes, maximized her perception range. Originally, she hadn't wanted to use the tactic of setting fire, but facing these charging 3-flowered snakes, some tactics were simply necessary. She had Xiaolu release 2 small hurricanes in quick succession, sucking all the surrounding snakes into them again. She then switched to the flying fire mysterious bow, drawing her bow and releasing her arrows. Soon, 2 enormous balls of fire appeared in midair, illuminating the surrounding landscape. Because they were in the forest, the fireballs grew larger and larger, and many people could clearly feel the heat from the 2 balls of fire overhead. Even the surrounding trees began to catch fire. Luo Qingtian carefully observed his surroundings, switching from the flying fire mysterious bow to the weak water divine bow. At the first sign of a fire, Luo Qingtian would release the rain. But before Luo Qingtian could fire again, a large red dot suddenly appeared on the small map in his mind's eye. It was speeding towards them. Luo Qingtian released Xiaolu into Bai and said, "Xiaolu, take these people and follow to Bai." Immediately, Xiaolu's tentacles erupted from his body, entangling those on the ground. Then, Xiaolu leaped onto Debai's back. Luo Qingtian commanded the group to run forward. Chen Huiyang didn't know what was happening. But seeing Luo Qingtian's gloomy expression, he knew something serious had happened. He commanded the group to follow Debai, while Luo Qingtian launched a vine from his hand, carrying it high into the air. Just as Luo Qingtian was leaving, a massive head suddenly burst forth from where she had been standing. Followed by this, the body of a giant python emerged from the ground and charged towards Luo Qingtian. The python's head was immense. When it rushed out, it found that Luo Qingtian had already escaped. It raised its huge body and began to look for Luo Qingtian's whereabouts, until it saw a small figure running on the top of the tree in front of it. The giant python opened its mouth wide and charged toward the figure. The people running ahead also heard the sounds of fighting behind them. Turning their heads, they witnessed a scene they never wanted to face. A giant great python with 3 stripes stood out in the firelight. Half of its body was still underground, while the remaining half, above ground, towered over the giant tree before them. They couldn't imagine the python's sheer size. But when it opened its mouth to bite, they could even smell the stench of its venom as it spit out its core. The python was now chasing Luo Qingtian. Xiao Lu, seeing this, was about to drop the people he was carrying to help Luo Qingtian. But as he did so, he hesitated. He wondered if Luo Qingtian would scold him if he rushed forward like this. Chen Huiyang patted Xiao Lu's side and said, "Leave these people to us. Go help her." Although Luo Qingtian was powerful, he was no match for such a massive being. They weren't sure Luo Qingtian could defeat the behemoth before them. Debai and Xiaolu, alerted by Chen Huiyang, left their wounded companions behind, 1 ball and 1 tiger, and headed straight for Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was still leaping from the treetops in the woods. The giant python behind him was also relentlessly chasing Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian even felt like it was playing a trick on him. It had clearly been within reach of him several times, but each time it missed. Luo Qingtian ran faster and faster, soon returning to the swamp. There were few trees on this side of the swamp, leaving Luo Qingtian with nowhere to hide. Chapter 266. Just as Luo Qingtian was thinking about where to hide, she felt a sudden lightning behind her. Dabai transformed into large white wings and clung to her back. Xiaolu also jumped onto her shoulder. This time, Luo Qingtian didn't dodge. She switched her weapon to a bone spear, ablaze with green flames. Luo Qingtian charged at the giant python with the spear. The python loved this cat-and-mouse game, but it hadn't expected the human it had treated as a toy would turn against it. Feeling provoked, the python opened its bloody mouth wide and bit towards the charging Luo Qingtian. The python's maw was wide open, capable of swallowing Luo Qingtian directly, but Luo Qingtian showed no fear. As the python bit forward, she held a bone spear horizontally in front of her, blocking the python's first bite. Soon, the python opened its mouth again, biting at Luo Qingtian's body. Luo Qingtian directed Dabai toward the giant python's mouth, then lodged her bone spear inside. She herself grabbed the spear. She performed a 360-degree spin within the snake's mouth and leaped out. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to soar into the air, then suddenly folded her wings and launched a powerful kick at the giant python's head. Xiaolu, strengthen. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingtian was enveloped in a green halo. Luo Qingtian felt his entire body recharge with strength. With this kick, Luo Qingtian used all her might. He landed a powerful kick on the giant python's head, sending its once-high head crashing to the ground. Bang! The impact was so deafening that it shook everything around it. The giant python's head fell to the ground. The bone spear pierced its jaws. Luo Qingtian yanked the spear out as he landed. Roar, roar, roar! The giant python writhed in agony throughout the forest, crushing the surrounding trees as it finally pulled itself free. From midair, Luo Qingtian could only see clearly that the python's body occupied nearly half the forest. But both its jaws were pierced by the bone spear. Enduring the excruciating pain, it raised its head and charged towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian controlled Dabai to dodge. A massive tail swung from behind, sweeping towards Luo Qingtian. Little Green, startled, immediately formed a large green ball, enveloping Luo Qingtian. The giant python, seeing this, seized the opportunity to open its jaws again and bite the green ball. A large portion of Little Green's tentacles were instantly bitten off. Ah! Xiaolu screamed in pain, but she refused to open the shield, desperately trying to protect Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's eyes burned red. Just as she tried to get Xiaolu to let her go, the giant python's tail swept over again, sweeping her, Xiaolu, and Dabai to the ground. Luo Qingtian was slammed into the ground. Thankfully, with Xiaolu's protection, Luo Qingtian wasn't seriously injured, but she still felt a sharp pain in her body, likely from a broken rib. She quickly stood up from the ground, casting a healing spell on Xiaolu, then another on Dabai, and finally one on herself. Just then, the giant python's head chased after her again, opening its jaws and biting Luo Qingtian, who was standing on the ground. Luo Qingtian did a somersault. He dodged it by rolling. The vines shot out from his hand, entwining themselves around a distant tree. He quickly distanced himself from the giant python. Taking advantage of this opening, Dabai also took Luo Qingtian into the air. The giant python had been repeatedly defeated by Luo Qingtian. This made the python fixate on Luo Qingtian, and as he soared into the air, it stretched its body. Raising its body to its highest point, it intended to bite and devour Luo Qingtian before he could soar high. Little did Luo Qingtian know this, and as the giant python pursued her, she again held her bone spear horizontally. When the python opened its mouth, she hurled the spear into its maw. The spear once again lodged itself in the python's mouth, and the python began to shake its head violently. The wound inflicted by the spear was still bleeding. But Luo Qingtian gave the giant python no chance to escape the bone spear's grip. She commanded Dabai to charge at it. Then she leaped into the python's mouth. Domain. The moment she leaped into the python's mouth, Luo Qingtian released her domain. The giant python felt as if its body was being held down by something. Then its head slammed heavily against the ground. Xiaolu also sensed the python's imminent fall and transformed herself into a shield again, protecting Luo Qingtian. The giant python and Luo Qingtian disappeared together. Then, they reappeared in the square domain, the giant python's body almost filling it. Luo Qingtian could even feel the pressure inside the giant python's stomach. Dabai transformed back into his original form, and dragged Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu out of the python's mouth. Fortunately, the giant python's jaws were still supported by the bony spear, preventing the man, tiger, and ball from being completely devoured. At this point, Luo Qingtian, Xiaolu, and Dabai were covered in slime. Luo Qingtian lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Fighting this giant python was even more difficult than battling a mountain ghost. A wave of exhaustion washed over Luo Qingtian. She pulled several bottles of water from her space and poured them over her head. After clearing her head, she looked at the giant python sprawled on the ground. Gravity had squeezed the python's body together. This prevented it from moving at all. It could only watch helplessly as Luo Qingtian approached it. "You bit Xiaolu, didn't you?" The giant python stared at Luo Qingtian with its maw wide open. The next moment, Luo Qingtian's fist slammed down hard on the python's body. With every blow from Luo Qingtian's fist, the python's body trembled. Luo Qing grew increasingly furious as the fight continued. It was at this moment that Luo Qingtian discovered the giant python's eyes looked strange. Its eyes were gray, but with wavy lines in its pupils. The next moment, Luo Qingtian felt a sharp pain in his brain. Something was controlling him, trying to cancel the domain, and Luo Qingtian's eyes were now glazed over. Little Green and Big White immediately noticed something was amiss. Little Green's tentacles struck Luo Qingtian hard in the face, and Luo Qingtian snapped back to his senses. "What's wrong with me?" Little Green's tentacles immediately blocked the giant python's eyes, and Luo Qingtian finally understood. "No wonder my friends went crazy. It was the eyes. It really is poisonous." After Luo Qing finished, she increased the gravity in the domain and her own attack power to maximum. The next moment, she struck the giant snake hard on the head. The blow caused the snake to roar in pain. Chapter 267. Luo Qingtian's eyes were now red. Her fists kept coming, each one making the giant python clatter. Every time the python raised its massive head to attack Luo Qingtian, the immense gravity would crush it to the ground. Luo Qingtian realized that while the giant python couldn't stand up or fight her head-on, its strength wasn't something she could easily kill. Then there was only one way. Luo Qingtian unleashed her anti-life skill on her fist. Then she reached out and placed her hand on the giant python's head. Then the giant python struggled again. It could clearly feel its vitality draining away bit by bit. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, it had been constantly evolving, and had never experienced such a loss of vitality as it did today. It struggled to free itself, and then to get away from the human before it. But now, its body was piled together, like a towering mountain of flesh, crushed against it. This left it with no chance to struggle. It watched helplessly, as the human before it absorbed its life force. It looked at Luo Qingtian, pleading in its eyes. But Luo Qingtian didn't even look into the giant python's eyes. Even until the python closed its eyes, Luo Qingtian continued to desperately unleash his abilities on it. When he realized he could no longer absorb any life force from the python, Luo Qingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down heavily on the ground. Luo Qingtian withdrew his domain and entered the space with the giant python, Xiaolu, and Dabai. A man, a tiger, and a ball sat limply on the grass in the space, gasping for breath. Machio quickly came over, weaving vines and hoisting the man, the ball, and the tiger up. Then he placed the three of them at the river's edge and, using the vines to weave a basin, poured water continuously over the man, the ball, and the tiger. After cleaning all the slime from them, Machio leaped back towards the villa. Luo Qingtian was exhausted. After Machio cleaned the slime from her body, she couldn't help but close her eyes. When she woke up, she found herself lying in her room, her clothes changed. Luo Qingtian walked out of the bedroom, and saw Machio placing a prepared meal on the table. He flashed Luo Qingtian a broad smile. Luo Qingtian stared at Machio in amazement. "Machio, you're becoming more and more like a human being." Luo Qingtian walked to the dining table and began to eat. Machio watched Luo Qingtian begin to eat, and happily left the villa. Luo Qingtian didn't know how long she slept, but remembering Chen Huiyang and the others were still outside, she quickly ate and prepared to leave the dimension. But before leaving, she made a point of checking on the giant python's body in the square. The python had been nearly dealt with. Dabai and Xiaolu were currently chewing on the python's flesh, while the enormous head lay on the grass. Luo Qingtian walked over, took a look, and said, "Save the python's skin for me." Don't ruin it. Luo Qingtian then left the dimension. It was almost dawn outside, and she emerged into the sky above the swamp. Thankfully, Luo Qingtian adjusted her position in time and landed on a tree. Just as she was thinking about how to find Chen Huiyang, she heard an argument nearby. That's the mutant king of the mutant forest. Why aren't you listening? The speaker was Bai He. Bai Nianen's voice echoed at this moment. You've seen Luo Qingtian's power. Even the mountain ghost you're talking about is no match for her. How can you be so sure she's dead? We've been searching all night and haven't found her whereabouts. How do you think she could still be alive after battling such a powerful being for so long? Chen Huiyang stepped forward and said, I believe Luo Qingtian is still alive. If she really couldn't defeat the king you're talking about, she could have just flown away. But she didn't fly away. She stayed and continued to fight the giant python, which means Luo Qingtian is sure she can defeat it. At this time, the others. They all chimed in, yes, we all believe Sister Luo is still alive. How could someone as formidable as her be eaten by a python? Bai He looked at everyone with a look of idiocy. You're not looking for her now. We need to escape. What if the giant python devours Luo Qingtian and comes after us? We already killed so many of its offspring. Bai Nianen, enraged, punched Bai He. Will you shut up? You haven't been telling us the truth since we entered this forest. First the mountain ghosts, then the giant pythons. If you had told us this earlier, so much wouldn't have happened. Bai He gritted his teeth. These things rarely appear. And so many people in the base have been to this forest before, and no one has ever encountered these two creatures. At most, they've been attacked by mountain ghosts at night. I never thought you'd be so unlucky. Bai He felt deeply wronged. He had wandered around this forest before, but had never encountered anything this large. This giant python had only been discovered by a psychic using a drone to investigate, and they spotted it burrowing into the ground. Since then, it hadn't been seen since. Who would have thought I see it here today, and so massive? Thinking of this, Bai He's face darkened. Bai Nianen, whether you believe it or not, I only knew it existed, but never considered its appearance. Since you don't believe me, I have nothing to say. What Bai He really wanted to say was, since he didn't believe in me, then he could just leave. But considering that Bai He's team was now without a plane and several men had died, if he really left like that, they would definitely die here before they could even reach the forest exit. Just as everyone was searching for Luo Qingtian jumped down from the tree. Are you awake? Luo Qingtian's sudden appearance startled everyone. Seeing it was Luo Qingtian, they all rushed forward excitedly. Great, Sister Luo, I knew you weren't dead. Chen Huiyang quickly walked over to Luo Qingtian and checked her. After confirming her complexion, lips, and spirits were all good, he said, I'm glad I fulfilled my mission. Luo Qingtian smiled and held out his fist. Chen Huiyang also raised his fist and bumped it with Luo Qingtian's. Bai He said from the side, if you're here, why don't you answer? We're all looking for you. Are you deliberately making us worry? Shut up, shut up, shut up. As soon as Bai He finished speaking, he was angrily rebuked by the crowd. Chapter 268. Luo Qingtian patted Bai He's shoulder with admiration and said, Captain Bai He, I'm certain of one thing, you're definitely not among those who care about me. But you're also a talent. You single-handedly made everyone hate you. That's quite a feat. Luo Qingtian finished, and everyone behind him laughed. Bai He was so angry he was speechless. He had no idea what to say in response to Luo Qingtian's words. Bai Nianen then said, Sister Luo, thank you. We wouldn't have survived this journey without you. Someone else asked, Sister Luo, I saw you fighting the giant python. Where's the python? Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and said, would you believe me if I said I killed it? After this, no one present doubted him. I believe it. I believe it too. Chen Huiyang nodded. Since it's Sister Luo's words, I believe it too. Bai He then asked, since you killed the giant python, where's its body? Luo Qingtian smiled at Bai He and said, none of your business. Luo Qingtian then pointed ahead. Let's go. It's daybreak anyway. Captain Bai said the exit is just ahead. Let's get out. Luo Qingtian's words were like an imperial decree to everyone. Everyone nodded in agreement, and then they all followed Luo Qingtian forward. Daylight finally broke. Although they hadn't rested all night, everyone followed Luo Qingtian with high spirits. Finally, they reached the spot where they had lost their way the previous day. Ahead lay a thick fog, and only two black objects could be seen. Nothing else could be seen. Luo Qingtian was no slouch either, the flying fire mystic bow in his hand reappearing. 3 arrows were unleashed. The flames burned a path straight ahead. And the two iconic rocks they had seen yesterday were also there. I got lost near these rocks yesterday. Bai Nianen pointed to the rock ahead and said, Luo Qing, let's go over there together this time and see what that rock is. Luo Qingtian continued to shoot arrows forward. Guided by the flames, they stayed on the right path and soon reached the giant rock. Only when they got closer did they realize that the two rocks weren't rocks at all, but two mutated pangolins. Below the pangolins were various pits and holes, and the crowd also spotted several snake holes, the same ones that had attacked them yesterday. Seeing so many people approaching, the pangolins lost all intention of attacking. Twisting their massive bodies, they dug holes into the ground. So what we saw at first wasn't a stone at all, but a pangolin. And the reason we got lost was because of the hallucinogenic snakes here? After Bai Nianen finished speaking, Zhongyan shouted, That's what I told you. Every time I tried to find that stone, it disappeared. After all this fuss, it wasn't a stone at all. Bai He's expression was also very grim. After all, he was the one who initially said he was near the stone. No one blamed Bai He, and the group continued forward. However, all along the way, Luo Qingtian kept firing arrows with a flying fire mysterious bow, shooting down all the mutant trees around him. After walking for several hours, they finally saw two more black stones. On either side of the forest. Zhongyan asked uncertainly, Is this the exit or the pangolins? Bai Nianen smiled and said, How could there be so many pangolins to show you? These two stones must be the exit we're looking for. Let's go! With that, everyone couldn't help but quicken their pace. Once out of the forest, the view suddenly opened up. Beyond the forest lay an endless expanse of yellow land, bisected by a road. Everyone looked at the scene with delight. With so much land, why not grow food? Bai He sneered, Do you think you can grow food here? Why don't you try it yourself? With that, everyone fell silent again. Bai He must have a grudge against them, otherwise he'd be so annoying. Once on the road, Gu Yuyu took out her RV and headed straight up. Shong Yin and the others soon followed, and the rest of the group got their buses and followed. This time, Bai He was driving in the lead. The RV and bus followed behind Bai He's car. Over 2 hours later, everyone finally saw the wall of the third base and the sign in front of the gate. Seeing the sign appear, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Bai He's eyes instantly turned red as he looked at the third base so close. Then, his gaze darkened as he thought of the hardships he had endured in the forest. He wished he could tear Bai Nianen and Luo Qingtian into pieces. But thinking of Luo Qingtian's fortitude, his expression changed immediately. Stopping at the gate of the third base, Bai He calmly stepped out of the car. The guard, noticing it was Bai He, saluted. Captain Bai, it's you. Are you coming in? Bai He glanced disdainfully at the bus and RV behind him and said with a smile, Yes, I am. Is my father here? The guard immediately said, The deputy base commander just had a meeting this morning and asked us to stay at the gate to meet Captain Bai. Now that Captain Bai is back, I'm sure he'd be very happy. Hearing this, Bai He felt his dignity restored. He turned to Bai Nianen with a condescending look and said, Cousin, my father just finished a meeting. I take you to the living room first. I see you when he's done. Bai Nianen's mouth twitched. Okay, I haven't seen my third uncle in ages. Please lead the way, cousin. After saying this, Bai He nodded proudly. He returned to the RV and led everyone into the third base. The car continued on the road to the third base. Inside the RV, Bai Nianen couldn't help but touch the goosebumps on his arms. What's wrong with Bai He? Why is he like this the moment he enters the base? Luo Qingtian stroked his chin and said, a bit like a proud rooster. Full of fighting spirit. With that, everyone laughed again. Soon, the group arrived at the base building. Bai He got out of the car and waved to everyone, who all emerged in unison. Bai He pointed to the building ahead and said, The living room is on the 3rd floor. I take you in now. Then, looking at Gu Yuyu, he said, Miss Gu, what follows is a matter between our bases. His implication was that he was sending Luo Qingtian away. Luo Qingtian shrugged. Yeah, you're right. I'm leaving now. Luo Qingtian turned and left. Shortly after leaving, he heard a man's voice. Ha, that's Captain Bai Nianen, right? Chapter 269. The man spoke as he quickly walked towards Bai Nianen. Bai Nianen smiled upon seeing the newcomer. Are you? Base Director Chang Haixian, right? The man laughed. Yes, I am Chang Haixian. I didn't expect to see you when I arrived. Bai He, who had just walked in, looked at Chang Haixian and his expression changed. He was about to go upstairs, but immediately stopped and walked back. Uncle Chang, so you know my cousin? I'm going to pick up my cousin this time, and my father is still waiting for my brother in the office. I'm afraid they can't chat with you here. The implication is that I brought these people back. We are relatives, and you can't intercept them." Chang Haixian naturally understood the implication. He smiled and said, "My dear nephew, you must be joking. I just heard you say you didn't know if your father was there. You should go up and check first, and take them to the third-floor reception room. Now, I have something to say about you. This third-floor reception room is only for ordinary people. Captain Bai Nianen is the backbone of the second base, and was sent here to help us at the third base. He's a distinguished guest. So, go back and check if your father is there, and I, the base commander, will personally take them to the VIP room." Chang Haixian was about to lead everyone in. But he panicked when he heard that Chang Haixian was going to take them all away. If Bai Nianen was taken away, what would all the suffering he endured mean? Wouldn't that be like making things easier for others? He immediately stood in front of Bai Nianen and said, "Uncle Chang, you heard wrong. My father is waiting for us in the office. I'm taking them there now. Uncle, please don't try to steal my cousin from me. We're relatives. We haven't seen each other in ages. My father misses my cousin terribly." Luo Qingtian couldn't help but say, "Didn't you say your father was busy? He couldn't take care of Bai Nianen and the others. Why has he changed now?" After saying this, Bai he instantly turned to look at Luo Qingtian. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Luo Qingtian shrugged. "Yeah, right, I was just talking nonsense. I just remembered what you said about your father being so busy and not having time, so I couldn't help but interrupt." Luo Qingtian didn't care about Bai He's expression and turned away. Bai Nianen also noticed something and said with a smile, "Since it's the base commander's invitation, Nianen naturally can't refuse the elder's kindness. Since third uncle is still busy, let's go with the base commander to talk. My uncle also has something for me to give him." The implication was, "Who told you to say your father was busy? I'm going to follow the base commander." "Are you mad?" Bai He's face grew paler. He didn't even know how to respond. He began to regret why he had acted so pretentiously. Chang Haixian looked at Bai He, who looked grim, and smiled. "Shao He, don't even think about it. I'm not some damsel trying to steal someone from you. I just want to talk to Nianen and the others about the second base. Go back and talk to your father first. I personally take the person back to him later." After saying this, Chang Haixian smiled and walked over to Bai Nianen. "Nephew, let's go! Let's go inside and talk." Bai Nianen smiled and nodded, leading the others to follow Chang Haixian into the government building. Bai He's body trembled slightly with anger. After the others left, he quickly rushed to his father's office. After leaving the government building, Luo Qingtian began to wander around the third base. After strolling around, Luo Qingtian was pleasantly surprised to find that the third base was generally more prosperous than the second and first bases. There were many survivors. There were also many psychics. The third base had a total of 4 cities. Like the previous 2 bases, the first city was the most prosperous. Most importantly, the security seemed extremely strict, with countless cameras on every road. Even the gate to the first city was manned by dozens of psychics, and the gate was electronically controlled. If she hadn't just emerged from the mutant forest, Luo Qingtian would have thought she had arrived in a pre-apocalyptic technology city. She wandered around for a while. She first went to the Points Hall to redeem a card. She didn't rush to rent a room in the hall, but instead wandered around the city, and found a small hotel in an alley. The sign at the hotel said it only cost 10 points a day. She figured she wouldn't be staying in the third base for long, and even if the conditions weren't great, it didn't matter. She would be living in the space anyway. Luo Qingtian immediately walked in. An old lady was sitting at the door. Seeing Luo Qingtian enter, she immediately stood up and asked with a smile, "Young lady, you want to stay at the hotel?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "Yes, it's 10 points a day, right?" The old lady replied with a smile. "Yes. There are 10-point rooms, 20-point rooms, and 30-point rooms." Luo Qingtian didn't hesitate. "Just give me a room for 10 points a night." The old lady's smiling face darkened when she heard Luo Qingtian. "The 10-point room isn't a good place to stay. Young lady, are you sure you want to stay here?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "Yes, I'm quite poor. Only 10 points." The old lady's eye twitched. She had been about to recommend a better room, but Luo Qingtian's words silenced her. She could only pick up the key from the table and said with a smile, "All right, since you don't have any points, I won't introduce you. Come on, I take you there." The old lady walked inside, down a long corridor. At the end was a dark, cramped room with no windows. When the old lady opened the door, there was barely a ray of light. The old lady expertly lit a candle on one side. The entire room suddenly appeared before them. A room less than 10 square meters, with only a table and a bed, the bedding speckled with black. This is the 10-point room. There's no electricity here, and the locks aren't very good. Be careful, young girl, staying here. Our hotel only rents out rooms, not your safety. Luo Qingtian surveyed the room, which still stank of mold. The implication was that she was to stay in this room, regardless of life or death, and that if anything went wrong, she shouldn't be blamed. Luo Qingtian glanced at the old lady and whispered, "I understand. Thank you." The old lady didn't say much, closed the door, and turned to leave. As she left, she spat at Luo Qingtian's doorway. "Psst, poor bastard." Luo Qingtian ignored the old lady, and went straight into the space. In the space, Mao Qiu had already prepared a meal. When Luo Qingtian entered the villa, Mao Qiu quickly placed the dishes and chopsticks in front of Luo Qingtian. Chapter 270. Luo Qingtian watched Mao Qiu's movements and said, "Mao Qiu, where did you learn all this? You didn't teach yourself, did you?" Luo Qingtian thought for a moment. It seemed like no one in this dimension could teach Mao Qiu these things. But how did Mao Qiu learn these skills? Mao Qiu ran to the living room and found a tablet computer from somewhere. It was filled with cooking videos. Luo Qingtian patted his head. "You learned from this. No wonder, my Mao Qiu is so good." Luo Qingtian reached out and touched Mao Qiu's head, then began to drink his soup. This tastes really good. Like the ones I had as a kid." Mao Qiu shook his head, his expression filled with confusion. He then knitted another small straw hat on his head and hopped off towards the farmland. After Luo Qingtian had finished his meal and drunk his fill, he left the villa, ready to check out his smelting table. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Killed 533 primary Zerg, killed 460 Zerglings in their second stage, destroyed a mutated mountain, and subdued a mutant mother tree. Killed a 6th-stage Zerg python. Congratulations, Hunter level +1, Hunter stamina +1. Hunter skill upgrade. 3 arrows at level 33, total range 2000 meters. Trap level 7. Psychic perception 10, perception range increased by 300 meters. Growth level 16, expanded the area of plant growth by 300 square meters. Anti-growth ability +4, increases the amount of life absorbed by the group by 2. Healing skill level 7, poison skill level 5. Land domain level 10. Smelting times refreshed. Luo Qingtian was momentarily stunned by the voice in her head. She wasn't stunned by her skill upgrade, but by the giant python she killed. And the little insect children she killed, all of them were Zerg. When did this race appear in the apocalypse? She didn't remember these creatures appearing in her previous life, or perhaps she's seen so few of them that she hadn't even known they existed. Luo Qingtian thought of the little insect children she killed, and picked up a bead from one of them. The ripples on the bead were more pronounced than before. There were even small black spots inside the beads. Luo Qingtian frowned as she looked at the beads. She had a feeling these beads were something special. She found a box and placed all the beads inside. She then obtained 2 large blocks of ice, cut a hole in each, and placed all the beads in the box. She finally felt relieved. After finishing all this, Luo Qingtian stretched and prepared for bed. Suddenly, she felt someone outside her space groping for her door. Luo Qingtian didn't move, but stood still, unleashing her third skill to observe the scene outside. 3 men stood just outside her door. One of the men's hands transformed into a piece of wire, slowly opening the door. Soon, the door swung open. The 3 men rushed in, and saw the room was empty. They immediately cursed. "Didn't we see that old woman bringing someone here? Why aren't we seeing her?" One of the men said, "Maybe she's gone out. Anyway, no one's watching here. We come back later to deal with that bitch." After some thought, the men agreed, "Maybe they're out for dinner at this hour. Then we come back later." With that, they left. Luo Qingtian frowned. "This is the 10-point house?" No wonder the old lady said it was dangerous. This is obviously intentional, isn't it? Luo Qingtian's eyes darkened. She had been thinking of going to bed, but she didn't. She dressed and left the space, then rode her electric scooter around the city until it was completely dark, then returned to the small hotel. Soon, the 3 men spotted Luo Qingtian. One of them whispered, "Look, that woman. She's quite good looking." The other bearded man sneered, "As usual, I play first, and you can play after I had enough. This woman is so delicate, it would be a shame to sell her to them." The men chuckled sinisterly as they spoke. Luo Qingtian overheard the conversation. A cold, murderous look flashing in her eyes. Then, feigning nonchalance, she entered the hotel. As they passed the old lady at the door, she looked at Luo Qingtian, hesitantly. Luo Qingtian nodded at the old lady, and was about to enter. "Little girl." The old lady called out to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stopped, looked at her, and asked, "What's the matter?" The old lady sighed and said, "This 10-point room is really unsafe. How about this? Just give me something. I move you to a 20-point room." Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow at the old lady. Then she smiled and said, "I have nothing to exchange, and I'm all alone here." The old lady looked at Luo Qingtian with a look of disapproval. "You really are someone who values wealth over life. Forget it. No amount of sweet talk can persuade that damn devil. I'm done. Go back." Luo Qingtian shrugged and continued walking toward his room. Shortly after he left, 3 men approached the old lady's counter. "Old woman, what did you say to that girl just now?" The old lady glanced at the 3 men and said unhappily nothing. The bearded man muttered, "Old man, I got my eye on that girl. Don't meddle in her business, or else your hotel won't be able to operate anymore. I'd definitely send your whole family to that place." The old lady's expression changed instantly. She suppressed her uneasiness and tried to calm herself. "Humatsi, I'm also reminding you that there are some things you can't go too far with. You always take action against me. Aren't you afraid of being investigated by the higher-ups?" Humatsi immediately laughed. "Ha! So what if they investigate? You probably don't know yet, but things are about to change at this base. The people behind me are among the most powerful here. Don't bother me at this critical juncture." Humatsi slapped the table in front of the old woman hard. Then the entire table shattered. The old woman flinched back in fear. Seeing the old woman frightened, the 3 men laughed triumphantly. Humatsi turned to his companions and said, "Let's go. I'm sure that little girl can't wait for us to serve her. We have to go and serve her." Ha ha ha. The 3 men laughed as they walked towards the end of the corridor. The door at the end of the corridor was locked. The man turned his hands into wire and started to pry the door open as he did before. Soon the door opened. The 3 people rushed in quickly the moment the door opened. Chapter 271. But instead of the feast of beauty she imagined upon entering, she was met with a long sword gleaming red. The moment the 3 men rushed in, it slashed through their necks. Their heads rolled to the ground. Luo Qingtian unleashed her poison skill in disgust, dissolving the 3 corpses on the ground until not a trace remained. Only then did she retract her venom. Seriously, there are such idiots seeking their own deaths everywhere. Luo Qingtian then entered the space. After a good night's sleep, Luo Qingtian woke up early the next morning and left the space. Today, she planned to go out for a stroll, and then head to the mission hall to take on a mission. She also checked for any news about the future base nearby. Arriving at the hotel entrance, the counter was gone. The old woman behind it was eating at a broken table. She saw someone leaving. The old woman looked up, her eyes widening. She even forgot to chew her food, staring intently at Luo Qingtian as she walked out. The little girl was all right? How could that be possible? The more the old lady thought about it, the more improbable it seemed. She dropped her bowl and chopsticks and chased after her, but Luo Qingtian had already gotten on his electric scooter and quickly left the alley. Even after she chased after him, she couldn't find Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian went to the mission hall to look for a suitable mission. Just as she glanced around, she heard someone behind her call out, "Sister Luo, come take the mission." Luo Qingtian turned to see Zhong Yin and the members of the Phoenix squad standing not far behind her. Luo Qingtian's eyes lit up slightly. "Why are you here?" Zhong Yin smiled as he approached Luo Qing. "Our Phoenix squad came here on an escort mission, unlike the military squads. So, after you left yesterday, we left too. Now, only Captain Bai and the others remain in the base building." Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. "So, are you planning on living here from now on?" Zhong Yin shook his head. "Of course not. We plan to earn points by completing missions here. Once we have enough, we trade for a helicopter and fly back." Luo Qingtian nodded. That's a great goal. I didn't expect the 3rd base actually has helicopters." Zhong Yin smiled and said, "Yesterday, we heard from the base commander that someone at the 3rd base can make these things, and they're high quality. Aside from being expensive, that's all. Thinking about the situation at the 3rd base, it seems reasonable that this helicopter could become its primary means of transportation." After a brief chat with a few people, Zhong Yin looked at Luo Qingtian with a dry laugh. "Sister Luo, are you planning on taking the mission too? How about we join together?" Luo Qingtian was still trying to figure out how to refuse when Zhong Yan continued, I know you're amazing, and no mission is a big deal to you. But Sister Luo, we only want points for the missions, not cores. If you join us, all the cores and materials we find will be yours. After Zhong Yan finished speaking, everyone on the Phoenix team looked at Luo Qingtian with sparkling eyes, their gazes filled with hope, making Luo Qingtian's refusal, which was about to come to her lips, stifle her words. So it's a deal. From now on, if we find cores, materials, or that I want, you can't take them. And I have a bad temper, so don't make you upset. It'd be hard on everyone. Zhong Yan immediately shook his head. No, we won't fight for anything Sister Luo wants. We only want the points earned from completing missions. As long as Luo Qingtian is willing to go with them, they can take on more difficult missions. Just a few more. They can exchange some food for points, and soon they have a helicopter. Of course, all this bright future depends on Luo Qingtian's approval. Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief and said, alright, if I have time, I go on a few missions with you. After hearing Luo Qingtian's response, the members of the Phoenix squad became excited. Luo Qingtian had agreed to go on missions with him. That's great. How are we supposed to contact you, Sister Luo? Zhong Yan looked at Luo Qingtian excitedly. At that moment, the person behind her pulled out a watch and handed it to Zhong Yan. Captain, didn't we just buy this? It has your phone number on it. Why don't you give it to Sister Luo? Zhong Yan's eyes lit up when she heard her vice captain say this. Sister Luo, take this satellite phone. It's made by the third base, and it allows satellite calls. It has my phone number on it. We use this to contact you later. Luo Qingtian stared at the watch in amazement. She hadn't expected the third base to have developed so rapidly. She immediately thought of Yixiao and Shen Yunran. She wondered what had become of them. She had always wanted to contact them, but she had never had the time, and even tried to avoid it. Luo Qingtian smiled and took the phone. Okay, let me know what mission you received. We talk over the phone then. Luo Qingtian briefly scanned the mission list, making sure there was no place she wanted to go. She nodded to the others and walked out. Exiting the mission hall, Luo Qingtian retrieved the phone Yixiao had made for him from his space. He finally dialed their numbers. But the phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Back at the first base, Shen Yunran and Yixiao were hiding in a dark corner. Their phones had been lost during their escape. Neither of them even knew Luo Qingtian had contacted them. Luo Qingtian waited outside the hall for a long time, but when no one answered the phone, he hung up. Perhaps they were on a mission, Luo Qingtian thought for a moment, and tossed the phone back into his space. In the outermost city of the first base, Shen Yunran and Yixiao had once again evaded a new wave of pursuit. Okay, they're all gone. Yixiao, are you okay? Shen Yunran asked softly, supporting the feeble Yixiao. Yixiao's face was flushed, revealing a fever. In the apocalypse, a fever is a terminal illness. If Yixiao wasn't also a psychic, he wouldn't have made it this far. I'm fine, Yunran. If they come after us again, just leave me behind. Shen Yunran shook his head. No, I won't leave you behind, no matter what. We must persevere, and wait for Qitian and Commander D to return. We will definitely wait for Qitian to return. Yixiao coughed twice and said, I also believe Qitian and Commander D are alive. Yixiao still felt a little weak as he spoke. Before their phone was lost, every time they called Luo Qingtian, their number was always disconnected. Chapter 272. Things were fine with Dijiang. Every time they called, he responded quickly. After the last acid rain, the entire area was transformed. A vast mutated forest surrounded the first base. Even the surrounding zombies advanced. The strength of the zombies, flora, and fauna completely exceeded their expectations. This resulted in the mass extinction of the first base's psychics. Even Dijiang hadn't returned since his last trip. Without Dijiang's support, the entire first base fell under Hui Zheng's control, so Hui Zheng began to covet Luo Qingtian's house. To prevent their house from being stolen, Shen Yunran and Yixiao left the first city and lived in seclusion in the third city. Unexpectedly, Hui Zheng tracked down their location and arranged to search for them daily in the third city. At first, the two were able to contact Dijiang, who told them to hold on a little longer and that he would be back soon. But during one of their escapes, they lost their phone. So Luo Qingtian called back. The two of them had no idea. Luo Qingtian sighed. She simply assumed they were on a mission and prepared to return. She was idly wandering around the first inner city on her electric scooter, quickly attracting quite a bit of attention. It was mainly because Luo Qingtian's refreshing attire was so striking wherever she went. She had fair skin, beautiful features, and a cool demeanor. Even with a mask on, people would still notice her. She wandered around until night, and as she was about to return, she picked up her phone again. This time, she called Shen Yunran. But after calling this time, the line was busy. Luo Qitian frowned. Looks like he's really busy. I'm glad he's alright. Thinking of this, Luo Qitian tossed the phone back into the space. And in a mutant forest far from the first base, Di Jiang frowned at the satellite phone in his hand. The phone had been accidentally damaged by a mutant tree during a battle, which prevented him from contacting He Xiao and the others. Now that they had passed most of the mutant forest, they believed they would be back at base soon. Di Jiang clutched the broken phone tightly in both hands and whispered, "Please don't get hurt. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to Qitian." Luo Qitian, after putting her phone away, headed towards the inn. However, many people followed her from a distance, until they saw Luo Qitian enter the inn in the alley. A masked man said to the people beside him, "Looks like he's going to Mrs. Jiao's place. Go over and ask which room he's staying in." The man beside him nodded and quickly ran over. Luo Qitian put away her e-scooter when she reached the small inn and walked in unconcerned. As she passed the old woman, she stared at Luo Qitian with a questioning look. "Little girl, you're back?" Luo Qitian paused and nodded slightly. The old woman stared at Luo Qitian, chuckling dryly. "You last night." The old woman had barely uttered 3 words when she saw several men approaching her from outside. She stopped herself instantly, her face tinged with disdain. "Poor wretch, are you still planning on staying in that 10-point room? If you don't renew it, I give it to someone else." Luo Qitian glanced at the people approaching behind him, smiled, and nodded. "Okay, I renew." Luo Qitian took out his points card and swiped 10 points on the card reader. Then he turned and left. The old lady opened her mouth to speak, to try to stop him, but in the end, she could only watch Luo Qitian leave. She shook her head and sighed, muttering softly, "Alas, you were lucky nothing happened yesterday, but you might not be so lucky today. It's really hard to persuade that damn ghost. It's all fate." Just as she was thinking this, she saw several men approach the old lady. "Mrs. Jiao, I heard you cursing earlier. What's going on? Is that girl the one who lives in the 10-point house?" The old lady looked at them grimly and nodded. "Yes. She's the only one here. Why are you all so many?" The old lady's expression grew even uglier as she spoke. The men across from them exchanged glances. "We finally got this good deal, so naturally we have to take it down with our strength." At this point, another man smiled and said, "Yes. Huzi and his gang have snatched up the good stuff so many times, now it's our turn." At this point, another man emerged from behind them, listening to the conversation and sneering, "Whether it's yours or not depends on your ability." The 2 men looked at the suddenly appeared man, their faces darkening. "Wang Wu, how dare you? You taken so many tickets this month, and you're trying to compete with us for just one person." The man called Wang Wu ignored the 2 men and walked straight up to the old woman, asking, "Mrs. Jiao, where's Humatzi? He hasn't been home since yesterday. Have you seen them?" A flicker of surprise crossed the old woman's face at Wang Wu's words. Then a thought struck her, and she shook her head. "No, he took the other 2 yesterday, saying he was going out on some business, and he hasn't been back since." Upon hearing the old lady's words, Wang Wu muttered a curse. What a bunch of useless bastards. They might just be going on a binge again. "Okay, I got it. I want the goods in here." Immediately after he said that, the other people started cursing Wang Wu. "What do you mean? What do you mean you want it? I'm not going to let go of this goods this time." They left the inn arguing. Not far away, Luo Qitian quietly listened to their conversation. If he was right, could they be talking about him? That was interesting. I was alone. And yet, so many people were staring at me. Isn't this a bit too much of a fuss? Or was there something fishy going on? Luo Qitian feigned ignorance and returned to his space. At night, in the stillness of the night, the sound of picking the lock could be heard again outside Luo Qitian's door. Luo Qitian held a bone knife in his hand. He stood quietly behind the door until it opened, and then he saw 4 or 5 people rushing in simultaneously. The room wasn't large to begin with. As soon as the few entered, they quickly filled it. However, what these people didn't expect was that before they could even find their feet, a flash of fire appeared. Several heads rolled down. Luo Qitian pointed at the dead bodies on the ground and asked Xiaolu, "Can these be eaten?" Xiaolu glanced at the men with a look of disgust, her head twisting to show her disdain. Luo Qitian had no choice but to unleash his poison skill, completely dissolving the men. Just as Luo Qingtian withdrew his poison skill, the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor again. Chapter 273. Luo Qingtian frowned and unleashed her third skill. Soon, she saw 4 men standing outside her door, preparing to enter. However, the lock to her room had already been opened. Seeing the pried open door, several men couldn't help but curse. Has that woman been taken away? As they spoke, they slowly pushed the door open, revealing Luo Qingtian standing behind it. Luo Qingtian's gaze was cold, his eyes gleaming brightly in the darkness. It was those eyes the men had seen when they entered, bloodthirsty and cold. They held a murderous intent. Like the King of Darkness, peering into people's hearts in the darkness. Fuck, that woman's still here. At this moment, someone shouted, but before they could finish their words, a red light flashed. The next moment, several men's heads fell to the ground. At this moment, Wang Wu arrived with his men. Just then, he heard shouts from Luo Qingtian's room and quickly ran to the end of the corridor. Luo Qingtian looked at the bodies strewn across the floor. He suddenly felt curious. He was just one person, so why would so many people come to arrest him? And what about the goods they were talking about? Could they be planning to sell him somewhere? A flash of mockery suddenly flashed in Luo Qingtian's eyes. She quickly dispelled the others, and the moment Wang Wu entered, she pretended to faint and fell to the ground. When Wang Wu arrived, he saw the door wide open, and only a woman lying on the floor. Wang Wu didn't rush in, but cautiously observed his surroundings. Just now, he had clearly heard someone else around. So why was there no one there after he ran over? Could this be a trick? Thinking of this, Wang Wu's body suddenly erupted with eyes. Eyes filled the entire room. Luo Qingtian collapsed to the ground, her third ability still active. Seeing Wang Wu covered in eyes, she felt a surge of claustrophobia. This Wang Wu ability made her want to vomit. After carefully checking the surroundings and making sure no one was around, Wang Wu entered Luo Qingtian's room. He turned Luo Qingtian over. This stuff is really good. No wonder so many people are rushing to get it. I clearly heard someone here just now. How come it's gone so quickly? Take it with you, let's go. Instantly, someone stepped forward and carried Luo Qingtian up. The 3 of them scurried down the long corridor, quickly leaving the small hotel. As they left, the old woman emerged from a small door on the side. She first ran to Luo Qingtian's small room and took a look. Seeing the room in disarray and Luo Qingtian missing, she sighed heavily. Alas, I told you to move to another room a long time ago, but you wouldn't listen. Now that you've been taken away, I'm afraid your life is over. Alas. The old lady said this, shaking her head as she walked towards her bedroom. The group, accompanied by Luo Qingtian, ran quickly down the street. The lights of the third base were vibrant at night. It was bright. Walking down these streets gave one the illusion of being in Shanghai at night in the 1980s. The streets were filled with vendors, and many people were walking back and forth. From time to time, someone would approach a vendor to buy a pack of cigarettes. As Wang Wu and Luo Qingtian ran by, no one even noticed him or her. It felt like commonplace. Luo Qingtian feigned unconsciousness, slumped over one of the men's shoulders, feeling strange. Is the water in this third base so deep? He remained so calm even after seeing someone being captured. It seemed like this was truly commonplace. After running for an unknown amount of time, Luo Qingtian was taken to a villa. Upon arrival, the man carrying him threw him to the ground. At this point, a group of men surrounded Luo Qingtian, examining him from head to toe. Some even attempted to touch him. But because Wang Wu kept staring, a few who were about to reach out quickly retracted their hands. At this moment, someone said, "Boss, this woman is so pretty, wouldn't it be a shame to just send her to the nightclub? Why don't we have some fun first?" Of course, I wouldn't send such a beautiful item to the nightclub. I remember the people at the auction wanted to snatch this woman away today. It's a pity they mysteriously disappeared when we arrived. Wang Wu sneered, reached into his backpack, pulled out a collar, walked over to Luo Qingtian, and slipped it around his neck. Then Wang Wu kicked Luo Qingtian, "Stop pretending. I know you're just faking it." Hearing this, Luo Qingtian opened her eyes. Ever since then, every time those men tried to make a move on her, she wanted to stand up and kill them all. But when she heard their conversation, Luo Qingtian held back again. Now that someone knew she was faking, there was no point in continuing. She stood up and looked at Wang Wu without saying a word. But the coldness in her eyes made Wang Wu feel unhappy. He looked at Luo Qing with a sneer. He could kill everyone in the nightclub and the auction in an instant. I finally know where Humatzi and the other 3 went. You must have dealt with them, right? I think you're from Shanghai Xian, right? Luo Qingtian said this, staring at Wang Wu with a hint of anger on his face. Seeing Luo Qingtian's expression, Wang Wu instantly felt that his guesses were correct. He continued with a smile. Since you're so eager to know the lab's location, I personally escort you there this time. Once there, I'm sure those perverts will appreciate such a strong experimental subject like you. Hearing this, Luo Qingtian could now almost understand why these people were looking for him. This meant that 3 organizations in the third base needed to arrest someone in the small hotel. One of these organizations ran a nightclub, a laboratory, and an auction. Of these 3 organizations, Wang Wu was from the laboratory, and he was even at odds with the base commander? Haha, Luo Qingtian felt a headache. This third base looked even more chaotic than the second and first bases. Thinking about being carried around outside, with no one to help, he knew this wasn't a good place. Luo Qingtian felt her parents would never stay in such a chaotic place like the third base. She just wanted to find Bai Nianen to inquire about the surrounding bases, get data on the next base, and then leave. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to remove the collar from her neck, the villa's door suddenly opened, and 3 men rushed in. They were carrying a man on their shoulders. The man appeared unconscious. As soon as the 3 entered, they threw him to the ground. Boss, we captured another mutant today. They say he's from the second base, and there's no one to take care of him. Send this one to the lab too. Chapter 274. Hearing these people mention the second base, Luo Qingtian instantly stopped what she was doing. She turned her head, and saw the unconscious Chen Huiyang. At this moment, a man stepped forward and kicked Chen Huiyang. Chen Huiyang groaned in pain. Then Chen Huiyang slowly opened his eyes, and took in the surroundings. Chen Huiyang's eyes widened instantly. Who are you? Chen Huiyang said this, reflexively about to release his supernatural power, but then his face changed drastically. For some reason, he found that he could no longer release his supernatural power. At this moment, a man stepped forward and kicked Chen Huiyang in the chest. Don't waste your energy here. We're our restriction collar, and you won't be able to release your supernatural power again. Chen Huiyang was kicked back, his body landing heavily at Luo Qingtian's feet. Chen Huiyang's whole body convulsed from the kick, and he even felt as if his internal organs were dislocated. You beasts! I'm from the second base, supporting the pharmaceutical industry. If you kill me, our base commander won't let you go. With these words, everyone present burst into laughter. Ha! So what if I don't let you go? You're not naive enough to think your base commander can reach the third base safely, are you? One of them was about to attack, but Wang Wu behind him whispered, enough. I need to take these 2 to the lab soon. Don't mess anything up. It'd be hard to explain. With these words, the man, who was about to strike, stopped dead in his tracks. He glanced at Chen Huiyang with disdain. Humph, you're lucky. You better enjoy the little time you have left. The man said this and tried to kick him again, but this time Luo Qingtian pulled Chen Huiyang behind her. She looked at him with a cold gaze. She was already considering whether to dissolve this guy. Chen Huiyang, who was standing beside her, also noticed Luo Qingtian. A look of surprise flashed across his face, but upon seeing the collar around Luo Qingtian's neck, it quickly turned to panic. After the 2 men had left, they threw Luo Qingtian and Chen Huiyang directly into the villa's basement. After the others had left, Chen Huiyang looked at Luo Qingtian nervously. Sister Luo, what's going on? Why are you here? Were you ambushed? Oh, I guess so. But you, why are you here? Chen Huiyang gritted his teeth and said, yesterday when I went out, I saw someone buying and selling young girls here, so I followed them. I just didn't expect them to find out. Luo Qingtian understood. Aren't you a soldier? How could Bai Nianen just let you out alone? Chen Huiyang smiled awkwardly. Haha, Sister Luo, I'm not actually a soldier. I'm from the Second Base Research Institute. I'm sure you guessed my ability. My spatial ability is actually a potion-making factory. As long as I have the herbs and the knowledge I have, I can create the potion I want based on the knowledge I have in my head. I came to the third base because the base commander learned that there's a laboratory dedicated to supernatural research there, and the medical equipment there is much more advanced than at the second base. The base commander deliberated for a long time before deciding to have a military team escort me here. He hopes that I can work with the researchers at the third base to develop a cure for the zombie virus. Luo Qingtian looked at Chen Huiyang in surprise. Your abilities are quite good, but from their tone, it seems they're taking you to that lab. Could it be the research lab you mentioned? Chen Huiyang shook his head. I don't know about that. The original agreement was that the base commander would personally take me to the lab tomorrow. Once I'm there, I won't be able to leave for a long time, so I just planned to go out for a walk tonight and see what the world is like. I never expected to be kidnapped. The situation at the third base is very chaotic. Deputy Base Commander Baiharan has been trying to take over. He's even recruited a lot of outside help. Captain Yenin wants me to get to the lab quickly for my safety. As Chen Huiyang spoke, he began fiddling with the collar around his neck. But his hands were tied, and every time he touched the collar around his neck, he broke into a sweat. Sister Luo, this thing is extremely strange. It can actually suppress our superpowers. We absolutely cannot be sent to the lab. I have a feeling if we were sent there, we wouldn't survive. Chen Huiyang stopped fiddling with his own collar and stared at Luo Qingtian's. Sister Luo, bear with me for a moment. I find a way to get it off for you first. Chen Huiyang's idea was simple. If he could remove Luo Qingtian's collar, he would be saved. As long as Luo Qingtian's superpowers could function normally, even destroying the third base wouldn't be a problem. Chen Huiyang reached out for Luo Qingtian's neck. Luo Qingtian raised her hand to block Chen Huiyang's movements. Don't bother. It would be terrible if it broke. Luo Qingtian pulled the rope on her hands lightly with both hands, and it was instantly broken. She fumbled around her neck for a while, and soon found a secret buckle on the collar. Luo Qingtian carefully took off the collar from her neck. Just as she expected, the collar contained a small fragment of earth. Luo Qingtian removed the fragment and put it back on right in front of Chen Huiyang. Chen Huiyang, standing by, watched in shock, then a hint of ecstasy crossed his face. Sister Luo, this restriction collar has no effect on you? Luo Qingtian nodded and carefully removed Chen Huiyang's collar. She removed the fragment and put it back on Chen Huiyang. Chen Huiyang now understood what Luo Qingtian was up to. Suppressing his excitement and ecstasy, he said, Sister Luo, are you planning to go to their lab? It sounds like they're trying to take us there for experiments. A lab that uses human subjects for experiments is definitely not a good place. As human beings, we should destroy such places. Luo Qingtian glanced at Chen Huiyang speechlessly without replying. She took the rope and twisted it around her hands for a moment. Then she leaned against the wall behind her, closed her eyes, and took a nap. She originally planned to leave, but now she discovered the earth fragments. Her intuition told her that there must be even larger pieces of earth debris in the lab at the third base. So she planned to check it out and retrieve some. As for that lab, if it was really, as Chen Huiyang said, using living people for experiments, it wouldn't matter if it was destroyed. The two waited in the basement for who knows how long. Suddenly, the door outside opened, and Wang Wu walked in with two men in white coats. Chapter 275. After entering, the two men went straight to Luo Qingtian and Chen Huiyang. After taking a closer look at Chen Huiyang and Luo Qingtian, one of the men in the white coat smiled and said, You got some really good people this time. Wang Wu looked at the man flatteringly. As you like. I wonder if our team can get an extra portion of this month's potion? The man in the white coat raised an eyebrow and looked at Wang Wu. Sure. These two are obviously level 5 or higher psychics. I'm sure we'd be able to create a weapon that will satisfy the director. I pass on your achievements to the director, and you can expect your reward. Wang Wu nodded excitedly. Okay, thank you so much. The man raised his head and pointed at Luo Qingtian. Hurry up and give them both injections and get them to the car. I'm going back to the lab now. Wang Wu waved behind him. Soon, someone stepped forward and injected Luo Qingtian and Chen Huiyang into their necks. Chen Huiyang tried to resist, but seeing Luo Qingtian didn't move, he could only endure it. 2 syringes of liquid quickly pierced the necks of the 2 men. The moment the liquid entered their bodies, Luo Qingtian immediately unleashed her poisoning ability, completely diluting and dissolving the entire liquid. She carefully observed Chen Huiyang's condition, and when she saw him faint, she also pretended to faint. Then the two were carried up. Out of the basement. In the dimly lit carriage. Chen Huiyang awoke from his coma. Sister Luo, where are we? What time is it now? Luo Qingtian yawned and said, The outermost city of the third base. It's probably around 5 in the morning now, and we soon reach the test base. As Luo Qingtian finished speaking, the car stopped, and Luo Qingtian heard someone outside the car saying, There's a new test subject inside. You guys wait here. I go check it out first. Outside the car, another man in a white coat cast a malicious glance in the direction of the car. Letting the 2 men outside keep a close eye on him, he rubbed his hands and headed straight for the car. The 2 men, watching the man leave, couldn't help but curl their lips. Sooner or later, Sunway will die on a woman's belly. The other man carefully pulled 2 cigarettes from his pocket, handed one to him, and said, It's okay, we're already at the door, nothing serious will happen. From the moment Sun Wei saw Luo Qingtian, the man in the white coat had already had an idea about Luo Qingtian. He figured that since the two men in the car were still unconscious, he could take advantage of the opportunity to have sex with the woman and then bring her to the lab. With this thought in mind, he had already climbed into the car and headed straight for Luo Qingtian. Looking at Luo Qingtian lying in the carriage, Sun Wei wore a somewhat loose smile. Little girl. Before you die, I make you happy first. With these words, his hand reached for Luo Qingtian's clothes, but before it could touch him, Luo Qingtian grabbed his wrist. The next moment, a green liquid enveloped Sun Wei. Without a chance to speak, he dissolved into the liquid. This was the first time Chen Huiyang had seen Luo Qingtian kill in this manner. Why does your technique look so similar to the killing methods of those insect children we encountered? Luo Qingtian smiled, then withdrew his venom and said, I learned it from them. Looks like we have to drive the rest of the way ourselves. With these words, Luo Qingtian immediately helped Chen Huiyang break the ropes binding his hands, removed the restraining collars from their necks, and headed out of the train. Chen Huiyang followed closely behind Luo Qingtian, and the two of them exited the train. As they exited the train, they saw two men squatting outside the door, smoking and glancing toward the train. Seeing Luo Qingtian and Chen Huiyang emerge, they knew something must have happened inside. Get up and get to work. One of the men dropped his cigarette but stood up and rushed toward Luo Qingtian. One of the men was covered in tentacles, while the other's upper body had transformed into a beast. The upper body showed signs of a wolf. Seeing their appearance, Luo Qingtian frowned. Are these two an octopus spirit and a dog spirit? Behind him, Chen Huiyang suppressed a smile and stood beside Luo Qingtian. The two men rushed towards him angrily. Luo Qingtian gently raised his hand, and two traps appeared before him, trapping them. The next moment, vines as thick as his wrists rushed towards them, quickly wrapping them into green mummies. Luo Qingtian only then looked around. It was utterly quiet, not a soul in sight. Ahead of them was an underground passage extending downward. It seemed our destination lay below. Luo Qingtian pulled Little Green out of the space and pointed at the two mummies ahead, saying, Eat them quickly. You might get something new from these two. Little Green leaped from Luo Qingtian's palm and scampered towards the two men. But as Little Green approached them, it immediately turned and ran back toward Luo Qingtian, making a gesture of threatening to take him. She refused to look at them again, no matter what. Luo Qingtian blinked. Little Green knew it wouldn't eat ordinary people, unless forced to do so by her. The two people before her were psychics. Are you sure you don't want to eat them? Luo Qingtian looked at Little Green suspiciously. Little Green transformed into a hairpin and stabbed itself into Luo Qingtian's hair. A flash of inspiration crossed Luo Qingtian's mind. She remembered the village in the first base. Those people could fuse animals, but only if someone possessed this ability to help them fuse. And the man's ability back then came from earth fragments. Could these people's abilities also be from earth fragments? Luo Qingtian suddenly thought of something. These people had been capturing people with psychics. And what about the potion Wang Wu mentioned in the basement? Capturing psychics to make weapons, potions, earth fragments. Luo Qingtian felt as if something was about to burst forth. She stepped forward, grabbed the two people, and dissolved them. Then, pulling Chen Huiyang in, he was about to drive. Chen Huiyang stopped Luo Qingtian, saying, I have their research suit too. If this is the lab they're talking about, I think we should put it on. Luo Qingtian took the suit and hat, and put them on over his own clothes, smiling, It seems your space can hold a lot of things. Chen Huiyang chuckled dryly, only things related to drug research. Soon, the two of them got in the car and headed towards the underground passage. They drove for an unknown amount of time, the tunnel below practically dark, until they saw a bright light ahead. At that point, a checkpoint appeared. Seeing their car approach, someone immediately got out to inspect it. What are you doing? Whose car is this? Luo Qingtian poked his head out, smiling at the man. A flash of green light flashed from his hand, and the man instantly dissolved. Chapter 276. Luo Qingtian then got out of the car and forcefully broke open the barrier in front of him. He then returned to the car. Keep going. Chen Huiyang swallowed his saliva and nervously drove forward, passing 3 checkpoints in a row. Luo Qingtian had always used the same force to break through the gates, and the two finally reached the so-called laboratory. This laboratory was built underground. Ironically, this so-called underground laboratory was converted from existing subway tunnels and underground spaces. The door to the laboratory also had a gate, and through it, One could see the occasional person passing through. Qin Huiyang walked to the card swipe area, picked up a card, and pretended to swipe it, but in reality, he was using his supernatural powers to change the configuration on the access card. Soon, the gate opened, and the two of them walked in. Not long after they entered, a voice called out from behind, "Stop, both of you!" Luo Qingtian and Qin Huiyang exchanged a glance, then both turned to look at the person speaking behind them. "Which department are you two from?" Before they could say anything, the man walked up to them and took a look. "There's not even a label on your clothes. Are you new here?" "I'm short-handed." "Come with me." Qin Huiyang nodded. Then the two followed the man in silence. Soon, the man led them to the door of what looked like a research lab. He opened it and said, "Go in, move the equipment out, and follow me." Luo Qingtian glanced at the man with a half-smile, kicked him inside, and then rushed back inside with Qin Huiyang. There were no instruments in the room at all. The room was filled with bizarre creatures, all with tentacles. Some resembled insects, some resembled octopuses, and there was even a gorilla that resembled a human. Seeing the three people enter, they all crawled towards them. The man saw these creatures crawling towards him. Frightened, he pulled a remote control from his pocket. The next moment, a large cage dropped from above the creatures' heads, perfectly enveloping them. The man finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then looked at Luo Qingtian and Qin Huiyang. "Who are you? What are you doing in the lab?" As the man spoke, his hand touched the remote control again, but this time, he was horrified to find his hand slipping away from the remote, and the remote in his hand fell to the ground. He looked up at the two men in horror, then at Qin Huiyang, who was still unleashing his supernatural powers. He gritted his teeth and said, "Control your powers. Tell me, who are you?" Luo Qingtian stepped forward and grabbed the man's neck. He pulled a fragment of earth from his pocket and placed it in front of the man. "Where is this thing?" The man looked at the earth fragment in Luo Qingtian's hand, a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly feigned confusion as he looked at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian sneered, "You won't tell me? I put you in one of these monsters' cages." Luo Qingtian grabbed the man's neck and was about to step forward. The man, frightened, cried out, "No, no. It's on the 3rd floor, in the secret room on the 3rd floor. Even if you knew, you can't get it. There are heavy guards outside this secret room." Before the man could finish his words, there was a crack. The man's neck was snapped by Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian tossed the man aside in disdain and glanced at the monsters in the cages across from him. Then he threw the man into the cage. Qin Huiyang opened the door, looked inside, and then walked out with Luo Qingtian. On the way out, they accidentally stepped on the remote control on the ground. But in their haste to leave, they didn't take it seriously and quickly disappeared into the 1st floor hallway. The entire time, Qin Huiyang's face was extremely gloomy. As they turned a corner, Qin Huiyang finally couldn't help but look at Luo Qingtian and ask, "Sister Luo, what are those monsters?" Luo Qingtian glanced at Qin Huiyang and said, "Didn't you guess it a long time ago?" Qin Huiyang gritted his teeth and said, "So they capture people with special abilities to turn them into these monsters?" Luo Qingtian shook her head. "I think you misunderstood. Those are people with special abilities. They're survivors. I think they must have found a way to strip people of their powers." At this point, Qin Huiyang instantly understood what he meant. His body trembled slightly. His face paled. Thinking of the commander of the 3rd base, he asked tremblingly, "Is the commander planning to send me here?" Luo Qingtian patted Qin Huiyang's shoulder and said, "These are all unknowns. As for the specifics, we don't know yet. I'm in a hurry to find something. If you want to be sad, wait until we get out." Luo Qingtian opened the door to the emergency exit and quickly ran to the 3rd floor. The two of them sprinted all the way and soon reached the 3rd floor. Looking at the empty corridor, Luo Qingtian frowned. "There are so few people here, and I don't see any signs of heavy security. Could it be that man was lying? Sister Luo, I've been feeling very weak since I got to this floor. My superpowers aren't working again." Hearing Qin Huiyang's words, Luo Qingtian instantly burst into laughter. "It seems there really are fragments on the 3rd floor. Wait here for me, I'll be back soon." Qin Huiyang thought for a moment, realizing that following would only be a burden to Luo Qingtian, so he nodded and ran downstairs. Luo Qingtian walked into the 3rd floor corridor and activated her 3rd skill to maximum. Finally, she saw many small blue dots ahead. Luo Qingtian's heart pounded. It seemed the earth fragments were just ahead. She ran quickly forward, reaching a corner. She put on her mask, straightened her clothes, and pretended to be a researcher as she headed forward. At the very end of the 3rd floor, A group of armed men wearing black explosion-proof suits stood there. Seeing Luo Qingtian approaching, everyone raised their guns. Stop! No outsiders are allowed here unless Dr. Chiao comes in person. What do you want? Luo Qingtian feigned fear and raised his hands, but he didn't stop moving. Sorry, I'm the new assistant. The doctor sent me here. I have his ID. At this point, the men on the other side began shooting at Luo Qingtian. Shoot! He's a liar. Luo Qingtian didn't expect her lie to be exposed. She stomped her foot against the wall and dodged the first few bullets with a deft roll. Xiaolu quickly climbed onto Luo Qingtian's shoulder. Luo Qingtian's flying fire mysterious bow appeared in his hand. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and unleashed an arrow, shooting at the armed guards. The guards' bullets were blocked by the shield Xiaolu had conjured up before they could reach Luo Qingtian. Chapter 277. The guards on the opposite side were pierced directly through the body by the 3 arrows. After dispatching the guards, Luo Qingtian quickly rushed to the door of the room. Just then, someone emerged. He ran into Luo Qingtian head-on. Who are you? The man said, and instantly saw the corpses strewn across the floor. His brow furrowed, and he quickly rushed towards Luo Qingtian, swinging a punch at his face. Luo Qingtian took 2 steps back, crossing his arms to block the attack. Then Luo Qingtian punched the man in the nose, followed by another punch in the abdomen. With a sweeping kick, Luo Qingtian sent the man flying. The man's body slammed heavily against the heavy door behind him. He crumpled to the ground. He stared at Luo Qingtian in horror, his eyes filled with disbelief. You're a power-type psychic? No, how can you still use your powers? Are you also a user of Greystone? As Luo Qingtian listened to the man's words, he suddenly thought of the color of earth fragments, gray, like ordinary stone. It seemed this man's power also came from earth fragments. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian looked at the man with an increasingly sinister expression. Perhaps what I want is within. Luo Qingtian stood up and punched the door in front of him fiercely. The door was instantly deformed by Luo Qingtian's punch. The man lying on the ground was so frightened by this scene that his entire body trembled. This door had been developed through numerous laboratory modifications, and yet it was deformed by a single punch from the woman before him. Who was this woman? Luo Qingtian was secretly surprised. He hadn't expected the door before him to be so sturdy. His own physique and level had been upgraded. He had only deformed the door. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian's eyes grew increasingly dangerous, and he immediately punched the door again. He used 90% of his strength in this punch. The door shattered. The man was completely terrified, and he moved tremblingly, trying to escape. But Luo Qingtian had no intention of letting him go. After opening the door, he lifted him up and slid him through it. The moment the door shattered, alarms rang throughout the laboratory building. Many white-coated men and psychics ran towards the 3rd floor, but Luo Qingtian paid no attention. She dragged the man into the room and began searching for the earth fragment. Soon, she discovered a small door at the far end of the room. Is what I want in there? Luo Qingtian asked, pinching the man's neck. The man was completely frightened by Luo Qingtian. He nodded repeatedly at Luo Qingtian. Yes, yes, yes. The gray meteorite is right here. Please don't kill me. I can help you open the door. Luo Qingtian said, dragging the man directly to the small door. The man stretched out his hand to press the access control, and the door opened immediately. The man looked at Luo Qingtian hopefully. The door is open. Can you let me go? Luo Qingtian looked at the man, with a sneer on his face, and pinched the man's neck, causing it to crack. Only then did Luo Qingtian step inside. Upon entering, Luo Qingtian saw a half-meter wide fragment of the earth placed within a massive glass case. Surrounding the glass case were various instruments, and even several tubes attached to the earth fragment. While he had no idea what these tubes were for, it was definitely not a good thing. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian quickly walked over to the glass case, smashed all the instruments around it, and then punched the glass case. The case shattered with a clang. Luo Qingtian quickly stored the earth fragment within his space. He turned and went out to find Chen Huiyang. Just as he left the room, he saw a group of psychics rushing towards him. It's her! Quick, capture her! Someone shouted, and then he saw them unleashing their powers on her. Luo Qingtian frowned at the psychics. As their powers reached him, Xiaolu quickly conjured a protective shield. It protected Luo Qingtian within, waiting for him to emerge. She now possessed 2 bows and arrows, a blue weak water bow and a white ice bow. Combining the 2 bows, Luo Qingtian drew her bow and launched a barrage of arrows at the opposing psychics. 12 arrows were fired in quick succession. The corridor was already quite small, and the psychics were pierced directly by these arrows. They were reduced to ice sculptures, deader than death. As Luo Qingtian swiftly passed, a simple push shattered them into icy shards. Luo Qingtian passed the psychics, opened the emergency door, and continued downstairs. But before she had taken a few steps, she was blocked by a group of armed psychics, with a row of blast shields in front of her. Another group of people were aiming guns at her. As Luo Qingtian ignored them and continued forward, they began firing. Xiao Lu stood on Luo Qingtian's shoulder. Every incoming bullet was deflected by Xiao Lu's extended tentacles. Luo Qingtian's flying fire mysterious bow reappeared, and she unleashed a primary meteor shower directly at the group before her. This-sized fireballs then slammed into their heads, sending them fleeing in panic. Luo Qingtian fired a series of flying fire mysterious bows, clearing out the group once more. Without the obstruction, Luo Qingtian reached the second floor and began searching for Chen Huiyang. In the second-floor laboratory, Chen Huiyang stared in amazement at the scene before him. A small room was filled with towering glass vessels. In these glass vessels lay living human beings. Oxygen masks covered their mouths, but their bodies were submerged in an unknown liquid. An instrument displayed the vital signs of these people. They're actually experimenting on humans. Chen Huiyang gritted his teeth. Then he walked towards the room inside this one. A strange gray stone was placed next to an instrument. A man lay on a laboratory bed, his eyes tightly closed. His body had been cut open, and next to him lay a monkey. What else could he not understand? What bastards! As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened, and a group of men in white coats rushed in. We finally found you. Catch you! As the words came, the shadow beneath one of the men suddenly moved, transforming into many tentacles that stretched towards Chen Huiyang. Chen Huiyang took notice, and immediately stretched out his hand to block the attack of the black tentacles. Followed by 3 sharp blades, he shot towards him. As Chen Huiyang dodged, he was instantly grabbed by the black tentacles. Chapter 278. Then, the tentacles extended behind him, piercing the other psychics, and the white-coated figures who had followed. Chen Huiyang then watched as the impaled individuals were pulled into the shadows by the black figure, vanishing without a trace. Chen Huiyang was horrified. This guy was even eating his own teammates. He struggled to break free, but the man opposite him revealed a mouth unlike any normal human's, and extended a long, thin tongue. He bit Chen Huiyang's neck. Shocked, Chen Huiyang exerted all his strength to unleash his control power. He restrained the man's head, which stretched forward, at half his arm's length. But the man refused to give up. He used his shadow to hold Chen Huiyang tightly, then extended his tongue to lick Chen Huiyang's face. Chen Huiyang felt a surge of disgust as he looked at the tongue emitting a black aura. Are you a pervert? Don't come over here, he shouted, and then saw the black tongue plunge directly into his mouth. Chen Huiyang was stunned for a moment, and at that moment, his defenses completely broke. He even forgot to struggle. At that moment, he just wanted to die right here. How disgusting. Whoosh! A blade of ice flew past, severing the man's tongue. Even the shadow holding Chen Huiyang was severed. Followed by 3 arrows imbued with ice blades shot out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, piercing the man's body. Chen Huiyang fell to the ground, motionless. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but rather that his body was gradually becoming numb. Luo Qingtian quickly ran over and helped Chen Huiyang up. She could feel the stiffness in his body. Luo Qingtian placed her hand on Chen Huiyang and used her poison skill to absorb the toxins from his body. Until Chen Huiyang's body returned to normal, he looked at Luo Qingtian with a look of grievance, his eyes filled with an inexplicable sadness. Sister Luo, I'm dirty. Luo Qingtian coughed softly. It's okay, I'm the only one who knows about this. Just kill those people behind. As soon as she finished speaking, the man whose shadow had been severed had returned to his original form. His shadow rose directly from the ground and attacked Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian pushed Chen Huiyang away with a backhand as the attack came. She grabbed the shadow with her bare hands. The shadow's tentacles wrapped around Luo Qingtian's arm, and Luo Qingtian could clearly feel them absorbing her supernatural power. Luo Qingtian sneered and quickly unleashed her poison skill, instantly turning her arm emerald green. After absorbing the energy for a while, the shadow tentacles suddenly stopped. The man nearby stared at Luo Qingtian with wide eyes and disbelief. Luo Qingtian's voice was icy cold. How's it going? Is my energy easy to absorb? But just as she finished speaking, the man began to dissolve bit by bit before Luo Qingtian, even his body spewing green venom. Even his shadow was dissolving bit by bit. However, the black shadow was still desperately recovering as it dissolved. And there was someone inside the shadow wailing desperately. Watching this scene, Luo Qingtian suddenly understood something. So this thing on the ground isn't a shadow, it's actually part of your body. Since you can recover, then I will absorb your recovery ability. A thin thread suddenly appeared in Luo Qingwan's hand and pierced directly into the shadow. A large amount of life force was then gradually absorbed by Luo Qingtian, and at this moment, an even more tragic wailing sound came from the shadow until it completely disappeared. When the Shadow Man appeared, the others were either devoured by the shadow or fled for their lives. This made the second floor scene particularly quiet. Luo Qingtian then walked into the innermost part of the room. He saw the fragment of the earth surrounded by various instruments. Luo Qingtian stepped forward and shattered all the instruments. The moment these instruments were shattered, all the instruments outside began to vibrate, and those who had their eyes closed and were sleeping suddenly opened their eyes. Chen Huiyang, who was walking behind him, also fell to the ground at this moment. Sister Luo, this thing is too weird. I'm exhausted again. As soon as she said this, the instruments outside began to break, and the whole room was filled with explosions. Luo Qingtian glanced back at Chen Huiyang and quickly stored the earth fragment in her space. Great. Now she had 2 earth fragments. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian felt very happy. She turned to Chen Huiyang and said, "Let's go. I got what I was looking for. Let's go back." Chen Huiyang pursed her lips and looked at Luo Qingtian. "Sister Luo, this place is filthy and dark. Shouldn't we destroy it?" Luo Qingtian pointed at the survivors, who had crawled out of the vessel, and said, "We don't need to do anything. These people can destroy this place." After all, she had a backup plan when she left the room on the first floor. In an office in the entire laboratory building, a man stared at the surveillance footage in shock. "Is the helicopter ready?" The man's entire body trembled upon seeing Luo Qingtian, and the building manager behind him was still confused. "Secretary General, didn't you bring the elite troops? Shouldn't we kill these 2? If they escape, our lab building will be exposed." He stood up, his eyes blazing as he looked at the building manager behind him. "Kill her? Is that even possible? Do you know how the mountain ghost was killed? This woman beat him to death, with one punch after another. Do you think our elite troops can withstand a few punches from this woman?" He had never expected to see Luo Qingtian here. The building manager's heart trembled at his words. He hadn't expected the woman in the image to be so terrifying. That was a mountain ghost, a being as tall as a mountain. How could such a monster be destroyed by the woman before him? At that moment, another person walked in. "Secretary General, the small helicopter is ready." He stood up. "Pass the order, all members of the White War River, retreat." He said, and quickly walked out the door. The building manager, watching Bai leave, instantly understood. "Secretary Bai, are you abandoning this lab building?" As soon as he finished speaking, another explosion erupted from below, and the entire building trembled. Bai scowled at the building manager. "What else? Do you think you can defeat that crazy woman?" Bai then walked out, heading straight for the roof. The building manager, realizing what was happening, no longer felt sorry for the lab building. He followed Bai toward the roof. The roof was actually an elevator that led down to the ground. After reaching the roof, Bai quickly entered the elevator, which went up. Chapter 279. When the building manager saw Bai about to close the elevator, he sped up and rushed forward, finally reaching Bai before the elevator closed. Bai gave the building manager a cold look, and then the group headed towards the ground. After exiting the elevator, Bai boarded the helicopter, which was about to take off. The building manager saw that Bai had no intention of taking him with him, so he stepped forward and grabbed the helicopter's struts as it took off. The helicopter took off, and the building manager dangled below. Bai looked grimly at the building manager, hanging from the helicopter. A sneer played on his face. As the helicopter reached its highest point, a wind blade flew from his hand, severing the building manager's wrist. The building manager stared at Bai in shock, his body plummeting towards the ground. Bai looked towards the laboratory building, his eyes filled with heartache. What a pity for my lab, and that hidden weapon I had. In the laboratory building, Luo Qingtian dragged Chen Huiyang along as they ran through the corridor. Behind him were the people who had escaped from the glassware. Luo Qingtian ran for a while, then stopped and looked at the survivors. "You shouldn't have followed me. This lab is the one that imprisoned you. Instead of following me, why not go and settle your score with those in the lab building?" One of the women stepped forward and said, "Hello, sister. My name is Mei Duo. Thank you for saving us. We're not actually superpowered, but ordinary people who've been forcibly implanted with animal cells. We do want revenge, but there's something in this lab that restrains us, preventing us from using our powers normally. Speaking of superpowers, Luo Qingtian blinked. Are you talking about that gray stone? Are there more in this building? Mei Duo nodded. This second floor is for the experimental subjects. We weren't particularly successful, so we were kept in containers awaiting a second experiment. And there are many more like us. Mei Duo pointed to the next room. Luo Qingtian turned her head, her eyes instantly lighting up. Through the glass, she could clearly see a fragment of Earth and the humans trapped in the vessels at the very back of the room. This fragment, however, was much smaller than the previous two. Luo Qingtian kicked the door open and collected it. She also stored the instruments in her space. After the fragments were collected, the glass vessels outside lit up, and the people trapped inside all regained consciousness. Those following Luo Qingtian also rushed over and smashed the vessels, rescuing everyone inside. After rescuing these people, Luo Qingtian began searching each room, her team growing larger and larger. Until some creatures with non-human appearances rushed forward. The creature in the lead had the head of a crocodile and the body of a human. As it approached the first survivor, before anyone could react, it opened its bloody maw and, before everyone could react, swallowed the newly rescued survivor whole. The creatures behind it soon followed. These were all fusions of experimental subjects. Mei Duo nervously watched the people before her. Fur quickly grew around her body, followed by a pair of yellow-patterned ears, and her face began to take on a cat-like appearance. It wasn't until Mei Duo had completely transformed that Luo Qingtian could clearly see that Mei Duo was actually a yellow leopard. Mei Duo and the others around her charged towards the incoming fusion humans, and the two sides quickly engaged in combat. Luo Qingtian stood behind them, watching the fight. She felt a bit embarrassed. Because everyone had transformed, she couldn't tell who was who. Some had become dog men, some pig men, and some shrimp men whose hands had transformed into giant claws. Some had even become bunny girls. It was a headache watching. Chen Huiyang stared at the scene in silence. Sister Luo, why do I feel like I'm in a zoo? Luo Qingtian glared at Chen Huiyang and headed straight into the last lab to search for Earth fragments. Luo Qingtian was in a truly wonderful mood this trip. She hadn't expected to find 2 large and 5 small Earth fragments here. Luo Qingtian had a feeling the person behind this lab would have even more Earth fragments. Chen Huiyang followed Luo Qingtian closely as they entered the last lab. There were no Earth fragments inside the lab. There was only a man in a container. Luo Qingtian walked up to the man and frowned. This last lab was so large. Was it just to house this man? The man had a handsome face and long hair. From being immersed in liquid, his entire body had an unusually pale hue. Luo Qingtian shook his head. He tried to feel around for the switches on the surrounding instruments, but after pressing a red button, the equipment went dark. The man inside suddenly opened his eyes, and Luo Qingtian's eyes met. The man's eyes turned red. Then the red faded, his gaze becoming innocent and bewildered. He looked at Luo Qingtian like a bewildered puppy. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched, and he smashed the glassware with a fist. The liquid instantly spilled out. Luo Qingtian patted the broken container and said, "Come out. Your companions are outside." As soon as Luo Qingtian finished speaking, a loud explosion could be heard outside, along with wailing and screaming. Luo Qingtian and Chen Huiyang rushed out. In the hallway, they saw a lump of what looked like flesh devouring the survivors and the psychics. Mei Duo was pinned beneath it, and the lump of flesh was currently devouring one of the psychics. Upon seeing Luo Qingtian, Mei Duo reached out to her. "Sister, save us." Luo Qingtian rushed forward and punched the lump of flesh, but it immediately sucked her fist in. Luo Qingtian tried to pull it free. However, the lump of flesh was devouring Luo Qingtian's arm. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes. He once again unleashed his poison skill on his hand and arm. Sensing Luo Qingtian's venom, the creature quickly released him. Mei Duo was now being pulled an inch further into the monster's body. Luo Qingtian reached out to pull Mei Duo away, but the creature pressed its body directly against her. "Ah! Sister Luo, Sister Qingtian, save me!" Chen Huiyang cried out, having unknowingly had his foot sucked into the lump. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes. 5 thin threads instantly appeared in his hand. They penetrated the lump of flesh. Luo Qingtian began to vigorously absorb the flesh's vitality. Soon, the flesh realized Luo Qingtian's purpose and released Chen Huiyang and Mei Duo, as well as the other psychics it had suppressed. It began to twist its massive body and turned to flee. But how could Luo Qingtian let it go? Chapter 280. The thin thread in his hand bound it tightly, and Luo Qingtian absorbed the life force at an increasingly rapid rate, shrinking the piece of flesh at a visible rate, until the flesh gradually disappeared, transforming into a pool of black, greasy substance flowing on the ground. Luo Qingtian suppressed his nausea and retracted his thread. These threads appeared after Luo Qingtian's gross skill was upgraded. These threads can enter living organisms and absorb life force and energy. As for how many of these lifelines he could extend, Luo Qingtian was unsure. After absorbing the life force of the piece of flesh, Luo Qingtian looked at Mei Duo, who had stood up. What is that? Mei Duo's eyes were red. He's also a fusion human, but after devouring so many of our companions, he became like this. Such fusion humans have no intelligence, no self, only instinctive devouring. Luo Qingtian pursed her lips, her disgust for the lab growing even stronger. She looked at Mei Duo and asked, "Will you devour each other?" Mei Duo shook her head. Devouring is their desire, the same as cannibalism. We don't have that desire, so I don't think we will devour each other. Mei Duo couldn't help but hug herself as she spoke. At this moment, the man from the last room emerged. Luo Qingtian turned around and met his eyes. Luo Qingtian nodded to the man and said to the group in front of her, "Let's go, get out of here." Luo Qingtian led the group downstairs. The man didn't move, but quietly watched them leave. He had no clothes on, so he picked up a piece of clothing from the ground as he reached the hallway and covered himself with it. Then he slowly followed behind Luo Qingtian and the others. Many fused beings tried to stop them along the way. In the end, they were all burned to ash by Luo Qingtian's flames. Not long after they left, the incinerated fused beings gradually emerged from the ashes. They wriggled like mud, bit by bit. As long as a trace of their bodies remained, they could recover infinitely. They wriggled and devoured each other, growing ever larger. Until the man approached. The mud-like fused beings excitedly crawled toward the man. The man stared at the clump of flesh charging toward him, his hand instantly turning a dark black. He punched the flesh with a fierce blow. Destructive force poured down, sweeping through the flesh's entire body. The next moment, the fused being completely vanished. Exiting the laboratory building, the man paused. Looking at the building that had trapped him for so long, a fierce glint flashed in the man's eyes. He backhanded a powerful punch to the laboratory building in front of him. Cracks instantly appeared on the already shaky building. He stopped swinging his fist, and instead looked in the direction Luo Qingtian had left. He struggled to utter 3 words in a low, hoarse voice. Luo Qingtian. In the tunnel, Luo Qingtian didn't dare delay. She kept pressing the accelerator and ran out. After running for an unknown amount of time, they finally escaped the tunnel at the moment it collapsed. The moment they left the tunnel, the ground collapsed rapidly, and soon a huge crater appeared. Qin Huiyang frowned at the crater, his eyes filled with complexity. Who could have imagined such a filthy existence in this place? He had to explain this matter to Bai Nianen. If all else failed, they would leave the third base. Luo Qingtian was thinking, the person behind this lab hadn't come out yet, but they must know about its destruction. Since he knew they hadn't come out to cause trouble, that made sense. This person behind the scenes had other labs. Thinking of the earth fragments in those labs, Luo Qingtian's eyes lit up. If he found this lab, would that mean he find even more earth fragments? The more Luo Qingtian thought about it, the more convinced he was, and a smile crept onto his face. Qin Huiyang beside him said, "Sister Luo, let's go back first. I want to see my captain." Luo Qingtian didn't react. Pointing to the bus he had just prepared, he said, "Then get in. I'm in a hurry to get back too." If he rushed back to the inn, someone might come and arrest him. Luo Qingtian's eagerness to try was palpable at the thought. The rescued survivors and psychics looked grim. They looked at Luo Qingtian cautiously and said, "Sister Luo, we have nowhere else to go. Can we follow you?" Luo Qingtian pointed at Qin Huiyang and said, "He's a kind man. We reach the third city soon. Just follow him. Don't follow me." The others fell silent upon hearing Luo Qingtian. If possible, they all wanted to follow Luo Qingtian. After all, the woman before them was formidable. Following her would provide greater security. Not long after they left, something suddenly broke through the collapsed ground behind them. The man immediately jumped out, landing on the ground and watching Luo Qingtian retreat. Didn't catch up again. The man finished his words and leaped up again, chasing Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian and the others quickly arrived at the third city. Once inside, Luo Qingtian kicked everyone off the bus, parked it, and headed straight for the hotel. Qin Huiyang looked at Luo Qingtian's retreating figure with resentment, sighed helplessly, and led the others towards their villa complex. On the rooftop of the third base's government building, he stood in his office with his head bowed. A middle-aged man sat before him. "Is this why you gave up on that place?" He nodded. "Yes, father, please believe us. We absolutely cannot confront Luo Qingtian head-on. Even if the entire He team's elite went, they would be no match for that Luo Qingtian." As soon as he finished speaking, a teacup struck He on the head. "You useless piece of shit. If she's so powerful, why don't you bring her over to our side? When Bai Nian arrived, you gave him to Chang Haixin. If we can't even find the potion psychic we're looking for, what good is a useless son like you?" After saying this, another binder was thrown at his head. He didn't dare dodge, so he could only lower his head and bear it. This time, a deep wound was left on his forehead, and blood flowed down his forehead. Howren finally stopped. "Have you taken care of everything afterward?" He nodded. "Yes, father. I planted the bomb. Those people and objects can't possibly leave the lab." Howren nodded with relief. "What about the lab personnel?" "I relocated the senior staff of the first lab, and I silenced the rest, including the owner of the lab building." Hearing that his son had cleaned up so thoroughly, Howren finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, just clean it up. Don't let Chang Haixin get hold of anything, or we'd be in a very difficult position." He nodded seriously. "Yes, father. Don't worry." Chapter 281. He lowered his head as he spoke, but his hands were clenched tightly, and his body was still trembling slightly. It was clear that he was trying his best to suppress his emotions. Howren looked up at He coldly, then suddenly softened his tone. It's Dad's fault for not controlling his temper and hurting you. Don't be angry with Dad. You're already injured. Hurry and get Xiaoya to treat you." He bowed to Howren and said, "Father, I'd be leaving first." Howren raised an eyebrow and waved casually. He smiled at Howren and turned to leave. But the moment he turned, the smile on his face instantly vanished. His entire aura darkened. After leaving Howren's office, two women quickly approached him. One of them quickly released her supernatural power on his forehead. The wound on his forehead healed at a visible speed. He walked forward without pausing, lips tightly pressed together. The two women followed cautiously behind him. After he entered his office, he sat down heavily on the sofa. The two women stood nervously across from him, fearing he might be upset and do something to them. He closed his eyes, leaning back against the sofa behind him. He gently pinched the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers. Then he whispered, "Tell Xiaoya I'd be there tonight." The two women across from him breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, Xiaoya sent me a tip today. I find you a good new find. I just hope you be happy." Luo Qingtian leisurely rode her electric scooter down the street. As she neared the entrance to the alley, she deliberately circled the area surrounding the small inn, trying to be visible to anyone watching. It wasn't until almost dusk that Luo Qingtian finally made her leisurely way toward the inn. The old lady at the inn was eating noodles, her head lowered. The counter in front of her had been replaced with a new one. Luo Qingtian put away her electric scooter and went directly to the old lady's counter. "Hey, is my room still there? Now that my room is up, it's almost time to rent it out." This old lady probably hasn't rented it out yet, has she? The old lady was eating her meal when she heard the voice and thought she misheard. When she looked up and saw Luo Qingtian, her chopsticks instantly fell to the ground. How did you get here?" Luo Qingtian smiled and said, "Don't mention it. I woke up yesterday and found myself trapped in a car. Luckily, I was smart and ran out. Now I'm back." Luo Qingtian pulled out his points card. "Here, let's renew it for another night." The old lady, with a stiff expression, took out the card reader and placed it in front of Luo Qingtian, then watched him swipe 10 points. Luo Qingtian took the card and sauntered off into the hallway. Watching Luo Qingtian walk away so casually, even the dumbest old lady could tell something was wrong. She didn't say anything more this time, lowering her head and continuing to eat absent-mindedly. Not long after Luo Qingtian entered, 2 groups of people rushed in from outside the hotel. "Mrs. Jiao, I just saw a pretty girl come in." The old lady looked up at the 2 groups and said, "Yes, in the room with 10 points. As for who wants to arrest me, I won't ask. Don't make a scene, or my little shop will be deserted." The 2 groups immediately cheered up upon hearing this. "Don't worry, we know what to do." At night, in the stillness of the night, Luo Qingtian felt her door being pried open again. She pretended to be asleep in bed. Suddenly, a sack descended upon her, and someone stuffed her into it, carried her away. Luo Qingtian remained quietly inside the sack, wondering if she would be taken to a new laboratory this time. She wondered if there would be Earth fragments in this new laboratory as well. As she thought this, she was thrown into a carriage, and she could sense the carriage speeding away. Luo Qingtian kept her third skill active, and she realized that the group was taking her to the central area of the third base. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage suddenly stopped, and the carriage opened, and Luo Qingtian felt herself being carried up again. At that moment, Luo Qingtian heard the man carrying her whisper, "Brother, why isn't this bitch screaming? She's not dead, is she? What nonsense! We have a distinguished guest today. They didn't compete with us this time, and they let us send this girl to the auction house because of that important person's favor. Let's go! That person is waiting to enjoy her." Luo Qingtian frowned in displeasure as she listened to the two men's conversation. What the hell? Are we going to the lab? How am I supposed to find the fragments then? Luo Qingtian activated her third skill to its maximum, and then she found herself being carried by the two men into a luxury hotel. The two men led Luo Qingtian through the back door of the hotel and dropped him off in a room. Then the door opened, and a woman wearing a collar and a bunny girl outfit entered. "Hurry up, open the sack so I can see what's inside and see if it can satisfy that person." With these words, someone began to untie the sack. Soon, Luo Qingtian's head emerged, and a flicker of surprise crossed the woman's face as she looked at him. Her palm-sized face, such fair skin, and delicate features. She was a beauty no matter how you looked at her. Great. That person's in a bad mood today, and this girl will definitely satisfy him. Little girl, now that you're here, don't even think about running away. Put on these clothes. Following that person from now on, you enjoy endless wealth and glory. Luo Qingtian pouted in disdain at the uncovered piece of cloth before her. Where is this? Luo Qingtian tossed her clothes aside and looked around curiously. It was the first time the woman hadn't been nervous about someone coming to her place, so she immediately laughed. This is our third base's most luxurious auction house. Any girl who comes here, as long as she's obedient and good-looking, will find a good buyer. Little girl, listen to Sister Zhou and change into these clothes. I take you to meet a distinguished guest later. Once you meet her, you won't want to leave. Zhou winked at the two men, who immediately turned to Luo Qingtian with lewd grins. Since you won't change yourself, we too will help you. The two men rubbed their hands together and approached Luo Qingtian. But before they could touch Luo Qingtian, they were kicked away one by one. Chapter 282. Bang! The two men were kicked and never got up again. Zhou glared at Luo Qingtian with a fierce look in her eyes. No wonder you weren't panicking at all. So you're a power user. Let me tell you, once you enter my territory, Zhou, you won't be able to escape, even if you're a power user. As soon as she finished speaking, something suddenly fell from the roof, and Luo Qingtian was pinned down in a cage. Ha ha ha, with this cage, your powers are nothing. Luo Qingtian stopped talking and stared at the cage holding him in surprise. This cage was surprisingly made of half-earth fragments. Although it was painted, Luo Qingtian could still clearly sense the aura of the fragments. Luo Qingtian looked at Zhou. Where did you get the stuff for this cage? Zhou looked at Luo Qingtian smugly. What? Are you scared, little bitch? I told you long ago, no matter how powerful a psychic you are, even if you're a dragon, you be coiled around me. Luo Qingtian lost interest in talking and smashed the cage to pieces, then threw it into the interstellar space right in front of Zhou. I ask you again, where did you get the materials for this cage? Luo Qingtian then saw the restriction collar in Zhou's hand. She hadn't expected such a small auction house to have one. Luo Qingtian reached out, took the collar, and opened it. Sure enough, inside was a tiny fragment of the earth. Zhou was completely terrified. She had never imagined that her room, designed to shield against psychic powers, would one day become ineffective. She nervously shouted to the door, "Help! Someone's trying to escape!" Ah! Zhou screamed so loudly that Luo Qingtian felt a headache. He slapped her in the face and punched a large hole in the wall. Then he placed the earth fragment in front of Zhou. Tell me, where can I find these stones? Zhou looked at Luo Qingtian in horror, shaking her head repeatedly. I don't know, I'm just an ordinary person. My boss gave me these things. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes. Who's your boss? Take me to him. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of armed men rushed in. They pointed their guns at Luo Qingtian and began firing. Little Green instantly jumped from Luo Qingtian's hair to his shoulders, deflecting all the bullets. The opposing group fired at Luo Qingtian for a long time. Luo Qingtian escaped unscathed, but Zhou, who was standing beside him, was hit by a stray bullet and killed instantly. Luo Qingtian frowned at Zhouya, his eyes growing increasingly dangerous. Zhouya died, and before she could find out the whereabouts of the earth fragments, she suddenly flashed a bone knife in her hand, and she was towards the people on the other side. Bang, boom, boom. Luo Qingtian kicked several people back, sending many flying into the air before slashing their heads off. Not long after he dealt with them, a group of psychics arrived. As they arrived, they began unleashing their powers at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian dodged effortlessly. He switched his weapon to the flying fire mysterious bow. While dodging, Luo Qingtian drew his bow and fired arrows. He hurled arrows at the psychics. Bang, boom, boom. Explosions erupted, incinerating and blasting away all the psychics nearby. In the private room, Bai He was watching a dancing woman on the display stand in front. Zhouya had sent him a message, saying she would give him a beautiful girl to enjoy tonight. Suddenly, an explosion erupted outside the hall. The sound instinctively reminded him of Luo Qingtian. At that moment, his most capable deputy captain hurried over. "Captain, there's a disturbance outside." Bai He immediately went to the adjacent surveillance room and turned on the surveillance footage. It showed Luo Qingtian severing the head of a psychic. Bright red blood spurted out, spraying Luo Qingtian's face. Luo Qingtian wiped the blood from his face in disgust. The moment he looked up, he caught sight of the surveillance camera hanging on the wall. This glance gave Bai He the illusion that he and Luo Qingtian were staring into each other's eyes. Bai He frantically sank to the ground. The deputy captain beside him quickly helped him up. "Captain, what should we do? Should we fight?" Bai He stared at the deputy captain with bloodshot eyes and said, "You're asking me what to do? You still want to fight? That's Luo Qingtian. Can you beat him? Can you beat him? Run!" Bai He then stumbled outside, the deputy captain following closely behind. The two of them fled the auction hall through the side door. They ran desperately forward. Luo Qingtian frowned at the surveillance camera in front of him. Although he didn't know who was behind it, he couldn't help but raise his middle finger at it. Then he turned around and found a survivor among the psychics he had defeated. "Say, where are all these stones?" The psychic looked at Luo Qingtian helplessly. "There are a lot in Sister Zhou's office. And there are some in the warehouse being polished into cages. I don't know where the rest are." Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. "Take me there." The psychic was thrown to the ground by Luo Qingtian. He struggled to his feet and shakily led Luo Qingtian to Zhouya's office, where he indeed found quite a few restrictive collars. Luo Qingtian didn't examine them, storing them all in his psychic space. Then he went to the underground warehouse. There, indeed, were two pieces of earth fragments being polished into the upper half of a cage. Luo Qingtian went forward and collected both pieces. Just as he was about to leave, he heard sobbing from the other side of the warehouse wall. Luo Qingtian checked the small map, which showed a number of small blue dots on the other side. Luo Qingtian walked over and knocked on the wall, then punched a large hole in it. On the other side lay a group of scantily clad women. Many of the women wore restrictive collars around their necks. Luo Qingtian walked over to the women, untied the restrictive collars from their necks, and stored them in his psychic space. After the women were freed from their collars, they thanked Luo Qingtian profusely. Luo Qingtian waved his hand, saying, "Well, you're free now. Go." Luo Qingtian then left immediately. Upon hearing this, the women behind him all ran out of the basement. Luo Qingtian didn't rush out. Instead, he wandered around the auction hall with the psychic for a long time, ensuring that there were no extra debris. Luo Qingtian then strangled the psychic to death. Then he swaggered out. As Luo Qingtian left the auction hall, the gates were filled with psychics and armed men. As Luo Qingtian emerged, these men attacked him in unison. Chapter 283. Luo Qingtian's eyes were icy as Xiaolu, who was standing on his shoulder, suddenly jumped down. Xiaolu's body grew larger and larger, becoming as tall as a 3-story building. Thousands of tentacles also grew immensely thicker and larger. They attacked those attacking Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian leaped onto Xiaolu's body, the flying fire mysterious bow instantly appearing in her hand. She drew her bow and unleashed arrows, shooting towards the opposing group. Bang, boom, boom, a series of explosions rang out. The opposing psychics were knocked to the ground by Luo Qingtian. The psychic closest to Luo Qingtian was directly pierced by his flames. Xiaolu, feeling that Luo Qingtian was being bullied by these people, felt that Luo Qingtian was being beaten. Their body grew larger and larger. The tentacles they extended swung faster and faster. This destroyed most of the surrounding buildings and shops. During the battle, Luo Qingtian gazed at the destroyed buildings with a touch of regret. She was already wondering if she should leave after causing such a mess at the third base. But thinking that so many earth fragments might be in the third base, she truly couldn't bear to leave. As Luo Qingtian pondered this, a small group of soldiers rushed out and quickly surrounded the psychics. Luo Qingtian also spotted Bai Nianen and Chen Huiyang among the soldiers. They also noticed Luo Qingtian hovering above Xiaolu. Bai Nianen waved excitedly, "Sister Luo, stop, stop!" But Xiaolu showed no intention of stopping. A huge green tentacle slammed down towards Bai Nianen's head. Frightened, Bai Nianen covered her head with her hands. The rest of the soldiers rushed forward to fend off Xiaolu's attack. "Xiaolu, stop!" Just as the green tentacle was about to strike Bai Nianen and the others' heads, it quickly retracted. Then everyone saw Xiaolu begin to shrink little by little, until it was the size of a palm and leaped onto Luo Qingtian's shoulder. Bai Nianen sat down on the ground, instantly feeling like he had survived a catastrophe. At this moment, the surrounding psychics and armed men were all restrained by the military team, and they all looked at Luo Qingtian in horror. Some even whispered, "Is this woman really human? Why is she so powerful?" Shut up. Didn't you see that all the people here are the base commander's men? Bai Nianen stood up and quickly walked over to Luo Qingtian. "Sister Luo, why are you here?" Luo Qingtian glanced at the destroyed auction house behind her and said, "The people at this auction house captured me, saying they were going to give me to someone important, so they destroyed this place. I didn't even see who that important person was." After Luo Qingtian finished speaking, Bai Nianen, Chen Huiyang, and the others broke into a cold sweat. A thumbs up went up in his heart for the man who had brought Luo Qingtian here. What a man! He'd done something none of them had dared to dream of in centuries. "Haha, is that so? We heard about the auction of survivors here, so we brought our team here to take a look. To be more precise, Chang Haixian received word that a woman was attacking an auction house, ostensibly owned by someone else. But in reality, it was Bai Howren's. After learning this, Bai Howren dispatched a large number of psychics. So Chang Haixian sent his men over with Bai Nianen and the others to see if they could take advantage of any loopholes. Of course, he didn't dare say this out loud. He wouldn't dare take advantage of Luo Qingtian's loopholes. Luo Qingtian looked around at the psychics surrounded by the military squad and asked, "What are you going to do with these people? Are you coming in such large numbers to arrest me?" Bai Nianen smiled and said, No, we're here to arrest the human traffickers. Sister Luo, you're a victim. If you have no other requests, you can leave. We take these people to the base commander." Hearing Bai Nianen's words, Luo Qingtian was instantly delighted. That meant she wouldn't have to leave the third base for the time being. She patted Bai Nianen's shoulder and said, "Okay, thank you. I be leaving now." Luo Qingtian patted Little Green, and Little Green transformed into a pair of large wings, and Luo Qingtian flew away. After Luo Qingtian left, a man in military uniform approached Bai Nianen and asked, "Is that the Luo Qingtian you were talking about?" Bai Nianen gazed at Luo Qingtian's back and nodded. "Yes, thanks to her, we were able to arrive safely." The man looked at Bai Nianen with a fiery, even agitated gaze. Bai Nianen knew what he was saying. "Lin Zheng, forget it. Sister Luo won't join any organization or any base. I'm afraid she won't stay at the third base for long." Lin Zheng smiled and said, "I didn't say anything. You're too sensitive." Bai Nianen had settled in the third base because Chang Haixian had arranged for them to work together. Bai Nianen and his team were essentially parachuted in. This led to a strained relationship between Lin Zheng's team and Bai Nianen's. Bai Nianen didn't care whether Lin Zheng was genuinely joking or not. He simply said, "The look in your eyes now is the same as when I first met Sister Luo. Back then, our base commander also wanted to keep her." But Luo Qingtian didn't even glance at him. Lin Zheng behind him sighed, "I get it. I just saw how strong she is. It would be nice if I could stay and deal with Bai Howren. Look at the third base now. It's basically all Bai Howren's property." After saying this, neither of them spoke again. They directed their respective teams to detain all the remaining survivors and psychics. Then, they tied them up and put them in the car, charging them with human trafficking. There were still some who refused to accept the situation, but Bai Nianen didn't hesitate, shooting them dead. After dealing with them, the military team's car headed towards the first inner city. This third base was truly chaotic. Bai Nianen was now doubting whether he had made the right decision to stay and help. Gu Yuyu was in a good mood. After returning to the first inner city, Gu Yuyu first entered the space to change clothes and wash up. She even went back to her room to put on some light makeup and searched the closet for a long time. She found a very ladylike dress and put it on. After completing all this, Luo Qingtian left the villa and headed straight for the flat ground. At this moment, 9 large pieces of earth fragments lay on the grass in the space. There were also some smaller fragments and some restriction collars. Luo Qingtian stepped forward to open the restriction collars and found that the earth fragments within had disappeared. She could even sense the joy of the space. This reassured Luo Qingtian that this space was likely alive. Luo Qingtian stood up, looked around, and tried to ask, "Is anyone here?" Chapter 284. But the entire space was silent. Only Dabai, Xiaolu, and Maoqiu turned to look at Luo Qingtian, their eyes filled with confusion. If you looked closely, you could see a hint of deepness in Maoqiu's eyes. Luo Qingtian waited for a moment, but no one responded. He asked again, "Is there anyone else here? Can we meet?" After a long while, with no response, Luo Qingtian pursed his lips and laughed dryly. How foolish of me to have thought there were others in this space. If there were, they would have appeared long ago. Luo Qingtian composed himself and looked at Maoqiu, who was also looking at him. There was a look of innocence on his face. "Maoqiu, I'm hungry." Although Shen Yuran still had some left, Luo Qingtian had recently become fond of Maoqiu's creations. Maoqiu put down the small hoe in his hands and trudged into the villa. Soon, the aroma of food wafted through the villa. Luo Qingtian walked into the villa with a smile, preparing for dinner. After eating and drinking, she briefly fixed her makeup, grabbed her electric scooter, and headed straight for the inn. She looked good dressed today, but she wondered if anyone would come and arrest her again. Luo Qingtian desperately wanted someone to arrest her. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian rode her electric scooter to the inn's entrance. Luo Qingtian put the electric scooter back into the space and walked slowly towards the counter. It was dinner time, and the old lady was munching on a hard bun she gotten from who knows where. Seeing Luo Qingtian approach, she was almost accustomed to it. "Your room is unoccupied, so I won't need your points anymore. As long as you stay here peacefully and don't get in trouble, that's all that matters." The old lady also realized by now that the group that came to capture the little girl would surely disappear the next day. If the little girl could handle them, she hoped she could stay, so no one else would be harmed. She just didn't know if her child would ever have a chance to return. The old lady's eyes instantly reddened at this thought. If only she could, she truly wished she had never been to the first inner city. Luo Qingtian looked at the old lady's reddened eyes without further questioning. He nodded to her and walked towards the end of the corridor. Not long after Luo Qingtian left, a sturdy man approached. "Mrs. Jiao, I saw a woman walk in. Is she a good item?" The old lady looked at the man expressionlessly and said, "It's not up to me to say whether it's good or not. You know for yourself after you see it. By the way, don't all three of you usually come together? Why are you all here today?" The man gritted his teeth upon hearing this and said, "It's that Chang Haixian who's been attacking us lately. He's already killed so many of our brothers. Now, 2 of our 3 factions have been evacuated. I wonder how much longer we can hold out in this nightclub." The man's fists clenched loudly as he spoke. Then, as if realizing something, he looked at the old woman. "Mrs. Jiao, don't spread what I'm telling you. Don't forget, your daughter is being held captive in the nightclub. Just be a bridge and provide us with supplies. Don't worry about anything else. Even if something does happen to us, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse." The old lady nodded nervously. I know. As she spoke, she clenched her hands beneath the counter. "Is that girl one of the base commander's people? Everyone in the 3rd base knows the base commander and the deputy commander are at odds. The deputy commander is a merchant. He's only interested in profit, while the base commander is appointed by the state. The 2 base commanders are currently feuding fiercely, which explains why this girl insisted on living in that room. Typically, those who could only afford 10 points are ordinary people with no connections and living in poverty. This girl is clearly not poor. Is she trying to sting?" Thinking of this, the old lady tried her best to suppress her excitement, smiled, and said, "Today's goods are indeed very good. I just wonder if after you take them away, can you give me a chance to see my daughter?" The man's mood instantly brightened at the old lady's flattering expression. "Okay. I tell your daughter about this." With that, the man, regardless of whether it was completely dark or not, led his men to the end of the corridor. Bang! The door to Luo Qingtian's room was violently kicked open. Then Luo Qingtian saw 5 large men rushing in. Luo Qingtian feigned fear. What do you want to do?" Luo Qingtian looked like a naive young flower. The large man's eyes lit up at Luo Qingtian's expression. He rubbed his chin and looked her up and down. I've been out and about for so long, and this is the first time I've seen such a pretty young woman. Ha ha, little girl, why don't you follow me? Luo Qingtian couldn't help but twitch his lips at this. She wanted to curse. I'm still looking for scraps, of course. She didn't say this out loud. She just took 2 timid steps back. Please let me go, please. I have a mother above me and brothers below me. Luo Qing shut up at this point, because she didn't know what to say next. The big man was immediately amused by Luo Qingtian's expression. You have a family? That's great. I help you support them. This way, we have leverage. No need to worry about this little girl disobeying. Luo Qingtian's fists were already hardened. The man next to the big man said, Brother, let the young master take this good stuff. We might be able to reap a lot of benefits. The big man thought about it and agreed. Instead of enjoying this little girl himself, it would be better to exchange her for more food. Thinking of this, the big man pulled a syringe from his pocket and stepped forward to stab Luo Qingtian in the neck. Ah! What are you doing? As soon as Luo Qingtian finished speaking, she closed her eyes. The large man stuffed Luo Qingtian into a sack and walked out with the group. They dumped Luo Qingtian into the trunk of a car and headed straight for the largest dance hall in the first inner city. As she was trapped in the trunk, Luo Qingtian opened her eyes. The cramped space made her feel very uncomfortable. She shifted her body and began to scan the minimap. She was still in the first city. Looks like she didn't need to go to another city this time. Just as she was thinking, the car stopped, the trunk opened, and Luo Qingtian was carried straight into the dance hall. Soon, Luo Qingtian was taken to a room. The sack containing her was also opened, and the group left the room. Luo Qingtian tried to open her eyes, but her third skill revealed that the room was full of cameras, so she could only close them for the time being and pretend to be asleep. Chapter 285. After escorting Luo Qingtian into the room, the men headed straight for the most luxurious private room in the nightclub. In the room, Bai He lazily reclined on the sofa, his head tilted back, eyes closed, a cigarette still dangling from his lips. White smoke rings continuously drifted from Bai He's mouth. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Bai He finally opened his eyes. The door opened, and the man who had captured Luo Qingtian stepped forward and saluted. Master Bai, we have some good stuff today, so I brought it to you. When Bai He heard the words good stuff, his entire body stiffened. Reflexively, he jumped up and looked at the man. You said good stuff? Where is it? The man, assuming Bai He was anxious to see the stuff, bowed and walked over to Bai He, smiling, Master, don't worry. I already put that little girl in the observation room. When I left, I even placed her right in the center of the surveillance camera. Take a look first. If you're not satisfied, I change it for you. Bai He stood up and pressed the remote control in front of him, and the TV across from him turned on. Soon, Luo Qingtian's face appeared on the TV. Seeing this, Bai He jumped in shock. The man beside him, seeing Bai He's expression, assumed that Bai He was also very optimistic about Luo Qingtian. He was so happy that he even thought he had secured his reward for the second half of the year. After all, such a beautiful and charming little girl is hard to find in the apocalypse. Young master, are you satisfied? If so, can you give me the second half of the year's rations in advance? Bai He had finally come to his senses. He looked at the man who had come to him to ask for a reward and wanted to slap him to death. Is this the good stuff you were talking about? And you still dare to ask for a reward? After saying this, Bai He pulled out a pistol from nowhere and fired several shots into the man's head. The man never knew Bai He's reason for killing him until his death. Bai He watched the man fall to the ground and then calmed down. He looked at the TV in front of him and said to the woman beside him, arrange someone immediately. Handle her and send her outside. The woman beside him heard Bai He say this, then looked at Luo Qingtian, who was still unconscious on the TV, and whispered, Secretary General, this woman is still unconscious. If you don't like her, we can just kill her. Isn't sending her outside a bit redundant? Bai He heard this, and smashed the pistol into the woman's forehead. Are you stupid? Even if you were unconscious, she wouldn't be unconscious. If she were unconscious, she wouldn't have been able to destroy my laboratory and my auction house on her own. Now you still want to kill her? Just go in with a weapon, and she finish you off. After saying this, the woman finally realized the person on TV was Luo Qingtian, the man Bai He feared the most. The woman didn't dare say anything more. She knelt on the ground, covering her forehead with her hands, and begged Bai He for mercy. Secretary General, I didn't know. Please forgive me. Bai He scowled at the woman, pointing at the man lying dead on the ground. You want my forgiveness? Then why don't you go and deal with what I said? Oh, and have the people who came with this idiot send Luo Qingtian away. Tell them not to recapture this woman if she shows up again. After hearing this, the woman stood up and ran out. He was gone. He paced back and forth in the room. The TV was still on. He stared at Luo Qingtian for a moment, then noticed his eyelids twitch slightly. That moment made he even more convinced that Luo Qingtian was feigning unconsciousness. He thought it over, then finally opened the door and ran out. He wanted to leave, and he absolutely couldn't let Luo Qingtian discover his presence. Luo Qingtian was observing her map with her eyes closed. Soon, she noticed several small blue dots on her map, heading towards the room she was in. Presumably, this time, they sent her to that young master, right? How would he extract a confession then? Should he ask directly about the fragments, or about the laboratory? From the way they spoke, it sounded as if these three forces were all one. Then, they must have discovered the function of the Earth fragments long ago. Alas, I wonder if I have any luck this time, if I can find another laboratory. Just as Luo Qingtian was lost in her wild thoughts, the door opened and one of the men who had abducted her walked in. He immediately sacked Luo Qingtian again. Then he carried her off. Luo Qingtian wondered, why would I have to put myself in a sack to meet the young master? Before Luo Qingtian could fully grasp the situation, she noticed the man carrying her out of the nightclub and throwing her into the car again. Luo Qingtian secretly rejoiced. It seemed her gamble had paid off this time. These men were taking her to the new laboratory. The car sped through First City. Luo Qingtian observed the surrounding scenery. The scenery was unfamiliar, and there was no sign of the intersection leading to the second and third cities. After driving for an unknown amount of time, the car finally stopped, and Luo Qingtian's heart raced. Has this arrived? A laboratory? Or something else? Before Luo Qingtian could fully grasp the situation, the trunk opened, and Luo Qingtian was carried out. The man then carefully placed Luo Qingtian on the ground. He turned and got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and was gone in an instant. A gust of wind blew by. Luo Qingtian opened her eyes. She reached out and tore apart the sack that had trapped her, then stood up and looked around. There was nothing around, nothing at all, not even a building. Had I been thrown out? Luo Qingtian thought about how much trouble she had caused in the second city. Had someone recognized her? Luo Qingtian felt a little depressed. It seemed she would have to disguise herself. She opened the minimap and explored the area for a while, confirming that no one was around. Luo Qingtian had little green transform into wings. She took to the sky and began searching for a way back. Although she was in the first city, it was too remote. It was already dark, with not even a single light. For a moment, she was unsure of where to fly. Just as Luo Qingtian was beginning to worry, the sound of a motorcycle suddenly emanated from the ground. Luo Qingtian looked down and saw a man sitting on the motorcycle, dressed in black. He was wearing a mask, and even at night, the motorcycle stood out. Luo Qingtian was delighted and immediately followed the motorcycle. After running for half an hour, Luo Qingtian finally saw the third base. Had she been left outside the base, looking in the direction, it was still the back of the base. Even the entrance was a small gate. Thankfully, she was lucky enough to have followed the motorcyclist back. Otherwise, it would have taken her a long time to find the base. Chapter 286. Luo Qingtian thought of this and looked down at the man still riding the motorcycle, only to find him vanish at some point. His minimap was dotted with small blue dots. It was already dark, so even if he tried, it would be a struggle. Luo Qingtian gave up the idea of searching for him. Now she just wanted to get back to the inn as quickly as possible, hoping someone would come to capture her tonight. With this thought, Luo Qingtian headed straight for the first city. Just as Luo Qingtian left, a man in black, riding a motorcycle, watched from a distance as Luo Qingtian left. Luo Qingtian. The man murmured Luo Qingtian's name, and the clouds obscuring the moon were blown away by a gust of wind. Moonlight streamed down, illuminating the man's face. It was the man Luo Qingtian had rescued from the laboratory. Luo Qingtian returned to the inn, but before doing so, she deliberately drove her electric scooter around the area for a long time. Then, he slowly walked back. Just as Luo Qingtian was heading back, a man not far away pointed at Luo Qingtian and said, "Boss, that woman is pretty good. Shall we go capture her?" The man in question looked up and nearly jumped in shock when he saw it was Luo Qingtian. Hadn't he just sent this woman away? How come she's back so soon? I had already sent her out of the base, hadn't I? Just as his subordinate was about to give it a try, the man kicked him in the calf. If you dare capture her, none of us will see the light of day tomorrow." After he finished speaking, the subordinate realized what was happening and whispered, "Boss, is this the woman we were told to capture?" The man nodded, looking nervously in Luo Qingtian's direction, and whispered, "She killed the boss ahead of me. Remember, go back and tell your brothers not to go to Mrs. Jiao's place anymore." After saying this, they lowered their heads and headed straight for the other side of the road. Luo Qingtian wandered around the inn until dusk, then happily returned. But that night, she had spent an unusually peaceful time. No one came to arrest her. The next night, no one came either. For 3 days in a row, no one came to arrest her. Even the old lady at the door noticed something was wrong. For 3 days in a row, none of these groups had come. Could they have given up on her? Luo Qingtian figured it out. It was probably because she had caused too much trouble at the auction that day. So now everyone here knew her and wouldn't try to take her to the lab or anywhere else. But if these people didn't arrest her, how could she find the earth fragments? Luo Qingtian pondered over it, becoming increasingly anxious. She immediately went to the old lady's side. The old lady was sitting behind the counter, watching. Without those people coming, she couldn't inquire about her daughter's condition, so she'd been feeling restless these past few days. Luo Qingtian stood beside the old lady for a long time, but she hadn't noticed, distracted as she was. "Boss, who are you looking at?" The old lady shuddered, realizing there was someone standing next to her. She turned to look at Luo Qingtian. "No one, what's up?" Luo Qingtian fetched a stool from his space and sat down next to the old lady. "Are there any other small hotels like yours around here?" The implication was, are there any other places like this offering robberies? The old lady naturally understood Luo Qingtian's meaning and shook her head. "I'm the only one around here. As for whether there are other places like mine, I'm not sure. If you really want to find a hotel like mine, you can go to the dance hall, the third nightclub, and have a look. As long as they're the women who were held against their will. Most of them have evidence against someone else." Luo Qingtian looked at the old lady with a half smile. The old lady was telling him that she, too, had family trapped in the third nightclub. That was why she had no choice but to do this. Is she trying to test whether he would help? Luo Qingtian leaned back slightly, looking at the old lady with a hint of amusement. The old lady felt guilty under Luo Qingtian's gaze. His aura was so strong that she felt like she was being stared at by a wild beast. Finally, unable to bear Luo Qingtian's gaze, the old lady sighed and said, "My daughter is in the third nightclub. If you're one of the base commander's men, and you want to take over the third nightclub, could you please rescue my daughter as well?" Luo Qingtian smiled and asked, "Why should I help you? I'm not one of the base commander's men. I'm just a wandering lone ranger. I want to be captured because those people have something I want. So, I'm afraid your plan will fail." Luo Qingtian stood up, gathered his stool, and prepared to leave. The old lady watched Luo Qingtian leave, and suddenly felt that if he left, she might never see her daughter again. She stepped out from behind the counter, and quickly walked over to Luo Qingtian. "Little girl, do you want to go to the third nightclub? I have a way to get you in." Luo Qingtian stopped and looked at the old lady. "Really?" Luo Qingtian could have found a way in on her own, but that would have made it difficult to find what she wanted, and she might even end up in a fight at the third nightclub. If she made too much of a fuss, she might be kicked out of the third base. That would have made it even harder for her to find the fragments. Seeing Luo Qingtian relent, the old lady immediately took out her points card and handed it to her. "Little girl, here are all my points. Take them. Go to the third nightclub and directly ask for number 32, Lu Xiaoyu. Just say I sent you there, and she help you." Luo Qingtian toyed with the points card. "Are you sure your daughter will help me?" The old lady said firmly, "Yes, but if she can really help you, can you get her out? I give you this hotel, and I take her away from here. I also take her to live outside of the third city. As long as we're together. Better than anything else." The old lady spoke sincerely. There was no trace of falsehood. Luo Qingtian nodded slightly. "I go and see. If your daughter can really help me find what I want, then I'd bring her out." Luo Qingtian turned and strode away. The old lady listened to Luo Qingtian's words, her heart nearly leaping with excitement. She turned and ran to her room, beginning to pack her things. As soon as her daughter returned, she would immediately take her daughter away. She had heard that the side door of the third base led to an open space, and further ahead was a small base. She would then take her daughter to that base. Chapter 287. Luo Qingtian walked out of the inn with the old lady's points card. She definitely couldn't go to a nightclub at this hour, so soon after leaving the inn, she found a spot and entered the space. In the space, 9 large earth fragments were already embedded in the ground. Half of them had been absorbed by the space, leaving the upper half exposed. It wouldn't take long for them to be completely absorbed. Luo Qingtian felt a surge of excitement. She wondered if she would gain new skills after absorbing all the earth fragments. Luo Qingtian felt a surge of anticipation. After examining the condition of the fragments, Luo Qingtian happily entered the villa, sat down on the sofa in the living room, grabbed her potato chips, and began to watch TV. A leisurely day passed, and it wasn't until evening that Luo Qingtian finally left the space after eating and drinking her fill. As soon as she left the space, she headed straight for the third nightclub. The entrance to the third nightclub was dazzling. People passed by constantly under the flickering lights. Luo Qingtian entered the room wearing a simple tracksuit. Her simple, smart attire, coupled with her lack of makeup, made her face radiantly pale. She quickly attracted considerable attention. Even several well-dressed men smiled in ambiguous ways upon seeing Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian didn't care. She walked straight in, found a waiter, asked for a private table, and sat down casually. The hall was ablaze with lights and music, and on the dance floor, several men and women were dancing together. As soon as Luo Qingtian sat down, someone approached and whispered, "Excuse me, miss, what can I do for you?" Luo Qingtian glanced sideways. He saw a well-dressed, reasonably good-looking young man. Luo Qingtian's lips curled slightly. "What can I order?" "Miss, please take a look at the menu first." The waiter placed a tablet in front of Luo Qingtian. The tablet displayed images of the nightclub's drinks and snacks. Luo Qingtian stared at the tablet in amazement. She hadn't expected a nightclub like the third base to be so advanced. She looked down at the prices on the tablet. Wow, a regular beer cost over 100 points. Luo Qingtian didn't order any drinks. She pointed at the juice and said, "Give me this." The waiter's mouth twitched as he looked at the 50-point flavor juice. This was the first time he'd seen someone come to the third nightclub and order juice instead of alcohol. And he even used points to reserve such a large private room. The waiter thought to himself, nodded respectfully to Luo Qingtian, and turned to prepare. "Wait a moment. Call over Lu Xiaoyu, number 32, over here." The waiter was stunned at the mention of Lu Xiaoyu's name, then looked nervously at Luo Qingtian. "Who would you like to order?" The waiter looked at Luo Qingtian uncertainly. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes and continued, "I'd like to order number 32, Lu Xiaoyu." "Is that okay?" The waiter's expression immediately changed. "Well, Lu Xiaoyu seems to have been feeling unwell lately, and hasn't applied for a ticket." Luo Qingtian's expression instantly changed. Her aura radiated, and she looked at the waiter with a half-smile. "I'd like to ask for number 32, Lu Xiaoyu." The waiter's expression also changed. "Miss, are you here to cause trouble? Do you know where this place is? Even if you have superpowers, you have to behave properly here." Before she could finish her words, there was a loud bang. Luo Qingtian kicked the waiter, sending her body careening onto the dance floor. Because someone suddenly flew over, many people stopped dancing and took cover. Even the music stopped at this moment. Luo Qingtian had restrained his kick, so the waiter wasn't seriously injured. After being kicked, he immediately stood up and pointed in Luo Qingtian's direction, cursing, "You bitch, don't you see where you are? How dare you come here and cause trouble? Brother Zhang, there's someone causing trouble." The waiter shouted somewhere, and then a man rushed in with a group of thugs. "How dare someone cause trouble here? Looking for young lady, what do you need?" The man who rushed in was the man who had abducted Luo Qingtian. The man's name was Zhang Huaqiang. When he saw Luo Qingtian, he instinctively wanted to run away, but then he remembered that Luo Qingtian didn't recognize him. He immediately changed his tone. From the information coming down from above, he knew that the woman in front of him was Luo Qingtian, and she was someone who could kill a mountain ghost. The thought of such a terrifying being captured by his former boss filled him with fear. Zhang Huaqiang's transformation shocked everyone present. No matter who came to this nightclub and caused trouble, they were all subdued. This was the first time they had ever seen a nightclub thug speak so politely to someone. Luo Qingtian had originally planned to wait for someone to come out and cause trouble, then tear the place apart and take advantage of the situation to find the debris and the person. But the man before her was so smiling that she couldn't find any reason to fight. Luo Qingtian looked at Zhang Huaqiang and said, "I need to get number 32, Lu Xiaoyu, over here." Zhang Huaqiang's face darkened slightly upon hearing this, but seeing the flying fire mysterious bow suddenly appear in Luo Qingtian's hand, he nodded immediately. Okay, I'd bring it to you right away. Don't worry, everyone. Keep playing the music and dancing. As Zhang Huaqiang spoke, he glanced overhead. A colorful glass lamp hung from the ceiling of the dance hall. But behind the ceiling lamp, there lay a huge gray stone. Anyone entering the dance hall was prevented from using supernatural powers, yet the woman before him remained completely unaffected. Zhang Huaqiang finally understood why the person above had specifically warned against provoking this evil spirit. Zhang Huaqiang quickly left the lobby, turned, and entered the back door of the nightclub. Then he went downstairs. He arrived in the basement. Zhang Huaqiang walked straight into a small room at the very back. In the small room, a disheveled woman crouched. Hearing someone approach, she cowered in a corner, terrified. "Please stop hitting me. I won't do it again." Zhang Huaqiang frowned at the woman before him. "Lu Xiaoyu, come with me." Lu Xiaoyu waved her hands in fear at Zhang Huaqiang's words. "Please, I won't do it again. I really won't do it." Zhang Huaqiang stepped forward and pulled Lu Xiaoyu to her feet. "I told you to come with me." "Ah." "No," Lu Xiaoyu began to struggle in Zhang Huaqiang's grasp. Looking at the madwoman before him, Zhang Huaqiang thought of Luo Qingtian, who was still waiting in the private room. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Xiaoyu, stop pretending. If you keep messing around, I kill your mother." Chapter 288. Lu Xiaoyu immediately stopped struggling upon hearing Lu Huaqiang's words, tears streaming down her face like beads from a broken string. Watching Lu Xiaoyu calm down, Zhang Huaqiang continued, "Go to the private room and take care of that lunatic. Remember not to cause any trouble for me, or I make sure your mother never sees the sun again." Lu Xiaoyu remained silent, her head lowered as she continued to cry. Zhang Huaqiang turned and left, and Lu Xiaoyu followed him, pursing her lips in anger. Zhang Huaqiang and Lu Xiaoyu quickly packed up and headed straight for the private room in the front hall. In the private room, Luo Qingtian stared at the men and women dancing on the dance floor with a chill. Perhaps because of the warning, or perhaps because Luo Qingtian's aura was so obvious, the rest of the place was bustling with activity, but Luo Qingtian's area was completely deserted. Some people didn't even dare to pass by, avoiding the area from afar. The usual drink vendors, frightened by Luo Qingtian's unwelcome face, retreated. This made Luo Qingtian's place seem even more deserted. Though they didn't dare approach, many still stole glances. Luo Qingtian didn't mind, but she was growing impatient waiting. She glanced around, wondering where she should begin if she were to start a party herself. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to get up, Zhang Huaqiang arrived with his men. "Guest, this is Lu Xiaoyu, number 32, whom you ordered. She used to be the top girl in our third nightclub. Have fun," Zhang Huaqiang said, smiling, and left. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Luo Qingtian awkwardly, her hands clasped tightly together, appearing extremely nervous. "Guest, what would you like to drink?" Lu Xiaoyu said cautiously, about to step forward to pour wine, but there was only a glass of juice on Luo Qingtian's table, not even a fruit plate. Lu Xiaoyu felt a moment of embarrassment. She felt a little unsure of her position standing in front of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian gestured to the seat across from him, and said, "Please sit down. Your mother gave me all her points, and told me to come find you." Lu Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief when she heard it was her mother who had called. She looked at Luo Qingtian with red eyes. "Is my mother okay? Has she done too much for me?" Luo Qingtian looked at Lu Xiaoyu with a half smile. "What do you mean by too much? Like those places offering people to capture?" After saying this, Lu Xiaoyu's face paled. She lowered her head, not daring to speak. She was afraid Luo Qingtian would be upset and leave her alone. If she returned to that dark place, she didn't know if she would make it out alive. Luo Qingtian yawned and looked at Lu Xiaoyu playfully. "My saving you has conditions. Do you know who's behind this dance hall?" Lu Xiaoyu nodded. "It's the deputy base commander and a businessman." "What else?" Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. "I'm just a bartender. I don't know anything else." Luo Qingtian didn't doubt Lu Xiaoyu's words. If Lu Xiaoyu really knew, then there was something fishy going on. At this moment, a waiter approached timidly. He placed a fruit plate in front of Luo Qingtian. "Dear guest, this is a fruit plate from our dance hall. Please accept it." Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow at the person delivering the fruit plate and nodded slightly. Only after the waiter left did Luo Qingtian sigh helplessly. "Oh, they even gave me a fruit plate. How can I find fault with them?" Across from him, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes twitched when she heard this. It seemed this person was here to cause trouble. No wonder everyone nearby looked at them, as if they were a freak. Lu Xiaoyu thought, stealing a glance at the fruit plate on the table. It contained a few apples, bananas, and pears. She quietly swallowed. She hadn't eaten a single bite of fruit in ages. Since the apocalypse began, she hadn't had a full meal, not even after being captured here. Even when she was serving drinks, no one offered her a bite of fruit. She lowered her head, trying not to smell the fruity aroma. Luo Qingtian glanced at the fruit plate in front of her. A few rotten apples, a far cry from the ones in her own space. She pushed the plate toward Lu Xiaoyu and said, "Eat it. I ask you something after you're done." Lu Xiaoyu looked at Luo Qingtian in disbelief. "You're giving this to me?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "You don't like it?" No, thank you." Lu Xiaoyu picked up the fruit plate, lowered her head, and began to eat. Luo Qingtian watched Lu Xiaoyu eat a few pieces, and was about to ask her questions when a man suddenly approached from a distance. "Haha, Lu Xiaoyu, you bitch, you're still being let out?" The man approached and grabbed Lu Xiaoyu's hair. "I haven't settled the score for biting me last time yet, and I didn't expect you to be let out. I guess I need to have a serious talk with the person in charge here." Lu Xiaoyu stumbled from the pull, dropping the fruit plate. Lu Xiaoyu tried to struggle, but the man grabbed her hair and was about to attack. Bang! Luo Qingtian kicked the man away. His gaze turned dangerous. He felt his body fall apart as he was sent flying. He stood up, clutching his chest and looking at Luo Qingtian. "You bitch, you dare to hit me? I think you're tired of living," the man said, pointing at the men he had brought with him. "Hit them now." Then two men rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was waiting for someone to come and cause trouble, so she could find an opportunity to mess things up. And then someone showed up. She instantly perked up. As the two men charged, Luo Qingtian stood up and delivered a flying kick, sending them both flying. Because of the excessive force, Luo Qingtian shoved them into the wall, so hard no one could get them out. The man opposite, terrified by this scene, turned and ran, shouting, "Just wait! This isn't over yet." The sudden change caused everyone present to quickly retreat and search for Zhang Huaqiang. Zhang Huaqiang, who was eating at the time, was so frightened by the news that he dropped his steamed bun and walked out. Luo Qingtian had just sat down when she heard Lu Xiaoyu say, "Beautiful girl, you better leave quickly." That man's name is Qin Xiaong, and he's said to be the son of a powerful figure in the base. He'd probably bring a lot of thugs with him. Even if you have special abilities, you won't be able to use them here, so you're still biting him? Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu lowered her head and said, I was just impulsive. That's why she was locked up in the basement to die." But just as she finished speaking, she saw Qin Xiaong, who had just left, rushing into the nightclub with a large group of people, heading straight for Luo Qingtian's private room. Luo Qingtian watched the group of men approaching him, his eyes gleaming and a bloodthirsty smile playing on his lips. It was like someone had given him a pillow just when he was sleepy. He could finally have a fight here. Chapter 289. Luo Qingtian quietly watched the men approaching him. As they approached, they drew their guns and aimed at Luo Qingtian. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots were fired, but Luo Qingtian remained motionless, the little green on his shoulder blocking all the bullets. "This woman is truly wicked," someone in the crowd shouted, and another round of attacks began. The rest of the people in the dance hall had all ducked out when the fighting began. In this dance hall, even powerful psychics had to bow their heads and surrender when faced with firearms. The enemy continued to fire at Luo Qingtian. But every bullet missed Luo Qingtian. It was the first time the man on the other side had seen his firearms rendered ineffective by a psychic. Luo Qingtian had already stood up, preparing to slowly approach them. A bloodthirsty smile graced her face, and the flying fire mysterious bow instantly appeared in her hand. The man across from him saw the flying fire mysterious bow in Luo Qingtian's hand. His eyes widened instantly. What's going on? She can use superpowers? Could she also be? Quick, call Leopard Girl and the others over. As soon as he finished speaking, someone rushed out, but Luo Qingtian's flying fire mysterious bow had already struck them. 3 arrows fired, and the entire dance hall exploded. Most of the people on the other side were killed by Luo Qingtian's 3 arrows. This time, the man across from him finally felt fear. He stared at Luo Qingtian nervously and shouted, "You can't kill me. My father is a high-ranking figure in the 3rd base." With these words, Luo Qingtian's flying fire mysterious bow instantly vanished. Just when the man thought Luo Qingtian was afraid of him, Luo Qingtian suddenly appeared before him. Bang! Luo Qingtian punched the man in the stomach. The man was instantly sent flying. Luo Qingtian's punch was restrained. It wasn't a fatal blow, but the man still spat out blood. He pointed at Luo Qingtian, but as he opened his mouth, another mouthful of blood gushed out. Luo Qingtian said, "Sorry. I didn't hold back. I injured you internally." The man across from him convulsed in pain, pointing at Luo Qing, speechless. He soon collapsed to the ground. At this moment, two people rushed in. A man and a woman. Upon seeing Luo Qingtian, the woman transformed into a leopard. The man transformed into a bear. They rushed towards Luo Qingtian. At this moment, Zhang Huaqiang also arrived at the dance hall. Seeing Luo Qingtian fighting a leopard and a bear, his face paled. The Qin family was truly courting death, bringing their fused people here to cause trouble. This is clearly an attempt to destroy the third nightclub. Thinking of this, Zhang Huaqiang cautiously approached Qin Shaoquang, who was huddled in the corner. "Young Master Qin, please stop. This woman cannot be provoked." Qin Shaoquang sneered at Zhang Huaqiang. "What? Now you're willing to come out and stop being a coward? I've been beaten like this and you still want me to let it go? Last time I asked you to deal with Lu Xiaoyu, you left her alive. Now I want to kill her, and you come to stop me. What? Do you really think our Qin family is a pushover in the base?" Zhang Huaqiang's face was ashen as a sullen expression. "Young Master Qin, that's not the case. This woman has been told not to be provoked, especially from the young master. For the sake of the Qin family, you better stop and leave." Zhang Huaqiang wailed inwardly. Judging by the current situation, he knew he couldn't get through without Luo Qingtian smashing something. This Qin Shaoquang was simply a disaster. But Qin Shaoquang thought Zhang Huaqiang was just trying to scare him. He clutched his aching stomach and said, "I brought the Grey Thugs this time. Now, she's not the only one who can use superpowers. My men can too." After saying this, Qin Shaoquang shouted to the two men fighting Luo Qingtian, "Catwoman, Bearman. Hit her hard. If you don't kill her, you won't survive. I want to see you tear this woman apart." With these words, the Catwoman and Bearman intensified their attacks on Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's attacks were effortless from beginning to end. She could sense the same aura from the two men as made duo. They must be with the people in the lab. Since seeing them, Luo Qingtian had been considering whether to capture them and search for information about the lab. But after hearing Qin Shaoquang's words, Luo Qingtian immediately changed her mind. She no longer wanted to fight the leopard woman and the bear man. She increased her strength, sending both flying with one punch. The two landed right next to Qin Shaoquang. Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes and looked at him. "Want to kill me?" Luo Qingtian's face was filled with evil and bloodlust. A tang sword suddenly appeared in her hand. Luo Qingtian swung it fiercely at Qin Shaoquang. "Aw, don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Qin Shaoquang clutched his head in fear. But the sword finally pierced the leopard woman's throat, pinning her to the wall. The leopard woman was killed instantly. Watching Luo Qingtian kill her with a single blow, Qin Shaoquang finally realized the danger Luo Qingtian was in. Yellow liquid was still flowing from his body. Luo Qingtian looked at the bear man and was about to attack when he suddenly roared and bit the leopard woman. Then, his body began to twist. And then, in front of everyone, he transformed into a lump of flesh. Luo Qingtian was shocked. He had never imagined this man would eventually become a fusion human. The lump of flesh then dragged the leopard woman's body into itself and completely absorbed her. Then the lump of flesh rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stepped back, then his fist instantly turned green and struck the lump of flesh. Bang! The lump of flesh attempted to absorb Luo Qingtian, but before it could do anything, Luo Qingtian punched Qin Shaoquang. The lump of flesh then absorbed Qin Shaoquang, who was beneath it, into its body. Qin Shaoquang possessed metallic powers, so after absorbing him, the lump of flesh grew considerably larger. Perhaps realizing the benefits of absorbing psychics, the lump began to wriggle toward nearby areas where people were present, extending its tentacles to grab anyone who came close. Thus, what had originally been a battle between the Qin family and Luo Qingtian became a massacre instinctively devoured by the lump of flesh. The entire dance hall echoed with wails. Some psychics and ordinary people who tried to escape were entangled by the lump's tentacles. They were then dragged into the hot mass of flesh. Luo Qingtian's flying fire mysterious bow had already appeared. Chapter 290. She fired more than a dozen flaming arrows at the lump of flesh. The entire dance hall was instantly destroyed by Luo Qingtian's explosion. The lump of flesh remained intact, unscathed, which surprised Luo Qingtian, considering the nightclub had been destroyed. The entire ceiling of the building crashed down to the ground. "Ah! Help me!" From behind, Lu Xiaoyu's voice reached Luo Qingtian. Using her third skill, she discovered that Lu Xiaoyu was being pinned by fallen rocks from the ceiling. There was also a large gray rock on the ceiling. Luo Qingtian sheathed her flying fire mysterious bow, and leaped to Lu Xiaoyu's side. She removed the rocks from her body, and the large gray rock was the earth fragment she was looking for. After collecting the earth fragment, she lifted Lu Xiaoyu up. Her lower body was covered in blood. Her feet were slightly deformed. She didn't even have the strength to stand. Beautiful girl, I might not be able to go back to see my mother. Lu Xiaoyu could even feel her body growing heavier. Luo Qingtian really didn't want to hear her talk, so he cast 2 healing abilities at her. He released Bai and had him take her away, then turned back to deal with the fused being. The fused being had completely lost control. It wasn't just absorbing humans. It was also absorbing the food scraps that fell in the dance hall. Luo Qingtian instantly switched to the Amos ice bow. She drew her bow and fired an arrow at the lump of flesh. After devouring a group of people and things, the lump of flesh had grown incredibly tall, even capable of absorbing her attacks. Luo Qingtian frowned as she watched the scene unfold. This thing's ability to devour grew stronger and stronger. This wasn't good news. She whispered to Little Green on her shoulder, "Little Green, we're both devouring, so why is this thing growing stronger faster than you? You must have eaten more than it, right?" Little Green glared at the hunk of flesh across from her. She was actually being looked down upon. Just as she was about to strike, Luo Qingtian had already rushed towards the hunk of flesh again. Her hands were enveloped in a layer of green. She struck the hunk of flesh with all her might. Boom! Although the punch was powerful, the hunk's massive body trembled twice. But it still gave Luo Qingtian the feeling of hitting cotton. It felt powerless. Luo Qingtian pulled her hand back and tried punching the hunk of flesh several more times, until both her hands were stuck to its body. Luo Qingtian's hands felt the same absorption sensation again. Luo Qingtian's eyes were cold as he infused both of his hands with the poison skill. A large amount of venom flowed from his hands. Soon, the lump of flesh began to shrink. Xiaolu had now discovered a way to deal with the lump of flesh. It imbued all of its tentacles with poisonous abilities, and then plunged them into the lump of flesh. The lump of flesh began to panic. It began to struggle, trying to break free. At that moment, a small ball of flesh broke free from the massive main body. It then hurriedly ran backwards. The lump that had been fighting Luo Qingtian was finally completely dissolved by Xiaolu and Luo Qingtian's venom, until the lump of flesh completely disappeared in the green venom. Luo Qingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief. After absorbing the solution from the ground, she sat down, panting heavily. Her hand was covered in numerous bloody holes, oozing blood. Luo Qingtian carefully examined the wounds. It felt like being pricked by numerous needles. She could also feel something trying to penetrate her arm. This feeling frightened her. She cast a healing power on her arm. Although the wound was healing, the pain still lingered. At this moment, behind Luo Qingtian, a small fleshy ball was inching closer to her. While she was paying attention to her arm, it suddenly jumped up and rushed towards her. Startled, Luo Qingtian was about to reach out to grab it. Suddenly, a large hand appeared and grabbed the small fleshy ball with its bare hands. The next moment, a black beam of light appeared in the palm of the hand. With a snap, the small fleshy ball turned into black powder. Luo Qingtian stared blankly at the man who had suddenly appeared before her. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and was handsome. His eyes were deep and profound. For some reason, Luo Qingtian felt that the man before her looked familiar. The man looked at Luo Qingtian and reached out to grab her wrist. Luo Qingtian reflexively extended her other hand to block the man's grasping hand. His eyes were filled with caution and hostility. The man opened his mouth and pointed at Luo Qingtian's arm. "There's something. I can heal." The man spoke slowly and awkwardly, and there was a subtle hint of joy in his eyes as he looked at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian raised her arm and looked. The man grabbed her wrist, and a black beam flashed from his hand. The sensation of something drilling into her arm instantly vanished, and the pain in her arm also subsided. The man pointed at her arm and continued, "Their bodies are alive. To be destroyed." Hearing the man's words, Luo Qingtian suddenly thought, "Are you from the lab too?" The man remained silent, simply staring at Luo Qingtian. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. "Sister Luo, are you okay?" Bai Nian approached from behind. By this time, the entire dance hall had been destroyed by Luo Qingtian. Even the surrounding walls had been reduced to half a person's height from the battle with the fusion man. Bai Nian jumped in from outside the wall and quickly walked to Luo Qingtian's side. He stared in amazement at the dilapidated, shabby dance hall. He secretly gave Luo Qingtian a thumbs up. Sister Luo, you're truly amazing. You went to 3 places and destroyed them all, and all 3 of them are the Baihe family's most profitable businesses. Now that all 3 are destroyed, you can imagine Bai Haoran is fuming in his office right now. Luo Qingtian looked at Bai Nianan and said, "Why are you here?" "I just came here for some fun, but I didn't expect to encounter a monster, so I took care of it." "Oh, thanks to this guy for helping me." Luo Qingtian was about to hand the young man in front of her over to Bai Nianan. After all, he's from the lab, so he should be able to be of some help. Thinking of this, she turned and looked at the handsome young man who had just helped her. Where's he? Luo Qingtian looked around. Who knew when that guy had disappeared? She searched the mini-map, but to her surprise, there was no sign of him anywhere. Chapter 291. Bai Nianan watched Luo Qingtian searching for someone and followed suit. After confirming there were no strange people around, he looked at Luo Qingtian curiously. "Sister Luo, who are you looking for?" Luo Qingtian shook her head. "No one." "But why are you here?" Luo Qingtian glanced behind Bai Nianan. Not far away, Lin Zheng was directing the small group of soldiers he had brought with him to arrest people. The arrests were all from the nightclub. Luo Qingtian looked at Bai Nianan with a half-smile. "Is this where your enemies are?" Bai Nianan laughed dryly. "Yes. Sister Luo is amazing. There must be no one else besides Bai He who could be called an enemy by Bai Nianan and his gang." However, what Luo Qingtian hadn't expected was that Bai He could actually commit so many unscrupulous acts in this third base. Could he possibly enforce justice for himself? That way, he could also collect some earth fragments? The more Luo Qingtian thought about it, the more convinced he was. His eyes suddenly brightened as he looked at Bai Nianan. Bai Nianan was bewildered by the stares he was receiving. Especially when he saw Luo Qingtian's gleaming eyes, he felt as if he were being watched by a powerful being. He glanced at himself, then at Luo Qingtian. "Sister Luo, is there something wrong with you?" Luo Qingtian stepped forward, patted Bai Nianan on the shoulder, and said, "Yes, it is. Let's talk." Just as Luo Qingtian was about to drag Bai Nianan out to talk, Bai's angry voice rang out. "Ouch!" Then someone outside shouted, "Don't let it get away." Luo Qingtian's brows furrowed, and he turned and jumped out. Soon, Luo Qingtian found Bai surrounded by a group of people. Bai Nianan also heard Bai's voice. At this moment, he panicked. Could it be that Lin Zhang's men had gone off the deep end and were trying to corner the giant white tiger? If so, Luo Qingtian would be deeply offended. Thinking this way, he followed Luo Qingtian. When they found Bai, he still had several wounds on his body. Particularly on his legs, the wounds were visibly festering. A group of men in white coats were surrounding Bai, aiming strange guns at him. On Bai's back lay the unconscious Lu Xiaoyu. At this moment, the tiger and the man were trapped in a corner not far from the nightclub. When Luo Qingtian arrived, he happened to witness this scene. When Bai saw Luo Qingtian, a look of grievance instantly crossed his eyes. He looked at Luo Qingtian with tears in his eyes. He even raised his injured leg and stared at Luo Qingtian, expressing his grievance and sadness. Seeing Bai like this, anger instantly ignited. Luo Qingtian could tolerate these people harming her, but she absolutely could not tolerate anyone harming Bai, Xiaolu, and Mao Qiu. Especially Bai, whom she had personally raised. At this thought, Luo Qingtian's blood boiled. She rushed forward quickly. She punched the man in the white coat who had been shouting the loudest, instantly blasting his head apart. Then, a flaming bone knife appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. She rushed towards these people like a madman, severing their heads one by one. The white coats had never expected anyone to dare harm them in the third base. They raised their strange guns and fired at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was surprised to discover that the objects these people fired weren't bullets, but a mass of green matter. Luo Qingtian dodged the bullets while charging towards them. Soon, most of them were eliminated. Bai Nianan also arrived. Seeing that the men fighting Luo Qingtian weren't members of the military squad, Bai Nianan breathed a sigh of relief. He had always known that Luo Qingtian possessed a large white tiger and a seaweed ball. The ball and the tiger had always been Luo Qingtian's Achilles heel. If anyone had the intention of harming them, they would surely push Luo Qingtian into opposition. Just as he ran over here, he had already planned how to secretly leave the third base. But when he saw the white coats, Bai Nianan's heart finally dropped to the ground. Lightning flashed at his hand. Lightning blades struck the white coats behind Luo Qingtian. Quickly, The white coats were blasted away by Bai Nian's lightning ability. Luo Qingtian executed a brilliant turn. After dispatching the men in front of him, he quickly rushed toward those behind him. He raised his bone knife again, cleaving a white-coated individual aiming at him in two. As blood spurted toward Luo Qingtian, Xiaolu transformed into a shield, blocking the stain. By this point, the white-coated individuals realized they were no match for the female assassin before them. They abandoned their attempts to attack the white tiger and, instead, got into a nearby car and prepared to flee. Luo Qingtian gazed at the departing car, her gaze growing even darker and colder. The flying fire mysterious bow instantly appeared, and she drew her bow and unleashed 6 flaming arrows in rapid succession. The 3 vehicles were hit, and the next moment, a massive explosion sent them all soaring into the air. Luo Qingtian's movements continued as she drew her bow and fired again at the men being blown away. Explosions echoed in the air. The fleeing white-coated men were reduced to ash, leaving not even a trace. After dealing with them, Dabai hopped over to Luo Qingtian's side. Luo Qingtian retracted his murderous aura and rage, knelt down, and touched Dabai's head. "Dabai, does it still hurt?" Dabai whimpered, raising his paw, expressing the pain and grievance of his injuries. Luo Qingtian carefully examined Dabai's injuries, and cast 2 healing spells on his legs. Dabai's wounds healed at a visible rate. But for some reason, the wound, having healed, began to fester again the instant it healed. Luo Qingtian even saw something wriggling on Dabai's leg, and Dabai was trembling with pain. Startled, Luo Qingtian grabbed Dabai's leg. Observing closely, she was surprised to find that the injury on Dabai's leg was identical to her own arm injury. This meant that something was currently burrowing into Dabai's body. Xiaolu, telepathically sent a message to Dabai. Xiaolu immediately extended a tentacle and placed it on Dabai's head, and another tentacle on Luo Qingtian's head. Then, Luo Qingtian could hear Dabai's sobbing voice in his mind. Dabai's voice was like a little boy's. "Mom. Something's burrowing into my leg. Now it's trying to burrow into me. It hurts." After saying this, Dabai looked even more aggrieved. Luo Qingtian thought of the little brother who had helped her. If he had been there at this moment, perhaps Dabai wouldn't have suffered so much. Luo Qingtian thought of this and looked around. Chapter 292. But the young man in black wasn't anywhere near. Luo Qingtian pursed his lips, feeling even more distressed as he looked at Dabai, his eyes brimming with tears. She looked at her own hands, and suddenly, strands of white thread, as thin as cow hair, appeared in them. Luo Qingtian held Dabai's hands, and slowly inserted the thread into Dabai's legs. At this moment, Bai Nian approached. Seeing Luo Qingtian diligently grasping Dabai's legs, which bore deep scars visible to the bone, the words he had been about to ask died on his lips. He simply waited quietly by Luo Qingtian's side until he finished. Dabai convulsed in pain, but he didn't resist, staring at him with a look of grievance. He truly believed in everything Luo Qingtian had done for him. But his tears fell more violently. Luo Qingtian didn't know the purpose of her tiny threads, but after sensing Dabai's pain, she had a bold idea, to combine her third skill with her growth skill. She would then use these lifelines to search for whatever was trying to penetrate Dabai's body. Luo Qingtian closed her eyes, letting her lifelines search Dabai's body. These lifelines continued to crawl towards Dabai's body, and the muscle lines within Dabai's body became clear in Luo Qingtian's mind. Just as the lifelines were about to reach Dabai's body, she finally found a small, almost invisible tumor within Dabai's body. If she hadn't maximized her third skill and all her mental power, Luo Qingtian would have barely been able to see the tiny object. The tumor was slowly burrowing into Dabai's body. As it did so, it didn't forget to bite at Dabai. With each bite, the tumor grew slightly larger. Luo Qingtian watched as the tumor had grown from the size of a yellow rice grain to the size of a large one. At this point, Luo Qingtian was certain that this very thing was causing Dabai's pain. She directed the white lifeline toward the tumor, then pierced its core. Luo Qingtian attempted to absorb all of the tumor's vitality into her body. The small tumor crunched and was absorbed by the white light. Luo Qingtian then looked at Dabai, who didn't seem to be in as much pain. Confirming that Dabai was alright, she retracted her lifeline and once again unleashed her healing power on him. This time, the wound healed without reopening. Seeing that Dabai was alright, Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. After Dabai recovered, he rubbed his head against Luo Qingtian, acting coquettishly. Luo Qingtian reached out and gently stroked Dabai's head. Xiaolu then transformed his tentacles into a large hand and gently stroked Dabai's head, comforting him. Watching Dabai recover, Bai Nianan pointed at Lu Xiaoyu, who was still lying on Debai's back, and asked, Sister Luo, who is this? Luo Qingtian then remembered Lu Xiaoyu, and stepped forward to help her up. She discovered that Lu Xiaoyu had the same wounds on her arms as Debai. There was also a scratch on her forehead. Luo Qingtian saw bumps on Lu Xiaoyu's skin. These bumps were now rapidly crawling into her body. It was just a hair's breadth away from penetrating Lu Xiaoyu's internal organs. The white line in Luo Qingtian's hand reappeared, extending into Lu Xiaoyu's body. Quickly, the small tumors were absorbed by Luo Qingtian. He unleashed several healing powers on Lu Xiaoyu, and she slowly awoke. Beauty, it's me. The first thing Lu Xiaoyu did upon waking was to glance around, making sure there was no danger. She breathed a sigh of relief. What happened to you? How did you get hurt? Luo Qingtian frowned at Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. I don't know. Not long after Debaihu and I left, we were targeted by a group of people wearing white clothes in a car. They were shooting at us with strange guns. I was shot several times, and I don't remember anything after that. Luo Qingtian looked at Debai, who nodded. At this moment, Bai Nianan picked up a white spear from the side. Is this the gun? It looks a bit strange. Luo Qingtian took the white gun and examined it carefully. Looking at the magazine, he discovered that it wasn't filled with any elixir, but rather a black liquid. The liquid was still squirming, looking quite disgusting. Bai Nianan frowned at the liquid and asked, What is this? Luo Qingtian shook his head. I don't know, but if you get hit by this thing, it's very likely to eat you. After saying this, Bai Nianan's face paled. What the hell? Eaten? This thing? Luo Qingtian nodded and looked behind him. Isn't Chen Huiyan here today? Luo Qingtian felt that only Chen Huiyan could figure this out. Bai Nianan shook his head. He's been tinkering with things in his dorm these past few days. He's refused to go to that lab the base commander had mentioned. So we just let him go. Luo Qingtian no longer had the urge to continue, as Lin Zheng and the others were already chasing them. It looked like they captured quite a few people at the nightclub this time. She rolled over, leaped onto Debai's back, and said, Where are you staying? I find you later. Luo Qingtian knew Luo Qingtian had something to ask him. He immediately pulled out a small notebook, wrote down his address, and handed it to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian took the address and directed Debai to run off into the distance. Bright daylight had already arrived when they returned to the inn. After a night of tossing and turning, Luo Qingtian was tired. After returning Debai to the space, Lu Xiaoyu rushed into the inn impatiently. The old lady had been waiting at the door, since Luo Qingtian agreed to rescue them. When she saw Lu Xiaoyu rush into the inn unharmed, she could barely believe her eyes. Mom! I'm home. The moment Lu Xiaoyu entered, she threw herself into the old lady's arms. The old lady also hugged Lu Xiaoyu tightly. The mother and daughter cried, oblivious to the others. Luo Qingtian, still thinking about finding Bai Nianan, turned and left without saying anything. At this moment, the old lady quickly called out to Luo Qingtian, Little girl, thank you. Luo Qingtian waved her hand and left. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu, as if determined, shouted, I know you're looking for meteorites. I know where they are. This successfully stopped Luo Qingtian in her tracks. You know, Lu Xiaoyu nodded, I saw it today when I was pinned by the rocks. You took away all the gray meteorites from the nightclub. Actually, I seen even bigger ones. I used to work for Baihaoran. Chapter 293. Luo Qingtian stopped and looked at Lu Xiaoyu. You mean you know where that gray stone is? Lu Xiaoyu nodded, yes. Actually, I know a lot. Those who came to arrest me last night were afraid I knew too much, so they came to silence me. Luo Qingtian went into the old lady's room to listen to Lu Xiaoyu's story about the earth fragments. It turned out that not long after the third base was established, near the side entrance of the third base. One night, the sky suddenly became unusually bright. And then, a huge meteorite fell from the sky. At that time, Lu Xiaoyu was still Baihaoran's secretary. After hearing the news, Baihaoran drove with her. As they approached the meteorite, Baihaoran discovered that all the superpowered people he had brought with him had collapsed to the ground. Only the ordinary people, armed with guns and ammunition, remained unharmed. Being able to deprive a psychic of their powers delighted him immensely, so he did everything he could to bring the meteorite back and then cut it in half. He then studied each of them separately, and used the meteorite for even more purposes. At this point, Lu Xiaoyu looked at Luo Qingtian. It's also because of this meteorite. This put the Chang Haichuan base director in a very passive position. No matter what tactics their forces used against Baihaoran, they were restrained by the meteorite. Therefore, Baihaoran, with the help of this meteorite, practically controlled the entire base. Luo Qingtian looked Lu Xiaoyu up and down and said, "Then how did you end up in the nightclub?" Lu Xiaoyu lowered her head and pursed her lips, her face flushing red and white for a moment. Because of Qin Shaoquang. The reason Baihaoran didn't completely control the third base was because of the Qin family's sudden change. When I was in the government building, the Qin father and son often visited Baihaoran's office to discuss matters. The Qin family had always wanted a piece of the meteorite's existence. The Qin family was also the largest family in the third base, and they were Baihaoran's biggest supporters. If the third base wanted to use helicopters, it had to come from the Qin family. Qin Shaoquang targeted me, constantly causing trouble for me. He even tried to coerce me. In the end, he even directly asked Baihaoran for me. I kept refusing, so Qin Shaoquang had my mother kidnapped. Luo Qingtian looked at the old woman in front of him. What happened next? You still haven't told me how you got to the nightclub. Because of my mother, I agreed to steal the meteorite from Qin Shaoquang. At that time, the meteorite had already been cut into several pieces by Baihaoran. The two largest pieces were intended for Baihaoran's laboratory. I led Qin Shaoquang's men to steal one piece in the middle of the night. The truth was revealed. Qin Shaoquang's men and Baihaoran's men fought. I took advantage of the chaos to hide the meteorite. Luo Qingtian looked at Lu Xiaoyu, pondering the truth of her words. So you and Baihaoran both still have the meteorite in their hands? Lu Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, that's why they don't dare let me die, nor do they dare let my mother die. Luo Qingtian looked at Lu Xiaoyu with a half smile. Is the meteorite you hid big? Lu Xiaoyu nodded. It's pretty big. Because it's been shattered so many times, the one I hid is only about the size of 2 wash basins at most. But it's still nothing compared to the one Baihaoran hid in the government building. After Baihaoran and the Qin family reached a consensus, he sent me to the nightclub and had the people there interrogate me daily. But I gritted my teeth and kept silent, and Qin Shaoquang tormented me almost every day. I simply refused to compromise, just to stay alive. Beautiful, that's all I know. I know Baihaoran has a meteorite in the government building, in his laboratory, and in the lab he and the base commander co-founded. Yesterday, I heard Zhang Huaqiang and the others say that the last lab is now controlled by Baihaoran. They already driven all the base commander's people out. Luo Qingtian stared at Lu Xiaoyu. You mean? Baihaoran has a meteorite in the government building, another in a lab in the city, and the last one is in your hands? Lu Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, beautiful. That's all I know. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at Lu Xiaoyu, his third skill clearly observing that everything Lu Xiaoyu said was true. She showed no sign of guilt, which meant she did indeed have a piece of earth in her hands. What do you want? Food, a car, or something else? Lu Xiaoyu pursed her lips and looked at Luo Qingtian. I want to see what you think. If you plan to go find Baihaoran and get the meteorite first, I can hide with my mother. I wait for your final decision. Or you can take my mother and me away from the third base. I know there's a small base nearby. You can take us there. As soon as we get there, I tell you the location of the meteorite I hidden. Luo Qingtian smiled. You're smart. You know how to maximize your own interests. But are you sure you can hide? From what I hear, this third base is swarming with cameras, comparable to Skynet before the apocalypse. Lu Xiaoyu pursed her lips and said, I have a way to evade them. But I don't think you, Sister Luo, want me to be captured by those people. If I'm captured, you'd be missing a piece of the meteorite's whereabouts, and without me, no one will be able to find its location. Lu Xiaoyu stood up, walked to the table, picked up a pen, and began to draw on the notebook. Soon, she had a complete map. She tore off the map and handed it to Luo Qingtian. This is my token of allegiance, beautiful lady. With your abilities, you definitely know whether this drawing is true or false. Luo Qingtian took the map and glanced at the two of them. Okay. I trust you this once. You can stay with your mother and rest well. I hope to see you again the next time I come. Luo Qingtian stood up and walked out. Mother and daughter watched Luo Qingtian leave. Only after he disappeared did Lu Xiaoyu turn to the old lady. Mom, have you prepared everything I asked you to? The old lady nodded excitedly. Everything is ready, Xiaoyu. Why don't you ask her to take us directly to the base next door? We might be better off there. Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. Mom, it's useless. Unless we go to the fourth or second bases, it's hard for us to survive in this cannibalistic apocalypse. Especially that small base next door. I already investigated it. Women are treated like shit there. Some say the women there are playthings for the men there. Even food. Chapter 294. Hearing her daughter say this, the old lady trembled. "Ah, what should we do then?" Lu Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and said, "That's why I've been holding on to the last meteorite." "Mom, have you hidden the meteorite?" The old lady nodded. "Don't worry, I hidden it all." Lu Xiaoyu nodded. "Yes, that's fine. If Luo Qingtian can deal with Bai Haoran and the Qin family, then we can give her the meteorite. If she can't, we can use it as leverage and ask her to lead us to the 4th or 2nd base. We just need to hide until she returns." After Lu Xiaoyu finished speaking, she and the old lady exchanged a glance and left the room. It was still early. Not many people were up yet. They packed their things and walked to the end of the corridor, to the room at the 10th point. They went in quietly and never came out again. Luo Qingtian took a look at the map in her hand. Lu Xiaoyu had drawn a detailed picture of the government building. She even described the location of the meteorite. She took the map and headed straight for the city's wealthy district. Bai Nianan should have returned by now. In the most luxurious villa in the wealthy district, Bai Haoran was pinning Bai He to the ground and beating him. "Why does Luo Qingtian keep sabotaging our business premises?" he asked. "What did you take from her?" Bai He lay motionless on the ground, too exhausted to even speak. After Bai Haoran had completely vented his anger, he called in a healer to treat Bai He's injuries. After Bai He recovered, Bai Haoran sat on the sofa behind him, his face sullen. "Tell me, why?" Bai He looked at Bai Haoran, suppressing all his hatred and murderous intent. Tears quickly filled his eyes. "Father, I don't know, but I think Luo Qingtian is after the meteorites." Bai He himself didn't know if it was true, but after Luo Qingtian's repeated vandalism, he noticed that whenever he went back to look for the meteorites, they would disappear. Now that he thought about it, Luo Qingtian must have taken them. But what was this woman after? And most importantly, they had no effect on Luo Qingtian at all. Of course, he didn't tell Bai Haoran this, simply speaking his mind. Bai Haoran sneered. "Looking for meteorites? I think the Qin family clearly took them. It's a shame they didn't capture that bitch Lu Xiaoyu this time. Otherwise, I could still find the one they stole last time." Bai He lowered his head and said nothing. Bai Haoran continued, "I don't know what the Qin family wants to do with the meteorites. As for Luo Qingtian, she's just a little girl with a slightly powerful psychic ability. You think she can kill the mountain ghost? The weapons we developed can directly inflict meteorite poison. Even if the mountain ghost is still alive, it probably wouldn't be able to withstand a few shots from our weapons. Since Luo Qingtian is so reckless and constantly opposing us, let's find someone to kill her." Bai He looked at Bai Haoran in disbelief. Did Bai Haoran really intend to confront Luo Qingtian? "Father? Are you really going to confront Luo Qingtian?" Bai Haoran looked at Bai He's panicked face with disdain. "You're my only son. If you weren't, I might find someone else to do this." Bai He was now fuming. He now wished he wasn't his biological son. But Bai Haoran wouldn't listen to his explanation. "From the looks of it, you really don't want to confront Luo Qingtian? What a loser. Since you don't want to deal with Luo Qingtian, then let me do it. That Qin Shaoquang is dead, so be it. The Qin family shouldn't be in this base in the first place, and yet the 3rd base's helicopters are relying on them. Son, after all this talk, you should know what I want." Bai He nodded. "Leave the Qin family to me. I have them hand over the factory to us completely." Bai Haoran nodded in satisfaction. Pointing to the gate, "Go back to your villa. It's time for me to go to work too." Bai He nodded, turned away without another word, and left. Only after leaving the villa did Bai He look up. His eyes were filled with gloom. If possible, he really wanted to kill Bai Haoran. But if he fought Chang Haishian on his own, he knew he was no match. So he could only wait, waiting for Chang Haishian and Bai Haoran to be mutually devastated, so he could step out and reap the benefits. Government building. Luo Qingtian happened to see the towering government building as she rode her electric scooter toward the villa area. The last time she was here, it was just after she arrived. Now, passing by, Luo Qingtian paused. It looked like no one had entered the government building yet, and he was eager to go up and take a look. If she went up now, she probably wouldn't blame the base commander, right? Thinking this way, Luo Qingtian headed towards the gate. 2 guards stopped her at the gate. "Hello, what can I do for you?" "Well, I'm looking for Bai Nianan." The 2 men exchanged glances. "Captain Bai isn't at work yet. You can stay here." Luo Qing, ignoring the nonsense, punched each of the 2 men, knocking them unconscious. Luo Qingtian entered the government building. Since no one in the entire city would consider robbing the government building, there weren't many security guards. After knocking the 2 men unconscious, the rest of the journey was smooth sailing. Soon, Luo Qingtian reached the top floor of the government building. The luxury of the top floor left Luo Qingtian awestruck. Luo Qingtian almost felt like he was in a private room at the royal nightclub. Luo Qingtian opened the map, confirmed the location of the meteorite Lu Xiaoyu had mentioned, and headed straight for Bai Haoran's office. Bang! Luo Qingtian kicked open Bai Haoran's office and headed straight for Bai Haoran's desk. Above the desk, a raised ceiling was visible in the ceiling. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to smash it, suddenly, 2 sharp arrows flew from behind him. Luo Qingtian dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. Then, a sound of piercing air could be heard from behind him. A leopard woman rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Behind the leopard woman was a man holding a gun. He aimed his weapon at Luo Qingtian and began to fire. Luo Qingtian did not hold back. As the leopard woman charged, Luo Qingtian leaped back twice, then punched the leopard woman in the head. The leopard woman was sent flying by Luo Qingtian. The man behind him was firing continuously, and Xiaolu fired back all the incoming bullets. The sound of bullets piercing the air could be heard, and then all the bullets returned to the man's body. Chapter 295. The man hadn't expected his bullets to ricochet back. Unprepared, his body withstood all the bullets. Xiaolu was incredibly strong, and 2 of his bullets lodged directly into the man's heart. The man looked down at the bullet holes in his chest. His body slowly slid toward the ground. Luo Qingtian's bone knife instantly appeared. As the leopard woman charged forward, she raised it and slashed twice. The blade slashed across the leopard woman's abdomen. Then, the leopard woman fell heavily not far from Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian frowned at the bodies lying on either side, then turned and walked towards Bai Haoran's desk. There was a bulge on top of Bai Haoran's desk. Luo Qingtian leaped forward. With one punch, he shattered the ceiling. Then a half-man-high fragment of the earth fell. Luo Qingtian collected the fragment into his space. Then she turned and swaggered off. Just as she turned, several more people rushed out of the doorway. They all bore animal features. There were 3 leopard women alone. The rest took the form of wolves, dogs, tigers, and bears. They all rushed towards Luo Qingtian. With the earth fragment in hand, Luo Qingtian hadn't wanted to fight any longer, but these creatures were too clingy. They left her no chance of escape. Luo Qingtian was also furious. The bone knife in her hand instantly transformed into a bone spear. Luo Qingtian's bone spear was blazing with green flames. She spun it rapidly in her hand, sweeping away the few who rushed forward. She once again switched from the bone spear to a bone knife. She darted swiftly between the men. Wherever she went, heads fell to the ground. When Luo Qingtian rushed to the office door, the men were still standing there. Their heads were still spinning. The next moment, their bodies fell heavily to the ground, never to rise again. Luo Qingtian coldly looked at the bodies, and prepared to leave, when a whistling sound suddenly reached her ears. Luo Qingtian reflexively jumped away, and the next moment, the area she had just been standing in was attacked by something. Then, Luo Qingtian saw a lump of flesh appear in the corner of the office wall. It was not large. Luo Qingtian frowned, pondering the origin of the flesh, when he suddenly remembered the man and the leopard woman he had killed first. He turned his head and looked. The leopard woman's body and the man's body were indeed gone. What made Luo Qingtian shudder was that the people she had just killed were gone. At this moment, their corpses were constantly wriggling. Then, the bodies of these people were actually approaching each other. Luo Qingtian witnessed the birth of several lumps of flesh. How disgusting! Seeing these fused beings merge, Luo Qingtian felt an urge to vomit. The scene was truly thrilling, like a fight between several maggots. Not only was the fight disgusting, but they also gnawed at each other until they transformed into a single giant maggot. By this time, there were a full 6 lumps of flesh in the entire office. These lumps of flesh were charging towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian remembered what the black-clad man had said to him. These lumps of flesh must be completely destroyed to prevent their endless regeneration. Amos Ice Bow and Ruoxue Divine Bow appeared simultaneously in Luo Qingtian's hands. The 2 bows merged, and a water attribute arrow and an ice attribute arrow were released simultaneously. The 6 lumps of flesh across from him were quickly frozen solid. Luo Qingtian took the opportunity to sheath his bow and arrow, and suddenly a stream of white threads appeared in his hand. The white threads snaked their way into the bodies of the lumps of flesh. Luo Qingtian began frantically absorbing their life force. Gradually, the lumps of flesh began to shrink. Little Green on the side also rushed over, extending its tentacles and burrowing into the flesh. Soon, the flesh shrank smaller and smaller before Luo Qingtian's eyes, until it completely disappeared. Luo Qingtian felt a surge of strength within him, his spirits surging. Just then, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside the corridor. Luo Qingtian glanced at the office he had utterly destroyed and transformed Little Green into wings. With a single punch, he shattered the entire office wall near the window. With the sound of shattering glass, Luo Qingtian and Little Green leaped out. Bai Haoran had just reached the top floor. Hearing the noise, he and his men rushed to his office. The office door was open, but to his shock, everything from the windows to the walls was gone. The ceiling above his desk had been shattered. Most damning of all, the gray meteorite he placed above it was gone. Who is it? Who is it? Ah! Bai Haoran grabbed the book on his desk and slammed it to the floor. He roared, raged, and raged. But everyone else in the office, except him, and even his subordinates, had fled in fear. After a furious outburst, Bai Haoran stormed out. Go check it out. There are cameras everywhere. I don't believe I can't find out who did this. Upon hearing this, several subordinates quickly ran to the monitoring room on the 3rd floor. After rushing into the computer room, they saw 2 psychics sitting there eating noodles. The surveillance camera was right behind them, and they didn't even bother looking at it. Pointing at the surveillance camera, they said, "Bring up the rooftop surveillance. The deputy base commander wants to see it." The 2 psychics glanced at Bai Haoran's subordinates and curled their lips. "The rooftop surveillance isn't under our jurisdiction, but you said it yourself. The rooftop has its own rules. We just focus on the other floors." The psychics didn't like going to Bai Haoran's top floor office, because entering Bai Haoran's office would cause their powers to go out of control and become uncontrollable. Furthermore, Bai Haoran was arrogant and conceited. He never allowed anyone to enter his private area. So, to the top floor people, the surveillance camera was just a decoration. Bai Haoran's subordinates had obviously realized this, and their faces were very grim. If they returned empty-handed today, Bai Haoran, with his temperament, would absolutely kill them. The 2 men thought for a moment and decided to personally search for clues. First, when they arrived this morning, the 2 guards at the gate had disappeared. Later, they heard they were found in the restroom, which meant the person who had come to the government building had entered through the main gate. Thinking of this, the man quickly turned on the security camera at the gate. Soon, he saw a figure flash by on the camera. Because it was so fast, only a blurry figure of a woman could be discerned. After confirming the gender of the person, the man began searching through the surveillance cameras floor by floor. Because there were no surveillance cameras near the stairwell, they could only vaguely see a figure from a distant camera each time. Bai Haoran's subordinates searched the building floor by floor until they reached the rooftop. Later, he could no longer even see a single figure. Chapter 296. At this moment, someone nearby reminded him, "Elevator. The only way back is up the elevator." The subordinate reacted immediately and turned on the elevator surveillance. The elevator footage was blurry, but fortunately, they still spotted Luo Qingtian. But Luo Qingtian was wearing a hat and lowering his head. Getting a clear view was impossible. The subordinates copied the elevator footage and returned to the rooftop with a tablet computer to find Bai Haoran. After Luo Qingtian retrieved the fragment, he headed straight for the villa complex. Following the address Bai Nianan had given him, Luo Qingtian quickly found the villa where Bai Nianan and his family lived. Luo Qingtian knocked on the door and heard footsteps from inside. "Who's there?" The door opened, revealing Chen Huiyang. Seeing Luo Qingtian, he slammed the door shut. Luo Qingtian was inexplicably turned away. Was he being turned away? Luo Qingtian thought, activating his 3rd skill to see what was going on inside. Then he saw Chen Huiyang shout to the men in the villa, "Clean up the house. Sister Luo is here." Several members of the military team sat scattered about in the villa's living room. Having been unassigned for the past few days, they felt like they were completely bored, so the rooms weren't very clean. At the mention of Sister Luo, the members of the military team jumped up one by one. With lightning speed, they began to clean up. 5 minutes later, the entire house was cleaned, and they had already put on their 2nd-grade uniforms. Only then did Chen Huiyang run to the door to open it. "Sister Luo is here. Please come in. We just finished training, so our clothes aren't very neat, so we just tidied up a bit." On either side of the doorway, several members of the military squad stood at attention, smiling at Luo Qingtian. If Luo Qingtian hadn't used her 3rd skill to see it, she would have believed it. "Well, we're all friends. No need to be so formal. I'm here to see you and Bai Nianan." Luo Qingtian walked in, and soon Tang Mo brought tea to Luo Qingtian, who nodded slightly. "Thank you." Tang Mo rubbed the back of his head. "Sister Luo, you're welcome. Chen Huiyong then sat down across from Luo Qingtian and asked, Sister Luo, what do you want to talk to me about? Luo Qingtian looked around, but didn't see Bai Nianen. A puzzled look crossed her eyes. Where's Bai Nianen? If possible, we better talk together. Chen Huiyong pursed her lips. Bai Nianen went out last night, took some of his friends with him, and never came back. It seemed something happened to him. Thinking of how she had blown up the nightclub yesterday, she probably hadn't finished dealing with it by now, so she didn't think much of it. She stood up and said, Let's go! I need to talk to you privately. Let's go to your room. Chen Huiyong's mouth twitched when he heard that, and he immediately said, Then, Sister Luo, wait a moment. Chen Huiyong went into his room, packed up, and then came downstairs to invite Luo Qingtian up. After the two entered, Luo Qingtian took out the white gun he obtained the previous night, opened the magazine filled with elixir liquid, and handed it to Chen Huiyong. Your ability is related to this. Take a good look at this. What are these? I always felt this thing was dangerous. Luo Qingtian recounted Dabai's condition and suggested a possible parasite. Upon hearing this, Chen Huiyong immediately pulled out a bunch of instruments from his space and began testing them in the room. The more he tested, the more frightened he became. 2 hours later, Chen Huiyong put away his items and said, Sister Luo, is there any way to dispose of these remaining items? I'm afraid our abilities are simply not enough to kill them. Luo Qingtian frowned and asked, What is this thing? Chen Huiyong gritted his teeth and said, It's an immortal living bacteria, also a living virus, extracted from the zombie virus. I also discovered the presence of the U304 ancient virus within it. It's a collection of various active viruses, and it itself is alive. Anyone infected will be parasitized by this virus. These viruses can continuously divide and evolve, especially after entering a living organism, automatically dividing and evolving. Their evolutionary speed is very rapid. They can evolve over 300 times in a minute. And within these viruses, I also discovered a small molecule with powerful energy, but I never seen such high energy before. So it's impossible to tell what it is. Luo Qingtian didn't know much about viruses, but Chen Huiyong's explanation was easy to understand. This made her expression grow serious. These things were all developed by Howren's lab. Yesterday, they even used this liquid to treat Dabai. As you said, I also put in a lot of effort to eliminate the parasite in Dabai's body. The green solution in Luo Qing's hand instantly appeared. Then the green venom dripped into the magazine. Then, the wriggling black toxic liquid disappeared bit by bit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only after the liquid completely turned green did Luo Qingtian contain his venom. Chen Huiyong's expression grew increasingly worried and serious. If Bai Howren were truly researching these things, not only would the third base be in danger, but even the entire human race would be in danger. At this moment, a commotion rose from downstairs, followed by Bai Nianen's voice. Tang Mo pointed upstairs and said, Captain, Sister Lu is here, and she's looking for you. She's in Chen Huiyong's room now. Bai Nianen's eyes lit up, and he took off his coat and hurried upstairs, just in time to hear the two discussing the virus. With a gloomy expression, he pushed the door open and entered, asking, Is there any way to combat this virus? Luo Qingtian thought for a moment. My powers can handle it, but I have more than just these. There's also the matter of the fused humans. Luo Qingtian then recounted the story of how he had killed the fused humans on the top floor. He then explained that upon death, these humans would transform into a mass of flesh, constantly devouring other living creatures and corpses. At this point, Bai Nianen and Chen Huiyong were completely visibly upset. No way, are these fused humans so disgusting? When they escaped the lab that day, he only knew that fused humans would turn into a lump of emotionless flesh. But he hadn't expected that they would mutate even after being beaten to death, or even after having their heads chopped off. The problem wasn't just this, but many fused humans had escaped from the lab that day, and Bai Howren had also planted many of them around him for his own safety. In other words, there's a ticking time bomb somewhere within the third base right now. If all these fused humans mutate, and we don't detect them in time, the entire third base could be consumed. Chapter 297. Bai Nianen felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing all this from Luo Qing. He recalled the day they left, when Luo Qingtian had given him over 20 fused humans. At the time, he hadn't expected anything like this to happen to them. So, he had assigned many of the fused humans to the third base's personnel unit. Thinking back now, these people were like ticking time bombs. Bai Nianen's face was grim. Sister Luo, do you have any solutions? Although he knew the hope was slim, Bai Nianen instinctively asked Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian shook her head. Suddenly, a dark figure flashed through Luo Qingtian's mind. Thinking of that man. Luo Qingtian's eyes lit up. I remember there was a man when we came out of that lab. His superpowers could completely destroy those fused humans. Luo Qing looked to the side, his face filled with bewilderment. There seemed to be many men involved when they rescued the people, but he honestly didn't know which one it was. Luo Qingtian glanced at Chen Huiyang speechlessly and continued, "That's what I'm talking about. And also, I heard that Baihaoren seems to have another laboratory. Do you know where it is?" When asked about the laboratory, both of them looked unhappy. Chen Huiyang was the first to speak up. "I know, but that laboratory isn't very friendly to us. The people who worked in that laboratory were originally created by the base commander and Baihaoren to develop pharmaceuticals. Now, that laboratory has been taken over by Baihaoren's men. Furthermore, Baihaoren installed something there that will cause any psychic who enters to lose their powers." Luo Qingtian and Chen Huiyang had only discovered this laboratory when they had specifically gone to Chang Haixian to find it. That was also the day Chang Haixian lost many scientific researchers. At this point, Chen Huiyang seemed to have a thought and whispered, "I really regret coming to the third base. But it's so hard to leave now." Luo Qingtian didn't feel anything. Instead, she felt that coming to the third base was the best decision she ever made. Who could have known she'd find so many earth fragments here? Well, since you know the address, just give it to me. It saved me the trouble. The two looked up at Luo Qingtian, perplexed. "Sister Luo, what are you looking for? Do you need any help?" Luo Qingtian waved her hand. "Forget it. You only cause me trouble. I think I go alone." Luo Qingtian wasn't really interested in the situation at the third base, and she didn't want to get involved in the so-called division of power. She just wanted to quickly find all the earth fragments. And then leave. As for this virus, if they could completely eliminate it this time, then clean it up. If that doesn't work, she can leave him at the third base until she finds the guy in black. Bai Nianan thought for a moment and said, "It's like this, Sister Luo. The potion we sent from the second base, the supernatural recovery fluid, was taken away by them. It should be in the lab right now. If you really want to go to the lab, we take you there and retrieve the stuff." Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you just want the recovery fluid?" Bai Nianan immediately held up 3 fingers. "Sister Luo, I promise. I want to bring Chen Huiyang with me this time." Huiyang said this lab has sophisticated instruments not available at the second base. Since we're not planning on staying at the third base anymore, leaving them to Baihaoren would be a waste. We might as well give them to them. To put it bluntly, they were just there to pick up the slack. Luo Qingtian didn't object. The third base was too complex, and it wasn't suitable for them to stay for long. "Okay, but I won't let you take what I want." Bai Nianan and Chen Huiyang shook their heads simultaneously. "Sister Luo, don't worry. We won't touch anything you want." Chen Huiyang had almost guessed what Luo Qingtian wanted. The last time they were in the lab, he'd seen her searching for that gray stone. That gray stone could suppress the powers of psychics. And he happened to know where the gray stone was in the lab. After they finished speaking, they stood up and walked out together. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, the soldiers were fully armed and ready to go. Watching Luo Qingtian and the others descend, they excitedly lined up, awaiting Bai Nianan's orders. Bai Nianan looked at everyone and said, "Stand by. We be back soon." Hearing this news, everyone's faces were filled with disappointment. "Captain, can't we follow you when you leave?" Bai Nianan glanced guiltily at Luo Qingtian, as if waiting for him to speak. Luo Qingtian paused, a thought suddenly forming. "By the way, if I blow up their last lab today, do you guys plan to stay here any longer?" Then they all nodded. "Maybe we really won't stay. After all, they're after their precision instruments. If we take them, and then stay, we really get beaten. Then let's go together. But you have to follow at a distance." Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, the members of the military team nodded excitedly, and then they left the villa in an orderly manner. After leaving the villa area, Luo Qingtian took out a military jeep, Bai Nianan drove, and the 3 of them ran towards the last laboratory. 100 meters behind them, the other military teams kept their distance. After driving for over an hour, they finally arrived at this last laboratory. The last laboratory was in a residential building. However, the residents of this residential building were completely devoured by zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse, and were eventually requisitioned by the third base. It became a new testing ground for developing viruses and antidotes. The good news was that this residential building was at the very edge of the first city, and almost no one lived nearby. When the 3 arrived, A row of psychic guards were parked outside the residential complex. The three of them walked to the entrance. Qin Huiong took out his identification card and said, "I'm a new virus researcher." The guard looked at the card, then at Qin Huiong, and said, "We haven't heard of any new arrivals today. You should return the way you came. Wait until I receive the order before returning." Qin Huiong pursed his lips, looking unhappy. "It's still unknown when you receive the order. You know how tight the crackdown is out there these days. Do you want to delay the progress?" After saying this, the guards were indeed frightened. At this moment, the military squad's car behind them also caught up. Seeing the military squad's car, the psychic guards present became nervous. "Who are you? You can't park here." Chapter 298. Luo Qingtian and the other two exchanged glances, each a bewildered smile. At this moment, the psychics quickly gathered, their colorful psychic powers condensing in their hands. The leader pointed at the military team's car and declared, "This is a restricted laboratory area. No unauthorized personnel are allowed inside. What's wrong with you? Get out of here." At this point, the psychics clearly no longer wanted to deal with Luo Qingtian and the others. While they were dealing with the military team, several of them parked their cars, jumped over the guardrail, and headed straight for the laboratory ahead. By the time the others noticed, they had already rushed into an unknown number of buildings. Seeing this, the leader was left with no doubts. These three men were clearly in cahoots with the military. "Brothers, these people must be from the Chang Haishian team. Grab your weapons and attack." Soon, the two sides engaged in a fight. In the government building, Bai Haoran was still furious. His secretary had just come to tell him. The one who destroyed everything here was Luo Qingtian. Thinking of his nightclub, his laboratory, and the auction house. All vanished overnight. Bai Haoran's fury reached its peak. "Why is this bitch bitching at me?" As Bai Haoran spoke, he suddenly looked up at the ceiling. There, the gray meteorite had long since vanished. And so had the meteorite in the laboratory, the meteorite in the nightclub, and even the meteorite in the auction house. Why hadn't he thought that those vanished meteorites weren't shattered, but rather taken by this woman? To put it another way, Luo Qingtian actually knew the secret of these meteorites. Thinking of this, Bai Haoran calmed down and said to his secretary, "Go quickly and gather all the great-powered and ordinary-powered people. Then, issue a base-wide wanted notice for the man named Luo Qingtian. Remember, he must be found alive. It would be best if you could find Luo Qingtian's photo. Post a notice, and there's a reward for anyone who finds him. By the way, get a few more people to go to Mauer Hutong and look for that old man and Lu Xiaoyu. She has a meteorite. It should still be in time if we go. That bitch probably hasn't completely left the third base yet." After receiving Bai Haoran's order, the secretary hurried away, leaving Bai Haoran alone in the drafty office. Waiting for the secretary to leave, Chang Haishian strolled up to the top floor. "Brother Haoran, what's going on with your office?" Chang Haishian learned upon arrival that Bai Haoran's office had been bombed, so he deliberately came upstairs to tease him. Bai Haoran picked up a cigar from the table and lit it. He took 2 puffs and said with a smile, "The people at the base are such losers. They didn't even notice my office was burglarized. Base commander, find an opportunity to replace the security guard." Chang Haishian smiled and said, "Brother Bai is right. However, this person has done so many unjust things that he eventually get his comeuppance. Who knows, this office is just the beginning." As Chang Haishian spoke, he thought of Bai Haoran's secret laboratory and nightclub. Since the base's founding, Chang Haishian had always known that Bai Haoran had done no good there. However, at the beginning of the apocalypse, Bai Haoran had a large number of psychics at his disposal. He also had a large stockpile of food. He brought this group of psychics to the base, and, using food donations, requested the position of deputy base commander. At the time, the third base was already short of food, and the Qin family, who supported Bai Haoran, possessed helicopter manufacturing technology, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. After entering the base, Bai Haoran rapidly developed his power and industries, and also strongly supported the construction of the third base. Everything seemed good. But at the same time, Bai Haoran's development was too rapid. On the surface, Bai Haoran was still the deputy base commander, and they treated him with great respect. But they all knew that Bai Haoran's hidden power had long surpassed that of the third base's garrison. So Chang Haishian found a way to contact Base 0. He also sought assistance from the nearest second base, hoping that they could join forces to fight Bai Haoran. However, he had never expected that the base would completely change since Bai Nianen's arrival. He had only met the legendary Luo Qingtian once, and in just a few days, he had destroyed many of Bai Haoran's industries. Chang Haishian felt that this might be the turning point for the third base. Bai Haoran leaned back in his executive chair and said with a smile, "Base Commander, you're overthinking it. It's just an office. Everything will remain the same at our third base." Chang Haishian smiled and nodded. "Yes, if you say so, then so be it." With that, Chang Haishian turned and walked out of the office. As he left, the executive chair behind Bai Haoran shattered. Bai Haoran tried to stand up, but the chair completely collapsed. Bai Haoran fell heavily to the ground. Bai Haoran's head hit the wall behind him with a thud. Bai Haoran grimaced in pain and stood up, cursing. Chang Haishian, who was walking out the door, felt a sense of relief at the sound. Even the pent-up anger in his heart seemed to ease. Luo Qingtian followed Chen Huiyang into the first laboratory building. They all rushed to the rooftop. "Why is there no one downstairs?" Chen Huiyang whispered. "This is where we're researching antidotes. The original researchers have been driven away, and everyone here is now working on other things in the two buildings up ahead." With that, Chen Huiyang rushed to the fourth floor. The door was locked. Luo Qingtian kicked it open, and the three of them rushed in. "Over here!" Chen Huiyang excitedly rushed forward upon seeing the instrument he was looking for. But before he could get close, the ceiling suddenly shattered, and 2 lumps of flesh fell from it. One of the lumps, upon noticing Chen Huiyang approaching, extended a tentacle as thick as an arm. The tentacle grabbed Chen Huiyang's arm and yanked him rapidly towards its body. Before Chen Huiyang could react, his head slammed into the flesh. "Ah! Help!" Before he could even utter the word life, Chen Huiyang was shoved into the flesh. Luo Qingtian saw this, kicked the nearest wall, and sped towards the flesh. The bone knife appeared in his hand, sweeping across the flesh. The knife, tinged with poison and flames, burned a large hole in the flesh. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to pull Chen Huiyang out of the flesh. However, by the time Chen Huiyang was pulled out, half of his face had already been corroded. He convulsed in pain. At this moment, the flesh's tentacles extended again, heading straight for Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian didn't bother to heal. He swung the knife again, severing the tentacle. A ball of poisonous green flame appeared in his hand, burning the falling tentacles directly. Chapter 299. The moment Luo Qingtian burned the tentacle, he swept the bone knife again. This time, the green flames on the knife transformed into green icy air. With this strike, a white chill began to emanate from the scraped area, and the entire flesh was instantly frozen by the knife. Luo Qingtian's movements continued unabated, and a white line shot out from his hand. It penetrated directly into the flesh. Then, the flesh began to shrink at a visible speed. The other piece of flesh was now wriggling towards Chen Huiyang and Bai Nianen. Bai Nianen was currently caring for Chen Huiyang, and didn't dare to confront the piece of flesh head-on. After sending out several wind blades and finding his attacks ineffective, he lifted Chen Huiyang onto his shoulders and began running in circles with a piece of flesh in this small space. When they reached a table, Bai Nianen and the piece of flesh began a Qin Wang circling the pillar. Until the lump of flesh devoured the table, Bai Nianen continued to move, carrying the person. Luo Qingtian quickly absorbed the lump of flesh in front of him. Turning to look at Bai Nianen, he saw a vast expanse of space behind him. Bai Nianen had been cornered outside the room. The other lump of flesh had grown immensely larger, and was slowly inching its way toward the door. Seeing Bai Nianen running ahead, carrying the person, it detached a long tentacle from its body and reached towards Bai Nianen. Bai Nianen was still running ahead, completely oblivious to what was happening behind him. By the time he realized what was happening behind him, the flesh-colored tentacle had already reached the back of Bai Nianen's neck. Just as Bai Nianen thought he was about to be captured, 3 ice arrows flew by, severing the tentacles. 3 more arrows followed, piercing the massive mass of flesh, completely freezing it. Luo Qingtian also rushed to the area near the flesh. 3 thin threads appeared from his fingers, piercing the flesh. Then the flesh itself rapidly vanished. After completely absorbing the flesh, Luo Qingtian turned to the unconscious Chen Huiyang. On that half of Chen Huiyang's face, Luo Qingtian could clearly see something wriggling beneath the skin. Luo Qingtian's brow furrowed, and he quickly stepped forward. The white thread in his hand extended into Chen Huiyang's face. This time, Luo Qingtian quickly found the small fleshy nub on Chen Huiyang's face. However, this nub looked different from the one he had seen on Dubai before. This little fleshy ball looked as if it was about to fall apart at any moment. Luo Qingtian didn't have time to dwell on it. He directed the white thread into the little fleshy ball. As Luo Qingtian absorbed it, the little fleshy ball quickly vanished. Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief, then unleashed 2 healing powers at Chen Huiyang's face. Half of Chen Huiyang's face healed at a visible speed. Watching Chen Huiyang recover, Bai Nianen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this guy's okay. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to explain this to my uncle when I get back. At this moment, Chen Huiyang also opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling. Sister Luo, I think I understand how to control the zombie virus. A strange look flashed in Luo Qingqian's eyes upon hearing this. Really? Thinking about the appearance of the little fleshy lump just now, could it be because of some potion Chen Huiyang had injected into it? Chen Huiyang nodded excitedly. I'm not sure yet. We slowly research it when we return to the second base. I believe that as long as we take all these sophisticated instruments with us, I have a solution soon. Chen Huiyang stood up and walked towards the pile of instruments. After collecting all the sophisticated instruments, Chen Huiyang turned to look at Luo Qingtian. Sister Luo, my mission is complete. Now do yours. I also want to see if my potion will work. Luo Qingtian nodded. He led the two of them downstairs quickly. Outside the entire complex, a fierce battle was raging between the two groups. The members of the military team showed no sign of lingering. After seeing Chen Huiyang and the other two completely enter the laboratory building, Tang Yimo took out his jeep. After putting some distance between them and the psychics, Tang Yimo and the others got in and drove off. The guards who had stayed behind watched these people flee with a strange feeling. What do you think these people are doing here? The leader asked, perplexed. Someone whispered, could someone have taken advantage of the situation and slipped in? The leading team leader shook his head. I've been keeping an eye on this. No one's gone in, except those 3 at the beginning. The team leader's face paled at this point. Could those 3 be spies? Thinking of this, the team leader said to someone nearby, you guys stay here and watch. I go check. With that, the team leader ran deeper into the complex. Luo Qingtian and the others also came downstairs. As they emerged from the corridor, they happened to see the team leader running ahead. They exchanged glances, then silently followed behind the team leader. The team leader grew increasingly nervous as he ran, fearing that the 3 men were, as he suspected, spies from outside. If the lab was destroyed again, this time, he would no longer be able to stay in Base 3. After running for over 10 minutes, he finally reached his desired floor. However, outside the corridor, 2 men in hazmat suits, holding white guns, stood guard at the door. The team leader breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there didn't seem to be any emergency outside. Just as he was about to step forward, a hand suddenly reached out from behind. It covered his mouth and nose, pulling him to the side. As Luo Qingtian led the team leader away, the 2 men in hazmat suits from the building opposite also looked over. Seeing the empty space across from him, he frowned. Why did I just hear someone over there? The man across from him shook his head. Maybe you heard wrong? Stop imagining things. How could anyone be in this place? The man then looked at his gun curiously, carefully wiping it. I never thought I'd get my hands on the lab's top-tier guns. The man across from him glanced at his friend proudly and said, the good times are yet to come. Once the deputy base commander takes over the entire base, maybe we can become high-ranking officials. The 2 of them chuckled as they spoke. Little did they know that behind the building across from them, Luo Qingtian and his men were hiding. Gu Yuyu looked at the guard captain, whom she was holding tightly, and whispered, follow me, or I kill you right now. Chapter 300. The team leader looked at Luo Qingtian in horror, only nodding for a moment. Luo Qingtian looked up and around, making sure no one saw them. She dragged the team leader toward the other side. After finding a safe spot away from the laboratory building, Luo Qingtian let go of the man and whispered, tell me, what's in that laboratory building? Which buildings in this community are occupied? The team leader pursed his lips and looked at the others. He whispered, I'm just a security guard. I really don't know what's going on inside. A dagger appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. She placed it directly on the man's neck and applied a little force. Then blood began to flow from his neck. The man looked at Luo Qingtian in horror. Don't kill me. I really don't know. I just know that the laboratory building ahead is full of experimental subjects. All the great-powered people in the 3rd base came from here. After saying this, Luo Qingtian suddenly smiled. A white thread suddenly appeared in her hand, wrapping itself around the man's neck and piercing his body. Soon, the man before them was reduced to a pile of skeletal remains. Chen Huiyang and Bai Nianen felt their scalps tingle at the sight. Sister Luo, what kind of power is this? Chen Huiyang swallowed, trying not to look nervous. Luo Qingtian retracted her white thread and said, don't be nervous. I won't use this on you. I'm only using it on him to prevent him from becoming a fusion human after I kill him. That would be troublesome. Luo Qingtian looked towards the guarded laboratory building across the way. Let's go over there now. Do you see the white guns in the hands of those two guards? We must deliver a fatal blow. Absolutely don't let the gunpowder go off. If you get contaminated by that stuff, you could very well become the next fused person. The two men's expressions grew extremely serious upon hearing this. Don't worry, Sister Luo, trust us. Captain Bai and I will each take one. Luo Qingtian shook his head. No, you two take one. I take one myself. The two men looked at Luo Qingtian in confusion. Was Sister Luo looking down on them? Luo Qingtian then continued. The fact that they dared to leave only two ordinary people in hazmat suits here proves that psychics can't use their powers here. So when you go there later, just find a way to kill the one on the left with one strike. The remaining one is mine. Luo Qingtian walked forward. The two men followed closely behind. When they reached the laboratory building, the three of them quickly separated. Bai Nianen and Chen Huiyang moved to the left, while Luo Qingtian moved to the right. Then, the three of them acted simultaneously. Luo Qingtian suddenly appeared with the bone knife in his hand, and with a single blow, he decapitated the guard on the right. As for the guard on the left, Chen Huiyang rushed out and grabbed the man's hand, while Bai Nianen covered his mouth. With the dagger in hand, he slashed the man's throat. Before the man could say anything, he was killed. After killing the man, Chen Huiyang and Bai Nianen both fell to the ground. I can't help it. What's going on here? I feel like I have no strength left. Luo Qingtian glanced at the corridor and said, someone's coming. The two men ignored their weakness, and quickly stood up to drag the two men away. Luo Qingtian tossed the white gun into the space, then led his men to begin searching the first floor. In the first floor hallway, a man in a white hazmat suit was walking quickly toward the entrance. He walked hurriedly, as if in a state of panic. When Luo Qingtian and the other two entered, the man glanced briefly at them, then turned and ran out of the hallway. Luo Qingtian shot out the vines in his hand, entangling the man and gently pulling him in front of him. Who are you, and what do you want? Luo Qingtian smiled and asked, where is the stone that deprives psychics of their powers? The man glanced upwards at that. Then he quickly lowered his head and said, I don't know. I'm just an ordinary researcher here. Luo Qingtian looked up. The man had only been looking at the ceiling light. Could it be behind it? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian shattered the light with his bone spear. The next moment, the entire corridor went dark. Then the ceiling behind the light bulb cracked, a gaping hole appeared. Followed by this, a lump of flesh fell out. Bai Nianen and Chen Huiyang instantly jumped up and backed away when they saw the flesh. Now they were just weaklings without superpowers. They had no strength to deal with the flesh. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at the man in the protective suit he was holding. A look of triumph hung on his face. Luo Qingtian sneered. The bone spear in his hand pierced the man's body, and then the white thread in Luo Qingtian's hand also penetrated the man's body. The man stared at Luo Qingtian in shock. He had expected Luo Qingtian to negotiate or question him, but he hadn't expected the woman before him to play by the rules. Luo Qingtian quickly absorbed the man's life force, then instantly transformed the bone spear into a bone knife. Enchanted with ice, the knife slashed at the lump of flesh with an icy aura. A silver light flashed across the fuse being behind him, and the being's body suddenly caved in at the instant the light flashed. He effortlessly dodged Luo Qingtian's strike. This surprised Luo Qingtian somewhat. Then the fuse being released multiple tentacles, clawing towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian dodged quickly, rolling and leaping several times, dodging behind her. She narrowed her eyes at the fuse being opposite her. This lump of flesh was clearly more formidable than the previous ones. Since this was the case, Luo Qingtian took a few steps back, creating further distance between them. The bone knife in her hand instantly switched to the Amos Ice Bow and the Ruoshui Divine Bow. The two bows merged, unleashing 6 arrows simultaneously. The fusion of water and ice simultaneously attacked the lump of flesh. Fusion. 6 arrows merged into one, blasting simultaneously towards the fused figure. The arrows were thick. The space was narrow. The fused figure on the opposite side didn't even have time to dodge before being struck by the half-water, half-ice arrow. Bang! The arrow exploded on the fused figure's body, and then it was quickly frozen. Luo Qingtian then accelerated forward. 3 thin white threads suddenly split and shot simultaneously into the lump of flesh. Luo Qingtian rapidly absorbed the fused figure's life force. The fused figure's body trembled. Although frozen, Luo Qingtian could clearly sense its fear. Gradually, the fused figure vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the fused figure vanished, Luo Qitian looked up at the gap in the ceiling. A gray stone was welded to the top. Chapter 301. As Luo Qitian got a clear look at the gray stone, her lips curled slightly. With a light jump, she retrieved the gray stone. Luo Qitian frowned as she retrieved it. So this time, there's only a thin layer of earth fragments. So, the remaining fragments must be upstairs? Luo Qitian frowned and looked upstairs, then glanced at Bai Nianen and Chen Huiyang standing nearby. By now, they had regained their strength. Let's go! They should have noticed us upstairs. No one's coming by now, so they must be making preparations. Luo Qitian walked straight upstairs, and the other two followed closely behind him. Now that they had reached this point, there was no way to retreat, so they could only follow Luo Qitian down. The three of them went upstairs. There wasn't much there, and not many people either, just a few scattered around. They were all locked in their rooms, as if waiting for Luo Qitian and the others to break down the door. Just as they expected, Luo Qitian arrived on the second floor. Once she was sure there were no earth fragments on this floor, she kicked the door of the first room. Boom! The door shattered, and Luo Qitian walked straight in. The lab was empty. Luo Qingqian's third ability remained active, and her minimap clearly showed a cluster of small blue dots in the room. Luo Qingqian walked cautiously through the room as Bai Nianen and Chen Huiyang entered behind her. Sister Luo, it seems there's nothing here. Luo Qingqian glanced at the two and asked, are you feeling less weak? They each briefly released a supernatural power, then shook their heads. No, it feels quite comfortable here, Sister Luo. This lab is so empty. Did they move all the data and information? Chen Huiyang said as he walked inside and began searching a computer. Luo Qingqian cautiously observed his surroundings. Then he walked over to Chen Huiyang and stopped. The minimap showed that the number of small blue dots in the room was rapidly decreasing, and a large blue dot was moving towards them. Just then, a creaking sound came from the ceiling. Luo Qingqian instantly realized something and dragged Chen Huiyang out. The moment they left, the ceiling shattered. Where Chen Huiyang had been standing, a small piece of flesh fell. It was about the size of a palm. After hitting the ground, it began to wriggle. Followed by this, more lumps of flesh began to fall from the ceiling. These lumps of flesh rolled on the ground, soon merging together. The three of them watched as the pile of lumps finally coalesced. It transformed into a larger mass of flesh, nearly filling the entire laboratory. Seeing this, the three felt a chill run down their spines, and an urge to vomit was strong. Let's go. After Luo Qing finished, the three turned and headed out. Just as they reached the door, the ceiling continued to shatter, and piles of small flesh lumps began to fall. A palm-sized lump landed on Chen Huiyang's shoulder. Chen Huiyang reflexively jumped up. He reached out and repeatedly patted his shoulder, shaking off the lump of flesh. After the lump of flesh fell to the ground, it quickly merged with the other lumps, forming a new, larger mass. The large fleshy mass occupied the entrance, sealing it tightly. The two lumps of flesh continued to grow, seemingly filling the entire room. If they grew that large, they could dissolve and devour the three of them. After discovering this, Luo Qingqian's bone knife instantly appeared. She simultaneously enchanted it with ice and water, and swung it directly at the mass of flesh blocking the door. The collision of ice and water caused the flesh to stiffen for a moment. Then it froze completely. Luo Qingqian seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch to the frozen area. The next moment, a large hole appeared where the flesh had been struck. Luo Qingqian then threw Chen Huiyang and Bai Nianen, who were beside her, through the hole. Sister Luo, the moment they were thrown, the flesh's body quickly healed. After landing, the two quickly stood up and shouted in Luo Qingqian's direction, Sister Luo, we attack from the outside, you find a chance to get out. With that, they began unleashing their supernatural powers on the flesh blocking the door, but whatever powers they unleashed were completely absorbed by the flesh. Luo Qingqian's voice rang out from inside the house, go downstairs and wait for me. Don't get in the way. The two glanced at each other, and though worried, they obediently ran toward the first floor. The two lumps of flesh continued to grow, apparently intending to completely absorb Luo Qingqian with their enlargement tactics. Luo Qingqian gritted his teeth and punched the ground, domain. With that, the surroundings instantly became pitch black. Then, the two lumps of flesh appeared on an open, flat ground. But now, they lay limp, pressed to the ground. Like two clumps of flesh. Luo Qingqian looked grimly at the flesh on either side of her. The minimap showed that the two clumps of flesh had originally been a cluster of small blue dots, meaning they must be the people in this lab. Could they all be the researchers? But that didn't make sense. Did Bai Howard bring everyone here just to turn them into these half-human, half-ghost fusion beings? Help me. At this moment, low human voices began to emanate from the two clumps of flesh, shocking Luo Qingtian. She had fought many fusion beings before, but this was the first time she'd seen one speak. She cautiously approached the speaking fusion being. As Luo Qingtian approached, a tentacle as thick as an arm suddenly emerged from the flesh, barreling straight towards Luo Qingtian's face. Luo Qingtian raised his hand to block it, but the tentacle grabbed Luo Qingtian's wrist. Xiaolu's tentacle also extended. It blocked Luo Qingtian's path, forcibly ripped the tentacle apart, and devoured it. Luo Qingtian looked at Xiaolu in shock. You can eat it too? Isn't that disgusting? Xiaolu made a face, as if he was about to succumb to the effects of aphrodisiacs. Luo Qingtian shook his shoulders, and white threads extended from his fingertips. Luo Qingtian plunged the threads into the two lumps of flesh. Then he began to frantically absorb the vitality of the two lumps of flesh. The two lumps of flesh began to shrink at a visible speed, until they finally became two palm-sized lumps of flesh. Luo Qingtian didn't dare to slack off, and was about to continue absorbing when Xiaolu's tentacles reached out and penetrated the two lumps of flesh. He watched as Xiaolu absorbed them completely. Luo Qingtian looked at Xiaolu again in shock. Xiaolu, tell me the truth, are you also eating the table and the chairs now? At the very least, you're just looking at what you eat. Chapter 302. Xiaolu looked at Luo Qingtian and made a vomiting gesture. Then she sent a telepathic message to Luo Qingtian. Then a child's voice echoed in Luo Qingtian's mind. Silly mommy, Xiaolu doesn't want to eat that. I'm just about to level up and need energy. Xiaolu said, turning her head to the side, expressing her displeasure. Luo Qingtian smiled as he picked Xiaolu up, placed her in front of him, and gave her a kiss. Okay, I won't eat it. I didn't expect Xiaolu to level up. Okay, you absorb the fusion person you meet later. With that, Luo Qingtian released his domain and led Xiaolu to the room opposite, kicking the door open. It still looked like a laboratory, except it was filled with various containers, containing the very little lumps he had just seen. When the lumps sensed Luo Qingtian's entry, they began to squirm frantically, repeatedly hitting the containers holding them. What shocked Luo Qingtian was, on his minimap, these little blobs were actually tiny blue dots. Luo Qingtian was shocked. Could this lab be specifically designed to transform humans into blobs? The thought made him feel sick. If that was really the case, then Bai Howard deserved death. What he was doing was essentially creating fusion humans. The mere thought of this process sent chills down his spine. At that moment, cracks began to appear on the glassware throughout the room. The speed and force of the blob's impact increased. Then, the blob shattered the glassware and fell out, dashing towards Luo Qingtian. At this moment, Xiaolu jumped off Luo Qingtian's shoulder and extended its tentacles, piercing into the bodies of the small flesh balls before they could merge. The next moment, Xiaolu completely absorbed the small flesh balls. The laboratory building itself was a converted residential building, and the second floor only had 2 rooms. After processing the second floor, Luo Qingtian led Xiaolu to the third floor. On the first floor, Bai Nianan and Chen Huiyang, upon hearing the noise, hurried up. The two cautiously peered into the other room that had been opened. After confirming that no one was inside, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Huiyang entered the room and began carefully examining the data and information that had fallen to the ground. Then Chen Huiyang excitedly said, Captain Bai, this lab is indeed researching viruses. This data almost matches what I found back at the second base, and they seem to be using the virus developed from this data to create something else. At this point, Chen Huiyang looked upstairs and said, I have a feeling that if we follow Sister Luo upstairs, we might find an antidote to create a fused human. Chen Huiyang carefully collected all the scattered data into his space. The two exchanged glances and headed towards the third floor together. The further they climbed, the weaker they felt. As they reached the third floor, they collapsed on the stairwell. Sister Luo, help! Chen Huiyang shouted weakly. Luo Qingtian was about to enter the room on the far left. At the sound of their voices, he retreated. Seeing the two lying in the stairwell, Luo Qingtian glanced at the ceiling. Could there be earth fragments here too? Because he was immune to the earth fragments, he couldn't even detect them, not even his third ability, so he could only rely on the reactions of ordinary psychics. Luo Qingtian pointed at the ceiling and said to Xiaolu, Xiaolu, smash the ceiling and the lamppost. Xiaolu leaped up at that. Flying near the ceiling, he extended his tentacles and smashed the entire ceiling. But what puzzled Luo Qingtian was this. The ceiling was just ordinary cement stone, no earth fragments at all. No, Luo Qingtian frowned. The fragments weren't hidden in the ceiling this time? Then where could they be? Luo Qingtian looked at the two people lying on the ground. How are you two feeling? The two said weakly, No, Sister Luo, the more I go up, the weaker I feel. As they spoke, they supported each other, seemingly trying to get downstairs. But despite their efforts, they couldn't get up. Even moving their hands was exhausting, and they finally just lay there motionless. Luo Qingtian stared at the two men for a moment, then glanced around. Their weakened state proved the earth fragments were definitely here. Luo Qingtian crossed his arms over his chest, and leaned against the wall beside him. As he leaned against them, he suddenly realized that the walls and floor here were a different color than those on the first and second floors. Although the paint was on top, the inside of the walls was clearly gray underneath. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian punched the wall. The wall shattered under Luo Qingtian's blow. Deep inside, small gray fragments of earth were revealed. Luo Qingtian stared at the scene in shock. These bastards had actually broken the earth fragments into small pieces and embedded them into the wall. That's right, this place was originally renovated, which means this wall shouldn't have existed in the first place. Luo Qingtian thought, and pounded on the wall several times, until it completely shattered. Luo Qingtian collected the shattered wall and the earth fragments into his space. Then, Luo Qingtian saw a group of researchers in protective suits and white coats staring at them in amazement behind the wall. Intruders! Someone among them shouted. Then, they drew white spears from their sides and aimed at Luo Qingtian. Attack them! Then, black liquid erupted from the white spears. Luo Qingtian dodged to the side. She glanced down at the two people lying on the stairs. They looked better than before, but still appeared very weak, indicating that there was still a lot of earth fragments on this floor. Luo Qingtian instantly gave up trying to hide. She kicked them downstairs. Wait on the second floor, come find me when you're done. As soon as Luo Qingtian finished speaking, the Ruoshui Divine Bow and Amos Ice Bow appeared simultaneously in his hands. Xiaolu, protect me. Xiaolu transformed into a shield, completely shielding Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stood opposite the white-coated men and unleashed his bow. He mercilessly fired at the men across from him. Bang, boom, boom. The ice arrows exploded in the air, freezing the entire laboratory across from him. Luo Qingtian took 2 light steps and leaped directly into the lab. Everyone inside was frozen in place. Luo Qingtian stepped forward and, with a single blow, chopped off the heads of the men in the white coats. Xiaolu quickly absorbed them. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to harvest the last white coat, the soaked man in the vessel behind the white coat suddenly opened his eyes. Then a tentacle rushed out from the man's body, grabbed the white coat outside, and dragged the researcher directly into the container. Chapter 303. This scene happened so quickly that even Luo Qingtian didn't react. She watched as the man in the white coat was stuffed into his body, devoured, and digested. Then, the vessel shattered, and the man emerged from the shattered vessel. He opened his eyes and looked at Luo Qingtian, a faint smile on his face. Luo Qingtian looked at the man cautiously. Why did the scene feel so familiar to her? But before Luo Qingtian could process what was happening, many tentacles suddenly appeared from the man opposite her, clawing towards her. Luo Qingtian dodged the attack with several rolls, and the man's form suddenly began to twist. Then the man split into many small flesh balls, rolling towards Luo Qingtian. As they approached Luo Qingtian, these small flesh balls suddenly leaped up and bounded towards him. The bone spear in Luo Qingtian's hand instantly appeared, spinning rapidly in his grasp. A circular shield formed in front of Luo Qingtian. Any small flesh balls that leaped forward were deflected by Luo Qingtian's circular shield. But after being deflected, these small flesh balls, like spring-loaded balls, would quickly fly back towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's movements continued as she quickly cast a fire enchantment on her bone spear. The small flesh balls that had originally bounced towards her were quickly deflected after hitting the bone spear. The small flesh balls landed, quickly coalescing, and finally transformed back into the man's form. A flicker of surprise flashed in Luo Qingtian's eyes. Had this fuse being no longer a lump of flesh? The instant he transformed back into a human, he suddenly lunged at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian quickly retreating to the laboratory door. The man pursued him relentlessly. As he approached Luo Qingtian, his body stretched out like Play-Doh, then enveloped him. He attempted to envelop Luo Qingtian within his own body. Luo Qingtian's brows furrowed, and the bone spear in his hand instantly transformed into a bone knife, blazing with green flames. Luo Qingtian bent down and swung the knife. He swiftly carved a gash in the man's body. The man's body dissolved with a sizzling sound, and Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to leap out of the gap. The man recovered his form, turned around, and stared at Luo Qingtian expressionlessly. "You're delicious," the man spoke in a low, hoarse voice, his words stumbling. Hearing this, Luo Qingtian felt goosebumps all over his body. He tightened his grip on the bone knife. As the man finished speaking, his eyes brimming with greed as he stalked toward Luo Qingtian, twisting and turning until he collapsed to the ground. Like a clay figurine without a skeleton, he finally began to wriggle on the ground. As he wriggled, the substance flowed rapidly toward her feet, like liquid. Seeing this, Luo Qingtian felt a wave of dread. It wasn't that the enemy was too powerful, but rather that the feeling was so nauseating that she felt an urge to completely destroy the place. With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtian punched the ground as the fuse being moved toward her. Domain. The domain activated, and the fuse being and Luo Qingtian simultaneously arrived at the open space. Due to the pressure, the fuse being's body collapsed flat on the ground. Even though it was suppressed, the fuse being continued to struggle, intent on flowing towards Luo Qingtian. Xiao Lu then leaped from Luo Qingtian's shoulders, and dozens of green tentacles suddenly extended from its body. All of them penetrated the fuse being's body. 10 minutes later, the fuse being was completely absorbed by Xiao Lu. When the absorption was complete, Xiao Lu burped in Luo Qingtian's direction. Seeing that Xiao Lu had eaten his fill, Luo Qingtian retracted his domain and left the laboratory. Downstairs, Bai Nianen and Chen Huiyang heard the sounds of the battle on the third floor end. Suppressing the weakness, they climbed towards the third floor. When they reached the third floor stairs again, they collapsed helplessly on the stairs. "Why do I have no strength at this point?" Luo Qingtian just happened to come out and look at them. "It seems there are still earth fragments on this floor." At this point, Bai Nianen also said, "Yes, the closer you get to the stairs, the more sore you feel." Hearing this, Luo Qingtian suddenly remembered something. She stepped forward, pulled the two men up, and bent down to examine the stairs. Sure enough, several steps were made of earth fragments. Because the entire staircase was cement, mixing these earth fragments in with them would be impossible to detect. Luo Qingtian took out his bone knife. He walked up to the steps and swung his blade. The earth fragments were simply peeled off by Luo Qingtian. Then, they were all stored in the space. As soon as the earth fragments were stored, the two men instantly regained strength. Seeing the two men recover, Luo Qingtian looked up at the fourth floor. There shouldn't be any fused humans in the lab on the third floor. "Chen Huiyang, go see if there's anything useful here." "I go check on the fourth floor," Luo Qing finished, and went straight up. Bai Nianen and Chen Huiyang knew they were causing trouble for Luo Qingtian by going upstairs, so they went into the lab and began examining the data that had fallen on the floor. Luo Qingtian quickly climbed up to the fourth floor. However, the emergency exits on the fourth floor were locked. Through the glass on the door, it looked as if the entire fourth floor had been converted into a single room. Luo Qingtian walked to the door, and was about to kick it. Suddenly, the glass in front of the door opened, and a white gun barrel extended, firing a volley of arrows at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian took 2 steps back, and the flying fire mysterious bow appeared in his hand. He drew his bow, and unleashed the arrow in one smooth motion. The flaming arrow rushed to the door, and boom, the arrow exploded, destroying the entire door. The moment the door shattered, the person behind it was blown away, and their body collided with the utensils behind them. Luo Qingtian slowly stepped forward. There was a crunching sound as they stepped on the shattered glass. In the room, 6 or 7 men in white coats stood. Watching Luo Qingtian burst in, a group of them nervously raised their weapons and aimed at him. Behind them stood a row of glass containers, each containing a person, and several of them contained the little meatball from downstairs. Luo Qingtian scowled at the white coats before him. As he entered, he drew his bow and fired again. The arrows flew. The white coats were instantly dispatched. Before dying, another man in a white coat with glasses rushed to the equipment behind him, aimed at a red button, and pressed it, until the arrow exploded in the room. The last man was dead. But at the same time, all the containers in the room exploded. The people inside all opened their eyes simultaneously. They slowly climbed out of the containers. Like meat without bones, it walked towards Luo Qingtian. Chapter 304. Luo Qingtian took a deep breath and stood still, quietly waiting for the fused beings to approach. When they were only a few steps away from Luo Qingtian slammed his fist into the ground. Domain. The next moment, Luo Qingtian brought all the fused beings into his domain. Inside the domain, the fused beings were like mincemeat, squirming on the ground. Luo Qingtian slowly approached, and more than a dozen white threads extended from his hand, piercing each of the fused beings' bodies. After more than half an hour, all the fused beings had been completely absorbed by Luo Qingtian. The battle was over, and Luo Qingtian withdrew his domain and walked out. When he returned to the third floor, he discovered that Qin Huiyang had confiscated everything on the third floor. How's it? Are the things useful to you? Qin Huiyang nodded excitedly. Sister Luo, this trip was truly worthwhile. Thank you. Qin Huiyang looked up at the fourth floor. Is there anything there? I'd like to go up and take a look. Luo Qingtian touched his nose and said guiltily, well, let's see, but I don't think those things upstairs will be of any use to you. Qin Huiyang glanced at Luo Qingtian in confusion, then smiled and said, it's okay, I go up and take a look first. Qin Huiyang quickly ran to the fourth floor. As he entered the room, his eye twitched. He instantly understood what Luo Qing meant by useless. The machinery on the fourth floor had been reduced to a few fragments, and the roof had been blown away. On the ground, only bloodstains remained, but not a single body was to be found. Qin Huiyang glanced around speechlessly, then quickly headed downstairs. After the lab here was cleared, the others lost interest in the other lab buildings. According to the data Lu Xiaoyu had provided, the earth fragments he had obtained were likely the last remaining in this area. Luo Qingtian now had only one thought, to return quickly. He also visited the government building once more to deal with Bai Haoran. On the way back, Luo Qingtian explained to the two that the experimental subjects in this lab were all human, and that they were artificially creating fusion humans. Upon hearing this, Qin Huiyang erupted in anger and began cursing. This Bai Haoran is truly disgusting. How could he do such an inhumane thing? Doesn't he know how dangerous these fusion humans are? Luo Qingtian replied, there's another question I don't understand. These fusion humans were originally failed subjects from their experiments. I heard Mei Du initially say that these failed subjects were to be destroyed. If they were to be destroyed, why would they create these things? And fusion humans are too dangerous. Are they planning to destroy the entire base? What good would that do for them? Bai Nianan pursed his lips and said, Bai Haoran must have been impressed by the power of the fusion humans. They dared to create so many of them. I think there's only one possibility. He has the equipment to control them. Bai Nianan knew Bai Haoran well. He was a profit-driven, self-serving individual. He also valued his life. So, he would never do anything he wasn't sure of. To dare to create fusion humans so brazenly, he must have found a way to control them. After hearing Bai Nianan's words, Luo Qingtian suddenly felt a lot of things make sense. It seems Bai Haoran can't be kept alive. A flash of murderous intent flashed in Luo Qing's eyes upon hearing this. Hearing Luo Qing, Bai Nianan instantly became excited. Sister Luo, are you planning to get rid of Bai Haoran? Then we can work together with the commander of the third base. This time, Luo Qingtian didn't refuse. Okay, go back and discuss what you need me to do, and let me know when you come back. In short, Bai Haoran must not be kept alive. Bai Nianan's hands trembled with excitement upon hearing Luo Qing. Thank you, Sister Luo. On behalf of the survivors of the third base, I thank you. Luo Qingtian shook her head. No need. I just don't want the world to be overrun with hideous creatures like fusion humans. It's not that Luo Qingtian is so great, but she doesn't want such dangerous creatures to flood the world and put her parents in danger when she finds them. And as a human, she has her limits. Unknowingly, everyone returned to the villa area. Not long after they left, Bai Haoran's psychic troops arrived. But they were a step too late, and everything in the two laboratory buildings had been taken away by Luo Qingtian and his men. Even the fused humans that had been created vanished. Bai Haoran was furious upon hearing this news. He clutched his heart and smashed things around the room. Luo Qingtian again. It had to be Luo Qingtian. No one else could have snatched my gray meteorite. I told you to put her on the wanted list, but you useless bastards didn't even catch a glimpse of her, and you let her destroy my last remaining laboratory. You useless bastards, Bai Haoran said, sweeping everything off his desk to the floor. The team leaders on the opposing team were so frightened, they barely dared to breathe. How could they have known Luo Qingtian would go to their lab, and who had led the way, even they had only just discovered the route today? Base Commander, do you think Chang Haixian colluded with Luo Qingtian? Otherwise, how would Luo Qingtian know the location of this lab, Nonsense, of course I know it was him. If you had captured Luo Qingtian, would all this have happened? Bai Haoran's voice was a roar, and at that moment, he wished he could blow the entire government building up. From downstairs, Chang Haixian felt a sense of relief when he heard Bai Haoran's voice. It was so good. In less than 2 days, Bai Haoran had already lost his temper several times. And each time, it was more severe than the last. He looked furious. I wonder if he'd get a brain congestion if he kept going like this. This would make him feel much more relaxed. Thinking of this, Chang Haixian couldn't help but quietly go upstairs again, ready to watch the fun. Luo Qingtian followed the others back to the villa and explained their plans for this collaboration. Midway through, Luo Qingtian suddenly frowned. Someone's coming. As soon as he finished speaking, the villa's door suddenly burst open, and a group of psychics rushed in. Catch her. As soon as they entered, they aimed their psychic powers at Luo Qingtian and began to unleash them. Luo Qingtian had been sitting on the sofa. When the psychic powers came towards her, she rolled over to avoid them. Then she kicked the sofa over and placed it in front of her. Some of the soldiers in the squad then drew their guns and began firing. Some also unleashed their psychic powers to join in the fight. After Luo Qingtian blocked the first wave of attacks, the sofa was instantly torn apart by the psychic attacks. Shards of the sofa rained down from the sky. Luo Qingtian had vanished without a trace. Chapter 305. Just as the psychic team was stunned, Luo Qingtian suddenly appeared on the second floor of the villa. Then, 3 flaming arrows shot out, instantly taking the lives of 3 psychics. She's upstairs, someone shouted. The psychics downstairs rushed upstairs, and one wind-type psychic condensed wind at his feet, flying towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was neither hurried nor slow. His movements remained unwavering. He drew his bow and released his arrows in one smooth motion. Every psychic who rushed up was instantly pierced by Luo Qingtian's arrows. In a short moment, the entire villa was cleared of psychics. Looking at the corpses strewn across the floor, Bai Nianan and the others were still terrified. Sister Luo. Looks like Bai Haoran is going to attack us. Luo Qingtian smiled, looking out the door. We wiped out so many of his businesses, it would be strange if he didn't take action. Bai Nianan's mouth twitched. It seemed they only cleared out this one laboratory. But he didn't say that out loud, because hundreds of psychics were already standing outside the villa. These psychics, each holding a white gun, stood guard at the door. Someone threw 2 smoke bombs into the villa's door, and instantly the entire room was filled with smoke. Oh my god. Cough cough. Is Bai Haoran serious? Tang Mo coughed as he pulled out a gas mask from his space and put it on his face. Luo Qingtian's voice echoed overhead. Xiaolu, blow away this smoke. Since Bai Haoran's here, we have to do something. Then a hurricane began to blow through the room, carrying all the debris in the room, breaking through the villa's walls, and heading straight for the psychics across the way. Luo Qingtian's arrows followed suit. Boom! The villa's gate and walls were completely blown away. Bai Nianan and the others now had a clear view of the surrounding situation. Among the psychics outside, there were actually several fusion human psychics. The soldier psychics flashed with different radiances as they rushed towards the psychics outside. Although the number of people outside was several times greater than their own, with Luo Qingtian standing behind them, they were not afraid at all. Luo Qingtian also jumped to the ground. Xiao Lu, grow bigger. With these words, Xiao Lu began to grow, so big that he completely destroyed the entire villa. Xiao Lu's massive body, covered by numerous tentacles, began to crawl towards the psychics in front of him. Luo Qingtian stood above Xiao Lu, holding the flying fire mysterious bow, looking down at the psychics across from him. After Xiao Lu rushed into the crowd, he began to use his tentacles to harvest the lives of these psychics. The flying fire mysterious bow in Luo Qingtian's hand had now turned green. She drew her bow and shot arrows, taking out all the psychics that kept charging forward. Bai Nianan's team was now standing near Xiaolu. They unleashed their powers on the psychics that were charging forward, then retreated to Xiaolu's side. Xiaolu would absorb or deflect the incoming psychic energy. Thus, despite being a team of just over a dozen, they were able to achieve an overwhelming victory against an army of several hundred. Luo Qingtian's arrows never stopped. Explosions echoed wherever they went. In a matter of moments, most of the psychics in the vicinity had vanished. At this point, the psychics clearly realized they were no match for them. They had never imagined that even with so many psychics, they were no match for the woman before them. This woman was a demon. They gave up the fight and turned to run, wishing they had 2 roller coasters on their feet. But how could Luo Qingtian let them go? He watched them retreat. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and shot again. 6 arrows were released, and Luo Qingtian's deep voice rang out, "Merge." The 6 arrows instantly merged into 2. With a crackling sound, they shot towards the group running ahead with devastating force. The first psychic was pierced by the arrow and burned to black ash. Then the arrows pierced through all the psychics running ahead. There was only a sound, boom! 2 huge explosions rang out. The wave of psychics running ahead vanished. And after the explosions, a huge crater was blasted into the corridor of the villa area. This scene was so shocking that it completely astonished everyone who had stuck their heads out to watch. Some even packed their bags and left the villa area. Tang Emma whispered, "The battle is over, isn't it? What should we do next?" Bai Nianan said nervously, "The battle isn't over yet. Look over there." Everyone looked in the direction Bai Nianan pointed. The bodies of the psychics they had killed on the ground were being rapidly absorbed by the lumps of flesh. And those lumps of flesh were growing at a visible rate. Bai Nianan and the others began to desperately unleash their superpowers on the lumps of flesh. At first, the lumps of flesh would still be damaged by the superpowers, but as the superpowers increased, their self-healing abilities increased at a visible rate. In the end, all the supernatural powers would be absorbed by these lumps of flesh. And these lumps of flesh were still slowly growing in size. Luo Qingtian stood above Xiaolu's head. She switched from the Flying Fire Mysterious Bow to the Ruoshui Divine Bow and the Amos Ice Bow. She quickly pulled the bowstring, freezing all the lumps of flesh. At this moment, she extended the white thread in her hand again and penetrated them all. However, this time, there were more lumps of flesh, making it more difficult for Luo Qingtian to absorb them individually. Xiaolu's tentacles also penetrated the bodies of these fused beings. Although these fused beings were shrinking at a visible speed, the frozen areas on their bodies were still melting bit by bit. Several of the fused beings' tentacles had already broken free from their frozen state and stabbed towards Luo Qingtian's body. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes and was about to withdraw the white thread and retreat when a dark figure suddenly blocked his path. The man in black arrived, grabbing the extended tentacle. The moment the tentacle touched the man's hand, a black beam flashed, and the tentacle vanished. Then, the black beams enveloped his fists, and he swiftly charged at the fused beings across from him. Luo Qingtian then watched as the man aimed at the fused beings, and with a single punch, they froze in their tracks. Black flames erupted from the fused beings, and in a flash, they vanished. Luo Qingtian watched as the man swiftly dispatched the fused beings before him. After the fused beings had completely vanished, the man turned to look at Luo Qingtian. He gave Luo Qingtian a charming smile. "Luo Qingtian." Luo Qingtian was somewhat surprised by the man's appearance. She nodded slightly, her gaze wary. Chapter 306. The man before her kept appearing and disappearing suddenly. And every time he appeared, she didn't even notice him on her minimap. And several times, Luo Qingtian had felt someone following her. She didn't even know this man's name. And then, there was this black power he possessed. She still hadn't figured out its nature. Luo Qingtian looked at the man, took a step back, and distanced herself from him. "Thank you. I'm Luo Qingtian. I don't know what to call you." So far, Luo Qingtian's knowledge of the man was limited to his experience in that laboratory. The man opened his mouth, then gave Luo Qingtian a dejected expression and shook his head. He stood opposite Luo Qingtian, his eyes moist as he looked at her. He looked a little aggrieved. Luo Qingtian felt uneasy under his gaze, but thinking of the man's dark energy, she suppressed her discomfort and continued to ask, "Don't you remember your name?" The man nodded obediently, looking at Luo Qingtian with a strange sense of hope. He pointed at Luo Qing. "Name you, give it to me." Luo Qingtian blinked. Was this man asking her to give him a name? Is that what he meant? Chen Huiyang stared at the man for a moment, then walked over to Luo Qing. "Sister Luo, why do I feel like this man is looking at you like a chick seeing a hen? Could this be that?" Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched, and she stepped on Chen Huiyang's instep. "If you miss, just say so." Chen Huiyang jumped back in pain, then cried out, clutching his foot. Luo Qingtian stared at the man before her, unsure how to address him. But the man before him possessed the ultimate weapon against the fused beings. If I could bring him to find Bai Haoran, it would truly be twice the result with half the effort. He recalled that he had first met this man in a laboratory, still in a container. Perhaps his memory had been erased during the transformation. He then tried to ask, "You want me to give you a name?" The man smiled innocently, and nodded at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian remembered that he had rescued the man and had lost his memory. And he was the first person he had ever met. Perhaps this truly was the fledgling complex. Then it made sense why he often followed him around. Okay, then I call you Luo Xiaowu for now. Xiaowu, I'm going to fight now. Would you like to come with us? Luo Xiaowu nodded at Luo Qingtian, clearly in a good mood. Seeing Luo Xiaowu nod, Luo Qingtian turned to Chen Huiyang and Bai Nianen. Xiaowu is the one I told you about last time who could deal with the fused beings. We go straight to Bai Haoran later. His strength is more than enough to deal with those fused beings who came to attack you. Once this is resolved, Xiaowu can leave with you. Luo Qingtian could see that Xiaowu's IQ wasn't high. Since he was leaving, letting Xiaowu stay with Bai Nianen and Chen Huiyang was the best option. Luo Xiaowu had just been gloating over his new name, but when he heard Luo Qingtian was giving him away, he instantly went berserk. No, don't send me away, no, Luo Xiaowu said, leaping onto the rooftop and watching Bai Nianen and Chen Huiyang grumble and pant. He looked like a cat with its fur standing on end. Luo Qingtian hadn't expected Luo Xiaowu's reaction to be so strong. But she didn't have time to coax a child right now. She waved at Luo Xiaowu, come down first. When Luo Xiaowu heard Luo Qingtian call him, he leaped in front of Luo Qingtian again, his eyes wet like an abandoned puppy. In the distance, Bai he saw Luo Qingtian talking to Luo Xiaowu, and his eyes widened instantly. How could this man be with Luo Qingtian, and why was there this fight? Bai he had almost guessed what was going on. He slipped silently into the crowd. While Luo Qingtian's group remained unaware of him, he quietly left the villa complex and headed straight for the government building. Luo Qingtian looked at the giant puppy before him with some resignation. Luo Xiaowu, your black energy is powerful. It's perfect for us to fight the fusion people. Would you like to come with us? Luo Xiaowu looked at Luo Qingtian with a dazed look. He didn't understand what Luo Qingtian meant, but he understood the phrase go together. He nodded at Luo Qingtian. He extended his hand toward Luo Qingtian. The lab is yours. Luo Qingtian looked down at Luo Xiaowu's hand. In Luo Xiaowu's hand lay a palm-sized fragment of the earth. Strangely, the fragment seemed to have lost its effect in Luo Xiaowu's hands, and it didn't cause any discomfort to the surrounding psychics. Luo Qingtian stared at the fragment in Luo Xiaowu's hand in surprise. Did you take this from the lab? Luo Xiaowu smiled broadly at Luo Qingtian. He watched as Luo Qingtian collected his fragment. Luo Xiaowu took 2 steps back, leaped onto the roof again, and then ran away under everyone's gaze. Watching Luo Xiaowu run away, Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. It seemed he'd been overthinking things. No matter what time it was, he could only rely on himself. No matter how powerful the enemy ahead, he had to fight it himself. Luo Qingtian tossed the earth fragment Luo Xiaowu had given him into space. Then he looked at the crowd. Let's go! Let's go find Bai Haoran. As he spoke, Lin Zheng, leading a small group of soldiers from the 3rd base, ran towards them from a distance. Are you all okay? Lin Zheng asked the crowd upon his arrival. However, no one answered, and their expressions towards Lin Zheng were not particularly friendly. During the battle, Luo Qingtian had noticed that this guy had been watching from a distance with his men, wondering if they would be dealt with by Bai Haoran's men. But after seeing them easily wipe out Bai Haoran's men, they waited a moment before pretending to rush over. To put it bluntly, these people were hypocritical and cowardly. Even the base commander's guards are so cowardly, lacking even the courage to resist. No wonder Bai Haoran has been so arrogant in the 3rd base for so long. Lin Zheng, seeing everyone ignoring him, whispered, well, we just arrived too. I'm so sorry. Luo Qingtian looked at Lin Zheng with a half-smile. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations on successfully recovering the earth fragments. Congratulations on successfully fusing the earth fragments. Congratulations on increasing hunter level by 1 and hunter stamina by 1. Hunter skill upgrade. 3 arrows volley at level 35, granting the thunderbow weapon, adding the elemental attribute thunder to 3 arrows volley. Meteor shower evolves into a 4 attribute skill. 3 arrows volley total range 2,200 meters. Trap level 8. Trap increase by 12. Psychic perception 11, increasing the perception range by 500 meters. Growth level 18. Expands the plant growth area by 300 square meters. Anti-growth ability plus 8, increases group health absorption by 4. Healing skill level 8. Adds the healing range skill healing light. Poison skill level 5. Land domain level 11, increases gravity range by 500 meters. Gravity system plus 5, domain enhancement skill plus 2. Reward 7th skill clone. Smelting times are refreshed. Chapter 307. Luo Qingtian felt a surge of relief upon hearing this voice. She finally leveled up. Her tireless efforts collecting Earth fragments since arriving at the third base were worth it. And this time, just firing 3 arrows simultaneously had leveled her up 2 levels at once. And new attributes, haha, new attributes. And new skills. Luo Qingtian was desperate for a fight. She wanted to test out her new skills and attributes. At this moment, she was completely absorbed in her own world, completely oblivious to what Lin Zheng and Bai Nianen were talking about. But everyone present was staring at Luo Qingtian inexplicably. Because Luo Qingtian's smile was so creepy, she had been looking at Lin Zheng with a half-smile since earlier, making Lin Zheng uneasy. And then, suddenly, she stared at Lin Zheng and chuckled. Frightened, Lin Zheng didn't dare to say a word. Then he looked at Bai Nianen and said, "Sister Luo, what do you mean? Did my poor planning this time make her angry?" Bai Nianen looked at Luo Qingtian, who was completely lost in his own world. A strange smile occasionally flickered across his face. Whether it was an illusion or not, Bai Nianen felt that Luo Qingtian was about to go on a killing spree. Qin Huiyang approached Luo Qingtian and asked, "Sister Luo, do you have any objections to Captain Lin's words?" Luo Qingtian snapped back to her senses after hearing Qin Huiyang's voice. She looked at the approaching Qin Huiyang with a hint of confusion. Qin Huiyang saw Luo Qingtian's look and instantly understood that Luo Qingtian had been distracted. He whispered, "We eliminated so many people around Bai Haoran now. While Bai Haoran hasn't reacted yet, why don't we seize the opportunity and pursue him? Take him down directly." Luo Qingtian nodded. "Where is Bai Haoran now? Still in the government building?" Qin Huiyang nodded. From what Captain Lin said, the base commander has completely left the government building and has even cleared the area around it. This gives us a chance to capture him. Captain Lin even dispatched a large force to clear out Bai Haoran's men at the base before arriving. Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. This way, he could find a chance to test his strength. "Okay. Let's go. After this battle, I can leave the third base. I just wonder how Luo Xiaowu is doing now. Was it a bit too much to just casually decide his future? Perhaps, when I see him again, I can ask his opinion." At the government building, when Bai He arrived, he noticed a serious problem. There was no one in the entire building. He was no fool. He had lived in the base for so long, and he had even spent considerable time in the government building. It was obvious that something was amiss. Because Bai Haoran's office had been bombed, he had been confined to his own office. He took the elevator and quickly arrived outside the office. Bai Haoran was now sitting at Bai He's desk. Listening to his subordinates' reports, his face was drawn. When Bai He walked in, Bai Haoran gave him a sullen look and ignored him. Only after Bai He entered the room did Bai Haoran put down his work and look at him. "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay home for the next few days?" Bai He felt a strange feeling in his heart. He had been about to sit down, but now he had lost the will. He simply said, "Luo Qingtian has broken into the villa complex. Did you arrange for someone to kill her?" Actually, Bai He wanted to discuss the situation at the government building with Bai Haoran. He had a feeling Luo Qingtian would come in person. Bai Haoran sneered at Bai He. "Yeah, I kill her, are you afraid?" Bai He cursed Bai Haoran inwardly. The old man couldn't hold back and attacked. In the base, if he hadn't been running around managing his assets, how could he have lived such a carefree life? And now, he's ignoring advice and causing trouble everywhere. Thinking of this, Bai He looked at Bai Haoran with a less friendly look, even a hint of coldness. "Since my father has decided, I won't say anything." With that, Bai He turned and left. He didn't care whether this guy lived or died. Ever since the day the laboratory was destroyed, he had suspected that the Bai family might not stay in the third base for long. Now, it seemed, his suspicions were confirmed. Bai Haoran was about to lose his temper, but he didn't expect Bai He to leave so easily. It wasn't until Bai He left that Bai Haoran realized something was amiss. He opened the drawer in front of him, and inside lay a white gun. There was also a bracelet. He tucked the gun into his waistband. He then donned the bracelet. This bracelet was his final defense. It was also his trump card, a way to bring the entire third base down with him. If anything truly happened, he would never allow the third base he had built to fall into the hands of others. The third base was his. After leaving the government building, Bai He saw Bai Nianen and his group approaching from a distance. Seeing them approach, Bai He knew the Bai family's days were numbered. He rushed back to the government building and headed straight for the first floor bathroom. Then, he opened the bathroom window. He jumped out from behind the government building. Behind the building was a street. After jumping out, Bai He headed straight for the villa area. There shouldn't be many people there at this time. Now he had to go back and pack up. He was going to leave the third base and head directly to the fourth base, where he could start over. Since Baihaoran was seeking death, he wouldn't accompany him. After Bai He left, Baihaoran's heart was in turmoil. Usually, at this time, his secretaries and subordinates would come to report on the situation. But it had been all afternoon, and no one had come. He stood up and walked out. The government building was unusually quiet today. He left his office and headed downstairs. He didn't take the elevator, but went down floor by floor. But each floor was eerily quiet. It made his heart sink. He walked down the corridor and noticed that many offices, reception rooms, and tea rooms were empty. Thinking of the look Bai He gave him as he left, Baihaoran instantly understood what was going on. The people I sent out haven't returned yet, and they probably won't be coming back. Hee, are they all gone? Ha ha ha. Baihaoran laughed as he walked towards the main entrance. As he reached the bottom floor, he saw Bai Nianan. Lin Zheng and his team were standing at the main entrance on the first floor. When Baihaoran saw Bai Nianan, his eyes lit up, and he smiled warmly at her. Sha Nian, it's been a long time since we last met. Chapter 308. Bai Nianan watched Baihaoran approach and nodded. Yes, third uncle, it's been a while. I've been at the third base for so long, and today is our first meeting, right? You look quite disheveled. Baihaoran continued to laugh. Sorry to have made a fool of yourself. Where's your uncle? How is he? Bai Nianan smiled and said, My uncle's doing fine. He asked me to bring you a message. Baihaoran's eyes curled slightly. What message? God is watching what you do, and those who do evil will eventually perish. Hearing this, Baihaoran suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, good, good, that sounds like something Baizhua would say. But that's not right. If God were really watching, how could your father have died back then, and how could this apocalypse have come? The more Baihaoran spoke, the funnier it became. Bai Nianan sensed that Baihaoran was stalling for time and stepped forward, saying, Well, third uncle has a point. However, you committed so many inhumane acts, and we must give justice to all those who were harmed. So, uncle, I just discussed with Captain Lin Zheng, and we're going to publicly execute you in Bai He. As Bai Nianan spoke, he removed the handcuffs from his waist and walked toward Baihaoran. As Baihaoran approached him, he silently clicked the clock on his watch. Then, the ceiling of the first floor hall cracked. 2 pieces of flesh fell out. Baihaoran then pulled out his hidden white pistol, aimed it at Bai Nianan's head, and fired. The white pistol didn't fire bullets, it fired black venom. Ha ha, you're as foolish as your father. Ha ha. If you want to die so badly, then become a monster like them. The venom didn't hit Bai Nianan's forehead, but was blocked by a green palm. After blocking the venom, Little Green absorbed it. However, one of the 2 lumps of flesh on the ground had already grasped Bai Nianan's arm. Luo Qingtian quickly stepped forward, his hand wrapped in silver-white ice armor, and punched the lumps of flesh that had grasped Bai Nianan. Then Luo Qingtian sent the lumps of flesh flying, striking Baihaoran. Baihaoran was knocked down by the force. He landed heavily on the ground. The bracelet on his wrist also fell to the ground. A crack appeared. At the moment the crack appeared, the fuse being behind him, as if guided by something, pressed his entire body against Baihaoran. It seemed as if it was absorbing Baihaoran. Baihaoran was horrified. He desperately pressed the bracelet on his hand. The fuse being suddenly stopped, as if frozen in place. Baihaoran stood up and kicked the fuse being. Idiot! Kill them all, now! The fuse being then crawled towards Luo Qingtian, and 2 more pieces of flesh fell from the ceiling. Then, they all crawled towards Luo Qingtian in unison. Baihaoran stared at Luo Qingtian with bloodshot eyes, a mad look on his face. You are Luo Qingtian, right? You destroyed everything for me, right? I will not let you live. I absolutely will not let you live. The fuse being had already reached Luo Qingtian. After upgrading her skills, Luo Qingtian discovered she could now freely unleash ice, fire, and water powers. Her hand shrouded in cold air. She aimed at the first fuse being to attack her. With a single punch, she froze it. Then, the white thread in her hand swiftly penetrated its body. In a matter of moments, the fuse being in front of her was completely absorbed by Luo Qingtian, who continued to move. As the fuse beings behind her rushed forward, Luo Qingtian, whether intentionally or not, again hurled the fuse being at Baihaoran. Baihaoran was once again pinned beneath the fuse being. Baihaoran's entire body convulsed with rage. He gritted his teeth and cursed at the fuse beings. Get down here, all of you! Kill them! Kill them! As Baihaoran spoke, his rage raged, and he slammed his hands against the ground repeatedly. The bracelet in his hand fell directly to the ground from this slam. Immediately afterwards, A cracking sound was heard, and the crack on the bracelet widened again. The fused beings that had been crawling towards Luo Qingtian stopped moving, and instead moved towards Bai Haoran. Bai Haoran was completely stunned. With the bracelet shattered, how could he control these fused beings? He was still being held tightly by one of the fused beings. He could even feel his body disappearing bit by bit. Not far behind him, Luo Qingtian looked at Bai Haoran with a look of anticipation. What do you call this? Reap what you sow. You created your own fused beings. Now being killed by a fused being is justice, retribution. Luo Qingtian finished, still feeling a little disappointed. It seems there's no way to try out my new skills. Bai Haoran gritted his teeth and struggled desperately. Feeling his consciousness slipping away, he said to the people behind him, "Do you think my death is the end? I'm telling you. I built the third base. It's my turn to destroy it. I make you watch as the third base dies with me." Bai Haoran finished, clenching his wrist tightly. Before his consciousness completely faded, he pressed the very edge of his bracelet. Sirens rang out throughout the government building. Alarms rang out even above the base. Bai Haoran's body had already been completely devoured by the three fused beings. The bracelet, the moment it was pressed, was crushed by the fused beings. Luo Qingtian frowned and looked around, wondering what Bai Haoran meant, and what that voice meant. Bai Haoran would never say such a foolish thing. Luo Qingtian thought of this, and the Amos ice bow instantly appeared in his hand, preparing to deal with the remaining three fused beings. Suddenly, the three fused beings began to fight and bite each other. Then, as if achieving some kind of coordination, the three fused beings simultaneously entered the body of a single fused being. Then, the three fused beings became one, and these fused beings began to split apart again. They split into numerous small fleshy balls, attacking Luo Qingtian and his companions. Startled, Luo Qingtian instantly understood what was happening. "Get out. Go see if there's anything wrong elsewhere in the base. Leave this to me." With these words, Bai Nianan and Lin Zheng retreated quickly, not forgetting to close the government building's doors as they left. Luo Qingtian and the group of small fleshy balls were the only ones left in the hall. Luo Qingtian waved his hand. The Ruoshui Divine Bow instantly appeared in his hand. Chapter 309. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and shot an arrow. He aimed at the sky above the building. Torrential rain. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingtian's hand had already released the bowstring. A torrential downpour began to fall in the first floor lobby. Watching the downpour, Luo Qingtian felt a surge of excitement. This was one of the 4 attributes of the skill evolved from Meteor Shower. Although it was currently only a torrential rain type, the rain had been enchanted with the poisonous power by Luo Qingtian. Falling like this, the damage would be significant. At this moment, all the little meatballs were corroded by the rain. The little meatballs that had originally rushed towards Luo Qingtian quickly retreated. They all returned to the same location and began to fuse, hoping to transform back into fused humans. But Luo Qingtian wouldn't give them the chance. He instantly switched his Ruoshui to the Amos ice bow. He drew his bow, and shot his arrow at the fusion point of the meatballs. After firing 3 arrows simultaneously, the upgrade not only increased the power, but also the attack range. As these 3 arrows were fired, the surrounding air felt cold. As they struck the flesh spheres, they were frozen into ice sculptures before they could even fuse. Luo Qingtian rushed forward, unleashing the white thread in his hand. It pierced directly into the fused being's body. As his skills improved, so did the white thread. This time, Luo Qingtian's thread was much thicker than before. Even the absorption rate was several times faster. Thanks to the earlier water boost, the freezing lasted much longer this time. Luo Qingtian slowly and steadily absorbed the fused being. Only when the fused being's body gradually disappeared did he breathe a sigh of relief. Luo Qingtian waited in the first floor lobby for a moment, confirming that there were no other fusionists in the government building. Then she turned and headed outside. Luo Qingtian was a little worried about the situation outside. For some reason, Luo Qingtian felt that Bai Haoran's dying words weren't just threats. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but quicken her pace. When Bai He returned to the villa complex, he found no one there. He quickly packed his belongings and luggage. He packed his luggage and prepared to leave. As he was leaving, a female secretary who had been following him emerged from the room and frowned at Bai He's movements. "Young Master Bai, where are you going?" Bai He frowned at the woman who had been following him, debating whether to take his food with him. But then, remembering he didn't have much food, he whispered, "I need to go out for a couple of days to relax. If my dad wants to see me, just say I'm busy. By the way, did they send the helicopter I asked the Qin family to send last time?" The female secretary nodded. Yes, it's at the usual place. Bai He listened. Without giving it a second thought, he took his luggage and headed upstairs. The usual place was the rooftop of the entire villa. He rushed up without a second thought. The female secretary looked at Bai He with some confusion. This was more than once Bai He had gone out like this, and he didn't care anyway. After watching Bai He leave, she went into the kitchen to get busy. It was better if Bai He wasn't there. She could rest for 2 days. Bai He rushed to the rooftop, his lips curled slightly as he gazed at his helicopter. He pulled a bag from a corner of the rooftop, tossed his luggage inside, climbed in, and started the helicopter. The helicopter took off, soaring high into the sky. The city center of the third base was just as Luo Qingtian had imagined. Before his death, Bai Haoran had released the control over all the fused humans hidden within the city. Anyone captured by Bai Haoran would have a chip made from earth fragments implanted in their body by the laboratory. Some individuals who successfully underwent this experiment were then placed among normal humans for further observation. To further refine the production of fused humans, Bai Haoran had his subordinates inject the black liquid he had developed into ordinary people. Many people were unaware they had been injected. Even if their bodies experienced discomfort, they simply attributed it to some illness contracted during the apocalypse. As long as the controllers within the original fused humans were not activated, they could still function among the crowd with normal forms and thoughts. But Bai Haoran, wishing to take the entire third base with him, removed the control over these fused humans. This caused all the fused humans in the base to go insane simultaneously. Some were still eating in restaurants, or chatting with friends, even completing tasks. They all collapsed to the ground at the same moment. When they rose again, their bodies were limp, as if they had no bones. Some eventually turned into a pile of flesh. Some had just reunited with their wives and children, enjoying a moment of tenderness, and then, before their wives and children's horrified eyes, they were reduced to a pile of flesh. Although they tried their best to endure it, instinct quickly took over. Amidst the screams of his wife and children, the man devoured his family. When Bai Nianan and Lin Zheng arrived, they saw the entire third base filled with fusion beings. Especially on the streets, many fusion beings were chasing ordinary people and devouring those with special abilities. Some fusion beings, having devoured so much, had grown enormous and were now inching slowly through the streets. Some fusion beings had simply attached themselves to buildings, attempting to devour them. Seeing this, Lin Zheng and Bai Nianan felt a chill run down their spines. How could they fight so many fusion beings? Some ordinary people, seeing the approaching military squad, rushed towards them. Seeing these rushing people, their military qualities prevented any of them from retreating. They all unleashed their special abilities to engage the fusion beings on the opposite side. When Qin Huiyang realized something was amiss with the third base, he immediately called out to Tang Mo to get out of the way. Tang Mo found a corner to observe the situation. Once he was sure the path behind him was still clear, he headed straight for the government building without a second thought. He wanted to find Luo Qingtian. In this situation, he felt the only person he knew who could handle it was his beloved sister Luo. Luo Qingtian left the government building and wanted to head straight for the villa area. She wanted to deal with Bai He. This time, she didn't see Bai He in the government building. She figured if Bai He wasn't in the building, then he was in the villa area. Luo Qingtian wasn't going to let either of these two bays go. But before she could get far, Tang Mo came running up behind her. "Sister Luo, help!" Luo Qingtian turned around and saw Tang Mo running towards her, a question mark on her face. "What's wrong?" Tang Mo stepped forward, grabbed Luo Qingtian, and without bothering to explain, they ran towards the city center. Chapter 310. After being dragged along for 2 steps, Luo Qingtian grabbed Tang Mo's hand. She didn't particularly like being touched. What happened? Did Bai Nianan and the others get hurt? Tang Mo grimaced in pain. As they ran, he explained what happened in the city center to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian frowned upon hearing the current situation. This is a difficult situation. With Bai Haoran's vengeful nature, he definitely wouldn't limit these actions to the third base's first city. Perhaps, the 2 cities outside would have already become like this. It seems Bai Haoran truly intends to bring the third base down with him. He's simply inhumane. With all the military units now in the first city, the most dangerous places are the second and third cities. Many relatives of psychics live in the second city. There should still be quite a few psychics there, so those fused people should be manageable. The most dangerous place, then, is the third city. Luo Qingtian thought to herself and immediately released Bai, transforming it into wings. Then, she took flight. Tang Mo, find a place to hide. I go check out the third city first. Luo Qingtian finished, quickly soaring high into the sky and heading for the third city. Just as Luo Qingtian had predicted, by the time she reached the third city, the fused beings there were even worse than she had imagined. Fusion beings, each the size of a 3-story building, were everywhere. Some smaller fused beings disintegrated, transforming into tiny balls to chase the ordinary people. Watching this scene quickly fall, Luo Qingtian didn't rush to attack, but instead shot out numerous white lines from her hands. She opened her mini-map to its maximum, took aim, and shot all the white lines at the small fleshy blobs. Luo Qingtian quickly dispatched them. Luo Qingtian's appearance quickly attracted the attention of all the fused beings in the third city. They stopped chasing the ordinary people and crawled towards Luo Qingtian. As they crawled, 2 fused beings collided. Instinctively, they began devouring each other until they became one, then crawled towards Luo Qingtian again. By the time they reached Luo Qingtian, all the fused beings had become 5 enormous fused beings. Luo Qingtian's Ruoshui Divine Bow and Amos Ice Bow appeared simultaneously. As the fused beings crawled towards him, Luo Qingtian's dual attribute arrows had already been released. Frozen the crawling fused beings again, Luo Qingtian's white line shot out, and began to frantically absorb the life of the opposing fused beings. After all, the fused beings here were too large, and the freezing time wouldn't last long enough for Luo Qingtian to absorb all of their vitality. Soon, the fused beings broke free from their icy bonds and charged towards Luo Qingtian again. Luo Qingtian was troubled. Every time he absorbed vitality, the white lines weren't long enough. And he couldn't get too close to the fused beings. So, he had to incapacitate them before absorbing. But the freezing time wasn't long enough now. That would significantly slow his combat speed. Wait, the freezing time wasn't long enough. Then, just as he was thinking this, the fused beings nearby all broke free from their bonds and rushed towards Luo Qingtian, some already extending their tentacles, thrusting directly at his face. Xiaolu leaped out. Just as the tentacles were about to touch Luo Qingtian, Xiaolu's green tentacles quickly extended, severing the tentacles attacking Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian retracted her white thread, and a purple bow and arrow appeared in her hand. Is this the thunder bow? Luo Qingtian didn't have time to think. Just as the fusion beings were about to surround her, she suddenly flew into the air. The astonishing thunder bow unleashed. A huge bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the fusion beings. Because these fusion beings were already covered in water stains, the lightning instantly ignited their bodies. Their crawling speed also slowed down. Each time they moved, lightning flashed across their bodies, making their movements even slower. Taking advantage of this moment, Luo Qingtian leaped to the ground and began absorbing energy from the fusion beings again. As Luo Qingtian's absorption rate grew faster and faster, the fusion beings instinctively sensed the danger, even though their bodies were electrified. They would also instinctively climb towards Luo Qingtian. 6 lumps of flesh surrounded Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian frowned and prepared to retract the white line again, but suddenly a fused being vanished before him. Luo Xiaowu appeared at some point, a black beam flashing from his hand, his fist striking wherever it struck. The second and third fused beings were quickly dispatched by him. After the first 3 vanished, the remaining 3 fused beings were quickly absorbed by Luo Qingtian. The battle ended, and Luo Xiaowu looked at Luo Qingtian with a smile. Luo Qingtian looked at Luo Xiaowu in surprise. "Why are you here?" Luo Qingtian said. "I came to see you." Luo Qingtian nodded. "Are you not angry anymore? Seeing how angry you were when you left, I thought you wouldn't show up again." Luo Xiaowu shook his head. "I just don't like you giving me away." Luo Qingtian blinked. Luo Xiaowu was no longer stumbling. Has he learned this so quickly? It's wrong of me to arbitrarily decide where you go, but you're an independent individual. I don't have the right to give you away. I just wanted you to help me back then. At this point, Luo Qing suddenly remembered that she still had to go to the second city. She said, "Thank you for helping me today. I thank you next time when I have time. I still have time to go to the second city to kill the fusion." At this point, Luo Qing prepared to take off. Luo Xiaowu suddenly rushed to Luo Qingtian's side and grabbed his hand. Luo Qingtian turned her head, looked at her grabbed hand, and frowned slightly. She didn't like being touched. Luo Xiaowu, acutely aware of Luo Qingtian's displeasure, quickly released his hand. "I go with you." Luo Qingtian looked at Luo Xiaowu. Does this guy like following me so much? But thinking of Luo Xiaowu's black power. Luo Qing, okay, then I take you flying. Luo Qing held out her hand to Luo Xiaowu, who shook his head. I run fast, you fly, I run. Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Luo Xiaowu's words. Neither she nor Xiaolu particularly liked being touched by strangers. Okay, Luo Qing took flight. Luo Xiaowu, looking in Luo Qingtian's direction, followed closely below. He leaped swiftly across the rooftops, then swiftly landed on the ground and ran. Luo Qingtian looked at the black figure on the ground, his eyes flashing with surprise again. Is this man so fast? Chapter 311. The two, one flying and the other running, soon reached the second city. The second city of the third base lacked any major commercial districts, consisting primarily of residential areas. When Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu arrived, the entire residential area was practically wrecked. What left Luo Qingtian speechless was that the entire second city's fused beings hadn't merged together, likely due to the large population. As a result, the fused beings had split themselves into a pile of small fleshy spheres. Furthermore, many of these small fleshy spheres, after devouring humans, became larger fleshy spheres almost as tall as humans. In short, the situation looked horrific. After landing, Luo Qingtian's flying fire mystic bow quickly appeared in his hand. He was about to draw his bow and shoot an arrow, but after a moment's thought, he switched to the Amos Ice Bow and the Ruoshui Divine Bow. Because there were so many survivors on the opposing side, the flying fire mystic bow would be an indiscriminate attack. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian drew his bow and shot an arrow, freezing the fused being in the front, who was chasing the family of three. Luo Xiaowu also rushed over, destroying every one of Luo Qingtian's frozen fused beings with one punch. The two of them coordinated their efforts. Soon, the fused beings in this small area were completely wiped out, and Luo Qingtian soared high into the sky again. Preparing to move on to the next area, Luo Xiaowu followed Luo Qingtian, and the two quickly flew towards another small area. In the new area, little flesh balls were practically everywhere. Even though Luo Qingtian unleashed numerous group attacks, the flesh balls in other areas would still split apart. What drove Luo Qingtian crazy the most was that these flesh balls would keep running, splitting and running. The fight made Luo Qingtian feel like exploding. Furthermore, there were many espers in this area, and many fusions had their abilities significantly enhanced after devouring them. This made dealing with them much more difficult than in the third city. But fortunately, just after clearing out the fusions in this area, Luo Qingtian was about to take off when Luo Xiaowu jumped beside her and stopped her. You consumed too much energy. Would you like to rest for a while? Luo Qingtian shook her head. No need to rest. With so many fusions, if we don't hurry, more fusions will split. That's really annoying. As Luo Qingtian arrived, a helicopter flew over them, passing the second city and heading straight for the base. When Luo Qingtian saw the helicopter, she suddenly remembered something and immediately asked Bai to catch up. Baihe was feeling quite proud of himself because the helicopter was running low on fuel. Remembering that he would need more fuel to reach the fourth base, he had already taken off but then retreated to find a full tank and brought a spare. This delayed the flight. Thankfully, this time, he brought everything with him. What he hadn't expected was that his mad father actually opened the thing, burying the entire third base with him. But none of this mattered to him anymore. As long as he left this place and reached the fourth base, then everything could start anew. Whether it was the virus data or the supernatural potion, these were the assets he would need to make a living in the future. Just as Baihe was happily thinking, he suddenly realized that his helicopter had stopped in midair. What terrified him most was that the helicopter's propellers had stopped moving. The sound of the helicopter's flight was no longer audible. Then he saw Luo Qingtian across from him. She stood opposite the helicopter like a warrior angel. Behind her was a pair of enormous white wings. Baihe felt that it was outrageous at this moment. It was truly outrageous. But that wasn't the only thing that shocked him. Luo Qingtian pointed toward the propeller, and then he felt his helicopter plummeting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! I don't want to die. Baihe clutched the handle in front of him in terror, even anticipating the horrific fall. The imagined pain never came, and he had already landed safely. Luo Qingtian dragged him directly from the helicopter, and the helicopter was taken away by Luo Qingtian. Baihe, it's been a long time since we last met. It seems like the last time we met was just last time. Luo Qingtian smiled, revealing two beautiful little fangs, each a row of tiny, white, and gleaming teeth. What had been a beautiful smile, in Baihe's eyes, seemed to have been frozen in time. Sister Luo, I didn't do anything. How about you let me go? Luo Qingtian suddenly smiled at this. She reached out and grabbed Baihe's neck, then flew him high into the sky. Don't kill me! Baihe was nearly suffocated by Luo Qingtian's grip. He hugged Luo Qingtian with both hands, his face flushed crimson. Not killing you. Humph, you created so many fusion humans to torment humanity. Do you think you still have the face to live in this world? Bai He's brain was starving for oxygen, and his face had turned a rosy purple. His eyes were turning white. Luo Qingtian could even feel Bai He's vitality waning. At that moment, Luo Qingtian let go, and Bai He fell to the ground like a tattered rag. Before Bai He hit the ground, his mind rapidly replayed the past. A wry smile, not quite relieved, appeared on his face. He closed his eyes, awaiting death. But the imagined death never came. Luo Qingtian grabbed Bai He's ankles before he hit the ground. Bai He then froze in midair, hands to him like, "What an idiot! Even if I threw you from a high altitude, you're still a psychic. You even forgotten your ability to fly." Luo Qingtian, with his head held high, tossed Bai He to the ground with a hint of disgust. Bai He had survived the ordeal, and suddenly, nothing mattered. He staggered to his feet. Looking at Luo Qingtian, he said, "Whatever you want to know, I tell you." Luo Qingtian's lips curled slightly. It seemed this guy wasn't that stupid. Pointing at the fused beings behind him, he said, "With so many fused beings, you can't possibly not have a way to control them. Tell me, how can we completely eliminate them?" Bai He's face was filled with disbelief. Hadn't Luo Qingtian already established a connection with that person? Could it be that Luo Qingtian didn't even know what that person was doing? Luo Qingtian stared at Bai He's face, not missing a single expression. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes. "Don't test my patience. If you don't tell me, I kill you." "No, let the fused beings devour you." Luo Qingtian stepped forward and grabbed Bai He by the neck, ready to throw him. Bai He screamed in fear. No, I'm telling you, haven't you already established a connection with this guy with a destructive ability?" Chapter 312. Hearing Bai He's words, Luo Qingtian looked at Luo Xiaowu. "What do you mean? Destruction ability?" After hearing this, Bai He finally confirmed that Luo Qingtian truly didn't know the boy's background and began to wonder whether he should tell Luo Qingtian the truth. Until he saw Luo Qingtian's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, as if they could instantly read his inner thoughts. His heart sank as he began to explain. "We created the fusion humans from lizards, zombie viruses, meteorite materials, and genes extracted from various regenerative cells. Our ultimate goal was to create a powerful immortal race. We just didn't expect that we would." Bai He was about to explain again from the beginning, but Luo Qingtian frowned and interrupted him. "Stop talking nonsense. I just want to hear what I want to know." Bai He glanced at Luo Xiaowu standing nearby and said, "This boy's ability is called destruction. We discovered it the day we found the meteorite. It possesses immense power. He alone killed many people that day, but fortunately, we captured him. We also discovered that this guy could destroy the fused humans we created. So, to prevent a fused human from going berserk and losing control, we placed him in a laboratory. To keep him under control, we also implanted a program based on the instincts of a chick. The first person this guy sees, he recognizes as his parents." Luo Qingtian's head buzzed when he heard this. No wonder Luo Xiaowu kept following him around. Was he trying to make him his mother? He already had several children. He absolutely couldn't have another. She glanced at Luo Xiaowu discreetly. Luo Xiaowu's face was expressionless at the moment, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She decided to leave secretly. She absolutely couldn't let this guy follow her. Luo Qingtian thought to herself. His brow furrowed. "That's not what I want to hear. Even if Luo Xiaowu can destroy this fusion being, you've seen how the entire base is now overrun with fusion beings wreaking havoc. What I want is a solution for these fusion beings." Bai He looked at Luo Qingtian and shook his head. "If my father's bracelet was still there, perhaps there would be a solution. But given my father's nature, if you force him, he might just destroy it." Luo Qingtian frowned. Bai Haoran was dead beyond dead. There wasn't even a body left. As for that bracelet, isn't the bracelet you're talking about something like a digital watch? Bai He nodded. "Yes, actually, every fused being has a chip inside their body. There's a kill button inside the bracelet. Press it, and all of them will activate simultaneously." Luo Qingtian sighed. "Since you can't do anything, forget it. It seems you're truly useless. Then die." Luo Qingtian instantly manifested a bone knife in her hand. She raised it high, ready to chop Bai He to death. Bai He froze in fear. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I have another method, but it's a little difficult. But if you're strong enough, you should be able to do it." Luo Qingtian's blade stopped near Bai He's scalp. What method? If you say so, I let you go. If you say so, I chop you up." Bai Yi thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "My father used to have a speaker in his office to better control the fused beings. Now you're just thinking there are too many of them, too chaotic, and it's inconvenient to kill them. If you're capable, turn on that speaker." As soon as the sound from the speaker sounded, all the fusionists would gather near the government building. This news was exactly what Luo Qingtian had expected. At this moment, only by gathering all the fusionists together could the losses be minimized. It would also prevent the fusionists from growing stronger during this period. Once they reached the government building, they would have all the psychics gather together to attack, while Luo Xiaowu and he coordinated the attack. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian grabbed Bai He and flew high into the sky. "Come on, I take you to the government building. This is your chance to redeem yourself for your crimes." As Luo Qingtian took flight, Luo Xiaowu followed suit. 20 minutes later, Luo Qingtian and Bai Yi flew directly to the top floor of the first city government building. After Luo Qingtian reached the top floor, Luo Xiaowu, using his hands and feet, also climbed in. Luo Qingtian threw Bai He into the office and said, "I destroyed your office once. Look over there. Where's that speaker you mentioned?" Flying all the way here, Luo Qingtian saw that the entire base was practically occupied by fusioners. Although many psychics were still fighting hard, it was only a drop in the bucket. Bai He walked into the office with a mixture of emotions. How many times had he dreamed of replacing his father and sitting in this magnificent office himself? What he hadn't expected was that neither he nor his father would secure the position. He walked straight to Bai Howren's old desk. From a hidden compartment at the bottom, he found a button. He pressed it. In an instant, a speaker slowly rose from a hidden compartment on the roof of the government building. Then, a sharp explosion echoed throughout the building. The piercing sound made the three people's heads buzz, and Luo Qingtian even felt the urge to jump up and hit someone. Bai He, standing nearby, also felt his ears ringing. Seeing Luo Qingtian's murderous look, he waved his hands and explained, "I didn't know this would happen. Seriously, I didn't know anything." Luo Qingtian glanced at Bai He. Although she couldn't hear what he said clearly, she could tell from his mouth shape. She stepped forward, grabbed Bai He, and flew directly to the rooftop. Then she threw Bai He near the loudspeaker. She then took Luo Xiaowu and flew towards the rooftop of another building in the opposite direction. The sound from the speaker was already piercing. After being thrown near it, Bai Yi felt a demonic sound filling his ears, and he felt like he was going crazy. He curled up on the building, desperately covering his ears. He tried to block out the sound. He also tried to use his supernatural powers to escape, but the sound was controlling him. He found his body becoming limp and weak. Forget about his superpowers. He didn't even have the strength to stand. The sound from the building speakers grew louder and louder. This caused the entire third base's fused beings to halt their current movements. Those preparing to devour humanity, those preparing to devour the land, and those battling the superpowered beings all crawled towards the first city simultaneously, as if summoned by some kind of summons. There were also some small balls of flesh that had been hopping around in the second city. At this sound, they leaped and hopped towards the first city. Chapter 313. In the heart of First City, Bai Nianen and his companions were battling a group of fusion humans. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed from the sky above the entire base. The fusion humans before them also gave up the fight, and all ran towards the government building. Bai Nianen and his companions were struck by this strange scene. Some of the psychic's powers were still glowing. Then, they saw the fusion humans leap directly over their heads. Lin Zheng approached Bai Nianen and said, "Captain Bai, where are these fusion humans going?" Bai Nianen shook his head. "I don't know, but it should be related to this sound. Let's go and see." With this, Bai Nianen and his companions followed the fusion humans. The fusion humans throughout First City were now moving towards the government building. Along the way, fusion humans were crawling out of the streets, houses, and restaurants. Bai Nianen and his companions felt their scalps tingle as they watched these fusion humans crawl out. They only knew there were many fused beings in the city center, but they had no idea there were so many. Now that these fused beings had emerged from their hiding places, Bai Nianen suddenly had an idea, how to lure them out, and lure them all to the same place. Bai Nianen was certain that only Sister Luo could pull this off. Thinking this way, Bai Nianen couldn't help but quicken her pace. Unconsciously, all the psychics had followed the fused beings to the basement of the government building. The building surrounding the government building had been razed to the ground by these fused beings. Downstairs, the fused beings remained silent, as if waiting for something. Immediately, these fused beings began rapidly merging with one another, devouring each other, and merging again. Soon, several massive, towering fused beings appeared before the crowd. Up in the sky, Luo Qingtian, holding a blue and white bow, cast a cold, gloomy gaze at the approaching fused beings. Its sister Luo, Tang Mo, spotted Luo Qingtian standing in midair. Luo Qingtian then raised the Amos and Ruoxue divine bows in her hands. She drew her bow and released her arrows in one smooth motion. Countless arrows of ice and water pelted the fused beings. Luo Qingtian stood in midair, whispering softly, "Fusion." The fused arrows pierced the fused beings' bodies, and the still-moving fused beings quickly froze into a massive mass of ice. Luo Xiaowu then jumped out. He struck the fused being before him with a fierce punch. The enormous fused being's body quickly shrank. Luo Xiaowu stared at the fused being before him in astonishment. It was the first time he'd seen a fused being survive his punch. His brow furrowed, and a black light shone from his hand, as if a black armor had formed within it. He pounded the frozen fused being dozens of times, until the sound of ice breaking could be heard from the frozen fused being before him. Luo Xiaowu completely annihilated it. The sounds of ice shattering could be heard from the surrounding frozen fused beings. A gigantic tentacle slammed down towards Luo Xiaowu's head. Feeling something attack him from above, Luo Xiaowu quickly rolled backwards to avoid the fused being's attack. But gathered here were the fused beings from the entire third base. After devouring each other, splitting, and devouring again, they had already mutated countless times. It was unknown how much stronger they had become. Surrounded by these powerful fusion beings, Luo Xiaowu's abilities were actually suppressed. After the ice shattered, all the fusion beings chased Luo Xiaowu. No matter how powerful Luo Xiaowu's abilities were, they were powerless without a close-range attack. In midair, Luo Qingtian also noticed this. She continued to move. Arrows fused from ice and water swiftly shot towards the fusion beings. The fusion beings chasing Luo Xiaowu were once again frozen. Luo Xiaowu took the opportunity to stop and approach the nearest fusion being. Black light burst from his hands, and he punched the fusion being with countless punches, until all the black light in his hands was injected into the fusion being's body. The fusion being completely vanished, and Luo Xiaowu began to run again. As Luo Xiaowu quickly departed, the frozen forms of the fused beings behind him shattered rapidly. The fused beings, like pools of foul water, limply drifted toward Luo Xiaowu. Anything they touched was devoured along the way. Luo Xiaowu could sense the beings chasing him from behind. One rolled forward, the other dodged to the side, effortlessly avoiding all the fused beings' pursuit. Luo Qingtian continued to fire his icy arrows, freezing the surrounding fused beings once again. The psychic teams behind him, having seen the two's coordinated efforts, also knew how to attack the fused beings. They positioned themselves not far from the fused beings, taking advantage of their frozen state. They began to approach the fused beings, continuously unleashing their powers. Until the freeze ended, the psychics quickly fled. Before this, the psychics of the third base had battled the fused beings for a long time, and now, fighting again, their powers were quickly depleted. This resulted in many psychics being unable to escape the instant the fused being's freeze was lifted, ultimately being captured and devoured by them. After several rounds of this, many psychics began to flee. Luo Qingtian noticed this while firing her arrows. She hadn't expected there to be so many fused beings in the entire third base. Even Luo Xiaowu's destructive powers couldn't dispel them. Luo Qingtian fired again, and the moment she was frozen, she dived from the sky to the ground. The white thread in her hand quickly penetrated the fused beings' bodies. Luo Qingtian absorbed the energy with all her might, quickly absorbing the fused beings in front of her. When the freeze ended, Luo Qingtian didn't pull away in time, but instead punched the fused being closest to her. The fusion figure was sent flying. Then, he fell upon the other fusion figures behind him. Luo Qingtian seized this opportunity and slammed her fist into the ground. Grow! Green grass grew wildly, almost covering the entire street. Whether it was the fleeing psychics, the psychic teams fighting furiously, or the military teams, they all could feel their depleted psychic powers rapidly recovering. Those psychics, who had been about to flee, finally decided to run back. Luo Qingtian now glared fiercely at the psychic, who was crawling toward her again. Get out of the way! Luo Qingtian shouted to the people around her, and then the cold air around her began to spread. The temperature around them quickly dropped. Those around her also noticed something was wrong and moved away from Luo Qingtian. Only Luo Xiaowu did not retreat. He stood not far behind Luo Qingtian, staring intently at him. Chapter 314. All the fused beings were now crawling towards Luo Qingtian. Their figures were enormous, comparable to a 3-story building. Luo Qingtian stood in midair, quietly awaiting their approach. However, The aura around her grew increasingly icy, even tinged with a white chill. When all the fused beings drew near, even reaching out their tentacles to claw at Luo Qingqian's body, Luo Qingqian suddenly fired an arrow from the aimless ice bow in her hand. Freeze! The next moment, large patches of ice flowers spread from the ground, spreading across the surrounding ground and walls, quickly dyeing everything white. Then, all the fused beings in the vicinity began to freeze. This time, the freezing was noticeably more solid than before, as if the fused beings themselves were ice sculptures. The white lines on Luo Qingqian's hands began to spread outward. White lines extended continuously, piercing the bodies of these fused beings. Luo Qingqian began to absorb their life force. Luo Xiaowu, sensing Luo Qingqian's intentions, ignored the icy surroundings and rushed forward, unleashing his supernatural powers to their full potential. He aimed his punches at the nearest fused being and began to swing wildly. Black beams of light blossomed in this white world. One rapidly absorbed, the other rapidly destroyed. These fused beings, resembling ice sculptures, were being rapidly destroyed and vanished. Everyone could clearly see that the fused beings were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After Luo Qingqian absorbed the entangled fused being in his hand, the fused being barely even showed any sign of breaking through the ice. "Oh my god, Sister Luo is amazing again," Tang Imo exclaimed in shock. Zhong Yan and she ran quickly stepped forward and joined the others in the fight. Zhong Yan looked at Luo Qingqian and Luo Xiaowu and said, "This ice-based ability is simply insane. We really only know a tiny fraction of Sister Luo." The others remained silent, their gazes turning towards Luo Qingqian with complex expressions. In fact, after Luo Qingqian's skill upgrade, she had become more alert and attentive to all directions. So, she had heard everything they were saying. Gu Yu felt a little embarrassed when she heard the others praising her ice-based ability. She had only mastered this ice-based ability after upgrading. It was an ice-based ability extended from the 3 arrows fired simultaneously. As for the extent of this ability, she had no idea. At this moment, Luo Qingqian clearly felt that her life force absorption rate was slowing down, as if something was blocking her from the front. Luo Qingqian could even hear the sound of shattering glass as she gritted her teeth at the fused beings. Another Luo Qingqian suddenly appeared within her body. White threads pierced the fused beings' bodies from both Luo Qingqian's hands. The fused beings were rapidly decreasing at a visible rate. Bai Nianen and the others felt their blood boiling at the sight of this. Oh my god, what kind of supernatural power is this? How did she suddenly become 2 Sister Luos? The members of the military team were filled with shock. At this moment, Luo Qingqian eliminated several more giant fused beings in quick succession. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief at this sight. Hurry, don't be lazy. Sister Luo is fighting these fused beings with all her might. We can't afford to give up. The psychics unleashed their powers one after another. Zhong Yan seemed to have been given a shot of chicken blood. The flames suddenly surged. A giant firebird flew swiftly past the psychics. Crack, crack, Luo Qingqian's ice sculptures were about to break. Tentacles were even reaching out to grab the surrounding psychics. Get out of the way, Luo Qingqian shouted. The people around him quickly left the area after hearing Luo Qingqian's cry. Luo Qingqian took 2 steps forward and punched the ground again. A tentacle was silently reaching for Luo Qingqian's head. Luo Xiaowu had just stepped back when he noticed the tentacle, having forgotten Luo Qingqian's warning. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed it. At that moment, Luo Xiaowu heard Luo Qingqian's voice, "Domain." The next moment, Luo Qingqian, along with Luo Xiaowu and the group of fused beings, vanished from the scene. Within the domain, all the fused beings were pinned to the ground. Luo Xiaowu was also lying prone. He tried to stand several times, but the immense pressure on him caused him to suffocate each time he did. Luo Qingqian hadn't anticipated that opening his domain would bring Luo Xiaowu with him. "Why are you here?" Luo Qingqian stepped forward and whispered softly to Luo Xiaowu, "Protect." The immense pressure that had been pressing down on Luo Xiaowu instantly dissipated. Luo Qingqian now looked off into the distance. A soft, limp mass of rotten flesh lay pinned to the ground, motionless. "Luo Qingqian, since we're here, let's go together. These fused beings will die here today. Not a single one can be released." With that, Luo Qingqian's hands materialized into white lines, piercing through the bodies of the fused beings. Luo Xiaowu first glanced around. He didn't understand where he was, only that this must be Luo Qingqian's place. Luo Qingqian then split open another Luo Qingqian from his body. White lines also appeared in the hands of this new Luo Qingqian, and the 2 Luo Qingqians together absorbed the energy of the fused beings before them. Luo Xiaowu no longer considered anything else. Black light flashed from his hands, and he rushed towards the fused beings. 2 hours later, Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu sat down listlessly downstairs in the government building. Many people were still standing there, seemingly waiting for something. Until Luo Qingtian appeared, Bai Nianan stepped forward and said, "Sister Luo, you worked so hard. I wonder what happened to those fused beings." Luo Qingtian waved her hand. "They're all dead? I go up and destroy the speakers." After that, Luo Qingtian flew up again and reached the rooftop. After turning off the speakers, Luo Qingtian began to search around. In the corner, he spotted Bai He, his eyes bloodshot, blood oozing from his ears, nose, and even mouth. Could this guy have been stunned by the noise? Luo Qingtian stepped forward and kicked Bai He. Luo Qingtian didn't use much force. Bai He spitted blood and slowly fell to the ground. Dead as can be. Luo Qingtian was speechless. He hadn't really intended to kill him. He had simply wanted to hand him over to Bai Nianan. Now that he was dead, Luo Qingtian could only carry the body downstairs. After tossing Bai He's body to Bai Nianan, Luo Qingtian whispered a few words to him and left. Back at the inn, it was eerily quiet. In the basement, Lu Xiaoyu and the old lady were carefully hiding. Until Luo Qingtian entered the room with a 10-point mark. "Lu Xiaoyu, come out." Chapter 315. Lu Xiaoyu and her mother had been hiding in the dimly lit basement for several days. Lu Xiaoyu had known this day would come long ago, so she had prepared a basement in this small hotel to shelter in. This was to prevent Bai Haoran from silencing her if she were abandoned one day. These days, the mother and daughter lived in fear, daring not to utter a single sound. They heard footsteps, sounds of people fleeing, even the sound of something crawling. These sounds frightened them, even tormented them. But thinking of the wonderful life ahead, they persevered. Luo Qingtian stood in the small, 10-point room, frowning at the stone slab beneath the bed. The minimap displayed. Lu Xiaoyu and the landlady were currently hiding here. "Lu Xiaoyu, the third base is safe. You can come out now," Luo Qingtian called again. Finally, the stone slab moved, and then it opened. Lu Xiaoyu poked her head out. Looking up, she saw Luo Qingtian standing in the room. Seeing Luo Qingtian, Lu Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. "It's you. I was so scared." With this, Lu Xiaoyu crawled out from under the stone slab and pulled her mother out. "Is the matter resolved?" Lu Xiaoyu looked at Luo Qingtian uncertainly. Luo Qingtian looked at her calmly. "Where's the meteorite you were talking about?" The fact that Luo Qingtian asked this meant that the matter of the third base was completely resolved. Without a second thought, she entered the basement again and retrieved the tightly wrapped earth fragment. Lu Xiaoyu unwrapped the rags that had wrapped the fragments, revealing a glass container containing the earth fragment. "This is the piece I obtained." Luo Qingtian took it. He opened the container, removed the earth fragment, and stored it in his space. With this final fragment, he could leave. Luo Qingtian left the inn in a good mood, and saw Luo Xiaowu waiting for him at the entrance of the alley. "Luo Xiaowu, why are you here? I was so careful when I left just now, but I didn't expect to be discovered." Luo Xiaowu looked at Luo Qingtian with moist eyes, his expression still a little aggrieved. "Luo Qingtian, are you planning to give me away again?" Luo Qingtian choked. "She didn't. She just wanted to leave." "No, didn't I tell you? You're an independent individual. I have no right to decide whether you stay or go." After saying this, Luo Xiaowu's eyes welled up. "So, you didn't plan to take me with you when you left?" Luo Qingtian felt guilty. She really hadn't planned to take him with her. She was like a lone wolf, used to acting on her own. She'd feel uncomfortable with someone around. She had too many secrets. She didn't want anyone to know. Of course, she didn't say any of this. She tried to look at Luo Xiaowu with sincerity and said, "Luo Xiaowu, aren't you curious about your own identity? Aren't you worried about your family looking for you? I left because I was looking for my family too. You were captured by Baihe and the others and taken to the lab. I think your family might be at the third base." Luo Xiaowu looked at Luo Qingtian, his expression somewhat dull. Luo Qingtian sighed and said, "Your liking to follow me isn't your original intention. It's because Baihe and the others installed the sheet cling system in you. When you open your eyes and see the first person, you feel close to them. None of this is your original intention. What you need to do now is to control this illusion." Luo Xiaowu stared at Luo Qingtian in astonishment, not quite understanding what Luo Qingtian was saying. From the moment he first laid eyes on Luo Qingtian, he felt a strong urge to stay by her side. He couldn't explain why himself. But now Luo Qingtian told him that none of this was his original intention. How could this be possible? Luo Xiaowu's expression grew increasingly bewildered, and then a light flashed in his mind. A man and a woman sat across from him, smiling and saying something to him. He even felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy and dependence towards them, the same feeling he had felt when he saw Luo Qingtian. It felt very comfortable. Seeing Luo Xiaowu in a daze, Luo Qingtian sighed. "Let's go! I want to see Bai Nianan before I leave." In any case, he wasn't leaving with Luo Xiaowu. Leaving him in Bai Nianan's care might help him find his family. By then, he might no longer be called Luo Xiaowu. When they found Bai Nianan, he was still helping Lin Zheng direct the crowd to clean up the streets. Seeing Luo Qingtian approach, Bai Nianan quickly took a map and some data from Tang Mo. "Sister Luo, the data for the surrounding area of the government building and the fourth base are all here. Are you ready to leave?" Luo Qingtian took the information, looked at it, and said yes. "The third base doesn't have the person I'm looking for, so I definitely won't stay any longer." Luo Qingtian lowered his head and flipped through the information in his hand. It listed some small bases surrounding the third base. However, these bases didn't seem to have much relevance to the future base. But just in case, Luo Qingtian decided to stop by these bases on his way to the fourth base. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian stuffed the information into his backpack. "Okay. I think it'd take a long time to rebuild the third base, so I won't stay any longer." Bai Nianan, hearing Luo Qingtian's words implying she was ready to leave, immediately said, "Sister Luo, are you planning to leave now? It's already this late. How about we leave together tomorrow?" Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. "You guys are leaving too?" Bai Nianan nodded. "Yes, the base commander was just planning to give us 5 helicopters as a gift. That's just enough time for our team members to leave. We resolved the third base issue. As you can see, developing the desired medicine is currently impossible. So we decided to return to the second base for now. Now that I think about it, it's true. But none of this has anything to do with Luo Qingtian. I'm on a different path from you, and I wish you a safe journey. Oh, and one more thing. I'm leaving today. Can you help Luo Xiaowu find his family back at the third base?" Luo Qingtian dragged Luo Xiaowu over. Bai Nianan looked at Luo Xiaowu in surprise. Luo Xiaowu's face was expressionless, his eyes cold. When he looked at Bai Nianan, it was as if he were looking at a dead person. This made Bai Nianan tremble uncontrollably. "Haha, looking for family? Sure. Lin Zheng is counting the household registration and the remaining survivors. I'm sure we find Xiaowu's family in less than 2 days." Chapter 316. Although he didn't particularly like the way Luo Xiaowu looked at him, Bai Nianan felt obliged to accept Luo Qingtian's request. Luo Qingtian briefly exchanged a few words with the others. Then he turned back and earnestly instructed Luo Xiaowu, "Stay safe at the third base. In just 2 days, you find your true family. Once you spend enough time with your family, the fledgling system in your brain will cease to function." Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Luo Xiaowu felt a surge of pain in his heart. What did Luo Qingtian mean? Did she want him to forget her because she didn't want to be with her? Did she hate him? Thinking of this, Luo Xiaowu felt incredibly wronged, and she looked at Luo Qingtian with a mixture of aggrieved and saddened eyes. Luo Qingtian felt a little guilty at being looked at by Luo Xiaowu, and she even felt like a heartless person. Ugh! Luo Qingtian turned her head away from Luo Xiaowu's gaze. That look made her want to kill herself. After giving his instructions, Luo Qingtian released Bai, who transformed into wings and prepared to leave. As he was leaving, Luo Xiaowu grabbed Luo Qingtian's hand, his eyes pleading, "Are you really not taking me with you?" Luo Xiaowu's eyes were confused, aggrieved, and a bit innocent, just like the little fur ball in his own space. Luo Qingtian sighed inwardly. If he were a mutant plant or animal, perhaps he would have taken him away. In fact, when he named Luo Xiaowu, he couldn't help but think of the little creatures around him. But he was only a human being after all. Luo Qingtian had a high wall around her when it came to people, preventing her from trusting anyone. She reached out and pried Luo Xiaowu's hand away from hers. She raised her hand and touched Luo Xiaowu's head. "Be good, stay here and find your family. Once the fledgling system in your mind disappears, you might know what you want." Luo Qing finished, not caring how distressed Luo Xiaowu was behind her. She flapped her wings and soared high into the sky. Luo Xiaowu's eyes were red as he looked in the direction Luo Qingtian had left. He stood there motionless. Bai Nianan sighed as he watched Luo Xiaowu's expression. Another man hurt by Sister Luo. And so, how could someone like Luo Qingtian stop for a man? Luo Qingtian flew out of the third base. Standing in midair, she opened the map and took a look. Although the side door of the third base was empty, there was a small base further ahead. Luo Qingtian remembered Lu Xiaoyu once saying that the people inside seemed to have some connection to Baihaoren. Luo Qingtian immediately decided to go and take a closer look. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian commanded Dabai to fly towards the base. Just after Luo Qingtian left, Lu Xiaoyu helped her mother out of the small hotel. After living in darkness underground for so long, this was the first time she had stepped out into the sunlight. Although the streets were completely destroyed, Lu Xiaoyu felt indescribably happy. From now on, she and her mother could live openly here. No laboratories, no auction houses, and no one would force her to do anything she didn't want to do. Over at Bai Nianen's side, after Luo Qingtian left, Luo Xiaoyu sat there in a daze. He felt like a child abandoned by the world. He felt like life had lost its light. Everything had become bleak. After hearing the news, Lin Zheng rushed over quickly. Upon seeing Luo Xiaoyu, he frowned and said, "I lived in the third base for so long, and I never seen a boy like this before. At least, in his circle, there's no one with such a voluptuous and handsome appearance. And this boy didn't look like someone who had survived the apocalypse. After all, he gave them such a pure and innocent impression." Luo Xiaoyu finally understood that he wasn't from the third base. Does this mean he can go find Luo Qingtian? At this thought, Luo Xiaoyu's once lifeless face lit up with joy. He stood up and looked at Lin Zheng excitedly, as if waiting for Lin Zheng to continue. Lin Zheng, head bowed, continued searching. Bai Nianen whispered, "Are you sure he doesn't have it? If not, how am I going to explain this to Sister Luo?" Bai Nianen was already wondering if this young man wasn't from the third base. Should he take him to the second base? Luo Xiaoyu seemed to see through Bai Nianen's thoughts. He waited a moment, making sure Lin Zheng wouldn't say anything. He raised his hand, and the black energy in his hand suddenly condensed into a motorcycle. He flipped over and mounted it. He ignited the engine and stepped on the accelerator. Whoosh! The motorcycle sped away from their sight. Bai Nianen didn't even have a chance to say anything to Luo Xiaoyu. He just watched Luo Xiaoyu disappear before him. Luo Xiaoyu was filled with joy. As long as he wasn't from the third base, he could follow Luo Qingtian. He quickened his pace, glancing up at the sky from time to time. This was the direction Luo Qingtian was heading. If possible, he would definitely catch up with her. Luo Qingtian didn't know what happened after she left. After flying for a while, she suddenly felt her dimension shift, so she landed on the ground just as she reached the forest. After making sure no one was around, she entered the dimension. Upon entering, Luo Qingtian almost thought she walked into the wrong place. Her original small villa had now become a massive manor villa. The original small courtyard had expanded more than tenfold. And now, she was standing in this manor. In the manor, little Furball was busily working. Since the manor had suddenly appeared, the entire courtyard was empty, so little Furball had gathered some flower seeds. It seemed he was planning to create 2 flower beds in the manor. Luo Qingtian didn't rush to check on the villa. Instead, she ran out of the manor to explore other parts of the dimension. The farmland had become even more expansive than before. In the distance, faint, rolling mountains could be seen. Forests, grasslands. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Luo Qingtian felt as if the space had become more lively. Before, besides himself, there were only Mao, Dabai, Xiaolu, and the mutant trees he had brought back. Even the sounds came from them. But now, Luo Qingtian heard the sound of flowing water, and the wind from somewhere unknown. This was the sound of the origin of life, more like the sound of nature. It was as if something was slowly forming in this space. Is this the power of the Earth's fragments? Luo Qingtian called Dabai over, jumped on top, and said, "Come on, Dabai, let's take a good look around. Let's see what's new in this space." At this, Dabai howled to the sky and ran joyfully through the space, carrying Luo Qingtian with him. Chapter 317. In the space, Luo Qingtian happily sat on Dabai's back, with Xiaolu standing on his shoulders. They ran swiftly across rivers, across mountains and streams, through forests and meadows. The changes in the space were truly immense. They themselves didn't know how long they had been running. Until Dabai grew tired and took Luo Qingtian to the river, where he gulped down water. Luo Qingtian sat by the river, gazing into the distance. This space seemed endless. It was as if all this was nature at its most beautiful and vibrant before the apocalypse. The only drawback was this. Although they couldn't find the end of this space, they could still see that the area ahead was pitch black. It was as if a dark fog concealed something. Luo Qingtian knew. That was the end of the space. It seemed his earth fragment hadn't completely opened up this space. After playing in the river with Dubai for a long time, Luo Qingtian felt sleepy. Her mind shifted slightly. She had originally run a long way, but in the blink of an eye, she was back at the manor. Inside the manor, the little ball of fur had already finished the flower bed. The flowers in the flower bed were also blossoming, stimulated by the wood elemental energy released by the ball of fur. Seeing the three of them return, the ball of fur immediately knitted a chef's hat on her head. She trudged towards the manor villa. As she entered, she gestured for Luo Qingtian to wait in the living room, then went into the kitchen and began serving Luo Qingtian food. Soon, the aroma of the food filled the dining room, and Luo Qingtian stood up and headed straight for it. Four dishes and a soup were placed on the table. It was delicious and full of flavor. As soon as Luo Qingtian sat down, Mutation placed a bowl of rice in front of her. Mutation, I think you're becoming more and more human. Luo Qingtian picked up a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into her mouth. Mutation's eyes were gentle, almost overflowing as she looked at Luo Qingtian. After finishing the braised pork, Luo Qingtian excitedly turned to look at Mutation. Mutation, your cooking skills are much better than before. You're simply amazing. When Luo Qingtian looked at her, Mutation's eyes became clear and indifferent, as if she didn't understand anything Luo Qingtian was saying. Luo Qingtian praised Mutation profusely, then quickly ate and drank her fill, stretched her back, and went upstairs. Upstairs, her room was twice as large as before, and the decor seemed to have been deliberately altered. Luo Qingtian paid no attention to it. She went into the bathroom and gave herself a nice hot shower, then slid into bed and quickly fell asleep. After Luo Qingtian came upstairs, Mutation meticulously cleaned the table and scrubbed the already clean room once more. Then he went upstairs. He quietly entered Luo Qingtian's room and placed all of Luo Qingtian's dirty and torn clothes in a basket he had prepared. He then found fresh clothes in his space and placed them beside Luo Qingtian's bed. Then he took the clothes and left. Luo Qingtian slept soundly, her dreams transporting her back to her childhood. A pair of hands gently patted her body, lulling her to sleep. Even when she opened her eyes and woke up, she still had the illusion that someone was watching over her. She sat up in bed and looked around. It was then that she realized she was in a space. Looking at the neatly stacked, brand new clothes beside the bed, Luo Qingtian put on her clothes without a second thought and walked out. Luo Qingtian arrived in the courtyard. In front of the villa door stood her smelting table, with the word 4 written on it. This meant she could now smelt 4 weapons. But thinking about her limited materials and her desire to smelt a dagger, Luo Qingtian had to put it aside for now. After eating and drinking again, Luo Qingtian left the space. Arriving at the entrance of the forest again, Luo Qingtian released Dubai and rode into the forest. Asking why Luo Qingtian didn't just fly in directly is a simple question. She simply wanted to fight monsters to familiarize herself with her skills. After entering the forest, Luo Qingtian's passive skill activated, instantly filling her body with strength. She even felt the urge to fight. Luo Qingtian recalled the first time she entered the forest, when she had the same impulse, though she managed to suppress it with all her might. In the end, she even slammed her fist against the mountain wall before her, finally suppressing the restlessness within her. But this time, the restlessness within her felt as if something was about to break free, uncontrollable. Luo Qingtian also noticed something was amiss. She told Dubai to stop. Then she reached out and touched her forearm. Soon, all the information about the passive skill appeared in her mind. On her forearm, the hunter's passive skill icon, originally green, had, for some unknown reason, turned a dark red. The hunter icon's avatar, which had always had its eyes closed, now had them open. Luo Qingtian could even see a glint of crimson in those eyes. Hunter passive skill. Murder. After entering the forest, all hunter skills increase by 2. Skill damage increases by 45%. The higher the hunter level, the higher the bonus damage of the passive skill. The side effect of murder is inner restlessness, irritability, and rage. As rage increases, the hunter's level and damage also increase. The murder side effect can be turned on or off. When turned off, the passive skill's damage is reduced by 20%. After reading the passive skill description, Luo Qingtian felt her head buzzing. No wonder she felt her strength grow stronger the harder she fought against the mountain ghost and the giant python. And the skill damage data was significantly higher than before, apparently related to her skill upgrade. To prevent herself from getting more irritable, Luo Qingtian still clicked the off button on the switch. The next moment, the dark red hunter icon instantly turned green. And over the other skill icons, a small 20% sign appeared. At this moment, the rage in her heart gradually subsided. Feeling calm, Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Back on Dabai's back, Luo Qingtian began a one-sided battle. Luo Qingtian sat on Dabai's back, the thunder bow in his hand reappearing. All mutant plants and animals, visible and invisible, were pierced and set flying by Luo Qingtian's arrows. To quickly adapt to his new abilities, Luo Qingtian released several clones in quick succession. However, each clone lasted only 5 minutes before disappearing. Fortunately, the clones were powerful. If he wished, he could control them to move in sync with him, or even independently. Chapter 318. The only drawback was that every time he used his clone, he had to focus on 2 things at once. Otherwise, it would easily wander around or stand there in a daze. So, all along the way, Luo Qingtian had been honing his new skills, because of the overwhelming damage. This caused the mutant trees and animals in the forest to quickly flee upon sensing Luo Qingtian and Dabai's approach. By the time they reached the center of the forest, Luo Qingtian's area was remarkably quiet. Not even a single insect was visible. Unconvinced, Luo Qingtian directed Dabai to search for the mutant trees. Finally, they found an area with many mutant trees, and the man and tiger stopped. However, upon seeing the two, the mutant trees tore their roots from the soil, weaving them into short legs and sprinting deeper into the forest. Luo Qingtian held out his hand and called out, "Hey!" Upon hearing Luo Qingtian's voice, the fleeing mutant trees sped up even faster. Soon, silence returned. Luo Qingtian's lips twitched. He glanced at Dabai and asked, "Are we so cruel?" Dabai roared at Luo Qingtian. Then the man and the tiger could only walk forward alone. The man and the tiger walked slowly through the forest. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps could be heard from the front, and Luo Qingtian saw a group of people desperately rushing towards her. "Hurry, there's plenty of space here. I didn't remember there being such a large open space when I came here. Stop talking. Run!" Luo Qingtian listened to the conversation and looked behind them. Then she saw a group of little bug kids chasing a group of people through the forest. When the people on the other side saw Luo Qingtian, they desperately ran towards her. Luo Qingtian hadn't paid much attention to the fleeing survivors. Now, she stared at these little bug kids in shock. She hadn't expected to encounter them again after leaving the third base. She remembered the name given to these bug kids in the space as the second stage form of the Zerg. "Zerg, it seems there aren't just that one wave of second stage bug kids," Luo Qingtian said, her thunderbow ready. As the people on the other side ran by, Luo Qingtian pulled the bowstring to its full length. Soon, 2 lightning-bolted arrows appeared on either side of Luo Qingtian's bow. The moment Luo Qingtian released his grip, the 2 lightning-bolted arrows shot in unison towards the swarm of fast-flying bug kids on the other side. These insect children were currently chasing their prey, and they were about to capture it. Suddenly, 3 lightning arrows shot out, piercing its head. They then strung the insect children behind it together like a string of candied haws. Because of the large attack range, even the surrounding insect children that weren't hit instantly lost their ability to fly due to the electrical conductivity and fell to the ground. Luo Qingtian sheathed the thunder bow and quickly switched to the flying fire mysterious bow. He drew his bow and fired his arrows in one breath with astonishing speed. Just 3 flaming arrows blazed past, and all the insect children imbued with lightning powers instantly burst into flames and exploded. Soon, a huge fire engulfed the forest. The insect children, who had followed behind, were forced to flee under the onslaught of the flames. The survivors who were being pursued saw the insect children being driven away. One by one, they stopped and sat on the ground. Someone said, "Oh, the fire over there is getting bigger and bigger. What should we do?" In the forest, such a fire could easily ignite the entire area. Luo Qingtian then switched to the Ruoxue Divine Bow and selected the area of the fire. Heavy rain. The next moment, rain began to fall in the selected area, and the burning fire was soon extinguished. This series of actions shocked everyone. Then Luo Qingtian heard a voice. "Sister Luo." Luo Qingtian looked in the direction of the voice and saw Zhong Yin walking towards her in a panic. His left arm was missing a hand, and his face was covered in wounds from corrosion. His clothes were also tattered. He walked with a limp. A few people followed behind him, and Luo Qingtian finally saw clearly that it was Qi Ran and the other members of the Phoenix team. Their faces and bodies were covered with wounds. They were now so battered that their original appearances were almost unrecognizable. Luo Qingtian looked at Zhong Yin and said, "Why? Are you so battered?" No wonder Luo Qingtian thought they looked familiar. Zhong Yin smiled bitterly, because we were chased by those insect children all night. That night, many of my brothers were eaten, and even I didn't escape. To survive, I cut off one of my own hands. I was able to escape with my team, but I didn't expect to be blocked by those insect children again. Zhong Yan's eyes crimsoned as he spoke, and blood began to seep from the side of his severed hand. Luo Qingtian thought to herself that her healing ability had also been upgraded, now granting her a healing light. She casually threw a healing light at Zhong Yin. The wounds on the bodies and faces of the teammates near Zhong Yin quickly healed. Zhong Yan's severed hand also began to grow back at a visible speed. After the healing light ended, everyone's injuries healed as well. Zhong Yin looked at his intact hand, almost unable to believe his eyes. He had heard that only when the healing ability reaches its peak can one achieve a complete recovery. He had even prepared himself to die in this forest, but unexpectedly, a ray of hope had returned. "Thank you, Sister Luo." Zhong Yin pursed his lips, looking at Luo Qingtian with red eyes. Seeing this, several psychics behind Zhong Yin came forward. "Hello, Sister Luo. I'm with Zhong Yin and the others. Can you help me with my treatment?" The man then showed his arm, revealing a deep wound visible to the bone, now bleeding. Because he rushed too fast, he nearly collided with Debai's head, and Debai whimpered in alarm. The man took 2 steps back in fright. Luo Qingtian frowned at the approaching man. "No! I just used my psychic powers, and I'm out of energy." The man's expression changed after he said this. "Sorry to bother you." The man then took 2 steps back, then sat down on the other side, staring intently at Luo Qingtian. "Why are you in the forest?" Luo Qingtian said, jumping off Debai. Zhong Yin said, "After the fusion people are cleaned up." Lin Zheng and the base commander took over the Qin family's helicopter factory. In order to boost the base's economy, the price of helicopters was half of the previous price for the first 3 months, so we left the next day. Chapter 319. Luo Qingtian listened to Zhong Yan's words. She was stunned. "You came out the next day? How long had you been in this forest?" Zhong Yan calculated. Only 2 days. Luo Qingtian was a little confused. She had been in this space for 3 days? She thought about it. While she was in the space, she rode Debai across the grass for a long time. Then she kept running until she was tired and sleepy. It turned out that she and Debai had been running for 2 full days. She slept for another day. Luo Qingtian covered her face with her hands. "Were Bai Nianen and the others still there when you left the base?" Zhong Yan shook his head. "Captain Bai left by helicopter the day we left. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed to the forest to complete the mission. They were just as anxious to get back." Luo Qingtian actually wanted to ask about Luo Xiaowu. After hearing that Bai Nianen had already left the 3rd base, he figured Luo Xiaowu should have found his family by now. Zhong Yan watched Luo Qingtian in silence, dazed and silent, standing there, waiting. After a while, Qiran whispered, "Sister Luo, it's getting late if we wait any longer. How about we set up camp in this open space?" What Qiran meant was that they wanted to go with Sister Luo if possible. But knowing Luo Qingtian well, they knew she wouldn't take them away without reason. So the next best thing was to spend the night with Luo Qingtian and let them get some rest. Luo Qingtian naturally understood Qiran's intention. She had originally wanted to leave. But seeing how disheveled and exhausted they all looked, Luo Qingtian nodded. "Well, I'm leaving this forest tomorrow anyway. Let's have dinner together tonight." Luo Qingtian's reassurance ignited the excitement of the Phoenix Squad members. They immediately took out their tents and built a bonfire. Luo Qingtian casually pulled out a tent and prepared to set it up. Qiran tactfully took the tent and helped set it up. The members of the other 2 teams saw the Phoenix Squad busy setting up their tents, so they didn't leave. They also set up their tents near the Phoenix Squad. After the chase, they were exhausted. Since Luo Qingtian was so powerful, they should be safe if they rested nearby. After everyone had set up their tents, it finally darkened. The temperature in the forest would drop significantly at night. After Luo Qingtian finished his meal with Zhong Yin and the others, he put on 2 more layers of clothing before entering the tent. After arranging the duty teams, Zhong Yin followed suit and prepared to sleep. From injury to the loss of his right hand, and then recovery. This whole process was exhausting and surreal for him. So not long after he lay down, he fell into a deep sleep. The sound of steady breathing echoed through the clearing, except for the rustling of the wind. The entire forest seemed unusually quiet. The sky above Luo Qingtian's tent was completely transparent. From inside, One could still see the stars. She stared blankly at the stars with her eyes open. Now that Luo Xiaowu has found his family, when will she be able to find hers too? Just as Luo Qingtian was thinking this, a dark figure flashed past the tent. Then, a baby's head appeared at the very top of the tent. Luo Qingtian and the baby met eyes. Luo Qingtian darted out of the tent, a bone knife appearing instantly. Luo Qingtian swung the knife directly at the roof of his tent. A bug child there was chopped in half by Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian frowned at the bug child's corpse. It had hit him right in front of his eyes, and the psychic on duty hadn't noticed it. Luo Qingtian finished speaking, then looked around. The psychic team members on duty were sitting on the ground, leaning against a tree and snoring. "Wake up! There's danger!" Luo Qingtian could only shout to the surroundings. The snoring team members quickly opened their eyes upon hearing Luo Qingtian's voice. Zhong Yan rushed out of the tent and quickly ran to Luo Qingtian's side. "What's wrong, Sister Luo?" Zhong Yan said, looking around cautiously. "Luo Qing, enemy attack." After saying this, everyone present looked around again. In the pitch-black forest, only bare trees stood tall in the darkness. There was almost no end in sight. The so-called enemy attack hadn't been seen either. Where was the enemy attack? Was Miss Luo being overly sensitive? The person speaking was a member of another team, because the Phoenix team had made a bit too much noise. At this point, Qiren said, "You can continue sleeping." "Of course. We don't care if you live or die." With that said, those who had been tempted to continue sleeping lost interest, even though no enemy attack had been sighted yet. At this point, someone shouted, "Why do I feel like there are more trees around us?" Everyone looked around, and just as someone had said, they were in this place. The area was surrounded by mutant trees. However, upon catching a glimpse of Luo Qingtian, the mutant trees unconsciously pulled out their roots. They twisted themselves into short legs and swiftly fled. But before the mutant trees could get very far, they seemed to be forced to turn around and surround them again. This time, everyone present was panicked. Were these mutant trees the enemy attacking Luo Qingtian? When they slept, there were only ordinary trees around. What was going on with these mutant trees? Behind these mutated trunks, tiny green babies' heads peeked out. In the moonlight, they looked particularly eerie and terrifying. "Ah! Bud children! Run!" someone shouted, turning and running without even caring about their tent or belongings. But they didn't get very far before they were blocked by vines and bud children. Someone was even pulled back by a vine, just as they were trying to break free from the encirclement. Then the vine lashed out fiercely at the fleeing man. The man fell to the ground in pain, unconscious. At the same time, the insect children behind the tree trunk flew out one after another, heading straight for Luo Qingtian. Perhaps because of Luo Qingtian's arrow attacks during the day, the insect children this time took cover behind the tree trunk when they sensed a ranged attack. Zhong Yan unleashed his fire power at the insect children. Several times in a row, it was blocked by the mutant tree. This annoyed him immensely. It's like this again. These mutant trees seemed to have some connection to these insect children. They always aided them in battle. Luo Qingtian's thunder bow appeared in an instant. He selected an area in front of him, drew his bow, and fired his arrow. Chapter 320. Thunder. Luo Qingtian's voice was low. The moment the area was selected, bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, striking the insect children. Luo Qingtian's movements did not cease. She drew her bow and shot, and the arrows followed suit. Because the insect children inherently possessed the ability to conduct electricity. As these lightning arrows continued to fall, the surrounding insect children dodging in the area were all affected by the lightning. Even the leaves on the mutant trees began to scatter due to the lightning. At this moment, the mutant trees ceased to protect the insect children. They abandoned the insect children and fled into the distance. Without the protection of the mutant trees, the mutant insect children, due to their ability to conduct electricity, fell to the ground, becoming lambs to the slaughter. Zhong Yan and the others were frustrated by the insect children's pursuit. Seeing that the insect children had lost their fighting power, they raised their weapons and supernatural powers and rushed towards them. The surrounding insect children lay motionless on the ground, paralyzed. Zhong Yan and the other supernatural powers flew, clearing the ground of the insect children with incredible speed. The battle was over. Zhong Yan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It was better to stick with Sister Luo. There was meat to eat. Too bad Sister Luo wouldn't let them follow him forever. Luo Qingtian yawned and turned to walk towards the tent behind him. Just now, when he killed the insect children, he had shattered the tent. I didn't know if it was still usable. But before he reached the tent, Luo Qingtian suddenly jumped up. Hide! Luo Qingtian then leaped onto the nearest tree. The others followed Luo Qingtian's actions, and the ground began to tremble, and gray, lizard-like creatures broke out of the ground. Each of these lizards had 3 horns on its back. Both sides of the horns were covered in thick, hard armor. They were extremely fast. Those psychics, who hadn't escaped to the trees, were quickly targeted by them. Some psychics were knocked back by the giant lizards. Some were even engulfed by their tongues. After driving the humans away, the giant lizards didn't rush to leave, but instead began searching beneath the tree. Luo Qingtian stood in the tree, observing the gray lizards. The flying fire mysterious bow appeared in his hand, and 3 flaming arrows shot directly into the lizards' backs. Then, an explosion sounded beneath the tree. After the explosion, many of the gray lizards on the ground were killed or injured. Luo Qingtian jumped down from the tree with a bone knife and began finishing off the injured lizards. The others saw Luo Qingtian jump down from the tree and followed suit. What irritated them was the constant vibrations from the ground. Then, numerous large gray lizards emerged from the ground. Their active battle quickly became passive. Because of their presence, Luo Qingtian was restricted. Luo Qingtian frowned at Zhong Yin and the others, whose size and speed had significantly decreased. She pointed toward the path they had taken and said, "You go ahead. I cover your retreat here. By the way, go back and tell the people at the 3rd base to be careful of the Zerg invasion. You, be careful along the way." Zhong Yin knew Luo Qingtian was saying goodbye to them. He nodded solemnly to Luo Qingtian. "I understand. Thank you, Sister Luo." Zhong Yin was well aware that their presence was a burden to Luo Qingtian. He looked at his team members. They collectively killed a large gray lizard in front of them. They opened a gap and then rushed towards the 3rd base. Soon, Luo Qingtian was the only one left in this area. The gray lizards on the opposite side all rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian raised his hand and placed it on his forearm. He fully activated his hunter's passive skill. The next moment, Luo Qingtian felt his body swell with strength. The frenzy within him made him eager to fight. At the same time, the lizards also rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian punched the first lizard that approached him in the head, flattening it. Then a pink tongue swept towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian ignored it. Little green tentacles, as the tongue struck, smashed it away. Gray lizards continued to burst forth from the ground. Luo Qingtian's eyes were fierce. He slammed his fist into the ground. The earth shook. Cracks appeared. The large gray lizards were violently ejected by Luo Qingtian's fist. Even the gray lizards on the ground were thrown into the air by the impact of the punch. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity, and her bone knife instantly appeared. She then swiftly cut through the swarm of gray lizards. The knife swiftly slashed through the lizards' bodies as she ran. In just a few strokes, the gray lizards were sliced in 2 by Luo Qingtian's knife. Blood splattered all over Luo Qingtian's body. Luo Qingtian paid no mind. At this moment, her inner thirst for battle became even more palpable. Clearly, the appearance of these lizards hadn't quenched her fighting urges. It was still dark, and she walked forward, her gaze fixed on the ground, bone knife in one hand. Blood dripped from the knife from time to time. The scent of blood permeated the forest. After walking for a while, Luo Qingtian noticed a pair of green eyes appearing in front of him. Luo Qingtian stopped, her eyes narrowing slightly. Their gazes also became bloodthirsty. As if sensing something, the eyes on the other side, as Luo Qingtian approached, the leading Wolf King involuntarily retreated. Luo Qingtian stared at the Wolf King before him, and held the bone knife horizontally in front of him. This gesture was a provocation to the Wolf King. The Wolf King, who had been about to retreat, roared at Luo Qingtian. Followed by this, 2 wolves quickly charged Luo Qingtian. The wolf pack before him was much larger than the ones before the apocalypse. Luo Qingtian licked his dry lips. As the 2 wolves charged, he chopped off their heads one by one. The rest of the wolves followed suit. At first, Luo Qingtian wielded his bone knife. But he hit them from behind. Luo Qingtian abandoned the knife and resorted to fists. Facing a pack of wolves, Luo Qingtian practically killed one with a single blow. Soon, Luo Qingtian had decimated the 40 or 50 wolves. The remaining wolves had completely given up on fighting Luo Qingtian. The loss of so many of their companions had completely terrified them. As Luo Qingtian killed another wolf, the remaining wolves turned and ran forward. Luo Qingtian dropped the wolf in his hand and chased after the pack. "You're kidding. Since they're chasing me, I should be prepared to be exterminated." Luo Qingtian had no intention of letting these mutant gray wolves go.